How much time has passed? I thought, maybe a few hours or so. The pain was unbearable for my body, but my mind remained unfazed, even amidst this level of torture. I can't see anything, and that makes everything a bit nerve-wracking. Thud, SHT. I was punched straight in the face by someone. Maybe it's that old geezer. Silence. There was pin-drop silence in the whole basement. I could even count the breaths of the people present here, and they easily surpassed the number I can count with my fingers. Ha 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 ha. Amidst this horrifying situation, I heard the nasty laugh of the person I hate the most in this world. Step, step. I heard footsteps, like someone closing the gap between themselves and me. Boss, I think we should kill him immediately or we might lose this chance and… Slap. Silence. Deadly silence took control of the whole place again, and I could sense the tension rising. Looks like that old Fouquet slapped someone, heh, I thought. I don't even have the minimal energy to say these things out loud so he can hear me. Shut the FCK up. Just let me enjoy seeing this bug get trashed. The boss spouted these words. For him, seeing me in a miserable state is more important than my death, so his anger is reasonable to some extent. Boss WH, the guy who got slapped, was stuttering for some reason. I wish I could see it with my own eyes. Bang, bang, thud. The sound of firing was resounding much louder than expected. Looks like having no eyeballs strengthened my other senses. Cool, I was having these useless thoughts. On the other hand, it seems like that previous guy got shot for interrupting my torture process. I am no longer able to think straight. Sigh, gulp. Some audible gulping sounds can be heard from my surroundings. The sound of the falling corpse wasn't too loud, but it was enough to send chills down everyone's spines. Is there anyone who wants to say something? The boss asked while gazing at everyone. This time, not a single soul dared to say anything. Very nice. It looks like I have a bunch of quite loyal dogs under me. Very good, the boss said. Even if he was complimenting others, there was no emotion in his voice. Now let's have a close look at you, my boy. His voice made me want to puke right away. I could imagine his facial expressions in my mind. In the basement third-person view, the boss turned, and there was a young man tied to a chair by some ropes. He sat limply on the chair, with his whole body bleeding from everywhere. His eyes had been gouged out by the goons of a man called Boss, and due to constant beatings with an iron rod over his head, nearly half of his bright blonde hair was gone. His face was deformed to the point where no one could recognize him. But what made the situation more confusing was the fact that the young man wasn't crying or begging for his life. He was just lifeless, like a broken doll. He had a creepy smile on his face, like he was proud of something he had accomplished in his life and didn't care about whatever happened to him from now on. Tremble. Seeing that smile made the boss tremble. His anger and desire to distort that smile grew tremendously, even after getting tortured this much. It looks like you finally lost your sanity to be able to smile like that. The boss addressed these words towards the young man, waiting for him to respond. But to his bad luck, the young man just smirked and said nothing. Silence. Yes, keep that Fu-King mouth of yours shut, cause you know you can't do SHT. Seeing him remain quiet made the boss quite nervous, so he started spouting some nonsense. You can't change your fate. You will die by my hands, just like your whole family did. Just like the girl you loved so much. What was her name again? Jasmine, right? Now the smirk disappeared from the blonde youth's face and the opponent noticed that immediately. Yeah, Jasmine, do you know how we butchered her? First, we slowly cut her slender fingers, then her soft palm and smooth hands, her long legs, and finally we burned her alive and saved her before she died. He began to describe how he tortured the youth's girlfriend until she died, step by step. And then we burned her again and saved her again, quite a few times, and then we packed her alive in a package and sent it to… Who do we send it to? Any guesses? The boss asked. It made the blonde youth flinch as he imagined all of those things that happened to his loved one. Ah yes, it was you, right? The dark, or should I call you Eric? Then tell me, Eric, how it felt to see it with your own eyes. Tell me the charred barbecue of your own lover. I promise that I won't tell anyone. Ha 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 ha. The old man was sharp and nasty with his phrasing, like he was enjoying himself. Silence. Even after all this, Eric remained silent, as if he was waiting for his death to come and didn't care about what the person in front of him was saying. Sigh. Looks like time is over, Dark. No response. Seeing this, the boss sighed and pulled out a katana, placing its tip on Eric's chest. A small drop of blood flowed from where the blade was placed, emphasizing its sharpness. Heh, in the end, all of your efforts were in vain, the boss said. He mumbled these words under his breath and they reached Eric's ears. In vain? This question escaped Eric's lips. What? I didn't hear it. Are you willing to tell me how it felt to see your lover burn? Hee, the boss asked mischievously. Slip. Suddenly the ropes around Eric loosened, and he opened his eyes, which didn't have any eyeballs. He glared ahead, making the boss tremble in fright as he stared into Eric's hollow, abyss-like eyes which looked ridiculously horrifying. How did this? The boss was trying to figure out how those ropes lost their grip around Eric. What did you say? I will die in vain. Eric screamed at him, using everything he had, glistening blood dripping from the corners of his lips. Why you? How did this? The boss was baffled by the sudden outburst of this lifeless body. I am not dying in vain, Eric proclaimed, his voice echoing through the basement. I am the dark, a force that cannot be defeated. I have taken control, and I will bring destruction upon this mafia world. For someone else, these words could sound like some narcissistic, but everyone present in the basement knew what he was talking about because silence fell upon the room, the weight of Eric's words hanging heavy in the air. The boss and his associate stood frozen, unsure of how to respond to this unexpected turn of events. Silence. I was just an ordinary high school student until you turned me into a monster, Eric continued, his voice tinged with bitterness. You tried to capture me, spending millions of dollars with the help of corrupt authorities, but I fought back, seeking vengeance for everything you took from me. Every word he spoke was legitimate, making the present ones hesitant to retort against him. Eric's gaze shifted, his hollow eyes fixating on the boss. I made you, the person who is currently the most wanted criminal in this country, run and hide like a beggar for a year. I killed your brother and your 5 most important executives. Eric said he did kill them and gave them the most brutal death possible. The truth of Eric's words struck the boss, who could no longer deny the consequences of his actions. He had underestimated the young man before him, and now he would pay the price. You know what? I was just a normal high school student, but you turned me into a demon, and then you got so scared of me that you spent millions of dollars to capture me, not by yourself, instead with the help of the cops, Eric said. He still remembers the car chases where he might have died countless times if not for his luck. This country is corrupt to the core. A toxic sigh escaped through Eric's mouth. I took my revenge by killing your family, friends, co-workers, organization, and many more. Eric started counting the number of people he killed for the sake of his revenge. Thud, look At that time, Eric, with his limp body, tried to stand but ended up falling on his knees. Sniff. Tears started to form at the corner of his eyes and slowly began to stream down his cheek. Soon he was sobbing like a lost child, the pent-up emotions slowly surfacing. And Jasmine, why did you kill her? Eric's voice wavered, a mixture of sorrow and anger. My parents, they had no reason to die by your hands. Emotions overwhelmed Eric, tears welling up in his eyes. His sorrow transformed into a quiet rage, burning within him like a flickering flame. You turned me into a monster, but I will not die in vain, Eric stated, his voice steady and resolute. I am the biggest criminal alive, and you are terrified of me. Soon the tantrum died down and Eric gained his composure. But around him, everyone in the underground basement was sweating buckets, not knowing what to do. Then Eric turned his hollow gaze and focused on what was in front of him and said, I shook your whole world. I am the biggest criminal in the world alive right now. How can you say I am dying in vain? How can you say that you ain't scared of me? Eric asked, a simple question with a shameful answer. No one was willing to answer. It's not like no one knew the answer, they were silent because the answer wasn't in their favor. It would only show how fucking miserable they are. Step. Do it, Eric challenged, devoid of any trace of fear. Will my death truly be a miserable one? After everything I've done, can you honestly say that? Step, sheeing. That moment, the boss, who almost wet his pants because of how terrifying Eric looked, regained some of his composure. He placed the katana blade once again on Eric, but this time around his neck, and said in a trembling voice, sit still, you are gonna die a miserable death by my hands. The boss said, his tone nowhere near as prideful as before. He was clearly trembling. Sigh, look at me, old man, and say that again. Do you really think that after what I've done to you, this is a miserable death? Eric asked him in a voice without a single ounce of emotion. The boss looked at him in his hollow, abyss-like eyes. Chuckle, no, right, it's more of a king like me who is getting beheaded for being a tyrant. Anyways, I am dying a death worthy of me. Eric said calmly. He might have sounded sarcastic as he laughed loudly. Slash. Eric's voice was cut short as his neck was cut by the katana and his head rolled over the floor. No one rejoiced at the moment when their biggest archenemy died. Because Eric's last words are true. Eric Luster, Akka the Dark, from the age of 16 to 19, a mere teenager, shook the whole underworld. At an age when kids should play with their friends, Eric was playing with the lives of the most wanted criminal bosses just for his revenge over his family's loss. What if he wasn't killed today? A single thought came to the boss's mind, and shiver, even the mere thought of leaving Eric alive gave him tremors all over his body. After a few seconds, something flew towards the underground basement where the whole gang was, at tremendous speed and dropped with great momentum. Boom, that thing collided with the ground, creating a massive explosion and destroying the whole city along with the basement, killing the boss. On the other hand, where am I? Eric said, looking around him. Eric Luster's POV. Where am I? I thought, if I remember correctly, I was beheaded by that filthy old fart, but for some reason I don't think I am dead for now. But that's impossible. Right, I questioned myself. I definitely died because I still remember the scene where that oldie boss directed a slash towards my neck with that sharp-looking katana, and my consciousness faded away as the painful feeling still lingered around my neck. I am dead, right? Nobody was here to answer me. Then where am I? Thinking about this, I immediately looked around to confirm my surroundings. Shook, I failed, since I can't see anything in this dark place. Here, I keep drifting like I am in water, but I can't change the direction in which I am drifting. I am confused. This whole situation was more confusing than finding the hideouts of ops. New Eric, let's think logically, I said to myself. I always have to think clearly in rough situations like these. Foo. Then first things first, I was definitely killed by that filthy old man. Then my consciousness faded away, so I am dead now, definitely, probably, anyways. Second thing, the moment I died, a missile connected to the device I planted inside my heart must have been activated the moment it stopped beating, which means that the old man is dead and the whole city is destroyed. So my revenge is complete. Yes, the revenge I was hoping for and the revenge I wanted were done. I killed all of them. Then why do you feel empty? Well, that's not important. Now again, where am I? Since I am dead, this means that this is some kind of afterlife, but why is this place so dark? Ah, now I get it. I committed so many sins in my previous life, this must be my punishment. There is no heaven or hell for people like me, I think. I don't regret it, and if given another chance, I'd do the same things over and over again. The only thing I regret is that I was not able to live my youth like everyone else, and that I found my death at the hands of that old fart. Well, it looks like that was my fate for killing so many people. Sigh. I sighed and just kept drifting with the flow, hopelessly. Flick flick. After what seemed like a long time, which seemed to be endless, something like light flickered at a distance. What's that? I thought. I tried to get closer to that light while flapping my hand here and there, but my efforts were futile. I couldn't move my body out of this weird flow of energy. In the first place, I can't even see my own body because of the darkness that this place has. It's useless. My efforts bore no fruit here. Letting my body get limp, I felt that there was an anonymous force that was forcing me to go near the light, like some suction cups. Whoa, as I get close to the source of light, I saw a self-illuminated light orb spinning at tremendous speed. For some unknown reason, I have an ominous feeling about that orb because the closer I get to it, the more I feel a very sinister negative aura. Silence. Boom. Suddenly, the orb of light stopped spinning, and immediately it exploded, sending a powerful shockwave into the darkened place. ZZ. Slowly, some kind of particle started gathering around the place where the orb previously was, and soon they began to spin in a spiral manner, like creating some kind of black hole-like structure. Maybe a portal would be the exact description of what I was seeing. Slurrer, the portal soon began to suck everything inside it, including me and the darkness itself. I tried my best to retaliate against it, but I failed miserably. SHT, I exclaimed. Right now, I feel pathetic. When was the last time I felt this pathetic? I thought while the black hole kept sucking me inside it. Yeah, it was then when everyone died, when I wasn't able to save them. Even thinking about it makes me cry. Anyway, since I can't run from this portal, I tried to take a look inside the portal. As I got closer to it, I heard something. Zen. Roka Jen. GSBGJJop. I heard some faint chatter, but I can't make sense of it. I can feel the anger in the tone of voice, even from this side of the portal. Zoop. And then I was sucked into the black hole. Slap, the moment I regained some composure, I was hit with something soft but hard across my cheek. The scenery in front of me changed from a pitch-dark tunnel to a beautiful girl sitting on a chair opposite mine. She looked no more than 16 or 17 years old. A teenager. I thought, why am I sitting with a teenager in my afterlife? I looked in front to get a good look at this girl. She's beautiful. In short, this is my honest opinion. The girl in front of me was beautiful in every aspect. She had long, gorgeous silver hair and a small, round face that was too red for some reason. Maybe she's embarrassed or, angry. She was so pretty no matter how you looked at her, but the most striking feature was her eyes, which were the same shade as her hair. For some reason, she was frowning. The girl was glaring at me with her magical eyes, and with the fact that she had an expression like she was seeing the most hateful creature that can exist, I concluded that she hates me, but why? I have no clue. And the fact that I was slapped so hard on my right cheek was also true since it was throbbing like crazy, but I didn't do anything worthy of getting slapped by a girl. I focused my mind on her. I think she was saying something. Why do you keep following me? I already told you that I am not your fiancé. She threw these words at me. What does she mean by fiancé? I didn't say anything, and I am sure that I have a good blank expression on my face. Seeing that I was not going to say anything, the girl continued her speech, and our engagement is something our parents decided on their own. She took a pause in between the sentences, and her expression turned cold, and she said I refused to accept their decision, and that the girl said that she was not going to accept her parents' decision, but I don't know what decision they made for her. Before the girl could even complete her sentence, a strong rush of adrenaline was sent through my whole body to my brain, giving me a severe seizure. Shit fuke aha, I cursed. My head started to throb like crazy. The pain was several times greater compared to the time when I got my head smashed by an iron rod. Thud. I collapsed on the floor and started to roll on the floor because the pain was too great for me to handle. My breathing was getting ragged and it was making me somewhat anxious. Then, a few minutes after rolling on the floor, the pain subsided and I was able to breathe normally. Everyone in the tavern was looking towards me for obvious reasons, but the strange thing was that they looked like they were used to it. What? The girl in front of me looked surprised. Then she suddenly got up from her chair and said, "It looks like you've finally gone crazy." "Well, I don't care about it, but do you understand what I told you?" She asked me. Is it something about not bothering her? I made a dumbfounded expression. I said, "Stop bothering me and don't ever show me your face again." She said, "Is she that bothered by me? I don't even know her." "Fine," I said. I involuntarily spoke those words, but these are my honest thoughts. "I knew you wouldn't accept her. What did you say?" She stopped what she was trying to say. Maybe she didn't hear me. I said, "It's fine." I repeated the same word. "Are you kidding me?" the girl asked, and now she's getting on my nerves. Why do I have to explain myself to a teenage girl who slapped me for no reason? "No, I am not kidding. I am not going to bother you." I said, "I think I should stay calm until I get a good grasp of the whole situation." Yeah, I kept my response short and sharp this time. "If she doesn't understand it, I'm out of here." Suddenly, the color of her face went pale, like she just saw a ghost, and she froze just like a statue. She was acting like she saw some kind of ghost. "Why, you okay?" I asked. Shit, I almost stuttered there. "Promise me." She said something that I failed to hear, so I asked her. "What?" I asked. "Promise me that you won't trouble me anymore." She said, "Oh, that's fine. I promise you that I won't trouble you any more than this." I said these words. Silence. After I finished answering her, there was silence. After a few seconds, she suddenly started to walk out of the tavern, saying something like, "I don't believe you, and I know that you won't keep your word and behave like a disgusting creature again." The girl said she for some reason was cursing me. Truly despicable. After saying this, she walked out of my sight and soon she was gone. Phew, I took a deep breath and settled into the chair. That was too much to handle. Now again, I calmed myself in. What the hell just happened? I screamed inside my mind. What the hell just happened? I just can't get my head around this situation, where I can't stop thinking of questions like, who was that girl? Where am I? And why the FCK is my head still spinning? I feel like I am going crazy because of all this nonsense. Why is everyone in the tavern looking in my direction like they expected this to happen? Some of them are even laughing while covering their mouths. I was lost in my thoughts. Tap tap. I heard some footsteps and soon a punk came to me. No, I am not making fun of him, but he looked like a punk because of his spiky and dull blonde hair, and the leather jacket and skin-tight leather pants that he wore gave him the impression of a punk heavy metal person. Ha 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 ha, that was hilarious. He came towards me while laughing and said, "Oi Ren, she just slapped the SHT out of you again." Haha, how do you feel, man, after getting rejected like that for what, 500 times? Punk said he kept laughing, and for some reason everyone in the tavern also joined him, but something that caught my attention was, who the FCK is Ren? I tilted my head in confusion and asked loudly. Silence. Then suddenly every single person in the room went quiet, and the punk person in front silently watched me like he was not expecting this type of question to be asked. Soon he put his hand over his shoulder, looked around the tavern, and said, "Hey everyone, look at this FCK here." He gathered the attention of everyone to what he was saying. "Now he doesn't even remember his own name anymore, ha 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 ha," he said. The moment he finished talking, everyone's laughter could be heard from all around. Why are they laughing again? It's getting annoying for me now. I can't process this situation at all. Not even a bit. I looked around me. There's something that I must do or I won't be able to relax. Yes, there it is. I saw that there was a silver fork on the circular table near me. It looks quite sharp for mere cutlery. I thought, grip. I swiftly picked up the fork in my right hand. With my left hand, I grabbed that punk's hand, which was still placed on my shoulder. While the punk was confused there, twist, stab, stab. Twisting his arm anti-clockwise, I stabbed him multiple times on his shoulder with the fork. I eased my grip on the fork and left it on his shoulder. Easy peasy, that felt good. Now he was screaming like a toddler. For him, all of this happened so fast that he wasn't able to react to my movements. So before he made any more noise than this, I grabbed his hair, brought my face towards his ear, and asked him, "Who do you think you are calling a fukur, you deep SHT?" I cursed at him. There is no one who swears at me. How dare this guy call me a fukr? He was startled by how the change in his surroundings occurred so swiftly. "Apologize." I said. "Yep, I demand an apology from him for the disrespect he has done to me." "Wah, he is dumb. Can't you hear me? I asked you to apologize." I repeated myself again. Why do I have to repeat myself so much today? He was frozen like a statue at the place where he was standing. Twist. When Punk didn't respond to me, I started to twist the fork, which was still dangling inside his shoulder. He says, looking like he's regained some senses. "Do I have to repeat myself?" I asked, and of course next time I won't repeat it, but kill this guy. "No, please don't. I apologize." He said, "I apologize for my behavior. Please forgive me." Then Punk began to get on his knees, perhaps to beg for an apology. "You don't have to do that." I stopped him from getting on his knees. Why? He was perplexed by the course of action. "I mean, you gave me a sincere apology. I think it's fine." I said, "It's true that if you apologize, then it's fine." "Really?" the punk asked. "You don't have to get on your knees," I said. Then I immediately pulled the fork from his shoulder to relieve his pain. He was rolling on the floor the moment I did that. I think I pulled it out a little too hard, I thought. Anyway, I think it's enough punishment. Then let's see. I looked around the tavern. Everyone is trying their best to keep their gaze straight so they won't make any eye contact with me. Annoying. Everything is just annoying right now. I've never felt this way. Even though my own body seems alien to me, I can't grasp this situation. What should I do? This was the first question that popped into my mind. First, let's get out of here. I started to walk out of this place. I noticed people helping the punk get up after I started to leave. Well, why did they come now and not when I was stabbing him? Phoo. I took a deep breath the moment I escaped that place through the door, but after getting out of there, what I saw is not something that can be described in simple words. There were a lot of things going on in that tavern, but one thing was confirmed. This is definitely not Earth. Yep, this is not the place I live. This is just too different to be Earth. Flap, flap. Because what I saw in front of my eyes was a white horse with a small blue sapphire gem embedded on its forehead flew with a pair of its majestic wings attached to its back. The horse was pulling some kind of carriage through the sky full of stars and two beautiful moons. Huh, 2 moons. I asked myself, am I drunk? Oh no. I turned in the direction where this voice came from, and there was a lady wearing a long robe. She was flying through the sky on her wooden broomstick while carrying grocery bags in both hands when one bag slipped from her hands and fell to the ground. I think she is having a hard time balancing herself on that broom-looking thing. I said to no one specifically, Fukayu, someone cursed. The voice came from behind me. So I turned. Then there was a drunk old man wearing a dark, tattered robe who had a wooden stick hanging around his waist. It looks like he was cussing at someone who was also drunk. ZZZSSSC. Then suddenly he conjured a fist-sized fireball on his palm and threw it towards the other drunkard's head, making the latter one bald immediately. It was unbelievable. No, I think I am dreaming, right? I said, it's impossible to conjure a fireball out of nowhere, right? Right. Am I drugged? Why is this happening? There are so many magical things happening around me. Huh, what's that? Something caught my attention. It looked like it was a signboard with a name on it. Welcome to the Sephra. The Sephra. I tilted my head in confusion. I was confused because this word seems a little too familiar to me, and I don't want my prediction to be true. Ding. Then to confirm my speculations, a transparent blue window-type slate appears in front of me. Welcome to the world, player. These words were written on it. Shit. Am I inside a game? I asked. No. Everything inside my mind went haywire, and all my common sense was messed up. This can't be happening, right? I shouted these words due to shock and gathered some gazes towards me, but right now that was not worth whining over. So you're telling me that I am inside my favorite game, or vice versa, the only video game I've ever played in my whole life, I thought. Are you kidding me? I said. There was nobody to answer or retort to my question. No, I must remain calm and clear in my mind. Yes, think carefully. I motivated myself with these hollow words. Now the game is The Quest of the Mythical World. That was the game I used to play in my middle school years. At that time, this game was on fire not because of how good it was, but because of how bad it was. The genre of the game is like any other dating sim, with some fantasy and an extremely great magic world. The storyline of the game revolves around a teenage boy named Adam Stales. A mere commoner boy with nothing worthy to mention, but one day he was graced by the blessings of the goddess called Elora. Adam is chosen as a hero. The goddess gave him the task of killing the demon king Rixar and stopping the revival of the demon god Azra. Adam, along with his party members, which consist of 3 female colleagues, are simultaneously the main heroes of the story. These 4 powerful individuals set out on their journey to subjugate the demon king and save the world from meeting a bad fate. On their whole journey, they faced many hardships and misfortunes, but they eventually overcame these obstacles. After overcoming these obstacles, they were successfully able to kill the Rixar and stop the revival of the demon god Azra while completing their mission of saving the world from its doom. The game had a very interesting storyline, good graphics, and epic plots. Sigh. It was a failure, I sighed. Yes, the game was a failure. The reason was simple. When a game has many pros, it also has multiple cons, and those are, when we can't choose a character other than the hero and his party members. It leaves the backstory of many other important characters. 2, its difficulty level was so high, and it had so many bad endings. That was because if you try to focus on a single heroine or make a slight mistake, then the whole story takes many dark turns, making it hard to get a decent ending. 3, it was almost impossible to get an overall happy ending. Same problem, but it was much more complex because of the plot holes in the main storyline. 4, in the game had quite a complex world structure and power hierarchy. The The game contains many power levels and skills in many different categories, making it much more complex than any other game in the same genre. Many players quit the game because of these reasons. They curse it at the developers for their mistakes, but some serious players like myself kept playing the game until the very end and tried to complete it. I was not able to finish this game because of the deaths of my loved ones, and I was busy playing my revenge game. At that time, kids the same age as me were playing PC games. On the other hand, I was playing with the lives of Mafia Dons. It was almost like playing tag, but the difference was that if you got caught, you died. Ha, I already miss it, I sighed. I don't know why, but I am already missing the sensation of killing someone. Anyway, I focused my attention on my front where the transparent blue slate was floating. Welcome to the world, player. I read the sentence again. Since it's calling me player means that this is really a game or a parallel universe or some stupid god summoned me here like those Isekai animes, then where is this frickin' god or maybe goddess? I thought, who is going to explain this situation to me? Ding, while I was thinking about these stupid things, something like a status window appeared. Ren Hilton. Age of 15. Race human. Strength 9, 100. Mana 5, 100. Intelligence 8, 10. Attributes Fire 10, 10,000. Water 0, 10,000. Earth 0, 10,000. Spirits none. Skills 1 body strengthening 2 fireball. Bloodline nuns. The contents shown in the window were likely some character's stats, but what caught my attention was the name of this character. Ren Hilton. Ren Hilton. I screamed this name because, after reading the name written on the top of the status window, the only thought that crossed my mind was, these are the character stats of Ren Hilton. I confirmed it in my mind. Ren Hilton, Ren in the game wasn't any more important because he was just a third-rate villain, or we can call him a stepping stone for the protagonist. He was a character with a crappy personality and was too weak to be acknowledged as a real threat to the main cast. The only thing that stood out about Ren was the fact that he is a childhood friend of one of the main heroines, whose name is Mary Clane. Ren was Mary's childhood friend, he was her fiancé. Ren was so obsessed with Mary because of his one-sided feelings that he often pretended to be her boyfriend, which annoyed Mary so much that she once slapped him and told him to stop irritating her. She also warned him not to follow her around anymore, or she would cut him down with her sword. Sigh, but as anyone can guess, Ren didn't listen and kept following her even after she left her hometown to study at the academy. In this academy, Mary met Adam, a boy with holy powers and the title of hero. With each passing day, Mary was getting closer and closer to the hero. Ren did things that any third-rate villain will do to tear those two apart, but every time he did something, it only brought Hero and Mary closer to each other, like some kind of power was pushing them towards each other. In the end, Ren got fed up with all this, so he challenged Adam to fight him and got his own ass kicked by the hero. Ah yes, he also got his mana core destroyed during the fight. I remember that thing because after that, Ren committed suicide. Ha, that was the whole story of Ren Hilton. Quit boring, right? I also thought so. He met a boring end, but not everyone gets to die like me, right? Ding. Do you want to initiate the memory transfer? Yes, no. What's the memory transfer? I don't know anything about it. I'll decline this. Ding. Do you want to cancel my memory transfer? Yes, no. The consciousness of the previous owner of this body will be merged with the host, making them one person if canceled. There is possibly a threat of personality disorder and memory loss. Personality disorder and memory loss, these are some conditions that no human desires, and I also don't want that to happen to me. Then fine, I made a decision. Initiate the memory transfer. I spoke as I kept my gaze straight to the window. Ding, 1. Initiating the memory transfer process. 2. Merging souls of owner and host player. 3. Completing the process. My consciousness faded away like a dangling leaf on a dried branch, and I fell down on the spot. So where am I? I asked no one right now. I was inside a dark room, sitting cross-legged. Know what? I have no clue about what happens from here on. I looked all around the room, but to no avail. I couldn't see a thing. It somehow reminds me of the dark place where I encountered that black hole-type portal before coming here. Sigh. So how many absurd things have happened to me up until now? I sighed. The first is that I am inside a game that I used to play, and the fact that I ain't the protagonist or any important person, but a mere side villain used as a stepping stone for the growth of the hero is also very frustrating. My past life wasn't great, and now that I am given another chance, it's also useless. After a few minutes, the creepy silence enveloped the air. Silence, nothing happened, and the system window didn't appear like before. I thought I had to do something now, so I... Hey, is there anyone here? I shouted as loud as I could. There was nothing I could do other than shout and stay down. Silence still, there was no response. I should try again. I thought I would gather air in my lungs to shout, but suddenly something abnormal happened. Fush. When I was about to shout again, something like a tiny neon-colored fireball appeared out of nowhere in front of me, floating in the air and lighting up the dark room a little. Hey man, why are you shouting here? Just keep your voice down or I'll Fu King kill you. And it started speaking while cursing me, of course. It's weird and scary, but it's also freaking awesome. I always wished to meet a ghost, and now my dream has come true. Unbelievable, right? This was the first thing that came to mind when I saw such a weird being. I was excited by the appearance of this strange ghost. Don't panic, I calmed myself. I don't want to look uncool in front of the first ghost I've ever seen. Let's start a conversation first. Yes, starting a conversation is the best way to go. Hi, Mr. Ghost. I am sorry for shouting, but can you tell me where I am? I apologize for the inconvenience I caused. Huh, Mr. Ghost, who? Mr. Ghost asked, ain't you a ghost? I questioned it to confirm my doubts. Me and a ghost, kid, you are funny. It started giggling while telling me that it's not a ghost, making me much more disappointed than anything. I got my hopes up for nothing. I said that since it's not Mr. Ghost, there is no need for me to be polite. So who are you? I asked, but my tone wasn't polite or anything like when this fireball appeared and I mistook it to be a ghost. How embarrassing. Oh, you've changed your way of addressing me. The fireball was shocked by the sudden shift in my tone in addressing it, because you are not worthy of my time. I said, keeping my tone as cold as ever, that my response is short and simple. If you're not worthy of my time, then you don't get any respect. That's my policy. This type of attitude, I like it, but for some reason the fireball was happy with the way I spoke. Stop wasting my time and tell me, who are you? I got straight to the point. Ha, you are no fun. Well, to be precise, I am the system. The fireball answered my question. Oh, okay, this was all I had to say when he told me that it's the system. Well, everyone in those Isekai anime gets one, so it's obvious that I'd also get a system. I know it's hard to believe you. What did you say? I was shocked by my lack of response. Maybe it was expecting me to be more in a state of denial, but I am in no mood for drama here. I said, okay, it's fine. I reassured it that I understood what it was saying. Looks like you're smart, so yes, I am a system. He took a pause there and said, and the room we are in now is where the memory transfer process is going to take place. And, can I ask you a question? I interrupted it. I spoke to stop his boring lecture. I knew all of this from the Isekai and transmigration novels I'd read so far, so I tried to ask him some of my doubts that I must clear. Oh yes, you can, but I will answer only 3 questions that you ask. It said, why only 3? I asked, I have so many questions, how am I going to ask them if it says that it's going to answer only 1? I tilted my head in confusion, because it's fun, and the answer that came annoyed me the most, so I told myself to stop. Calm down, calm down. I took a deep breath and asked it a question that has been bugging me from the moment I came here. Is this world a game or a parallel universe? If I can get this thing straight, then it would easily sort so many things into their place. Parallel universe similar to the game you played, what was its name again? Yes, the quest of the mythical world. This world is a parallel universe where we transfer you from your world. Now ask the second question. It answered immediately, so why am I transferred here? And that too, not as protagonist but as side villain. I asked the question about the reason behind my summons. That's not a big deal, it's just that. It took a little pause, like thinking something, and said, no, let me explain it to you more thoroughly so there is no doubt in your mind. Look, there are gods in every world, and these gods keep an eye on you and observe your every movement. The god of your world didn't like the way your fate took a turn or the fact that you lived a horrible and traumatic life. He took pity on you for your bad luck and transferred you here in the body of the mortal named Ren Hilton, who had a very tragic future ahead of him. Fireball explained these things in a very simple manner, so the only reason I am now Ren Hilton is because the real one was going to die anyway. Now the last question, I asked, and I could feel my tone getting a little cold. And last question about the girl that slapped me, who is she? I recalled the way that silver-haired girl behaved in the tavern. Ah, that girl, her name is Mary. Fireball answered me with a not-so-interesting tone, as I thought she looked similar to the illustration on the game cover, and the way she talked meant that this Ren is already hated by her, the main heroine. Now that you've asked all 3 questions, let's start with the process of the memory transfer. Saying this, he brought me out of my thoughts. Fine, but what's the point of this memory transfer? I asked. If not done, it can cause conflicts between the 2 souls of the host and owner, but after the process, the 2 souls will merge into one, and since you are mentally stronger than the owner of this body, your mind will be the dominant one, giving the host full control over this body and the previous owner full control over emotions. Fireball said, that means I am the dominant one between me and Ren. Okay, let's proceed. I agreed, good, then let's start. The Fireball commanded and initiated the process. ZZZZZPPZZ. A tiny white particle appeared out of nowhere in the midst of the air. These are the memories of the owner of this body. Consume them, and the process will be done. Fireball said as he pushed the particle towards me. Still afloat, how should I consume this? I asked. This is not some chocolate candy that I can just gobble up, there has to be some special way, right? Eat it. Fireball said with the most serene tone ever. I picked up the floating white particle and put it inside my mouth, and it melted quickly, leaving a cold sensation going down my throat. After some seconds passed, whoa, it started to kick in like a drug, and an absurd amount of images flashed through my mind like it was flooded with memories. The thing that was common in those pictures was the existence of a girl, from Ren's childhood to his teenage years. She was with him, or we can say he was with her. He smiled for her, he cried for her, and he was just alive for her. After some time, isn't he too innocent to be a villain? That was the only thing I could say after going through Ren's memories. The moment I consumed that white particle, an absurd amount of memories flooded my mind, and it felt like these memories were now becoming a part of me. These memories are from Ren's childhood, which he just started thinking about, and even the memories that he forgot or wanted to forget were now flowing through my mind and settling there. And guess what I found? Ren's memories revealed a secret about his and Mary's relationship, and the reason he is so obsessed with her. Past POV. Inside a park. In the park, there was a boy who appeared to be no more than a 6-year-old. The boy sat on the swing as he pushed himself back and forth on it. He was very cute in appearance, as he had plump cheeks, a small stature, a round face, and pale jade skin and short dark hair. Overall, he looked adorable, but one thing that stood out were the pair of his golden eyes. They seemed like they had flames in them, and that made the boy look a little more aggressive than he actually was. Sigh. A tired sigh escaped from his lips. I'm so bored. Ren sighed as he said these words. Ren's been sitting in this park for hours now, but nothing here interests him. Other kids were here some time ago, but they also left after playing. Ren was a shy kid with an introverted personality, and due to this, he isn't close to any other kids his age, and right now he is left with no friends and is lonely. The only people he interacts with are his parents and some close neighbors, whom he has known since the time he was born. Ren's been sitting like this for an hour, just silently gazing around the empty park with zero interest. As he looked around, something suddenly caught his eye. Near the entrance to the park, there stood a small girl wearing a pink frock with a floral design on it. It seemed like it was her first time in this park, because of the way she was curiously looking around the park. The girl was probably the same age as Ren. She had a round face with plump cheeks and 2 rabbit teeth slightly sticking out of her lips. Shoulder-length bright silver hair adored her crown, and she had eyes matching the color of her hair. What is she doing? Ren was a bit confused by her sudden appearance at this time of day. No one came to the park, and this was the first time he saw this girl in this neighborhood. He observed the girl closely. The girl looked here and there. She then spotted the swing where Ren is, and she started to come near him. Tudu. She was a little slow with her running, but for some reason her toddler-like walk looked cute to Ren. No. Ren realized he'd been staring at her for too long, and when he noticed it, he was so ashamed that his face also started to look like a ripe tomato. After a few seconds, she came to where Ren was and looked at his face. HHNGG. She opened her mouth to say something only to close it again. Her face flushed to the point where we could see steam coming from her face. To cover it up, she immediately looked down to the ground. So pretty. The little girl mumbled something under her breath. And Ren wasn't able to pick up on what she said there. Nothing. I didn't say anything. Yes, definitely. You must be hearing things. Suddenly the girl started to move her head vigorously right and left, like exaggerating her response. Which again, for some unknown reason, seemed too cute and lovely to Ren. His face started to redden again, and he went silent, trying hard not to look at her due to his embarrassment. Some time passed like this in embarrassment, and nobody talked to each other. Hey, can you play on the swing? The girl asked in a hesitating tone, and then Ren realized why she came to where he was sitting, and spoke to him. When Ren didn't respond to her, the girl looked at him and asked no. She asked, tears forming at the corner of her eyes. That gesture made Ren's small heart ache with pain so much that he saw a little baby angel with a bow in its hand, shooting a heart-shaped arrow towards his heart. Ren was in his own world and didn't respond. The girl got more dejected and started to leave with her head cast down towards the ground. Hey, don't go, you can play here. Seeing the girl try to leave, Ren tries to stop her, albeit stuttering. Saying this, he got off the swing to give his spot to the girl. Oh no, that's fine. Seeing her adorable smile like that, Ren immediately got a little flustered. Hap. The girl then jumped on the swing and started swinging back and forth. Ren had an unexplainable feeling inside him that grew as he kept watching this unknown girl, and he left the park and started walking towards his house. Even after coming back to the house, he kept thinking about what happened in the park. Who was that girl? Is she new here? How is she so adorable? Why, Wiwi, Ren asked himself, ding dong. With so many whys in his mind, the doorbell of his house rang, and he heard the voices of his parents greeting someone. I won't go down until they call me, so I don't have to worry about meeting guests, but I'm also curious about who is there at this hour. I'll ask Mom about it later. After a few seconds, Rue, sweetie, come downstairs, there are some guests here to meet you. And to his bad luck, his mother called him down at the exact moment, and his nickname is Rue. Step, step. He got up from his bed and came downstairs, and the moment he entered the hall where guests were, his whole world halted. On the sofa sat the same girl that he met in the park, but now she was accompanied by a beautiful adult woman who looked like her older version. Maybe it's her sister. Ren thought to himself as he observed the duo. Simultaneously, the girl also looked shocked since she didn't expect this to happen, but suddenly her expression changed, and she looked at him with a grumpy look while pouting. "You are the same girl from a while ago, right?" Ren asked. "Yes, and my name is not the girl, it's Mary Clane. Also, why did you leave the park without telling me?" She yelled at Ren. The girl said that her name is Mary. He didn't answer because all of this was too much for our little Ren. "Yes, and my name is not the girl, it's Mary Clane. Also, why did you leave the park without telling me?" She yelled at Ren. Mary's voice echoed through the room, and her adorable pout accentuated her frustration. On the other side, Ren stood frozen in place, like a statue struck by the sudden turn of events. "Do you know Ren, Mary?" the older lady accompanying Mary asked, giving the impression that she was Mary's elder sister. "Remember when I told you about meeting a handsome boy this afternoon in the park?" Mary spoke, trying to clarify the situation. "What about it?" Mary's sister remained confused, struggling to grasp Mary's intended message. "He is the one I met in the park," Mary explained, and her sister nodded, finally understanding. "She told her sister about me, that's unexpected." But before that, Ren pondered, his mind preoccupied with something Mary had asked. A pretty boy who? Ren remembered meeting Mary at the park, but he couldn't recall encountering any handsome boys there. Silence filled the room as Ren posed his question, and everyone turned their gaze toward him, letting out synchronized sighs. The notion of this rumored pretty boy left Ren even more perplexed. Ignoring his confusion, Mary's sister said, "So Ren was the same boy you met in the park, right, sweetheart?" Mary's sister asked, seeking confirmation. "Yes, Mom, he's the same guy," Mary affirmed, dropping yet another surprise bomb on Ren. "Mom, isn't she your elder sister?" Ren asked, stunned by this revelation. Silence again enveloped the room as everyone turned to look at Ren, but this time his parents burst into laughter. PFFF, laughter erupted from their parents as they found amusement in the situation. "Chris Rose, you've raised your son perfectly. He's such a gentleman," Mary's mom commented, covering her mouth with one hand to suppress her giggles. Her eyes sparkled with an unknown glint. "No, Ren isn't always like this. It's also your fault for looking so young at this age," Ren's mom replied, smiling. "I think she's happy because Mary's mom praised me," Ren thought to himself, trying to decipher his mother's expression. "Hi Ren, my name is Marilyn Clane, and I am a former colleague of your parents." Mrs. Marilyn introduced herself, explaining her relationship with Ren's parents and their shared adventures over the past 2 decades. From their teenage years to when Ren's father, Chris, and his mother, Rose, decided to marry and open an antique shop in the city of Sephra. After the party disbanded, Mrs. Marilyn returned to her hometown, got married, and gave birth to Mary there. However, tragedy struck when Mary's father, also a swordsman, went to subjugate a monster in the backwaters and never returned, presumed dead. Now, Mrs. Marilyn had returned to Sephra to open a flower shop and become a florist. "But I didn't expect Mary to meet Ren even before me," Marilyn expressed her surprise, realizing her daughter had encountered Ren before their official meeting. "Mom, that's not important. Hey Ren, why did you leave without telling me?" Mary interrupted the small talk, getting straight to the point. She was genuinely upset with Ren's behavior earlier in the park. Silence fell once again, with all eyes in the room fixated on Ren, awaiting his response. Mary pushed him, demanding an answer. "I was embarrassed to talk to you," Ren finally confessed after a long pause. Ren's answer sparked curiosity in everyone's eyes as they continued to observe him. "And why is that?" Mary's question seemed unending. Ren fell silent, unwilling to answer that question. "Hey, don't just stand there and answer me." Mary's persistence grew, her impatience palpable. "Mary, please stop now, you're scaring him." Marilyn attempted to intervene, trying to put an end to her daughter's relentless questioning. "I'm not scaring him, I'm just asking a question," Mary persisted, her tone demanding while her mother attempted to restrain her. "Because you're too cute," Ren exclaimed, summoning all his courage before hastily retreating to his room on the second floor. Mary and the others were left dumbfounded. Ren's response had caught them off guard, and both he and Mary blushed with embarrassment. "Aw, he's so cute, your son Ren," Marilyn exclaimed, charmed by Ren's adorable words despite his young age. "Haha. Now I understand why he locked himself in his room after coming back from the park," Rose remarked, finally comprehending the reason behind her son's peculiar behavior earlier that afternoon. While the two mothers engaged in conversation, Ren sat listlessly, feeling the weight of embarrassment on his beet-red face. Mary, in her own world, touched her beet-red face as if confirming her cuteness. After Mrs. Marilyn and Mary returned to their new house in the same neighborhood, Ren found himself back in his room, curled up in a blanket, lost in his thoughts. Suddenly, the door to his room creaked open. Tip-tap. An attractive woman with long dark hair, fair skin, and dark eyes entered the room. It was Rose Hilton, Ren's mother, who noticed her son's restlessness. "Can't sleep, sweetheart." Rose approached Ren, who remained hidden beneath the blanket. Nod, nod. Ren nodded but didn't emerge from his cozy hiding place. Sigh. Rose let out a sigh, understanding the reason behind Ren's behavior. "Is it because of Mary?" Rose asked, though she already knew the answer deep down. Nod. This time Ren hesitated before nodding his head slowly from beneath the blanket. Hee. Rose couldn't help but giggle, finding her son's timidness towards a girl his age endearing. "Do you know the reason?" Rose inquired, delving into her son's affairs. Shake. This time Ren shook his head, denying any knowledge of the reason. "Maybe I can help you understand, but first you have to show me your face," Rose proposed, ready to unravel the mystery. Rustle. Ren poked his head out of the blanket, resembling a curious hamster peering out of its hole. "So cute," Rose thought, marveling at her adorable son. "Really?" Ren eagerly asked. "Yes, but you have to tell me how you feel when you see her," Rose encouraged, enjoying the embarrassment-inducing questions. Silence. Ren remained silent for a moment before finally answering. "No, I won't, because you will laugh at me." He immediately retreated back into the safety of his blanket. "I won't laugh. How could I laugh at my Rue?" Rose reassured him, promising not to tease. "Pinky promise," Ren requested, considering the pinky promise the most sacred contract. "Yep, pinky promise," Rose agreed, extending her pinky finger, which Ren reciprocated while still concealed within the blanket. Grip. And so the promise was made. "Now show me your face and tell me honestly," Rose instructed. Ren uncovered himself completely, sitting up and hugging his pillow tightly. "Whenever I see her, my heart races so fast and my face feels hot," Ren confessed. "Why is that?" Rose playfully probed, thoroughly enjoying the intimate conversation. "I don't know. I just can't look directly into her eyes, and whenever I talk to her, my mind goes blank," Ren explained, clutching his head to emphasize his point. "Oh, that happens." Rose continued to have fun listening to her son's heartfelt descriptions. "Mom, please tell me why this is happening to me. Am I ill? Is this some kind of disease?" Ren's worried tone, even in the dimly lit room, brought tears to Rose's eyes. "Aw, he's so smit, should I tell him?" Rose pondered but decided to hold back. She lifted Ren into her arms, hugging him close to her chest. "Rue, what you're experiencing is perfectly normal. It's not a disease or an illness. It's something everyone goes through at least once in their life. You're just fine," Rose reassured him, enveloping him in her warmth. "Really, Mom, am I fine?" Ren sought confirmation. "Yes, you're more than fine," Rose affirmed, patting his back gently. Silence. Once again, Ren fell silent, lost in his thoughts. It was his habit to become quiet when contemplating something. "If you say so, I'll believe you," Ren surrendered to his mother's words. "Now I think it's time for you to sleep." Rose indicated that it was time to rest. "Sorry again, since I can't tell you that you're in love, you have to realize it yourself," Rose thought to herself. She got up from the bed, ready to leave, but as she was about to depart, Ren grabbed the hem of her dress, halting her movement. "What is it, dear?" Rose asked, amused by her son's behavior. She playfully teased, expecting something unexpected. "I love you, Mom." "Good night," Ren expressed his love for his mother before diving back into his blanket, shutting his eyes tightly. "I love you too, dear," Rose responded with delight. She left Ren's room, heading downstairs to share what happened with her husband. "Honey, our son is in love," she informed her husband, relaying the events that transpired in the room. Meanwhile, inside Ren's room, he made a determined expression, bringing his small fists to his chest. "I am going to find the reason behind this illness. I still can't believe I'm not sick for sure." And so, the night continued with Ren's curiosity driving him to seek answers, while his parents reveled in the sweet innocence of their son's first love. It has been 4 years since the Klein family moved to Sephra. Their new house is in the nearby neighborhood, not too far away from the place where Ren lives. Marilyn and Ren's parents were quite good friends and former colleagues, so they frequently visited each other. Because of this, Mary and Ren also became good friends. Ding dong, a dark-haired boy stood outside the house, pressing the doorbell. He looked no more than 10 years old, with his facial features not visible due to his long bangs covering his eyes down to the tip of his nose. He stood there, holding a bouquet of roses in his hand. The house was no different from other houses in the neighborhood, but it had a dojo attached to it and a big backyard. However, this dojo was not for training martial arts or spiritual arts to students, but only for personal use by one person. The nameplate of the house read, Marilyn Klein. Mary Klein. Yes, this was Mary's new house that she and her mother shifted to, and the dojo was also for her personal use. Since a very young age, Mary idolized her father as her role model. Her father was a swordsman and martial artist. She always dreamt of becoming like her father one day, but her father died. From then on, this wasn't just a dream, but an important goal of her life. It was her father's wish to become the strongest swordsman in the whole kingdom of Grav. When he died, Mary decided to fulfill his last wish and trained hard to achieve her goal. In front of the house, coming, Mrs. Marilyn's voice could be heard from the other side of the door, followed by the footsteps. Step, step. "Oh, Rue, thank God you came. Mary isn't eating anything, please help me." The moment Marilyn saw Ren standing in front of her, she immediately asked him for a favor. In these couple of years, the relationship between Marilyn and Ren has also improved drastically. Sigh. "Good morning, Mrs. Marilyn. I think she is training again." Ren sighed as he greeted Marilyn and assumed that Mary was practicing in the dojo, and he was spot on. "Yes, Mr. Ren Hilton, I'd like to request you to ask my daughter to come out of that Den dojo. Please, it's a request." Marilyn, for some reason, started talking politely, as if she was talking to some government official, and her tone was a little grumpy as well. "I'll do that, but why are you using honorifics?" Ren agreed to her request, tilting his head in confusion, and his long hair changed its position, revealing his unusual golden eyes. Gulp, I can't get used to his eyes even after all these years. Marilyn thought to herself. It's true that Ren's eyes are a little otherworldly, and they captivate anyone who stares into them. It's not a hypnosis magic, his eyes are just that beautiful. "It's because of you," Marilyn said in a slightly sullen mood. "Huh, because of me." Ren was perplexed by the situation. He didn't remember doing anything. "Yes, because you still call me Mrs. Marilyn even after I told you to call me just Marilyn or Mom." Marilyn was pouting like a 5-year-old. "I can't do that since you are an elder, so I must use honorifics while talking to you. And Mary told me not to call her Mom." Ren was baffled by that kind of expression and tried to explain himself. "You only listened to her, HMPH. Marilyn huffed a little. By her, she meant Mary. Ren was lost in his thoughts as he tried to come up with any ideas to please Marilyn. "Step, hey Rue, why don't we do this?" Marilyn's whole persona changed. She smiled seductively as she gazed into Ren with her toothy smile. Slowly, she took a step forward, and Ren was pushed back a little. "Gulp, do what, Mrs. Marilyn?" Ren asked as he gulped, and saliva went down his throat. This seductive appearance of Marilyn was too much for his little heart to handle. Touch. Marilyn placed her slender fingers on Ren's chin and made him look at her. Ren was one head smaller than her, so he had to look at her with his face upward. "Why don't you call me mother-in-law?" Marilyn brought her lip near Ren's ears and whispered these words to him. What? I can't do that." Ren was flustered to the point that his whole body was on fire, as if someone turned up the temperature. Ren heard Marilyn's suggestion, and his face flushed to his ears. He got flustered by her idea. "Pat, Pat, ha ha ha, I was just kidding. Come inside." Seeing his meek behavior was a good dose of sugar for Marilyn. She patted him on his head and invited the flustered boy inside the house. Ren immediately got inside the house and walked into the dojo, as he didn't want to handle Marilyn's mischief. Inside the dojo, there stood an extremely beautiful girl. She was practicing swordsmanship techniques by herself. Ren watched the girl from the dojo's entrance. Strike, strike! Every time she moved, Mary's silver thread-like hair fluttered in the air, and whenever she made a strike, she wore a determined expression. Silence. She stopped for a second. The girl spotted Ren watching her from the corner of the room. She only looked at him for a second and then turned in the opposite direction and strode toward the middle-aged man in the middle of the room who was observing her carefully. "Sir Antonio, how was it?" Mary asked. This red-headed old man was Mary's sword instructor, and he had been teaching her the art of swords for almost 2.5 years. "That was damn great. Your progress is tremendous in these last 2 years. It has been unbelievable. You'll leave me behind in some years," Sir Antonio said. "Sigh. That's not true, dear. It's because you worked hard to improve your sword arts." Sir Antonio patted her on the head, and Mary was delighted to be praised. "Bye." Then Sir Antonio left the dojo, while he smiled subtly at little Ren and passed by him. Why is she so happy when Sir Antonio pats her? Ren thought. He felt his heart ache whenever Mary smiled for someone who was not him. Crumble. SHT. Due to excessive force applied to his hands, the flower bouquet crumbled. Ren swiftly threw them out the window, but it didn't go unnoticed by Mary. "What did you throw out of the window?" Mary asked as she walked toward Ren. "Nothing, just some garbage." Ren tried to cover it up by saying this with an emotionless tone while looking toward his own feet. "Why are you grumpy now? Did something happen?" Mary asked. It's not very often that Ren talks like this to her. "Nothing, I just came to tell you that your mom is worried since you didn't come to eat," Ren responded to Mary, still trying hard not to make eye contact with her. "Fine, I am coming there so you can wait for me in the living room. First, let me take a bath since I am all sweaty from all that training." Mary also didn't pry deeper into it and told him to wait in the living room. Nod. "Fine." Ren just nodded while turning to leave when suddenly someone grabbed the hem of his shirt. "Huh." Then Ren turned his face towards Mary, waiting for her to say something. She had a little blush on her face as she said, "You don't have to be so jealous of Sir Antonio. You know that you will always remain my most important friend." Mary then showed a toothy smile and expected some kind of response from Ren. "That's good." Saying this, Ren left towards the hall, thinking something like, "I don't want to be just a friend, but something more than a friend because I love you." In these 4 years, Ren has found out the root of his disease, and that's love. He knows that his feelings towards Mary are love. When Ren left the dojo, Mary slumped down on her spot like she lost all of her energy. Even if it looked fine on the outside, from the inside she was a mess. Rue is so cute when he is jealous. It's not like Mary isn't aware of how Ren feels about her, but what she isn't sure about are her own feelings. Ah yes, that thing he threw out of the window. Suddenly, she got up from her spot and jumped out of the window, looking for the thing that Ren threw when he was all pouty like that. HMPH, you should at least give it to me since you brought it for me. Mary pouted as she looked around and saw a crumbled bouquet of flowers on the ground. Sigh. Mary sighed after seeing the sorry state of the bouquet and picked it up. She then re-entered the dojo from the same window she came from and placed the crumbled bouquet on the nearby table. I'll keep it in the vase since some flowers remain intact. For her, these ruined flowers were something she wants to treasure. Thinking that, she entered the bath, and after washing herself, she dipped inside the bathtub and let the fatigue wash away. I know that Ren likes me. No, I don't think he likes me, but he loves me. Mary spoke as she let herself merge under the water in the bathtub. Yes, he is madly in love with me. She knows that Ren is in love with her, and for some reason she doesn't hate it at all. If anything, she likes it when Ren is fawning over her, and she also doesn't hate the idea of being Ren's girlfriend or marrying him. If he confessed to me, should I accept it or not? But this was the biggest question that she could easily solve, but a single person is in the way. If he was not there, she would have accepted Ren a long time ago. But from the moment she met this boy, she's been thinking about him endlessly. What is he doing right now? I want to know. Mary always seeks answers to questions like these. Adam Stales, where are you? Yes, this boy is the reason for her confusion. At Mary's house, Clink, while Ren and Mary were engaged in some kind of conversation, Mrs. Marilyn brought snacks for both of them and placed them on top of the table. Rue made these cookies especially for you. Marilyn said she made some heart-shaped cookies for Ren to enjoy, have fun. Mrs. Marilyn left the room, leaving Mary and Ren alone. How is your training going? But since Ren was used to being with Mary all the time, he didn't mind it at all, so we started the conversation first. It's great, what about you? Did your element manifest? Mary asked, like she said Ren's element isn't awakened till now. His father says that he is a late bloomer, no, but I think it will manifest soon. Ren said he tried to show away this topic since he doesn't like talking about it. I wonder what Ren's element will be. I hope it will be the same as mine. Mary said as she imagined something up her head. Mary, you have the aqua element, right? Ren asked. Mary can control the aquatic element. Yep, same as my father and that guy. Mary responded. When Mary mentioned the person called that guy, she meant about the boy she met in last year's elementary-level swordsmanship competition, which was organized in Sephra. The name of the boy was Adam Stales, and he was a commoner just like Mary and Ren. Adam came from a rural place and is from a humble background. This blonde kid was the one who defeated Mary in the final round of the competition and became her rival from that day. Adam left a large impact on Mary's life, who is considered a genius for her age. From then on, Mary sees Adam Stales as her rival and strongly believes that she must defeat him to be able to become the strongest swordsman in the kingdom. Mary is working hard to catch up to him, but whenever Mary talks about Adam, Ren's heart aches so much that today he thought about ending this altogether. Hey Mary, let's go to the park, Ren said as he stood up. He looked like he was fed up with something. Why? Mary tilted her head in confusion and asked for the reason. Please, I want to tell you something. Ren didn't answer her but kept urging. Sigh. Fine, Mary sighed but agreed. Thump, seeing Ren get happy just because she accepted his request made Mary feel some different kind of emotion, and this is not the first time this has happened. Whenever she sees Ren happy about something, Mary feels this hazy feeling inside her heart grow, but she doesn't know what to call it. After finishing snacks, they walked towards the park and entered it. Hey, why don't you sit on that swing there? Ren suggests. I'm not a kid anymore, so just tell me what you have to say. Mary directly gets straight to the point. Ren urges Mary to sit on the swing. She rejects the proposal, and Ren makes an extremely hurt expression. Ha, can't be helped. Saying this, Mary then walked past Ren, sat on the swing, and started swinging back and forth slowly. Now tell me what this is all about. Getting impatient, Mary asked the reason behind coming to this park where they used to play when they were kids. Foo. Mary Clane, I love you. Ren shouted these words. This has his reason to come to the park all along. He just can't sit like this when Mary talks about other guys in front of him. Thud. Mary fell backward from the swing because she was too shocked by Ren's sudden confession. What do you mean? Mary was having problems with getting words out of her lips. I mean, from the first time we met in this park till today, I have always loved you, not as a friend but as a girl. So Ren started explaining to her what he meant. Stop, just give me some time. Mary brought her palm on Ren's mouth and covered it so he no longer can speak. Ren was baffled by her course of action. So you're telling me that you love me and you want to marry me? Mary asked as she slowly removed her hands. Yes. Ren's immediate response startled Mary, but soon she regained her composure. Ren, I am so sorry, but I can't accept this confession. Mary whirled, dropped like a bomb. And why do you not like me? Ren was visibly panicking as sweat beads streamed down his forehead. It's not that I see you as a good friend and think you are cute when you get jealous of me, but I don't think I like you in that way, so I am sorry. Mary explained. She said that she doesn't hate Ren but cannot see him in a different light than a mere childhood friend. Soon silence befell them, making this situation more awkward for both of them. Fine. Ren then curled his fist, breathed deeply, and spoke to break the silence. Shock. You are fine with it. Mary was shocked when she thought that Ren had accepted her decision. Of course not, but now you know my feelings for you, so I can do something about it. Ren said, what does he mean by doing something? What do you mean by that? Mary is not getting the point, which is why she asked in a confused manner. Mary Clain, I, Ren Hilton, will make you fall in love with me. Ren declared these words. He sounded so confident that it even embarrassed him that he said those words so openly. Soon his face picked up a crimson shade. Ren ran out of the park without looking back at Mary at full speed. Inside the park. Chuckle, seeing Ren say something like that, Mary thought. Ren is dumb, but he is also cute. Mary said she was not happy when Ren said that he is fine with her decision, like she was expecting him to retaliate. But Ren declared that he wouldn't stop here. Mary for some reason felt reassured in her heart. What would happen if I accept it? Mary felt empty from inside when she rejected Ren so blatantly. In Mary's house, Marilyn and her daughter were sitting at the table, and Mary told her mother about the event that happened in the park without leaving anything. When Marilyn heard about her daughter's rejection of Ren, she was utterly disappointed in her, but when she heard about Ren's declaration to make her daughter fall in love with him, she felt proud of Ren. Now Mary, look at me, and tell me why you rejected Rue. Marilyn asked. I told you because Mary tried to reason with her mother, but not that bullshit, tell me the truth. This time Marilyn cut her in mid-sentence and spoke in a rather harsh tone since she didn't like the fact that Mary rejected Ren with a fake reason like, I can't see you as anything other than a friend. So Marilyn wanted to know why her little Ren was rejected by Mary. No, that's the reason. Mary was still stuck on it. Is it because of that blonde kid you met last year in the competition? Marilyn asked, and she was correct. Nod. This time Mary didn't answer, she just nodded her head in acceptance and kept her head down. Is he more important than Ren? Marilyn asked with visible sadness in her eyes. Mom, Ren is a good guy, and I know that, but I must defeat Adam and become a great swordsman, so then I can achieve my father's dream. When Mary said this, she looked up and stared into her mother's eyes, not breaking the eye contact this time. Sigh. Marilyn sighed inwardly after seeing her daughter and asked, Mary, dear, if the time comes when you have to choose between that blonde kid and Ren, whom would you choose? Marilyn's question was right. Mary didn't answer and just went silent like this. You don't even know your own feelings. What will happen if Ren leaves you for someone else? Marilyn was worried that her daughter might lose the only friend she has. That won't happen. Mary answered with confidence and showed a toothy smile. Why do you say that? Marilyn asked her daughter. She wants to know the reason why her daughter is so confident about this. Because Ren loves me so much that he can't live without me. Mary said in a very leisurely manner, quite cheekily. When Marilyn heard her daughter, a vein popped on her head, which she then warned her daughter about. Mary, let me warn you not to hurt Rue's emotions. Suddenly the room temperature dropped a few degrees. You don't have to worry about that because, even if I did, I know he will come back to me. Mary said, for her Ren was someone who would never leave her even if made a mistake. Just remember, don't hurt Rue's emotions. Marilyn didn't agree with her and repeated her warning. She doesn't want her Rue to be hurt. I'll keep that in mind. Mary said. Then Marilyn looked at Mary for a second and left the room. In a dark room, a dark-haired boy was laying on his bed like there was no soul left in him. She really rejected me. Ren said. Rejection was never a possibility in his mind. He never considered that she would reject him. I think I was the only one who thought I was special to her. Ren thought that he was delusional. The feelings were never mutual. He was shaken to the core by Mary's rejection. When he got home, he just ran upstairs to his room. His face was a whole mess with dried tear marks. He cried for like hours. Even if Ren successfully held it in front of Mary and made that last bold statement. But I will definitely make her fall for me. Thinking so, Ren fell asleep. Mary Klein's POV. Let's go. Mom held my hand, and we then walked into the room, where everyone in the room was wearing black-colored clothes. The moment we entered, everyone's eyes turned towards my mother, and then they looked at me with pitiful eyes. An older lady in her late 30s came forward and walked up to us and hugged my mom tightly, and suddenly my mom started sobbing while that lady rubbed my mother's back, saying something like, everything's going to be all right. And then this lady looked at me and said, dear, please take care of your mother. Nod. I nodded my head, then my mom left the lady's embrace and held my hand again, and we walked towards the center of the room, where a black wooden box was placed covered by all types of beautiful flowers, and in that box there was a man sleeping peacefully, like he was resting after a long time, but the only thing that pained my heart was that he wasn't breathing anymore. When I saw him in his face, my vision blurred, and tears started to run down my cheeks. I remembered the last thing he said to me when he left the house. Don't worry, Mary, Dad will be back in a few days. He left me and Mom at home and went to kill a monster, and guess what? He never came back, but what came was his body with no soul left in it. I wiped my tears off my face and looked at the box, and some letters were carved on the coffin. Robert. It was the name of this man, the man who was my hero, the man whom I admired so much. F. Father Awahu. When I read that name, I just couldn't control myself anymore and started crying. My mother, who was also crying, then hugged me, and we cried like that for hours. After the funeral, we came home, and I ran towards my father's study, leaving my mother behind in the corridor. I entered my father's study and looked around. The room was filled with different kinds of things that he had gathered through all his life and the adventures he had, but what I was looking for were not these things, but something that my father loved the most. Where is it? Then I walked towards the end of the room and saw a large metal locker with a password on it. What's the password? Since I never asked, my father never told me about the password, but the only thing I know is about the thing that is inside that locker. So as a password, I tried his name, birthday date, and all the other stuff, but the locker was still locked. Step, step. I heard some faint footsteps entering the room. Then I saw my mother passing by me and standing in front of the locker. She then placed her finger on the surface of the locker and drew something that can be spelled as Mary. Click, click. Then with a clicking sound, the door of the locker opened. Then Mom turned to me and said, even if this thing was special for Robert, his most treasured one will always be you. I know. I stuttered there because my tears just won't stop whenever I think about my father and remember the fact that he is no longer with us. I then took a step towards the locker and looked at the item that was inside. There was the item my father treasured for his whole life and gave up on because of his family. Inside the locker was a katana placed on it. It has a platinum blade about 25 inches long. The blade is so sharp that it looks like it can slice through anything. The katana has a gold pommel and guard, while it has a black wooden hilt. Besides the katana, there was a scabbard resting on another katnakake with an envelope placed beside it. This was the treasure of my father. This sword was given to him by an elf as a reward for saving his life from an horde of demons. While this sword was given to him by an elf, the one who forged it was a renowned dwarven blacksmith, and the blacksmith named this sword Tizona. My father was an 8-star swordsman, but it was hard even for him to pull out the full strength of this sword. Shut. The only thing I picked up from the whole locker was a letter, and then I closed the door of the locker. I sat on a chair in the corner of the study and carefully tore the seal on the envelope. Inside the envelope were some written notes. I placed the envelope on the table and started reading the notes. After a while, I finished reading those notes. So this was the reason my father gave up. These notes were mostly about his journey as an adventurer and his only dream of becoming the strongest swordsman in the whole Grav kingdom. Father always dreamed about becoming a better swordsman and worked hard to achieve this dream, but one day he met my mother, and he immediately fell in love with her, and the same can be said for my mom. Then they dated and eventually married each other, and after a year I was born. My father, who was still aiming to become a great swordsman with his sword Tizona, gave up on his dream the moment he looked at my face when I was born. He chose his family over his dream. Sometimes you have to choose what's more precious, and for me, it's my daughter, Mary. This was the last line of the note. After that, he remained an adventurer, but gave up on his dream of becoming a great swordsman and continued to work on small missions to make a living, like escorting jobs, killing goblins, and gathering herbs, until he died while fighting a behemoth and saving the villagers of the neighboring village. He was a great man till his end. I got up from my chair and went to my mother in the living room. When I entered the room, my mother was sitting on the sofa, looking dearly at a picture in her hand. When she noticed me, she slowly placed the picture back on the side table. It was a family picture of me, my mom, and my dad. My mom said nothing and looked at me with vacant eyes, like she was expecting something from me. She lost all her hope in this world. Phew, I took a deep breath and, Mom, I am going to become the greatest swordsman in the whole kingdom of Grav and accomplish my father's dream. When I said that, my mother's eyes shook. She got up and came to me, then just wrapped her arms around me. I can feel my vision blurring and my mother crying while holding me. This is the last time I am going to cry, Father. Mary Clane's POV. Mom, I am bored. If you're getting bored, why don't you go to the park that we saw on our way? My mom told me, and she kept unpacking the boxes and placing the furniture in its place with her magic. 6 months after my father's death and my declaration to complete his dream, we left our hometown. Since there was nothing left there for us, we shifted to the city of Sephra, where my mother used to live when she was young and work as an adventurer. Though she still looks young, Mom's going to open a flower shop here, and I am going to focus on my swordsmanship. Though I can't hold a sword until I turn 8 years old, then I am going to the park. Take care, sweetheart, and come back till dinner time. After getting out of the house, I immediately ran towards the park that I saw while coming here. Soon I arrived at the entrance of the park and looked around. The park was small, with a couple of slides and swings in it and a bench at the end of the park. So I looked around. Then I saw a boy sitting on the swing. He had been looking at me from the moment I entered the park. I walked towards the boy, and his face turned red as soon as I got close to him. I got near him, and the moment I looked him in the face, I felt my face grow hot because what I saw was a round face with pale white skin and dark hair. But the most striking feature of his face were the pair of his golden eyes, which were so beautiful and attractive, and with them he stared deeply at me. So pretty. Helmut. I involuntarily uttered these words and immediately regretted it. I can feel my face getting hot due to embarrassment, but he didn't hear what I said, so I tried to cover it up by saying he was hearing things. Then I took a breath and said, "Hey, can I play swing?" I asked in a slightly hesitating tone and waited for him to respond, but he didn't answer, so I asked again. No, still, he didn't answer, so I began to leave the place. "Hey, don't go, you can play here." But the boy stopped, and after saying this, he got off the swing and gave his spot to me. Oh no, that's fine. I thanked him, hopped onto the swing, and started swinging back and forth. After some time, I got off the swing and looked around. He left. I didn't know why I was so upset when the boy left. After that, I walked back home since it was time for dinner. When I entered the house and looked around, all the furniture and things were placed perfectly. Then Mom walked out of the room, saying, "Ah, Mary, did you have fun in the park?" "Yeah." "Why are you upset?" I told her about what happened in the park and how I met this pretty girl, to which she sighed and told me not to worry about it. "Why are you getting ready? Are you going somewhere?" "Ah, that's right, we're going out to meet some of my old friends and former colleagues." "Mary should also get ready." "Your colleagues? Are you talking about your former party members?" "Yes, sweetie, so get ready, we have to get there quickly." "Fine." Now we are standing in front of a two-story house, which seemed pretty normal to me. Mom walked to the door and pressed the doorbell. Creak. After a few seconds, a beautiful lady opened the front door. She was gorgeous, and she had long, dark, shiny hair that reached up to her waist and was tied in a braid. Her hair kind of reminds me of the boy I met today. Surprise. Whoa. Suddenly, my mom jumped onto the lady and hugged her tightly, totally surprising the latter one. "What's happening?" rose merrily. "Long time no see, Chris." After that, a red-haired man came to us and halted in the corridor when he saw Mom waving at him. After that, we came inside the house. The house was normal from the inside and had a calm atmosphere. My mom was chatting with her friends. They are my mother's only friends and certainly very sweet people. "Where is your son?" "Rue is upstairs in his room. Wait a minute, I'll call him." Then Mrs. Rose got up from her chair and, "Rue, sweetie, come downstairs. There are some guests here to meet you." So their son's name is Rue. Then, after a minute, something unexpected happened, because the one who entered the room was the same boy that I met at the park. When he entered, he also noticed me and, "You are the same girl from a while ago, right?" When I saw him again, I asked him the question that had been on my mind since this afternoon. "Yes, and my name is not the girl, it's Mary Clane. Also, why did you leave the park without telling me?" I said it grumpily because I was upset at him for leaving me alone in the park. "Mary, do you know Ren? Didn't I tell you how I met a pretty boy in the park? What about that? He is the one I met in the park." I answered Mom and turned towards the boy, whom my mother called Ren. "Pretty boy who?" When Ren asked this question, everyone in the room looked towards him and sighed in unison. He is not even aware that he is pretty. "So Ren was the same boy you met in the park, right, sweetie?" "Yes, Mom, he is the same guy." "Mom, isn't she your elder sister?" Again, everyone inside the room looked towards Ren, but this time his parents burst into laughter. "Chris Rose, you raised your son perfectly. He is a gentleman," Mom said while her eyes sparked from getting praised and being called young. "No, Ren isn't always like this, and it's also your fault for looking so young at this age." Mrs. Rose told me that her son's behavior is not always like this and also praised my mom, albeit teasingly. Then my mom introduced herself and explained her relationship with Ren's parents, but I didn't expect Mary to meet Ren even before me. "Mom, that's not important. Hey Ren, why did you leave without telling me?" I demanded an answer from him since I wanted to know the reason why he left me alone in the park. "I was embarrassed to talk to you." Now every single pair of eyes in the room turned towards Ren. "And why is that?" I asked again since I wanted a proper answer, but Ren went silent all of a sudden. "Hey, don't just stand there and answer me. Mary, please stop now, you're scaring him." "I am not scaring him, I am just asking a question." Mother didn't understand how frustrated I was because of Ren's silence. "Because you are too cute." Saying this, Ren ran back to his room on the second floor. After that, the room was full of chatter and gossip, but my world had now stopped. Am I cute? Some sort of odd feeling was growing inside my heart. 3 years later, the winner is Adam Stales. Applause. Everyone in the arena was clapping for the blonde-haired boy, who was holding the tip of his sword on my neck with water spears hovering over him. His name is Adam Stales, and he is a commoner just like me. Adam is an excellent swordsman since he defeated me without even sweating, and he also has the same elemental magic as me, water. Adam slowly lowered his sword and gave me a hand to stand up since I was sitting on my buttocks. "Next time, I'll defeat you. You'll have to join the Imperial Academy to fight me again." "So you're going to the academy?" Yes. Then wait for me, I'll get my revenge there. That's cool. After that, he walked towards the stage without even looking back at me. At least say goodbye, dummy. A year later, it's been a year since I was defeated by Adam. After that, I always practiced my techniques and tried to improve myself. Hey, stop practicing now and eat something. I think you are right. Rue called me for dinner. Yep, my swordsmanship isn't the only thing that improved my relationship with Rue, also changed drastically. Now Rue is my best friend and my only friend. Since I never engage with other kids around me, only Ren is my friend. And during this time, I've noticed some things about Rue. The first is that he gets jealous of me if I talk to any boy or talk about Adam in front of him. The second is that Rue is adorable when he gets jealous. The third and most important is that Rue is in love with me. Mary Clane, I love you. Thump, I fell backwards from the swing because I was too shocked by Rue's sudden confession. What do you mean? I asked. I mean, from the first time we met in this park till today, I always loved you, not as a friend but as a girl, so Ren kept fumbling. Since stop, just give me some time. I was overwhelmed by the sudden confession. Huh, Ren gasped. So you're telling me that you love me and you want to marry me? I confirmed. Yes, Ren agreed. Rue answered with a straight face, but suddenly, for a second, Adam's face flashed through my mind. Rue, I am so sorry, but I can't accept this confession. I rejected him, and I still don't know why those words stabbed my heart. Why do you not like me? Ren asked, and he looked like he was tearing up. It's not that I see you as a good friend and think you're cute when you get jealous about me, but I don't think I like you in that way. So I am sorry, I explained, but with every sentence it felt like I was lying to him. What am I even saying? I thought. I didn't know what I was saying. Fine. Ren gave me a defeated smile. You are fine with it. I was shocked and a little disappointed when Rue accepted my decision so easily. Of course not, but now you know my feelings for you, so I can do something about it, Ren said. What do you mean by that? I asked, but I was not getting the point, so I asked again. Then Rue took a deep breath and, Mary Clane, Ren Hilton will make you fall in love with me, said Rue, running out of the park at full speed without looking back at me, leaving me there in the park again like he did when we first met here and when he called me cute in front of his parents. Chuckle. When Rue declared that he wouldn't stop here, I for some reason felt reassured in her heart. Dummy, 5 years later. I am sitting in a tavern, and in front of me sits a boy with long, unkempt, dark hair that covers his face and eyes, so I wasn't able to see his expressions. So what is this about? I asked him while trying to keep my voice as cold as possible. Don't be like that. Mary, we know each other from our childhood, and you are my fiancé, so it's natural for me to bring you out on a date. Ren Hilton, I am not your fiancé, and we aren't engaged in the first place. That was just a verbal promise between our parents. The boy in front of me went silent and looked down at the table. Yes, he is my former childhood friend and my best friend, Ren Hilton. So many things have changed in the last 5 years, and one of them is my relationship with Ren. After the declaration that Ren made about 5 years ago. He tried every single way to woo me, but I rejected him in every way possible. The reason behind this was simple. I had to focus on my swordsmanship and my goal. So after these countless rejections, Ren began to change. He somehow became a stalker of me and annoyed me with his petty confessions every day. Then, to keep Ren in check, I tended to be harsh with my words and actions. So whenever Ren confessed to me, I compared him with Adam, who is my rival and the biggest source of jealousy for Ren. Unlike Adam, Ren is an average person with nothing special or worthy. Whenever Ren made an achievement in the back of my mind, I subconsciously compared it to Adam's. But it didn't work, it had the opposite effect, and Ren increased his efforts to pursue me, which made me hate him to the fullest. After a few seconds of silence, Ren opened his mouth. It's because of that blonde douchebag, right? He said. What? I don't know who he is talking about. Yeah, that's definitely it. You like him, right? That's why you always reject me. Why do you like that asshole so much? Just because he has the same elemental magic as you or because he is a little cooler than me? Ren kept going on with insults. After that, Ren just kept blabbering and insulting Adam, and I can't see him cursing at my rival. What qualifications do you have to talk like that about Adam? I was frustrated. Slap SHT, I slapped him. When Ren just kept blabbering on and on about Adam, I just couldn't let it slide, so I just slapped him right in the face. Now he is looking at me with a dumbfounded expression plastered all over his face. Ah, I regret it. Yes, I regretted slapping Ren, but when he demeaned my one and only rival, I just couldn't keep quiet about it. Why do you keep following me? I told you that I am not your fiancé. I put on a hateful expression, and I hate myself for doing this. But since I slapped him, I was too scared to apologize, so I changed the topic to our engagement. And our engagement is something our parents decided on their own. I took a breath and said, I refuse to accept their decision, and that. And then, shit fu ke ahararea. Then suddenly Ren grabbed his head and started screaming and rolling all over the floor. I didn't think he would react like this. Then, after a few minutes, Ren got up while holding the chair and looked at me like she was expecting something. I got up from my chair. Looks like you've finally gone crazy. Well, I don't care, but do you understand what I told you? I spat. Huh, he said, looking at me listlessly. Ha, I think he doesn't understand a thing. Ren was looking at me stupidly. So I made myself clear. I said that you should stop bothering me and don't ever show me your face again. Ren immediately opened his mouth and, fine, he said, I knew it you won't accept. Huh, what did you say? Since I couldn't believe what he said, I asked him to repeat it. Fine, he repeated himself. Are you kidding me? No is another immediate response. Yeah, Ren agreed. I don't know how to feel about that. You fine? Ren asked me since I went silent all of a sudden. Promise. What? Promise me that you won't trouble me anymore. I can't believe this guy, so I asked him for a promise. Oh, that's fine. I promise that I won't trouble you any more than this. Ren said it in a crystal clear voice. I don't believe you. I know you won't keep your word and behave like a disgusting creature again. Yep, I can't believe him because after a few days he'll be back to his old ways, so I left the tavern while cussing at him. At Mary's home, how was your date with Rue? As usual, and why do you keep calling him by his nickname? When Mom asked me about Ren, I told her that nothing happened different from usual but excluded the whole thing about slapping him in the face, because Mom would probably kill me if she knew that I harmed her, Rue. Then I went to my room and laid on my bed. I have this guilty feeling inside me whenever I say something bad to Ren, but it's also his fault for being so clingy and creepy. Then suddenly one thought popped into my mind, what I should do after defeating Adam. When I thought this, suddenly Ren's smiling face appeared in front of me. Thump. My heart thumps whenever I imagine Ren smiling at me. I have this dream that when I become the strongest swordsman in the Garv Kingdom, I will achieve my father's dream and defeat Adam Stales. I will accept Ren's proposal, maybe even marry him, but until then I have to keep rejecting him. I don't want any disturbance in my training, and I am damn sure that he is not going to leave me because of these petty fights. Because he loves me. I'm going to the Imperial Academy after a month, so I don't have to meet Ren for a year, and I can improve my skills there and defeat Adam. Ren is also going to apply there next year, but we would be in a different academic year since Ren is a year younger than me. Anyway, I have to think about how I'm going to avoid Ren in this last month. Ren's POV. So that's it. We are done. Yeah, that's all there is to know about the owner of this body from now on. You are Ren Hilton. Now the memory transfer is complete. This memory transfer revealed many shocking things that I didn't know until now. So when I was seeing all these memories flash through my mind, I was freaking surprised. Now back to present to our system or Mr. Fireball. Silence. What now? Nothing since this was the last step. Now you're free to go. Mr. Fireball said while hovering above my head. Huh, no mission or any tasks like saving the world, I asked. As far as I am concerned, there has to be something that these gods want me to do. That's why they brought me here, right? Now, don't you know who you are now? Mr. Fireball was specially pressed on the word now. It clicked for me. I am Ren Hilton, a third-rate villain in this world. So do you think you can do something that was supposed to be a deed only the protagonist of the story could do? Mr. Fireball asked. I am nobody in this world, so there is no burden on my shoulders. No, but there has to be something, right? I still can't believe that they don't want anything from me. Sue, annoying. Hey, what did you regret most in your last life? Mr. Fireball was a little aggressive. What did I regret in my past life? Only one thing came to mind, and that is, I regret that I didn't get to live my youth like everyone else. I said while looking at him for any kind of response. That's it. Since you have another chance in this life, why don't you live your youth then? Maybe he liked my answer and said this. Yeah, I can do that. When I think about it carefully, there is no need for me, the villain, to be important in this whole story. So I can live my life normally, and since I know what the future will be like, I can avoid dangers. It's fine, he said with a slight elevation in his voice. So I don't have to save this world, but at least I should get some kind of power or gift like other Ice Guy heroes, right? But I can't ask for more since I got another chance to live. Now I'll send you back, he said without wasting time. Huh, you ain't coming with me. I asked since it said it was a system, isn't it normal for it to be with me? Nah, how can you even think about that? This is the last time we meet, and if a situation arises, I will be the one to contact you. Mr. Fireball said. Then what about that whole system thingy, I asked. When I came here, he introduced himself as a system. Oh, do you remember that transparent blue slate from before? Yeah. I do remember that transparent slate that appeared a while ago. That's your system, so use it well. Then when I came here, you said you were the system. What about it? Ha, you have so many questions, kiddo. I am a system for the whole world, and now I am sending you back, you annoying child. But I have more. My consciousness faded before I could complete my question. Inside the dark room, the kid almost saw through my facade. Back in the dark room where Ren was just a minute ago, a neon fireball floated in the air. Zoop. The fireball transformed, and a humanoid figure covered in azure flames emerged from it, illuminating the entire room. The room revealed its true size, appearing humongous. Within the room, 8 thrones were arranged in an octagonal shape. The thrones were so large that it was hard to get a full view of each one. Seated upon these majestic thrones were inhuman entities. The entity that had previously taken the form of a small fireball walked towards an empty throne and sat down, resting his chin on his palm. Svarog, are you going to bestow your blessings upon this child? Not now, Elora. First, I'll wait and observe him for some time to see if he is worthy. The azure entity in the room was Svarog, the god of flames. Svarog possessed control over every kind of flame and was responsible for Inferno, the fire-type magic in this universe. The alluring beauty in white cloth who had been conversing with Svarog was Elora, the goddess of light. Elora had long blonde hair and pale, marble-like skin. Her half-opened eyes were fully white without pupils. Elora possessed a floating halo above her head and wings sprouting from her back, emanating a mythical aura. Others in the room included Jeb, the god of earth, and Neptune, the god of water. They both supported Jeb's statement about Svarog choosing a hero. Jeb had a pharaoh-like appearance, while Neptune had a long white beard and hair reaching his shoulders. Neptune's exposed torso revealed his bulky physique, and he held a trident in his right hand. The room was also occupied by Hera, the goddess of wind, Ain, the goddess of fairies, Erebus, the god of shadows, and Falker, the god of the dragon race. But Svarog, you are the only one who hasn't chosen anyone, so we think that you should hurry. Yes, I also think that, just like everyone else, you should choose a hero. Don't worry, Jeb and Neptune. I will choose when the time is right. Jeb and Neptune expressed their thoughts, and everyone in the room agreed. Falker, in his humanoid form, spoke up. Enough, since we know Svarog will choose someone when the time is appropriate. Svarog initiated the meeting. Then I'll go first. The one I've chosen is an elf child with a strong will named Amelia. She is an excellent archer, and with my powers I will bless her as the hero. Any objections? Silence. Since there are no objections, Ain can bless this child. Ain expressed her gratitude for everyone's acceptance. Now next is Neptune. The one I've chosen is the third princess of the mermaid race, Venda Vexor Aquarius. Venda has a strong affinity for water and ice. A mermaid, huh? Any objections? Svarog asked. Silence. Neptune, you can bless this child. I was going to do that even if all of you opposed it, Neptune remarked, showing his indifference towards others' opinions. You can't do that, and you know why, right, Neptune? Svarog's voice carried a stern tone. Neptune clicked his tongue but didn't argue further. He understood the importance of the meeting. I think I should go next. The one worthy of my blessing is an excellent warrior from the Beastmen tribe named Devon. He possesses the bloodline of an ancient warrior and exhibits exceptional potential. Jed declared his choice, and the room fell silent once again. You can bless this child, Svarog spoke on behalf of everyone. Now it was Falker's turn to announce his chosen hero. I choose my son Falco to inherit my legacy, Falker stated, keeping his words concise and direct. Hey, that nepotism. Jeb immediately voiced his disagreement, calling it nepotism. Shut up, Jeb. However, his objection was quickly silenced by the rest of the gods. Falker has the right to choose his own successor, Svarog asserted, putting an end to any further arguments. Hera took her turn to announce her chosen hero. I have selected Aaron Adil Velcro, the first prince of Heshta's empire, Hera declared, keeping her words to a minimum. Silence followed her announcement. You can bless him, Svarog declared. Only Elora and Erebus remained to announce their chosen heroes. I cannot reveal the identity of the one I've chosen, Erebus spoke with an eerie voice, causing his words to echo in everyone's ears. That's foolish, Jeb started to object, but he was swiftly silenced by the others. Shut up, Jeb, they exclaimed in unison, preventing any further arguments. Erebus decided to keep the identity of his chosen hero hidden for unknown reasons. Erebus, do you have a specific reason to keep it a secret even from us? Svarog inquired. Erebus paused, scanning the room before responding. Yes, I do. In that case, it is fine, Svarog acknowledged Erebus's decision. Now it was Elora's turn to announce her chosen hero. The one I've chosen is a human child. He possesses unwavering faith, strong determination, exceptional swordsmanship skills, and the ability to handle a significant amount of mana. His name is Adam Stales. Svarog wasted no time in declaring, Elora, you can bless this child. I slowly opened my eyes, taking in my surroundings. So I'm still here, huh? I muttered to myself, realizing I was lying on the ground in front of the tavern. Well, time to head home then. I got up, brushing off the dirt from my clothes, and began walking in a strangely familiar direction. It must be because of the memory transfer, I thought to myself. Despite retaining clear memories of my past life in the previous world, I didn't feel like a stranger in this new body and surroundings. It's an indescribable feeling, I mused. It felt as though I had been in this world for a long time, even though I knew I didn't belong here. The neighborhood was peacefully asleep in the midnight hour as I walked through it like a homeless wanderer. Let's go back home, I resolved, picking up the pace and sprinting towards my house. Reaching home took longer than expected, perhaps due to my jumbled memories. Maybe it's because of my cluttered memories, I pondered as my house finally came into view. It was an unremarkable two-story building, much like the other houses in the neighborhood. Yet this house held a peculiar sense of familiarity and comfort for me. I have to go inside, I muttered to myself, taking a step forward and knocking on the front door a few times. coming a sweet voice responded from inside. Is that you, Rue? The voice called out, a mix of concern and annoyance evident. Why, yeah, I stammered, aware of what was to come next. Do you know what time it is? We were getting worried about you. It was nighttime and you didn't return home. A beautiful lady scolded me as she opened the door. Despite her firm words, it was clear that she was worried. I stepped forward and embraced her tightly, hoping to ease her anxiety and the guilt weighing on my heart. I'm sorry, Mom. It won't happen again, I whispered, my voice filled with remorse. She looked surprised for a moment, but her expression softened. I love you too, sweetie. Now come inside, she said, and with that she entered the house, leaving me standing there. Yep, I nodded to myself and followed her inside. As I stepped into the hallway, I noticed a man with bright red hair sitting on the couch. He wore an aloof expression as he regarded me with contempt. So you finally found your way home, son, my father remarked, his tone laced with slight mockery. Dad, I'm sorry. This won't happen again, I apologized, feeling a pang of shock as I prepared to kneel before him. However, before I could do so, he firmly grasped my shoulder. What happened to you? Are you all right? He asked, his voice filled with concern. Why are you apologizing? It was my fault for being hard on you. I'm a disgrace as a father. His frightened expression and self-blame caught me off guard. It was as if he genuinely cared. With a mixture of relief and gratitude, I stood up and reassured him, no, Dad, it's not your fault. I fought with her. Again, well, as long as it's just that, he replied, seemingly accustomed to mine and Mary's disagreements. My mother observed the scene and interjected, Chris, I told you to be stricter with him. How can I be strict when he comes home looking like this, ready to apologize and kneel? My father retorted, defending his leniency. Don't worry, he fought with her again. Mom said, is that so? Then that's fine. Father laughed it off. They're too used to my and Mary's fights, I thought, a wry smile forming on my lips. My mother turned her attention back to me and asked, Rue, have you eaten anything? No, I replied honestly. Then go and take a shower. I'll heat up the food, she instructed, her voice filled with warmth and care. I made my way to the bathroom, removing my clothes and placing them in a basket. As I stood in front of the mirror, preparing to take a shower, I couldn't help but notice the considerable amount of dirt on my scalp. That's a lot of dirt, I murmured, reaching for a bottle of shampoo. Knowing it was my mother's favorite, I hesitated for a moment before deciding to use it anyway. After thoroughly washing myself and enjoying a brief soak in the bathtub, I felt refreshed and rejuvenated. Stepping out of the bathroom, I took a moment to admire my reflection in the mirror. In stark contrast to the creepy stalker character depicted in the game with long hair, the reflection in the mirror presented a completely different image. The young man before me had lustrous dark hair flowing down to his shoulders, complementing his fair complexion that radiated like jade. His face boasted a defined jawline, enhancing his overall attractiveness. But what captivated me the most were his striking golden eyes, shimmering with an otherworldly brilliance. They held a depth and intensity that seemed to pierce through my very soul, leaving me mesmerized by their beauty. The combination of his long dark hair, fair complexion, and those enchanting golden eyes made him truly extraordinary to behold. What am I going to do from here on? I pondered, gripping the hairdryer and drying my hair. I knew there were a few things I needed to address. The first one is to cut off all ties with Mary Clane, I resolved firmly, remembering the humiliation of her slap. Next time she humiliates me, I'll make her pay for it. Secondly, I have to become strong, I declared, recognizing the harsh reality that only the powerful thrive while the weak suffer. Weaklings can't survive. Drawing from my past life experiences, I knew there were ways to grow stronger, and I was determined to pursue them. After styling my hair into a bun, I left the bathroom, ready to face the next chapter of my life. As we sat around the dinner table, all three of us, my mother, father, and I, exchanged glances filled with curiosity and intrigue. Is there something on my face? I asked, breaking the silence and attempting to ease the tension. My father glanced at my mother before turning his gaze back to me. Nothing, that hairstyle suits you, Ren, he remarked, a hint of pride in his voice. I agree with your father, my mother chimed in, a gentle smile gracing her lips. After finishing our meal, I summoned both my parents to the living room. Sensing the seriousness in my tone, they obliged, sitting down with expectant expressions. Mom, Dad, I have something important to tell you, I began, taking a deep breath to steady my nerves. You ain't getting your pocket money in advance, my mother joked, attempting to lighten the mood. No, Mom, it's different, I replied, my voice earnest. What is it then? Curiosity etched on their faces, they urged me to continue. I want to end my engagement with Mary, I revealed, a mix of determination and relief coursing through me. Huh, they both exclaimed in surprise. It's going to be tough explaining them. I want to end my engagement with Mary. Oh. Soon silence followed. Both of my parents were looking at me with their jaws dropped and eyes at their widest. They looked too shocked, I thought. After a few minutes, Mom decided to break this awkward atmosphere by speaking. Did you have a fight with her? My mother asked. Yeah, but this is not because of a mere argument. I want to end this altogether. And what's the reason behind this? Is this another stunt to attract her attention? Father asked me, Foo, no, I am not doing this for her attention or anything. I talked to her about our engagement, and Mary made it clear that she doesn't want it to happen and I don't want to bother her. When I explained this, my father looked at his wife and they spoke in their minds. If they decline, I am leaving this house. I don't want to end up dying by the hands of the protagonist. After a few seconds, that's great, Mom said and also showed one of those rare smiles. What? That took me by surprise and I stared at her with a dumbfounded face. Ain't you surprised? I asked since I thought they would be the ones opposing my decision. Rue, your engagement is something we decided back in our days when we were adventurers, but you took it seriously and made a big issue out of it. And that girl Mary, the way she treated you for the last few years was too much, but we kept quiet for your happiness. Now you want to end this, so we are happy for you, my son, right, dear? Mom just nodded her head. Hoon. My mind was blown with shock. So this engagement was just like those movie scenes where parents of the hero and heroine promise each other to get their kids to marry each other. And the previous owner of this body was so stupid to make such a small thing into a bug issue that resulted him committing suicide in the end. How stupid. The next day, chirp chirp. Some sweet chirping reached my ears. I got up from my bed and looked around and found a small bird on the desk of my room. Yawn. How did it get inside? Maybe it got in here by the window. Turning my head, I saw that the window was open, but I remember that it was closed before. Rub rub. I rubbed my eyes and looked at the bird again. The bird is just as big as my palm. It had azure and sky blue colored feathers. The bird was staring at me with its unusually dark and void-like eyes. Step, flap, flap. I took a step forward to get a closer look at it, but it immediately detected my movements and flew away by flapping its wings. Sigh. Let's get going. I went inside the bathroom and took a shower. After getting out of the shower, I searched for clothes in my wardrobe and found a black shirt and black baggy pants. These are the only decent clothes in this whole wardrobe. I gotta buy some new ones. I think that guy wasn't interested in fashion. After changing into the picked clothes, I tied my hair in the bun again. Now I look like a decent guy. Then I left my room. After coming down, I found the breakfast lined up and my mom and dad were already eating. They sensed my arrival and turned their head in my direction. Slip. I saw bread falling from my father's mouth and my mom placed it back into his mouth again. That girl is gonna regret rejecting you. I know what my mother's trying to say, but I don't think that's going to happen because I know how much Mary hates Ren. Good morning, Mom and Dad. Good morning. Good morning, Rue. After greeting them, I also joined the table. Bite and the food was fabulous. It was so delicious that I took 5 servings in a row. Completing the meal, my father said, "Let's go." Yeah. Have a good day. Then I left the house with my father. My father is going to our shop and I am going to Mary's house. Both the places were in the same direction, so we were walking side by side. It was quiet until my father asked me, "Why did you change your mind about this whole engagement thing?" When he asked me, I thought for a while and I don't think I am worthy of her. When I said this, my father stopped in tracks and looked me dead in the eyes and then he spoke. "That's not true," Father said. I didn't say anything back, just waited for him to finish. "It's not your fault. You are worthy, but the person you love is not meant to be with you. Listen, sometimes you fall in love with the wrong person." My father looked at me and said these things. "So it's not my fault for loving her, right?" I asked while my voice kept breaking and I can feel my eyes getting wet. "Yeah, it's not your fault." When my father said this, I could feel tears streaming down my eyes, but I immediately wiped them and we kept walking. I know that feelings aren't mine but Ren's. From inside, Ren always blamed himself for loving Mary and thought that loving Mary was a bad thing. But when my father told me that this all wasn't my fault, I could feel these feelings at ease a little. After a while, we were in front of our antique shop. This shop is in the middle of the business district and is very famous for selling unique collectibles and adventure-related equipment. Bye. Best of luck. After dropping my father at the shop, I kept walking until I was in front of Mary's house. I got near the front door and pressed the doorbell. Coming. Step, step, then the door opened and a silver-haired mature beauty stood in front of me. Since she was shorter than me, she had to look upward to see my face. "Good morning, Mrs. Marilyn." "Mrs. Marilyn, Rue, yeah, it's me." This bloody handsome face. Why everyone's getting surprised because of a mere change in hairstyle. It's getting irritating now. "Foo, can I come in?" I asked, keeping my voice as heavy as I could since I am here to discuss something important. "Yes," she said, pffffffff, ha ha. I just bit my tongue. Please don't laugh. When Mrs. Marilyn said yes, it was damn hilarious because it was completely opposite of her cool and mature image. In short, it was adorable. "HMPH, come inside." Saying this, Mrs. Marilyn turned around and walked inside. Her ears are still red due to embarrassment. After calming my laughter, I followed Mrs. Marilyn and entered the house. "Sit in the living room, I'll get some tea for you." Saying this, she left for the kitchen. Oh, she's back to normal, huh? Okay. A few minutes later, Mrs. Marilyn brought some snacks and tea for me and placed them at the table and sat on the opposite chair in front of me. Where's Mary? I asked since I want her to be here. Oh, she is in the dojo, just wait a second, I'll go and call her. Mary's mom got up from her seat and left, only to return alone after a few minutes. She said she doesn't want to meet me, right? I guess since she's always like this. Mary's mom didn't respond but nodded her head. Maybe she's ashamed of her daughter's behavior. I thought, Mrs. Marilyn, I have something to say. I straightened my posture and spoke carefully. What is it? Perhaps sensing the change in my demeanor, she asked, albeit hesitatingly. I don't have a choice since Mary isn't here, so I hope you tell her what I am trying to say. I took a deep breath and chose my word carefully for the next sentence I am about to say. Mrs. Marilyn, I am breaking my engagement with your daughter. Yes, I didn't say that I want to, but instead I told her that I am breaking it off. Mrs. Marilyn, I am breaking my engagement with your daughter. I said since I wanted to keep short and clear of her to understand. What do you mean by breaking off the engagement? She asked, still in daze. Yeah, very well, she doesn't like me and it feels like I am some bad guy forcing her in this. So breaking this is the only way. I have already consulted with my parents and they are ready, so if you could also agree to it. I softened my voice and looked at her. Just say yes and I'll leave your daughter alone. I was praying inside for her to understand. At first she didn't reply and stared at my face looking for something, but I kept my face straight and devoid of any emotions. When she didn't find anything, she stopped staring and just opened her mouth. You know, I expected this to happen, but not now. Aunt Marilyn said, and now it's my turn to be shocked. Sorry, what? I blurted out. I knew that this would happen, but not this soon. She repeated herself. So is that a yes? I needed to clear this death flag and be on my way. I don't have any right to say no, since I know how that stupid girl treats you and that hurts me. What? Why does it hurt you? And why are you calling your daughter stupid? So you agree, right? I asked again to confirm. I do, but is there any way to reconcile? She asked, this time staring deep into my eyes. There is not, but why are you saying stuff like this? Mary would be much happier without me in her life, and she is one who wants it to happen. She nodded and replied, yes, she says that, but she is confused about her own feelings. She doesn't understand your importance in her life. Auntie said some stuff that I wasn't able to understand. Are you sure that there is no other way? She asked me again. No, I kept my answer short since I was getting annoyed at Mary's mother's persistence. Sigh, looks like you've made up your mind. Then fine, I'll consider this as the end of your engagement with my daughter. Marilyn sighed deeply and declared. I will take my leave then. I hope that you tell her this good news soon. I said there is nothing good in this news. Marilyn said while pressing her temples with fingers. She looks depressed because of this whole thing. I thought, then I got up from my chair and was about to leave. Hey, Rue. Marilyn stopped me. I waited for her to speak. Even your relationship with Mary has ended. You know that I always treated you as my own son, so can you keep coming to visit me here every now and then? Marilyn asked. Marilyn's words were true indeed. Whenever Mary spoke harshly to me, or when I was feeling down because of her rejection, Marilyn was there to comfort me, and she always treated me as her own. Mary is going to the Imperial Academy of Hestia Empire next month, so I think it's going to be lonely for her, so I reassured her saying, yes, I'll do that, I said, and soon Marilyn's expressions brightened. I should get going. Bye. I decided to leave, but hey, stop. Marilyn yelled and I stopped in my tracks. What happened, Mrs. Marilyn? I asked. She took a deep breath and said, whoa. I yelped since I didn't expect her to be this strong. I couldn't even resist her strength. She's strong. I think these are the pros of being an adventurer. I thought. Soon we were in a room full of weird, no unique things. In this room, I keep my and Robert's stuff that we collected during our prime. Saying this, she loosened her grip around my arm. My arm feels numb. I thought. I looked around the whole room. The room wasn't too big, but it was full of unique things. Why is there a locker that big in here? I thought, but kept my mouth shut. And why are we here? I asked. There's something in here and I think you should have it. At first I wanted to give it to your father, but he refused, so I am giving it to you. She said like it was obvious for her to give me a present. I can't accept it because... Marilyn cut me off before I could complete my sentence. This is a penalty for breaking up with my daughter. You can't refuse. If you do, then I can't accept your decision about annulling the engagement. She said this. Can't accept. That's a big no, I thought, and decided to accept the present. Fine, I said. Well, I am also interested to see what she has in her bag. Great. Marilyn exclaimed. She then turned and took a step near the wall and placed her fingers on the surface of the wall and drew some kind of symbol there. Click, clack, shift. Suddenly the wall started to shake while bricks began to shift their places. There was a black wooden trunk inside the wall. The trunk was sealed with multiple locks on it and had very strange engravings on it. Step. Marilyn stepped forward and pulled the trunk out of the wall and stepped back. Then she flicked her fingers and the whole wall returned to its previous form. That's amazing. These words slipped out of my mouth since I never expected this kind of development. To do this kind of magic, she is at least a 7-star mage or higher. Mages above 6-star are not common in the Grav Kingdom and are treated as an important existence. In the game, there was no detailed information about the person named Marilyn Clane. She was just known as the Mother of Mary, and there was no such thing like her being a mage above 6-star. Thud. Fufu, I'll take that as a compliment. Now Rue, the thing that I wanted to give to you is inside this trunk. Saying this, Marilyn placed the trunk in the nearby table. Marilyn slowly placed her index finger on the trunk's upper surface and pushed her mana through it. The mana flowed through the alien engravings, and one by one all locked were unlocked. Creak. Marilyn opened the trunk. Inside the trunk was a dark brown leather scabbard. It was as big as my forearm. Marilyn picked up the scabbard and threw the trunk inside her spatial ring. I need to get one of those. The special ring is a tool that can store a certain number of things in it. It costs around 1,000 gold coins to buy one. Marilyn was holding the scabbard in her hand. Maybe it's a short word or something. I thought, since there's no way a normal sword is about that size. Take this is a dagger. Marilyn said and held the scabbard towards me. If you want to know, then you have to marry my daughter and then I'll tell you. Marilyn said teasingly, but I can sense she was serious about this. No, I'll have to decline. I said this and took the dagger from her hands. It's heavy. I thought it was much heavier than expected. Well, that's a bummer. Marilyn said, sorry for letting you down. Saying this, I unsheathed the dagger, and to my surprise, it's super light. While the scabbard was heavy as FCK, but the actual blade was as light as a feather, the dagger had a slightly curved blade and handle shaped like a dragon head. The whole dagger was clean white and its blade was blunt. Maybe it's made from the bone or some type of stone. I thought, it's unusual to see a dagger made of bone or anything other than metal. It's light because of the material it's made from. Marilyn said, what kind of material? I asked and kept staring at the dagger. There is something different to it. It feels like it's attracting me towards itself. There's an unexplainable feeling growing inside me as I was holding this dagger. Do you want to know? Then say, please, Marilyn said mischievously. Sometimes she's like a little kid. I thought, Mrs. Marilyn, can you please tell me what kind of material this dagger is made from? I asked, but I could not believe the next words that came out of her mouth. It's made from a dragon bone. Huh. What did you just say? I asked. A dragon bone. She repeated herself and looked at me innocently. What the fuck? What did you just say? I asked. I think she's not in her right mind to say something so outrageous. A dragon bone. She repeated herself and looked at me innocently. She's crazy, right? Maybe not, I thought. How can she be so calm while saying that? So you're telling me that this dagger is made from a dragon's bone, and if that's true, then how did you even get this? I asked, since killing a dragon is not possible for even a 16-star mage or swordsman. We found it back in our days when your parents and I were adventurers. She said, still maintaining that nonchalant expression, you found it. I am confused because it can't be true that she found it just like that. Dragons are not some kind of street dog that you just stumble upon. We had so many encounters in our journey as an adventure party, this was just one of them. She said, just one of them. Then what kind of journey did they have? I am curious to know, but this is not the right moment for this. Sigh. If this is made from such a precious item, then I can't take it, so please take this back, I said. I knew that such a mythical object was precious and extremely difficult to obtain. There's no way I can take something that valuable. Silence. Marilyn took a pause and then marry my daughter. She dropped the bomb. I'll gladly take the gift. I said. Marilyn's eyes widened slightly, and she sighed like understanding that I am no longer interested in her daughter. I am not going to be your son-in-law. I thought I don't want to be around Mary anymore. This dagger is yours now, you know how to use it, right? She asked, and I held the dagger in my right palm tightly. Yeah, I do. I said that since I've always liked using knives and daggers in my previous life, they are useful to kill someone in a close-range fight. I thought and pushed the dagger back into the leather scabbard. It's a little blunt, but after sharpening it a little, I think it will be a great weapon. I said the blade of the dagger was quite blunt for being a tool meant to slash and stab the opponent. Ah, I forgot that this is your first time handling such a weapon. Why don't you pull the dagger out of the scabbard again? Marilyn asked, and I pulled the dagger out again. What now? I asked. I don't see any reason to have to pull this thing again out of its sheath. Just imbue some mana into it, she said. Well, if you say so. I then slowly pushed mana from my mana core into the dagger, but there wasn't any change in the dagger itself. It just felt like it was sucking on my mana. A little more, Marilyn said, and I kept pushing my mana into the dagger. Sheeing. Whoa, I exclaimed. The blunt edges of the dagger are now covered with my mana. This dagger requires mana to increase its power, so you have to imbue your mana into it to be able to use it. Marilyn explained it to me. That's great, I did. Thud. Before I could even finish my words, I fell on my knees. I couldn't even keep my balance and my mind felt kind of hazy. What? Marilyn showed a panicked expression, but then looked at me carefully. Then she bent forward and pulled the dagger out of my hands, and then she pressed the green amethyst gem on her spatial ring gently with her index finger. Then she pulled out a vial with transparent liquid in it, placed the mouth of the vial on my lip, and said, I drank the liquid in the vial as instructed. I could feel the cool sensation spreading from my throat toward my chest. It's a mana potion, I thought. My core was now full of mana. I forgot to tell you that this dagger keeps sucking a large amount of mana from your core continuously. That's why you went into the state of mana depletion. Marilyn kept explaining while she helped me get up. So you're telling me that this dagger depleted my core and sent me into a state of mana depletion, but I only held it for a second or two. How can it consume so much mana? I asked. Marilyn's expression hardened, and she said, listen, Ren, this weapon was not made for normal people. Even a 16-star warrior or mage can have difficulties while handling this dagger. Marilyn told me this and handed the dagger back to me. A 16-star warrior or mage is the highest tier of humans and dwarves, since elves and demons have different power levels than us. There are only 12 of these powerful individuals in the whole kingdom of Grav, and their identities are known only to the king of Grav and me. Thank God I know the future. I thought that because these individuals have a big role to play in this story, that is, they have to die. That was their fate. Now back to the topic. These powerhouses are extremely rare, which is why beings above the 16th star are not classified as humans. They are the demigods, and now I can connect the dots correctly. Have you ever used this dagger? I asked since I wanted to know how much Marilyn knows about this weapon. I am a mage, so I don't fancy these types of things. That's why I tried to give it to your father, since he has a knack for sharp weapons, but he refused, saying he wouldn't be able to handle this. Now it's been here for years, Marilyn said while sighing. I paused for a bit and oh, that's bad. Why don't you stay for lunch? She asked. I am so sorry, but I have to go right now. I said, I have a theory about the origin of this dagger, and if it's true then I am going for a dungeon dive. Don't forget your promise, you have to keep visiting me. Marilyn said, I won't forget about it, she said, leaving the Klein household. I have to go home to try it out. Then I began to run in the direction of my house. After Ren left, Marilyn came into the house and walked towards the sliding door at the end of the corridor. The design of the house is a bit unusual, but it is made this way to incorporate the dojo into the house. Slide. She opened the sliding door and peered into the dojo. Slash, slash, slash. Inside the dojo, Mary was practicing her sword techniques diligently. She was sweating buckets, which was expected since she's been practicing for like 6 hours now. Slash. Mary has been practicing like crazy to catch up to her only rival. After her father died, Mary's only goal was to become the greatest swordsman in the whole kingdom, and for that goal she can sacrifice anything. Mary, I think you should stop now. I have some news for you, Marilyn said, keeping her voice calm. What is it? Mary stopped swinging her sword and asked. Ren was here a moment ago, Marilyn said, but before she could finish her sentence, Mary cut her off. If it's about Ren, then there is no need to tell me, just tell him to go home and stop bothering me. Mary huffed at her mother for bringing up Ren. She got back to her practice after saying these words. Sigh. He broke off the engagement with you. Marilyn sighed and conveyed the message to her daughter. Silence. Is this some kind of trick that he's using to attract my attention to him? Mary frowned and asked if it was another gimmick of Ren's. No, Rue came here and declared that he was breaking this engagement. Marilyn answered serenely. She waited for her daughter to respond, but to her surprise, Mary didn't answer. She just stood there like a scarecrow with a sword in her hand. After a few seconds, step. That's good. Mary immediately walked out of the dojo and went to her room upstairs, leaving Marilyn behind. Creak. After closing the door of the room, Mary jumped onto her bed and buried herself in the soft embrace of her mattress. A few minutes later, she rolled to the left side of the bed, where she opened a drawer of a side table. Inside the drawer was a single piece of paper. She carefully picked up the paper and read it. The words on the paper say, sometimes you have to choose what's more precious, and for me, it's my daughter Mary. She placed the paper back in the drawer and closed it. I have to choose what's more precious, she thought in the letter that her father left for her. These 2 lines are important to her whenever she's stuck between 2 paths. She'll remember these 2 lines and choose one, Ren or swordsmanship. For Mary, the answer is clear. That is, my father's dream is more important than anything else. Mary said to nobody, and as for Ren, I am certain that after a few days he'll be back to normal again. Mary thought, since Ren has always been doing these types of things to get Mary's attention, but I never thought that he would pull a stunt like annulling the engagement. For Mary, everything Ren does is to gain her attention, but this is the first time he has said that he wants to end their engagement, and for some reason, it hurts her. Phew. Mary took a deep breath and closed her eyes. Inside her mind, an image of Ren smiling appeared, and soon her mind calmed up a little. He's always going to be around since he loves me, Mary said, but deep down in her heart she was feeling uncomfortable. It was some unexplainable feeling. He loves me, right? She questioned herself. Ding, the doorbell rang and soon the front door opened. How was it? I cut off my mom before she could ask me anything and said, sorry mom, but I am going to my room. I'll talk to you later. I passed mom and started to make my way upstairs to my room, but I stopped in my tracks and turned around. Mom, don't enter my room for a while. I said, I won't. I'm going shopping in the nearby market district. Do you want something from there? Mom asked me. I didn't think so. I don't want anything, and lock the door from outside when you go. I said this and then I ran upstairs. Step. Great. I closed the door behind me. Phew. I took a deep breath and looked around my room. My room is quite big for a single individual to live in. It's like a top-class hotel room with a large bedroom and attached bathroom. Slides, I immediately pulled the scabbard from my shirt. I don't want anyone to know that I have this thing. If Mom saw me with a weapon, she would ask me a whole lot of questions. That's why I kept it inside my shirt and returned to my room before she would notice anything suspicious. Fu, if I am correct, then I've hit the jackpot, I said while handling the heavy scabbard. Slide, then I pulled the dagger from the scabbard. The dagger is white in color, which is why I didn't notice it, but if it's the same weapon then, sigh. Well, there is no use in making assumptions, so let's test it out. I sighed, threw the scabbard on the desk, and held the dagger in my right hand. I sat on a chair and placed my hand on the desk. I have to be quick, I thought, since this ritual has to be done in a few seconds or my mana reserves can run out. I gripped the dagger and began to push my mana into it until my mana covered the tip of the blade. I began to carve my palm with the mana-imbued dagger. Tremble. I can feel my hand trembling. Indeed, I can feel that my mana is getting sucked out as I try to carve the symbol on my left palm. RSHT, damn that hurts. I thought the dagger was cutting my skin like a butter cube, but the pain because of it was unbearable. Ha ha. In a couple of seconds I was breathing heavily, my hand was trembling, and I could feel my eyes getting hazy. I can't stop just yet. I told myself that, and I lifted the dagger high and looked at my palm. I carved a mythical symbol on my left palm. The symbol consisted of a circular shape with a swath inside it. Now the last step, I held the dagger high above my head and stabbed. Fouquet, I cursed. I stabbed at my palm where the center of the symbol is, and the pain was extreme. Sigh. A few seconds have passed since I stabbed my palm, but nothing has happened. The dagger is still vertically stabbed in the center of my left hand. The dark red blood is oozing out of my palm, staining the whole desk red in color. It's a mess. I thought I feel my hand getting numb because of the large amount of blood loss. I can't move my body because of the extreme mana depletion caused by using the dagger for straight 10 seconds. I think I was wrong after all, I thought. Even after completing the ritual, there is no change in its form or appearance. I stared at the dagger with my hazy eyes. When Mrs. Marilyn told me that even a 16-star warrior cannot handle this dagger, I thought it must be what I was thinking. I followed every step, but it didn't work. Phoo. I took a deep breath to calm myself. Am I forgetting something? Was there something else that Adam did other than this? Think, Ren, think. Yes. And then it clicked. There was something that happened when Adam tried to activate the power inside the dagger, and that wasn't done by him, but by another person. It's just a word, so I don't know if that's the correct key to this, but let's try it. I thought, gulp, Falker. I said and stared at the dagger to see if there were any changes. Then the change occurs slowly. The dagger starts sucking the blood out of my palm, and I could also feel some changes in my mana core. Crack. I can see cracks forming on the surface of the dagger's slightly curved blade and the handle. Zing zing. Through these cracks, a gloating crimson light can be seen. Why is it glowing crimson red? Isn't it supposed to be like some type of golden glow? I thought that since it was totally different from what I knew, crunch, creak. Soon the whole dagger was full of cracks and ripples, and then, boom! The dagger shook while sending a powerful shockwave in all directions. Thud. Whoa, I was thrown back, and my back collapsed onto the wall of my room. Boom. This time the dagger exploded while sending another shockwave, but this time it was more intense and powerful. I was once again thrown backward, with my back collapsing on the wall. That hurts, I thought. The pain was more intense compared to the first shockwave. I plopped down on the spot with the back of my head resting on the wall. Silence. Right now in my room there was pin-drop silence, and the dagger was nowhere to be seen since it exploded as I expected. The scabbard was still on the desk. It didn't budge even after being so close to the dagger when the shockwave occurred. I was amazed by the fact that I was thrown off balance by the shockwave, but the leather scabbard was still there, resting on my desk like nothing happened. The chair next to the desk was also flipped upside down, and my desk is also covered in blood. Other than that, there was no change in my room. Let's see what I got. I looked at the palm of my left hand. The symbol that I had carved with the dagger was still there. Sigh, I know you're there, come out. I said this while keeping my eyes on the symbol. Silence. Clashier, I know you are there, so come out. I repeated myself again. Zoop. Suddenly a silhouette jumped out of my palm and hovered in front of me. A black will-o'-the-wisp the size of a tennis ball came into my sight. It had a set of sharp fangs and a pair of pure white monolid eyes. I can see a wide smirk adoring its face while it kept staring at me with its eyes. You know my brother's name, haha. What an interesting kid. It said it has a heavy, manly voice. You are not the one I wanted. I may have sounded dumb, but I was really dumbfounded. Hoon, then why did you summon me, you dimwit? The will-o'-the-wisp growled at me, and it set itself ablaze in crimson fire, showing its anger. It looks like I messed up big this time, I said to myself. You know my brother's name, haha, what an interesting kid. It said it has a heavy, manly voice. You are not the one I wanted. I may have sounded dumb, but I was really dumbfounded. Hoon, then why did you summon me, you dimwit? The will-o'-the-wisp growled at me and it set itself ablaze in crimson fire like showing its anger. It looks like I messed up big this time, I said to myself. The will-o'-the-wisp looked at me. Is your name Clashier? I asked to confirm my doubts. No, kiddo, my name is Blaze, and Clashier is my twin, the will-o'-the-wisp answered, and I was, well, it's different from the storyline of the game, I know, I thought. So let's make some things clear. In the game, the story goes like this. Adam Stales graduates from the Imperial Academy, and he sets off on a journey with his party members, which were Mary, Elsa, an elven princess and a great mage, and Raven, a beastwoman. On this journey, they fight off the evil to bring justice to the world, just like any other cliché fantasy novel. In the story, there is an arc called Heroes Fall. In this arc, Adam travels to the kingdom of Reva to fight the Demon King's first general, Krynos. Krynos is one of the 4 pillars of the Demon King. He was sent to the kingdom of Reva with his 200,000-strong demon army to attack the capital and capture the kingdom while taking the royal family as hostages. By the way, Krynos is a Minotauros. Krynos is an old monster that believes in physical power and is a proud warrior. So at the end of the arc, there are 2 fights between Adam and Krynos, the human boy who believes in the power of love versus a brutal monster. In the first face-off between these two, Adam gets his ass beaten and was on the verge of death, but by the grace of the plot armor, he is saved by the sacrifices of some mere side characters, which helps him to land a powerful blow on his opponent. When both of them were equally injured, Krynos decided to fall back and continue the fight after both of them were in their best shape, and for that, he gave Adam a time period of 3 days. In the words of Krynos, it is shameful for the warriors to not be able to fight until their hearts are content. Krynos demands that the next time they fight, he wants Adam to come alone and fight him like a true warrior and not like a coward who uses his companions as some sort of meat shield. Adam and his party leave the battlefield, and they gather together in a tent to discuss their next course of action. Silence. Inside the tent, there were 4 individuals sitting next to each other, and an eerie silence flowed between them. They were devastated by the chain of events that happened on the battlefield, and none of them looked at the faces of each other because of the shame with which they had fled the battlefield. Sigh. I think there is no need to be this sulking this much. We did our best out there, and it's not our fault that we weren't able to defeat that demon. Adam said he tried to encourage them by saying all of this, but there was no light in his voice because deep down he was also shaken by their utter defeat. Adam, are you going to fight that guy alone? Raven inquired a little warily in her mind. She was worried about Adam's safety. Yeah, there's no other choice. I must fight Krynos. Adam said. Silence. Adam confirmed that he was going to face Krynos, and everyone's faces turned pale since fighting that humongous monster alone is like committing suicide or even worse. Nobody tried to stop Adam since they knew that he wouldn't stop. Mary stood up from her chair, took a step forward, and said, Adam, there is something that I wanted to give you. This is something that I wanted to give you as a present for your next birthday, but I think that this will be helpful to you in this situation. Mary said, and she then pulled a dagger out of her spatial ring and held it towards him. What's this? Adam questioned while he took the dagger in his hand and inspected it. This is a dagger, and it's made from dragons' bone, so I thought it would be a great help to fight that damn Minotauros. Mary said. Adam was surprised by her statement. It was nearly impossible to get hold of a weapon or an artifact made from such celestial beings' fossils. And where did you get this? Adam asked. I have found it in a dungeon boss's room. Mary stuttered hard while answering, and Adam easily picked up on that. Sigh. You're lying. Tell me the truth. Adam immediately saw through her lie and demanded an honest answer from her. There was a long pause before Mary spoke her next words. I borrowed it from my mom's collection. Mary said. She kept her face down and looked at her feet. Sigh. At first you said that you were going to give it to me as a present for my next birthday, but now you are saying that you borrowed it, and as far as my knowledge goes, borrowed stuff has to be returned, right? Adam said. Mary was taken aback by how fast Adam saw through her lie. Mary didn't answer this time or try to make something up. She just kept staring at her feet. Mary was too ashamed to admit that she stole the dagger from her mother's beloved collection to present it to Adam. Sigh. Well, there isn't a point to dwell on this topic anymore, so what am I supposed to do with this dagger? Adam sighed deeply and decided to change the topic. Mary looked up, and then, you just have to push your mana through the dagger, and it'll sharpen the blade and strengthen the attacks. Mary said, well then, let's try it out. Saying this, Adam slowly pushed his mana into the dagger. Haha, after some time, Adam stopped imbuing mana into the dagger. This is a great weapon. I can use this to fight Krynos, but only for half an hour since it consumes a lot of my mana rapidly. Adam said, why don't you try to absorb its power with Mistletoe? Elsa suggests. Mistletoe is the name of the holy sword that was bestowed upon Adam by the great goddess of light, Elora. Mistletoe is a weapon that can destroy or create depending upon the will of the person that handles it. Mistletoe also has some special characteristics. one of which is that it can absorb the power of any weapon to strengthen itself and the hero. Will it work? Adam asked. He was doubtful about the idea of absorbing this powerful dagger. We won't know until we try, right? Elsa responded. She's by far the most calm but carefree person in this party, okay. Adam agreed. He placed the dagger on the ground and told everyone to take a step back. Fu. After taking a deep breath, Adam pulled the sword out of the scabbard that was hanging around his waist, held it tightly in his hands, and began to push his mana into it. Ting. The holy sword hummed softly as Adam channeled his mana through it, then slowly brought its tip towards the dagger and was about to place it when stop. Someone shouted and grabbed the right shoulder of Adam, stopping him from absorbing the power of the dagger. Huh. Adam turned around and saw a person wearing a pure white robe with a golden lining on it. Who are you, and how did you get in here? Adam asked, and he stepped back from his spot and brought Mistletoe in front of him to protect himself from any ambush. Silence me. Oh, I didn't even introduce myself. Right. Hello, my name is Falco Falker, and I am not an enemy but the guardian of this dagger. The man introduced himself as the guardian of the dagger. What do you mean by the guardian? Adam asked. His question was, how can someone barge into their place and claim to be a guardian? Sigh. I am the guardian of all mythical grade weapons, and that includes this dagger, which is made from the fossil of an ancient abomination dragon. Right now, you were trying to destroy it by trying to absorb its power. Falco sighed and explained while taking some brief pauses here and there. Grit. I know what I am doing. This is not the first time I am absorbing a weapon, and I have to do it if I want to kill that damn Minotauros, which is out on the battlefield. You cannot stop me from absorbing this. Adam said that for him, it was important to absorb the power of the dagger, since it was the only way to get a power boost in a short time. Sigh. If you do that, I will kill you, Mr. Adam Stales, Falco said calmly, even though he was fully covered in his hooded robe and no one could see his face. Gulp. Everyone could feel the sudden drop in temperature, while Adam felt a chill down his spine. Silence. Everyone was frozen in their position. Fu. Don't worry, I won't kill you because I am here to tell you another way to use this dagger. Falco said. A question mark appeared in Adam's face because of the sudden change in Falco's temperament. How? Adam asked. After this, Falco told them about the whole ritual thingy and somehow convinced Hero to follow the steps of the ritual. Adam carved the symbol onto his palm and stabbed it in the center. Falker. At that time, Falco muttered something under his breath. Boom. The dagger exploded, sending a strong shockwave and neon glow spreading across the tent. It's done. Clashier come out to play. Falco was extremely happy while telling him that the ritual was done and called for someone. Screech. Suddenly, a magic circle as big as a frisbee disc appeared on Adam's palm, where a symbol was carved, and a reptile-like creature appeared out of it and jumped onto Adam's head. The scales of the creature were sky blue in color, and it had a small pair of wings on his back. What is this? Adam asked. He wasn't sure about all of this that happened here, including the creature that was summoned through his palm. It's Clashier, an abomination dragon. Falco said Clashier was a dragon that was locked inside a dimensional rift between heaven and earth. While the dagger was a mythical grade weapon by itself, it was also a key to unlock the dimensional rift and bring Clashier back. Then Falco told everyone about Clashier and explained how he could help them in this fight. There's no need to worry about it, just take care of our little Clashier. He's weakened quite a bit from living in a dimensional rift for the whole 200 years. Falco said, do not fret, I'll take care of Clashier. Adam put his fist on his chest like he was making some kind of pledge. That's reassuring. Falco was very happy with Adam's words. He brought his hands on his chest and vanished. After that, Falco vanished into thin air, leaving everyone surprised. He sure is full of surprises. Raven admired. She didn't say a word when Falco was there. Indeed, well now, I think I should go and see that muscle head, said Minotauros. I have a score to settle. Adam spoke up and left the tent with Clashier. Later that afternoon, Adam came back to the tent, covered in blood. We won, Adam declared the moment he entered the tent. Thank God. Everyone was overjoyed by his return, but after a closer look, Raven noticed something. Where is Clashier? Raven asked. Oh, that creature, he died while trying to protect me. Adam said in the most serene voice ever. That was the story of Clashier and the dagger. Now back to my room. Blaze looked at me and kept floating here and there in the room. By appearance, he looked nothing like a dragon or any living creature, and that was a huge disappointment for me. Well, I can't judge anyone based on how they look. That would be racist. I was thinking of something stupid. Hey, Blaze, I called him. What? He asked. Are there any similarities between you and your brother Clashier? I asked. Blaze took a huge pause there, like he was thinking about something. After a while, he showed me a toothy smile. Nope, we're completely different, and trust me, I am better than him in every aspect, Blaze said. There was a hint of evil in his eyes, and that's something I liked about him. Ren's POV, so what are you? I was cut off mid-sentence before I could even complete what I was saying. Rue, dinner is ready. Come down, Mom called me downstairs. Sigh. Well, it looks like Mom's back. We can continue this talk after dinner. Until then, stay inside the room, I said to Blaze. I didn't want my parents to know that I own a mythical grade talking puppet that I summoned by performing a demon cultist-like ritual. Sigh. Whoa. Zoop, Blaze's silhouette disappeared from my vision, and it flew inside my chest like a ghost or something. I don't have to stay inside your room when I have this cozy room all for myself. Blaze's heavy voice resounded inside my mind, scaring the shit out of me. You truly are parasitic, I thought. He is connected to me by mind and lives off by scraping mana out of my mana core to maintain his physical form. Hey, trying to pick a fight with me, pretty boy, Blaze responded through our minds. It looks like I can communicate with him through my mind. Cool, right, Blaze sounded a little too hyped. Yeah, but keep quiet and stop talking until I tell you, I commanded. It's surprising and annoying at the same time to get responses through your own mind. Aye, Princess Blaze said. I could sense him giggling while saying this. And stop calling me with weird names, I said. Why was I getting bullied by a palm-sized smoke sphere? It's not my fault that you are pretty, Princess Blaze said. Tremble. Fuck this mind transmission. I could feel myself furrowing. Without taking this any further, I walked downstairs since Mom and Dad would be waiting for me at the dinner table. After dinner, I returned to my room and closed the door tightly. Thankfully, Blaze didn't show up in front of my parents, and he also didn't send me any mind transmissions. Plop. Blaze, you can come out now, I said as I plopped down on the chair that I pulled away from my desk. It's still covered in blood, and I have to clean it, or Mom would be terrified by the mere sight of it. Ha, it's difficult to keep quiet, Blaze said. I saw some hazy crimson smoke arising from my chest. Soon, it formed a will-o-wisp-like shape with a weird face. I know. Well, tell me about yourself. I didn't know that there was something trapped inside that dagger, I asked. There are a lot of questions that I have about the appearance of Blaze, so I went ahead and asked him about it. Well, there are so many things that I wanted to know about you, actually. But let's start with me for now, Blaze sighed. He said he wanted to know about me. I don't know why. Then let's begin with your story, Smokeball, I said, retorting to sum up all that pretty boy thing he said earlier to me. Smokeball, huh, well okay, Princess Blaze called me princess again. I don't know why, but I feel like I am arguing with myself, I thought. And that's all there is to tell about my story. Any further inquiries? Blaze asked verbally since I told him to talk to me like this and not to use mind transmission. That freaks me out. I couldn't respond to him. There were a lot of things that I heard for the first time, even if I've played the game multiple times and thought I knew everything about this world. But Blaze's story was completely out of my knowledge and made me rethink this whole world itself. But they are literally confusing to me, I thought. Hey, I heard that one. Keep your thoughts under the meter, Blaze said. He's having fun while reading my thoughts, and I have reciprocal feelings about all this. Well, I don't care, I thought. You should care about me a little more, pretty boy Blaze responded like a grumpy old man to my thoughts, teasing me. But this time he responded verbally as I requested. Sigh. First thing is that Clashier and Blaze aren't like any other living beings. They were not born but created by some unknown entity whose identity Blaze doesn't know since that entity disappeared after creating these two. But creating them was a mistake. The creator wanted them to be great weapons that can help mortals grow themselves, but Clashier and Blaze's pair is like magnetic poles. While they are of the same origin, they repel each other. They balance one another but also conflict with each other. The major difference between Clashier and Blaze is that Clashier is a top-tier spiritual beast, while Blaze is, well, he is a useless and useful weapon at the same time, I thought, and immediately regretted it. I heard that one. Apologize right now, Blaze said, and I ignored him. So when I say useless and useful at the same time, I mean that Blaze is a different type of weapon that wasn't introduced in the game, but exists in this universe. Blaze's power is equivalent to the power of the being using him. In my eyes, it was fine, but when Blaze explained the whole scenario to me, I was shocked. If Clashier is contracted by a common person or a high blood elf, his strength will be the same with limitations. On the other hand, Blaze's power is limitless. It's only on the person holding him that his power is based. This made every powerful individual, including even gods themselves, greedy for his power, causing wars on the surface of the earth, mass destruction, and massive loss of livestock just to achieve Blaze. That led some gods to the decision of sealing Blaze away in the dimensional rift between heaven and earth. And Clashier was like the other half of Blaze, so they had to seal him with Blaze or the seal might not work, and Blaze could have set himself free, causing ripples in the world's balance. Gods created a pair of daggers to tear between these dimensions. For making the daggers, they used the bones of a silver-scaled dragon. It is the only being that can tear through space and time, so they used the molars of a silver-scaled dragon. And of course, for this purpose, they killed the last silver-scaled dragon and vanished their whole species. I think that was worth it, I thought quite immorally. They killed one and saved millions, so I think that was inevitable. Hey. You're being insensitive towards that silver-scaled dragon, Blaze roared at me. The daggers were like keys to this dimensional rift. They helped gods trap Blaze and Clashier, and after their goal was achieved, they tossed these daggers aside. They found no worth in keeping them, so they appointed a guardian to protect the daggers. After 200 years, Mrs. Marilyn somehow found one of the daggers and brought it with her, and it eventually was passed down to me. How lucky I am. I must thank Mrs. Marilyn for such a wonderful present, I said. Indeed, I was lucky because who would have imagined that I could get a weapon that even gods desire? Oh my, now tell me who is the parasite. Princess Rue Blaze teased me again, calling me by my nickname that Mrs. Marilyn used very often. Then where is Clashier now? I asked. By the storyline, the one who is released first is Clashier, but here it was Blaze who appeared from the dagger, so it was obvious that someone already summoned him using the other dagger. But who? I don't know who got my brother out from that damn trap, but I know that person is a strong being since I could sense his aura even inside the dimensional rift, Blaze answered. Well, that's saddening, I said, as I hoped that Blaze would know where the second dagger is and we can collect it. But you still have me, right? Blaze questioned me with a troubled voice, because your strength is going to be equivalent to my strength, and for your kind information, I am a human and a commoner at that, so there is a limit to my bloodline potential, I said. The bloodline potential is a big card in play since it determines your potential and how much you can grow in terms of mana arts and all that stuff. PFFFFFFFF. Suddenly, Blaze started laughing and twirling in the air as if he had heard a hilarious joke. Why are you laughing, Smokeball? I asked. Phoo. Blaze breathed deeply and calmed himself. He looked me in the eyes and said, I think I have a solution for this bloodline problem, Princess. I could see him smirking at me, and I didn't have a good feeling about this. Silence, PFFFFFFF. Suddenly, Blaze started laughing and twirling in the air like he heard some kind of a hilarious joke. Why are you laughing, Smokeball? I asked. I was flustered by his actions. Phoo. Blaze breathed deeply to calm himself and stop his giggling. He looked at me dead in the eyes and said, I think I have a solution for this all-bloodline problem. Princess, I can see him smirking at me with his sharp canines, and I don't have a good feeling about this, and what's that? I asked. I was doubting him for his wording of sentence. As far as my knowledge goes about this world, there is no way a person can increase their bloodline potential. The reason there are no human demigods is also because of this reason. Humans cannot cross the thin line between transcended realm and god realm. You are too naive, my boy. We are not going to increase the bloodline potential, but Blaze said as he read through my mind, and then he took a long pause and looked at me like he was evaluating me. But I asked, we are going to change your bloodline as a whole. He said something very unbelievable and ridiculous. Tremble, hell nah. Dude, you on weed or something? I exclaimed. Blaze sounded like he was high on something and was tripping on his mind. I wish I had some weed, but no. I am speaking facts here, Bowie. There is a way to replace your bloodline. Blaze said, replace. Do you care to explain? I almost sounded sarcastic here. Yep, there is this place called Crooked Islands in the western sea of Rava. There is a dungeon on that island. There we just have to descend on the 10th floor of that dungeon and rest is easy peasy, Blaze explained, while taking some pauses here and there. Crooked Island. I asked, in this world there is no place with a name as ridiculous as that. Kids nowadays don't even know some simple geography. That's why you should focus more on the maps. Bring me the world map and I'll show you. Even if it's not noted on the map, there has to be landmarks of a group of small islands in the western sea. Blaze said like he was mocking me with that smug look on his wispy face. Step. When he mocked me, something snapped inside my mind, and I immediately stood up from my chair. Step. I slowly walked towards the desk. Looks like blood has dried up, I sighed. I pulled out a folding map out of the lower drawer of my desk and closed it. Flip. I spread it onto the floor since it was quite a large map, so it's almost as big as a window curtain. Now look and tell me where that crooked island of yours is. SMOKBLL, I asked. I was irritated because I wanted him to admit that there was no group of islands in the western sea, and his memory was getting foggy after living inside that crappy dagger for the whole 200 years. Sigh, fine, Princess Blaze sighed. He slowly hovered over the map like he was observing something that is overly familiar with. The map had every continent on as it should be, with a large chunk of the land in its northern hemisphere, and a vast sea that can be seen in its whole southern hemisphere with nothing but water in it. No, even half of the sea is explored because of strong currents and oceanic volcanoes there. I thought it's true that there was no one that cared to explore the sea because there was nothing in there. Well, that's what there was written on the game forums. Back to the map, the most dangerous place took place as the North Pole of this world, and it was called the No Man's Land, where, as its name indicates, there are no people in this land, and it has a huge barrier all around it. The reason behind it is, well, we'll talk about it later. Later, there are 3 kingdoms that share borders with this No Man's Land, and these are the Kingdom of Rava, a kingdom to the north of the continent. Rava is fairly known as the kingdom of beastmen and demi-humans, with a very small population of other races like dwarfs and humans. Then there is the Kingdom of Grav to the east of the Kingdom of Rava, sharing the northern border with No Man's Land. Adjacent to the Grav was the Empire of Hestia, The empire is the largest country on the continent. It is through and through a human empire. The Grav accepts all kinds of races, but empire is quite inclined towards the church there, and so they despise other race like beastmen and demi-humans, etc. And to the south of empire, they share borders with their sworn enemies, the kingdom of Alicia, an elven nation. Both countries have some minor conflicts in their history, mainly because of the church. These 4 countries in no man's land cover up the whole continent. Other than that, there is nothing on that map. These countries are vast in size and have a peace treaty with each other. There is a lot to tell about them, but right now that's not the main topic. Zzzzz. Mha-hoo-haya. Blaze was making some kind of weird noises, but apart from he was observing the map quite sharply. After some seconds he stopped and sighed deeply as if cleaning his toxic breath. He looked at me and said, "Dude, this map is a printing disaster. So many things in it are missing. How stupid can you be to buy a faulty world map?" Blaze said something that I wasn't able to comprehend. Missing. I asked, what does he mean by missing? Where is the group of islands in the northern sea? There is no demon continent in here. Also, where the hell is my favorite maritime Aquarius dynasty, the nation of beautiful mermaids and guardians which is submerged inside the middle of Southern Ocean, and where are transportation routes between? This whole map is nothing but a bunch of shit out together. Blaze spat this word in fit of rage. He was saying that there was a fault in this map, but this is a legit map, smokeball. I don't know what you're talking about. I said. There was a deep pause there. He looked like he was calculating something. Hey Ren, we have to go to the north. Blaze said. He left me baffled because this was the first time he called me by my name, and that so with such a serious look. But I had a response, and that was, nope. I answered. Why? He was shocked. Because I don't have time for this trip to the north. I have to train myself for the upcoming future. And I said. Blaze sighed as I said this, and then die in the next 2 years just because you were too weak to survive the war between Demon King and the hero. If light, tell me, Ren Hilton or Mr. Eric Akadark, whoever you are, do you want to die in this life too? Blaze completed what he had to say and waited for me to respond. What are you talking about? I asked, albeit hesitatingly. I have no idea about him knowing my past. Yep, I know that you are host to this body. Kiddo, you are the first human who has piqued my interest to this degree and made me curious about something. Blaze said. I can see a creepy smile there. Sigh, so you know about me, huh? Well then there is no point in beating around the bush. Tell me, what do you mean by going to the north? I changed the way I speak to my normal tone. This is how I speak when I am interrogating someone. Ho ho, like I guessed, you are a strange human. The answer is simple. If you want to grow stronger, then you have to adventure this world. Pussies don't get anything, my boy. The Blaze declared this and sent some information through mind transmission. Well, I am ready for some action. Smokeball, I said. I've spent a couple of days in this world. I think it's time to set a foot in the outside world, but you have to get your parents' permission, and Blaze disrupted the whole vibe. I don't know how to convince my parents, so they can allow me to go on this journey. I am Fu CKD. I cursed. I can't even set a foot outside without my parents' permission. Yep, you're screwed now, mama's boy. Blaze continued with those terrible nicknames. Next day, rise and shine, princess. I heard a heavy voice resounding in my ears. I slowly opened my eyes and looked around. Today's a big day. So I think you should get ready, Blaze said as he hovered above my face. Yeah, let's get ready. I replied to Blaze as I got up from my bed. Last night I made a plan about how to convince my parents that they can allow me to go on a journey. And after using the fullest of my brain, I've come up with a great plan. After that, I brushed my teeth, combed my hair, took a bath, and again there was a shortage of clothes in my wardrobe. After a long search journey through my cupboard, I wore a white shirt and black formal pants with some dark brown leather shoes. May you have a good taste for fashion, don't you? Blaze said in a weirdly exaggerated manner. I don't know if I should take his statement as a compliment or an insult, so I decided to ignore him. After convincing myself that I looked presentable enough to face my parents, I left my room and came downstairs. I came downstairs and took a look around. As usual, Mom is in the kitchen and Dad is reading the newspaper at the dining table. Both of them seem to be in a great mood today. It looks peaceful here. I thought in my house it's always this peaceful in the morning. It gives me a positive energy to start my day. Good morning, son. Father took notice of my presence and greeted me. Good morning, Rue. Mom also turned her attention in my direction, looking at me with a smile on her face. Good morning, Mom and Dad. I returned their greetings and made my way towards the dining table and sat down. Soon Mom served us breakfast, and as always it was delicious. It looks great. Blaze was a little envious because it's not something he can eat like me. We decided that I'll slowly make a habit to converse through my mind. After breakfast was done, I called Mom and Dad to the living room and told them about the whole leaving house and exploring the world thing. Russo, you want to be an adventurer. Mom said she has a subtle expression adoring her face right now. I can't read her thoughts because she is cool and collected about all these situations. Nod, nod. I nodded my head and that seemed to trigger my father. That's a big no from me. Ren, do you even know how dangerous it is to be an explorer or adventurer? My father said this. Sigh. The way he said this, Dad seems to forget that he was also an adventurer in his prime, unlike my mother. My father is always too expressive about these types of things. Yes, Mom, I want to explore this world, and I said, and Mom asked, since I left my statement incomplete, and I want to forget about my broken engagement with Mary. Though I was the one who broke off this whole fiasco, left a scar on my heart, so I want to leave Sephra for some time, so I would be able to amend my broken heart. Even if I pretend to be fine in front of everyone, only I know how much my mind pains whenever I think about it, so I need some time to get rid of these feelings. I completed my robotic speech with a little bit of sad puppy acting. I can feel Blaze suppressing his laughter back in mind, but this was the only way that I could convince my parents, by some emotional drama. Silence. There was a deep and meaningful look on both of my parents' faces. They were lost in their thoughts. Mom said after contemplating for some time on my statement, "Well, if you say so, then it's fine. But there are some conditions that you have to follow, so we can rest assured when you are not here." Mom said, she said that there are some conditions that I have to follow before I can step outside the city, and what are those? I asked. First is, you have to promise that you'll be back in a year and join the Imperial Academy. And Mom dropped a heavy bomb on me when she said those words. I was dumbfounded. The Academy in the Hestia Empire is a one and only place in this whole world that I would like to avoid at any cost. The whole cast in the game is mainly centered into that crazy place called Imperial Academy. From the start, I was going to avoid my admission there, but I think that it no longer works. As a last resort, I tried to argue a little, but to my bad luck, Mom, No, but you have to if you want to be an explorer. Mom said. Silence. Now there was a big issue in my hand. If I want to save my ass, then I must decline Mom's condition, and for that I can even forsake all that adventure gimmick. But when I was just about to reject her condition, someone said, "Just agree with her. I have a plan." Blaze advised me. He says that he has a plan that can save me from this situation. And what is that great plan of yours? I question him. I'll tell you later, but for now accept the condition. Blaze urged me there. Fine, I'll be back in a year and join the Imperial Academy. I said. Mom showed a rare but genuine smile when she heard me agree with herself. Soon my father came forward and looked at me with eyes filled with genuine care and kindness. Second and last condition is, we are going to appoint a tutor for about a month so that they'll make sure that you are at least at the level where you can take care of yourself. Father declared the second condition, and this one was fine with me, but the problem was the amount of time that will be spent on my training and grooming. I don't know if I have that much time. I thought, don't worry, princess, 1 month and no problem. Blaze answered my question. Fine, but who's gonna be the tutor? I agreed to their all conditions. Mom gave a meaningful look to my father, like waiting for him to respond. You can meet her this evening. I'm sure that you'll like your new tutor very much. Father said, it seems like I have to wait till the dinner to meet my tutor. Also, my father addressed them as her, so I think my tutor's going to be a woman, but who knows? I hope it's a voluptuous beauty with a SXY1 sand-type personality. Blaze was busy in his pervert fantasies with this new tutor of his imagination. I think it's going to be a great-great-grandma with a bitter personality. Don't say that. Blaze is not with my prediction, I think. Well, let's wait and see. I said this and returned to my room. Later that evening, I didn't expect to see you here. Ren said. His eyes were focused straight as he sat down on the chair at the dining table. Fufu, looks like we are going to spend a lot of time together. Facing opposite to the Ren sat a beautiful lady with long bright silver hair, face that seemed like it was carved out of jade. She wore a very alluring black one-piece dress that mostly didn't cover her chest, and Ren could see something that a teenager like himself should not see. I am looking forward working with you, Mrs. Marilyn, Ren said. Yeah, that SXY1 san I needed, princess. Blaze was celebrating inside Ren's mind. Mrs. Marilyn showed a seductive smile that made Ren flinch a little. She slowly parted her lip and said, likewise, my Roo, this is getting a little hot in here, hee. Blaze was surely enjoying this, and Marilyn sensed. This morning my parents told me that I have to follow their condition if I want to be an adventurer. The first was that I have to go to the Imperial Academy located in the neighboring country of Hestia, to which I agreed. Second was that they are going to appoint a tutor for my personal training for about a month or so they can make sure that I am capable enough to take care of myself, and I also agreed to this condition. Right now I was supposed to meet my new teacher. But in front of me was a beautiful and overly familiar lady that claimed to be my new mana arts teacher. I am looking forward to working with you, Mrs. Marilyn. I said. I was hesitant and doubtful about all this situation. Why would she agree to teach me? I thought likewise, my Roo, Mrs. Marilyn said. She showed a mysterious but seductive smile while her eyes were like the crescent moon. Right now I am sitting across the dining table with my father on the left. My mother sat on the other side while facing me and Mrs. Marilyn to her right. There are a total of 4 people at the dinner table if we exclude Blaze because of the obvious reasons. Listen, Ren. From now on for a whole month, Marilyn is going to teach you about mana arts and combat skills. If you fail to learn or she thinks that you are not fit enough to survive on your own, then you have to quit on your all-adventure plan, understand? Father said, according to him, if I fail to learn, then there is no other way around. Yes, I said, I think it'll be fine. When I transferred into this body, I also acquired some of the abilities of the previous owner, so I don't think that there should be any problem with these training things. Don't worry, Chris. Your son's a sensible kid, so I don't think that there's any issue in here. Mrs. Marilyn interjects in between our conversation. I agree with her as long as my memory goes. The previous owner of this body didn't slack off even a little because he wanted to catch up to the hero and his childhood love Mary Clane, so he learned various basic spell and martial arts stuff. But in comparison to my knowledge from previous life, his magic and combat skills were crude and inexperienced because he never killed someone. Blaze said he was right in this aspect. According to me, you can't be a hunter until you hunt something, and Ren was not a hunter. He was just too naive to be called a villain. If I have to describe simply, Ren was a cannon fodder in this storyline who earned hate for loving the main heroine. Mrs. Marilyn, can I ask you something? I asked. Marilyn looked at me and I could see the corner of her lips curl upside a little. Why not? Ask me anything you want. Do you want to know my 3 sizes? Hey, kids nowadays are so straightforward, right? Well, if you are that interested, then Marilyn started to spout some nonsense out of nowhere. No, not that I wanted to know the reason behind accepting my parents' request. I hurriedly stopped her before she declared her sizes to me. Oh, that Mrs. Marilyn finally stopped. She doesn't even give a shit that my parents are in here. Phew, that was close. I thought while taking a deep breath, you know what? You are a dumbass, princess. Blaze's crying voice echoed through my mind. Maybe he was eager to know her sizes. I would be lying if I said that I wasn't interested, huh? About that, Rose informed me about the reason why you are so eager to leave. She told me that your reason is to get over the heartbreak that my stupid daughter gave you. So I thought it should help a little, so I can feel less guilty about the fact that my daughter did this to you. Marilyn answered my query. I think she wants to make up for the mistakes of her daughter. She's a great mother. Fine, when are we getting started? I asked. I wanted to know when she is free to teach me. Tomorrow around 6 in the morning you have to meet me at my house. There I'll teach you the basics about mana arts. Mrs. Marilyn said okay. I replied. After that, we continued our dinner while happily chatting for some hours, and truth to be said, it was quite refreshing. Mrs. Marilyn left after the dinner saying that Mary must be waiting for her at home. Next morning, Rise and Shine Princess Blaze woke me up. At this point, he feels like an alarm clock with AI. How dare you compare a mythical grade weapon to a mere alarm clock? Blaze was strangely furious by my comment. 'Cause that's all you can do, Smokeball. Do you have any other features than just waking me up in the morning? I said from the moment I summoned him, Blaze hasn't done a single thing other than making fun of me. HMPH Blaze pouted a little and flew directly into my chest, locking his position into my mana core while sucking mana little by little. Parasite, I thought. So after finishing the first banter of the day, I woke up and tidied myself and left the house around 5:30 in the morning. Outside there was a very pleasant atmosphere with the sun rising above the horizon. In this world, just like the moon, there are 2 suns, so it's even more mesmerizing to watch the sunrise here. Let's go, I said and started jogging in the direction of Mrs. Marilyn's house. After walking for a few minutes, I arrived at the front door of Mary's house. Foo. Last time I was here was when I one-sided broke off my engagement with Mary, but now it's just been like 2 days and I am back right her. Ting, ting. I pressed the doorbell and waited for someone to open the door. Coming, Marilyn said from inside the house, step, step, lucky me. I thought. I was worried if Mary would be the one to open the door, but to my relief that wasn't the case. Creak, you are here. Rue, good morning. Marilyn was as energetic as ever, even in the mornings. Good. I tried to return her greeting, but words were stuck in my throat. Gulp. I heard my own audible gulp right there. And perhaps the noticing change in my behavior, Marilyn showed a toothy grin. That's some meat there, hehe. Blazes and my thoughts were aligned on this one right here. In front of me stood a woman, no, a goddess, wearing a pink tracksuit with a skin-tight fit that covered her plump thighs, curvaceous waist, but that mostly didn't cover her big melon, chest and deep cleavage. Marilyn is an attractive woman in all aspects, but she must not wear these kinds of alluring clothes. Maybe not. But anyway, these are not clothes you'd like to wear for training, right? That's a jersey, my boy, Blaze chimed. But that doesn't look like a normal jersey when she wears it. I was screaming inside my mind while keeping my face straight. Well, let's go inside. Saying this, she grabbed my wrist and dragged me inside the house along with her. She's going to violate you, right? Princess Gamber. Blaze was fantasizing about some heavy R18 stuff right there. God, please save me, please. I prayed in my mind and went inside the house. Come inside. Mrs. Marilyn dragged me along with her. I don't know why, but she's a little bit more excited for this teaching session than me. Maybe she's going to suck out all your juices like a big bad witch, hee hee. Blaze was having a great time in his perverted thoughts. I don't know why, but I am a little nervous about this one teaching session. At first, I thought the basic knowledge the previous owner was enough if I combined it with my understanding of this world, but to be honest, I don't think that's how it works. There has to be something that I must learn from a proper teacher, and from what I saw that day in this house, I know that Mrs. Marilyn isn't any normal mage. Tap tap, I was dragged inside the house, and I looked around to find the traces of Marilyn's daughter, or to be precise, my ex-fiancée, is Mary here. I asked instantly, I don't know why, but my tone naturally softens whenever I say that girl's name. Maybe because of the previous guy's feelings for her. Blaze suggested it, and I kinda agree with him since the system told me that our souls are merged and his soul is now part of mine. Mary, she's sleeping in the dojo, she never leaves that damn place. I've tried my best to get her out, but to no avail. Do you have anything to do with her, or do you want to reconsider being my son-in-law? Marilyn said, why is she so obsessed with making me her son-in-law and all? I thought, no, I just don't want to make her feel awkward. Or you can say that I don't want to see her face, but of course I didn't say this loudly. Don't worry, she won't wake up until 10 o'clock, so we have like 5 or 6 hours for the lesson. She said while humming, why is she so happy about it though? I was suspicious for a second, that's great. I said I don't want to think about it, so I just went with the flow. Soon she dragged me to the second floor and then to her room, and not to forget, I think the room next to her was Mary's room. Well, she's not in there and that's good. Cool, this is the only word that slipped through my tongue as I gazed at the whole room. Marilyn's room was quite large for a single person to live in. It almost seems like a mini greenhouse with small plants everywhere, but it was expected since she is a professional florist and plants are her passion and expertise. There is a large, inclined window set diagonally in the lower right corner of the room. The soft rays of sunlight passing through the window made the room feel more comfortable and warm at the same time. Bookshelves were placed on the walls with some heavy-looking books in them, and double bed in the center of the room. Why does she need a bed of that size? I was perplexed but decided not to ask. Please have a seat. Do you like my room? I don't have anything fancy that kids like. Marilyn sighed as she offered me a wooden stool to sit on. From my point of view, this room was quite relaxing. I expressed my honest opinion. Is that so? Then it's fine. Marilyn seems relieved by my response. Was she that tense about showing me her room? Some of her actions don't make sense to me. Can we start now? I asked. Marilyn looked at me, then closed her eyes and placed her slender fingers on her chin, making an expression like she was thinking of something important. Is she going to test me, or is she going to ask me a tough question to see my understanding of mana? These kinds of questions were raised inside my mind, but soon she failed me, saying, why don't we have a cup of tea? She tapped on a spatial ring on her index finger, and 2 cups with a teapot with steam coming out of the lid popped in front of her afloat in the air as she balanced them onto the nearby table. Is she really an ideal person for this teaching kind of thing? I questioned myself, That's really bad, but why don't you give it a try? Just a sip won't hurt, right? She's pushing me into a corner and making it hard for me to refuse. She has offered me a cup full of herbal tea. Maybe she wants to drug and then do some naughty stuff with your half-conscious self. Blaze's non-existent hormones were raging for some reason to have that kind of thought. Well, if you say so. I said that the aroma of tea was something that I was not familiar with, but I thought it wouldn't hurt to try something new. As I took it from her and brought it to my lips, sip. Whoa, I felt a huge rush of adrenaline going towards my brain as I took a sip from the cup. How does it feel now? Marilyn asked. How do I feel? I feel refreshed. That was the only thing I could say for sure. What kind of tea was that? It was 100 times more powerful than any tea I've ever had. That's good then. Marilyn gave a merry reaction to my response. After our little tea party was over, we decided to start the session. What is mana? Why is it so important? Marilyn said her questions were the most basic, but also the most important. If you can't understand that, then it's better to quit. Mana is essential to use magic. It exists in the atmosphere and is divided into particles of each element. I answered her with the most generic and most fitting answer I could find. Correct. Now tell me about the mana core. Marilyn praised me for my correct answer. She makes me feel like a 7-year-old kid when she treats me like this. Is she an effaboffle? Blaze asked, why is he using that term to refer to her? Shut the FCK up. Smokeball, you've been wild since the moment we entered the house. Now shut UP. I transmitted these curses through our mind connection to warn him that he has to stop with those weird as jokes. It makes me uncomfortable around her, and how does he know the meaning of effaboffle? Fine, polite princess. After mocking me, he went into his deep slumber while lurking around my mana core in his wispy form. What happened? Why does your face look tense? Are you feeling ill? Was tea not to your liking? Marilyn started rambling as she started to panic because of how tense my face looked when I was lecturing Blaze. No, I am fine. Just a little too excited about the session. I said, there's no way I am telling what my pet thinks about her. Really? That's good then. Now tell me what a mana core is. She asked us to drag us back to the main topic. Mana core is like a heart where our mana is saturated. I said, that's all I can say since I never focused much on the monocores or mana glands. Sigh, that's a bit of a crude description for monocores. Marilyn sighed. She made an expression of disappointment on her face. I waited for her to correct me on my crude description. I didn't know that only 1 person in 100 can use magic. In the game, only characters that can use magic well were introduced, so we had no way to know that there are people who cannot use magic, but this difference makes this world seem like a real world more than any game. Looks like you have a lot to learn. Marilyn said as she gazed at me with her pearly eyes. Mana core, elements. 2 hours later, I think that's all for today, Marilyn said as she looked at me. Well, I think you should return before Mary wakes up, Marilyn suggests as she walks towards the door, indicating me to leave. I told her that I didn't want to cause any further trouble for Mary because of our strained relationship, and Marilyn seems to understand and respect my decision. Yay, I stood up from my spot and walked towards the door and left the room quietly. Step. We both descended the stairs and came to the corridor, and Marilyn came to see me off. I am home. I entered my house saying this. I think Mom and Dad should be awake by now since it's almost time when Dad goes to his shop. Mom has a habit of waking up early in the morning so she can prepare for breakfast. I left the house before any of them were awake. Welcome back. Mom's cheerful voice echoed through the house. Maybe she is in the kitchen. I made my way towards the living room. We have our kitchen and living room combined, so it's a bit modern. I entered the living room and saw my father reading a book while sitting on the sofa, and Mom was working in the kitchen. Good morning. I greeted my father and made my way towards the kitchen. Good morning, how was your new teacher? Mom asked, and she seems interested in today's lecture with Marilyn. That was great. I said, that's good then. You know, Marilyn is one of the greatest mages I've ever seen in my life, so make sure you learn as much as possible. Mom was right. Marilyn was no ordinary mage that you'd expect her to be. She has a deep insight into the mana arts. Yeah, I'll do that, I said. After that, I had breakfast and went back to my room. Hey, you awake? I asked. I am right now in my bedroom, laying on my bed. Blaze was awfully silent, so I asked him if he was awake, but there was no response at all, so I decided to ask again. Hey Blaze, answer me, I asked, and soon a smoky cloud flowed out of my chest and formed a will-o'-the-wisp. I was sleeping a little to charge myself, Blaze said as he looked at me with his slightly drowsy eyes. He said he was charging himself, which meant that he was absorbing mana from my mana core to maintain his form. Then why did you call me? Blaze asked. I wanted to ask about the island that you mentioned yesterday. Tell me everything that you know about it. I said that yesterday Blaze made an outrageous statement saying that I can change my bloodline, not increase bloodline potential, but change the whole frickin' bloodline. Yesterday, I showed him a map of this world. The map depicts a continent with a large chunk of land in its northern hemisphere and a vast sea in its southern hemisphere with nothing but water in it. The most dangerous place on the map is No Man's Land, where there are no people in this land, and it has a huge barrier all around it. There are 3 kingdoms that share borders with this land: the Kingdom of Rava, the Empire of Hestia, and the Kingdom of Alicia. These 4 countries in No Man's Land cover the whole continent and have a peace treaty with each other. This was all there was to that map, but according to Blaze, there are places that haven't been shown on the map at all. At first, I didn't believe him since there was no mention of the place that he told me about, including that mysterious island where I can change my bloodline, so I decided to ask him before I set off on a weird journey where I didn't know where I was headed to. Then listen, Crooked Island is a place that was very popular in my era. The reason was simple: there resides the deepest dungeon that ever existed on the face of this world. Blaze said he has a faraway look in his eyes as he tells me all this, and how can that place help me replace my bloodline? I asked. This was the biggest question: how can something that's impossible by nature be possible? On the 10th floor of the dungeon, there is an artifact that can help you, Blaze said. How many floors does this dungeon have? I asked. It's normal for a dungeon to have hundreds of floors, but this one has an artifact that can change bloodlines on just the 10th floor. That made me wonder how many floors there are. I don't know, or to say nobody knows, because no one was able to fully explore that creepy place. I was only able to get to the 10th floor because the difficulty level of that place was beyond our capabilities, and the person who owned me at that time died there. Blaze said, and when he described that the place was so dangerous, only one question popped into my mind. Hey Smokeball, if I were to go there right now at this moment, how long could I survive there? I asked as I stared at him in the eye. Right now I am not as strong as Mary or Adam, but I am definitely stronger than any other kid in town. Princess, you have a strong mind, but your body is too frail for that place. That's why I'll keep it as short and as real as possible. Blaze took a meaningful pause there. You'll die the moment you step in there. Saying this, he stared down at me to see what kind of response he could get. That's great then, I was beyond excited, perhaps sensing my emotions. Blaze said, you are a weird human. System. I muttered these words, and a transparent blue slate appeared in front of me afloat in the air. The panel simply displays my current stats. Then how much stronger do I have to get? I asked. Getting strong is no big deal, it can be achieved with hard work and opportunism. But the main question was how much? How strong do I have to be to survive? Blaze looked at the system panel for a second and then turned his gaze towards me and said, "You have to be a lot stronger than this to survive." Next morning, I again went to Marilyn's place so that we could continue our lessons. Yesterday, she taught me about mana and all that stuff. But today she is going to teach me about elements. There are 4 main types of elements for mages to use: fire, water, earth, wind, light. Each of those elements has a higher version of itself. Mages capable of using those are referred to as advanced mages. There are several types of elemental advancements. Rue, tell me, which are the basic elements? Marilyn asked me as she adjusted her glasses today. For some reason, she wore glasses she told me that gives her a little more of a teacher vibe. Fire, water, earth, and wind, these are the basic elements, I answered, and already I can predict her next question, that's all. Instead, she asked me, anticipating that I would give her the full answer. I won't tell her about light since it's not yet discovered. The hero is going to be the one to discover that light can also be manipulated, so it's not good if I tell her about it. There are also some higher versions of these elements, like ice, magma, gravity, lightning, etc. Those are called advancements, and no normal mage can use advanced elements. I said cynically upon hearing my answer. Marilyn nodded to herself like she liked my answer. That's right, now look carefully. Marilyn said as she slowly twirled her index finger in the air and indicated to me to look behind my back with her eyes. I turned my head in the direction where Marilyn was looking, and there were some bookshelves on the wall with some complicated-looking books. Cluck. Soon, a book from a nearby shelf started floating in the midst of the air like a weightless feather. Slowly, the book flew in our direction. That's gravitational magic, right? So you're an earth elemental mage, I said as I saw Marilyn's hand reaching towards the floating book. To think she was an earth elemental. In the game, her attributes were never mentioned, so I didn't know. Gravitational magic is the advanced form of earth magic. Only a person who is an earth elemental mage can manipulate gravity. Yep, surprised? Marilyn asked. To her, it seemed like my reaction was normal. Yeah, a little bit. I was a little surprised since it's not common for a human to have an earth element manifestation. A majority of earth elemental mages are dwarves. It runs in their bloodline since they have a special connection with land next to them. Would be the elves. Humans have very little possibility of manifesting the earth element. Now look carefully, Marilyn said as she gently placed the book on the nearby side table. She stood up from her place and then, zoop. How's that? You must have never imagined this, right? Marilyn asked as she watched me from above, likely enjoying herself. The hell, I was in a daze. I had never dreamt of this happening, and I darted off my seat because of the surprise. That's not the response I expected. Marilyn looked down at me from above. She had a big smile plastered all over her face, followed by a smug look. Right now, she is in the middle of the air, floating like some kind of bubble. Tiny, windy tornadoes were around her, making it easier for her to balance herself in the air. The ceiling is not so high. She is like 6 feet above the ground. So Marilyn, are you a dual elemental or is there more to it? I asked a little early. She first showed me that she can control rare earth elements, and then she immediately showed me that she can also control wind attributes, telling me that she can control multiple elements, and that's a big thing. Nope, that's all. I'm a dual elemental mage who can control earth and wind, and one advancement that is gravity, Marilyn said as she slowly descended back to her original place. Not a single thing in the room was disturbed in this whole event. Normally, using wind attributes can get messy since it involves the wind mana in your surrounding atmosphere. Now, get back to your place. There's something I want you to show me, Marilyn said. What does she want me to show her? I thought as I sat back on my seat. Ren, what is your elemental manifestation? Marilyn asked me. It's Inferno Fire. I said I am a single fire elemental mage with no advancements in a large mana pool, and after seeing Marilyn do all that stuff, it's kind of depressing. Form a fist-sized fireball. Marilyn said, huh? I was a little baffled. From a fireball now. Marilyn said in a more authoritative tone, like almost ordering me to do what she said, but who's going to tell her that I haven't used a single speck of magic since coming to this world, so it's hard for me if she just asks me to use a spell out of the blue. Oh, okay. I agreed since I have to do it now or later anyways, and it's better to have Marilyn here as an invigilator. Foo. I took a deep breath and closed my eyes, focusing on the place where my sternum is, into my mana core. I slowly led my mana from the core to adjacent mana veins. These are special veins that distribute mana from the core to all over the body, helping to circulate the mana throughout the body. The mana leisurely flowed towards my clavicle, then down to the humerus and to my wrist, giving me slight goosebumps. Soon, mana reached for the palm and waited for further instructions. I pictured the desired shape and size of a fireball in my mind then. Fush. Done, I said as I opened my eyes and looked at my palm, where a fist-sized fireball was blazing brilliantly. Smug, right now, I've successfully formed my first ever magic spell after coming to this world. The fireball shone brightly on top of my right palm, making a little crackling sound while blazing aggressively. I pushed the mana from my core to throughout my whole hand to kind of trigger the spell out of me. It's a simple spell, but I am just mesmerized in the moment where, as a person who came from a world where magic didn't exist to a world where everything is completely outdoing my normal common sense, how is it? I asked. Marilyn has been quiet for a while now. Her eyes were glued to my palm, like she had a lot of thoughts going through her mind. Why is this fire so violent? That's not supposed to be a fire a kid like you can create, Marilyn asked. There was a visible frown on her face, like she was seeing something that she absolutely hates. I can't make sense of what she is saying, but one thing is for sure. She isn't pretty happy about this fireball, right? Smokeball, smokeball. I thought as I called Blaze inside for help, but there was no response. What do you mean, Mrs. Marilyn? I asked warily. I've seen you form spells before, but the nature of your spells weren't this aggressive instead. They used to be more on the calm side, but right now it's completely opposite. It's almost going rogue in your hand. Marilyn said as she slowly got up from her seat, building a little tension in the room. My mind was racing to find excuses or any other way to get out of the situation safely. Gulp. It's because the guy you used to know is no longer here. I am completely a different person. I wanted to shout these words, but calmly gulped them down my throat. Fush. I immediately dispersed the fireball in my hand, so as not to let her focus on that anymore. I just had to stop the supply of mana that was being used to maintain the form of the spell. The nature of my spells. I tried to play it innocent by asking this question. I really know what a spell's nature means, but at least it'll stray us from the topic a little. Psych is something that affects how your spells are going to be. The way you think, the way you behave, all these things are going to determine the nature of your spell. Just like right now, what happened? Why did this fireball have such a dangerous, destructive power? But Marilyn was not going to let it slide so easily as she tried to push me into the corner with her questions. She walked and stood in front of me. Marilyn slightly bent forward and placed her hands on both of my shoulders as she looked me dead in the eyes. At least she tried, since my eyes are covered because of my long hair. Russell. What's happening, Ren? Answer me. Marilyn said. She brought her face close to me. Her long, bright silver hair was hanging over her left shoulder limply as her stern eyes never left me out of their sight. Silence. At that moment, a passionate voice came from the bottom of my chest. WHOO. She smells nice, right, princess? Did I miss anything spicy? Blaze was back and was unfortunately very energetic, like he always is. Tremble, bastard. Why is this good for nothing? SHT-faced parasite is not present when we need him, but at the moment when there is absolutely no demand for his presence. Just why? For now I ignored him. It's no good. I have to get out of this situation. Think, Ren. Think. Ah, yes, I can do that. Hope that'll work. At that moment I was struck by a very cliché but useful idea, and that was, I don't know what you're talking about, but it's been like this from the time when Mary slapped me in the tavern. I was very depressed, and after that time, whenever I used magic it turned out like this, but I thought it was nothing worth mentioning. I said I don't even know what words I am spouting right now, because most of it sounds bullshit, but Marilyn's rapidly changing facial expressions were the proof that the things I am saying are taking effect on her. I just haven't gotten over the fact that my relationship with Mary no longer exists. Sometimes I just don't want to accept it. And with this I hammered the last nail in the coffin. Now I just have to wait for Marilyn to speak and see if she was taken in by my lie. Marilyn's face was devoid of any color, like her life has been drained out of her. The hands pressing onto my shoulders were slowly released, and Marilyn backed away a little, making herself comfortable in her seat again. Mrs. Marilyn, you fine? I asked, thinking that I might have overdone it with the story, I guess, but there was no choice. I had to involve Mary to make my lie seem more realistic and believable, and what I said was not a complete lie, but just a mixture of a small lie and lots of truth. Why, yeah, I am fine, Marilyn said, her voice breaking slightly. Sorry for my previous behavior, and I also apologize for what my daughter did to you. Looks like breakup does mess up with the one's way of thinking. I was just a little flustered by the little change. Please don't mind it, Marilyn said as she continuously bowed while sitting. No, it's not your fault to begin with, and in the end you were only worried about me, so it's really fine. I tried to get her to stop from apologizing any further. You said Mary slapped you. Can you tell me about it? Marilyn asked. There was visible sadness in her eyes. I decided not to answer this time. It'll only ignite another issue, and that's something I cannot handle right now. Sigh. Seeing me all quite like this, Marilyn sighed heavily. I think we should stop here for today. Tomorrow is a big day, so let's not think about this anymore, Marilyn said as she indirectly indicated to me to leave her alone for some time. Big day. I was a little perplexed by her way of addressing tomorrow. Is there something special that's going to happen tomorrow? Ah, don't worry about it. Just make sure that you are here on time, Marilyn said. Okay, then I'll be going now. Bye, Mrs. Marilyn. I turned and started walking towards the door to leave. Rue, make sure you meditate to calm your mind a little, Marilyn suggested, who's going to tell her that mediation is no longer an option. Blaze's voice echoed in the back of my mind, nod. I just nodded without saying anything and walked out of the room. The moment I crossed the threshold, I felt like someone had just been there a moment ago. I looked around to confirm, but there was no one. Maybe I am just imagining things, I said. I walked downstairs and then left Marilyn's house. Mary Klein's POV. Few minutes ago, MNHH, it looks like I fell asleep in the dojo again. I rubbed my eyes, and right now I am laying on the mat of the dojo with a wooden sword as a pillow. For the past few days, I've been training a little harder, and it's taking a toll on my body so much that after practicing, I can't even move a single muscle, let alone walk. So I just sleep in the dojo to save energy and time. Sniff, sniff. How I stink, I sniffed myself. Last night, after completing the training, I fell asleep without even taking a bath. I was covered in sweat, and now I smell awful. Russell. I stood up on the spot and straightened my posture. I should get a bath now. Thinking about these, I made my way out of the dojo. There's no one in the corridor or kitchen. Usually Mom is there preparing breakfast or something, but not now. Maybe she's upstairs. I made my way upstairs towards my room. Mom's room is exactly opposite mine. Step, step. Chatter, chatter. How is it? Why is this fire so violent? What's that? With every step I took towards my mother's room, I heard some faint voices peak. But what I saw inside was something that left me speechless. Right now, inside the room, Ren was sitting in a chair while Mom was interrogating him like some criminal. I heard everything they said of in the part where Ren confessed how he isn't over the fact that we broke up. That made me oddly satisfied. Rue, make sure you meditate to calm your mind a little. Mom said. She looked pretty concerned about something that wasn't her job. Irritating. I thought tap tap. Ren was about to leave, and that brought me out of my stupid thoughts I have to hide. I thought, if he saw me right now then it's no good. Fush. I pushed mana into my legs to strengthen them and jumped high enough to reach the ceiling. Gripping on the lamp, I balanced myself like a spider up there. Step, step. Ren came out of the room, and for some reason he stopped right at the place where I was a moment ago. He looked around like he was confirming my presence. My heart was beating fast with each passing second. To my good luck, he never looked upwards. Maybe I am just imagining things, Ren said to himself as he descended downstairs. After he was out of sight, I also jumped down to my former spot, and then I entered my room. Inside the room, whoa, that was close. I was flabbergasted. Just a moment ago, I thought Ren was going to notice me. His reflexes are sharp. I never thought he'd sense me the moment he got out of the room. I said to no one in particular, why was he here in the first place? I asked myself, it's been bugging me for some days. After Ren announced the annulment of our engagement, he never once showed his face to me, making me a little nervous about his behavior. For a split second thought that he might have been serious about this, but after hearing him talk to my mother, one thing was for sure, he can't stop loving me. When Ren said that he didn't want to accept it, it made me more confident about the fact that he wouldn't leave me alone, so I can focus on my training and be a worthy rival. Just you wait for me, Adam Stales. After those strange giggles were heard from Mary's room for the whole day, Ren Hilton's POV. Let's go, I said to Blaze as I left my house. Marilyn asked me to come a little early from our daily appointment time for some reason. She said that today is an important day, or something along those lines. Blaze reminded me of Marilyn's words. He is hovering around me, and I think it's fine since there are no people around to see him this early morning. Sigh. A lot of things happened yesterday, including Marilyn's outburst about my spell's nature. I somehow managed to get myself out of it by lying, but I am still not sure that it'll go as smoothly as planned. After coming back, I practiced my spells a little and was surprised by how quickly I got the hang of it. Only a few spells like Fireball, Body Strengthening, and Inferno Bolt were the only ones that I was able to pull off successfully. I have to train hard. I said as I kept walking ahead, I am sure that the more I put in the effort, the more it'll bring good results. Thinking about this, I chatted with Blaze as I kept walking in the direction of my former fiancé's house. It looks like we are here, Blaze said as he quickly shot inside my chest, vanishing from my sight and settling near my mana core. As I neared the distance between the house and me, I pressed the doorbell. Ding dong. Coming, said the voice from inside. After a few seconds, the door opened and Marilyn stood in front of me. She was looking gorgeous as usual, but right now for some reason she's wearing a light leather armor that covers her torso and some joints. Her hair was tied in a tight bun with some strands brushing across her cheeks. What's the armor for? I asked if she's going hunting, in which case her attire would explain everything, but I don't think that's the case. You're going for some practical training. Remember what I said yesterday, Marilyn said as she stepped outside the threshold and closed the door behind her. That, according to her, today is a big day. She meant some practical training. Well then, where are we going to practice? Don't tell me you want me to use my fire spell in your backyard. That'll surely cause some trouble. I said, I am still not sure if I'd be fully able to control my power. Ah no, I have a great place in my mind, so don't worry and make sure you sit tight, Marilyn said as she rubbed the spatial ring on her index finger. Sit tight? What does she mean by that? Ain't we supposed to walk? Poof. Suddenly, a long brown stick with some long, hard hay on one of the ends popped out of her spatial ring. There were several runes carved onto the wooden surface of the broomstick and the saddle. How's this? Asked Marilyn as she grabbed the broomstick in her right hand. Ho ho, I haven't seen those in a while. Blaze chimed inside my mind. It seems like the flying broom has piqued his interest. Am I supposed to ride that thing? I asked, and truth be told, I am hesitant to ride something that looks Sobrum-like. I thought, how's that weak-looking stick supposed to handle our weight? What if it breaks in the middle of the sky? Blaze said inside my mind. He is just increasing more reasons to not ride that thing. And I know that he's teasing me. I can clearly imagine his laughing face. Nod, nod. Marilyn nodded to affirm me. She tilted the broom horizontally and sat on the saddle. Am I supposed to ride that thing? I asked, and truth be told, I am hesitant to ride something that looks so broom-like. I thought, how is that weak-looking stick supposed to handle our weight? What if it breaks in the middle of the sky? Blaze said that inside my mind, he is just increasing more reasons to not ride that thing, and I know that he's teasing me. I can clearly imagine his laughing face. Nod, nod. Marilyn nodded to affirm me. She tilted the broom horizontally and sat on the saddle. Her eyes settled on me like inviting me. Is there no other way around? Maybe we can walk to that place you have in mind. I said, it's not like we can't reach that place on foot, right? Nope, we have to ride this beauty. Marilyn said she calls this thing beauty. Seeing that there was no place for rebuttal, I accepted my defeat and walked towards her, slowly raising my right foot off the ground and placing it like getting on a bike. I adjusted myself on the broomstick by sitting behind Marilyn. It somehow made me feel embarrassed to sit like this. Her back looked small. I thought, compared to the past, I've grown quite a lot, so it's natural, but when I observe from this angle, it really makes me feel like I am a giant compared to her. Where am I supposed to place my hand? I was in a stupor. When this beauty takes off in the sky, how am I supposed to balance myself? PFFFT, Marilyn said, pressing her hand on her mouth to suppress her laughter. She even placed her other hand on her stomach. Huh, why are you laughing? I asked. Nothing, just made me realize how awkward Rue can be in these kinds of situations, Marilyn said after calming herself, still grinning. And no. Not like that, I just meant if you're fine with me placing my hand on your shoulder. I tried to explain myself. The blood rushed to my ear and my face was starting to heat up. Don't worry, just make sure you stick tightly close to me and you'd be fine, said Marilyn. She pushed raw mana into the broom and slowly the runes on its surface started to emit a dim glow. Let's go at the count of 3, Marilyn informed. The winds around us started to move. It's good that she's giving me some time to prepare myself, or so I thought, but 3 go. Marilyn stomped her left foot on the ground and then boom. Whoa, I screamed at the top of my lungs. I had no way to form some proper words as we shot directly up in the sky. It's like she's a rocket pilot. Slightly tears started to form at the corner on the eyes because of the gust of wind. I closed my eyes. A few seconds later, my surroundings calmed down a bit as I opened my eyes again, and the scenery unfolded in front of me, simply beautiful. A genuine compliment made its way out of my mouth unconsciously. Right, I knew that you'd love it. Marilyn said it's 5 or 6 a.m. in the morning and everything's still quiet. The air still smells like nighttime. It's fresh and sends shivers a bit. The first rays of the 2 suns peek over the edge of the earth and everything is bathed in a foggy golden light, and we just gazed at it from above. Watching the earth awaken is soothing. Wow, I was mesmerized by the moment. Down there, the whole Sephra was enveloped in golden warmth. Just here, Marilyn said as she descended. We flew across the whole town and landed near the border. It's huge, I said as I looked upwards. The huge walls were built around the whole of Sephra, and the reason for this is the place on the other side of the walls. Why are we here? I asked. There is no way border guards are going to let us practice here. I observed Marilyn in anticipation of the answer. We are going to the other side of the wall, said Marilyn as she made her way towards the huge gate. It's like she was taking a stroll. Are we going to Balker Forest? I asked as I kept following behind her. I wasn't opposed to it. If so, I'd say I was curious about that place. It wasn't actually mentioned in the game, but was only described as a mysterious forest and nothing more. Nah, only to the open fields on the outskirts, Marilyn said without looking back. Much to my disappointment, but I think it's fine since I can explore it later. We soon reached one of the gates. It was somewhere around 30 meters tall and 20 meters wide, with an arched structure made of sturdy-looking stone. Many town folks were going in and out of the gate, and most of them had hunting gear with them, probably adventurers. I thought most of them were going to complete their daily quests at Balker Forest since it's brimming full of mana beasts. Wait here for a minute, I'll get permission from the guards, Marilyn said. She turned around and left. A few minutes later, Marilyn returned. All clear, let's go, Marilyn said as she grabbed my hand and pulled me along with her. Since I am not signed up with the Adventure Guild, I have to get permission before leaving the town, and more so if I am leaving in the direction of Balker Forest, because of safety rules and regulations. Smokeball, remind me later that I have to get a guild card. I sent a mental note to Blaze, and he probably read it since he grumbled slightly. Outside the border wall, so this is how it is outside the town, huh? I said, there was a large patch of grass all over the earth. It's like a grazing field. I can see a forest far away from us. After walking a little, we were at a place where there were no people around. Now let's start with some light training. Marilyn rubbed on her spatial ring and 3 human-sized targets stood in front of me. You have 3 chances for each target. That says you can attack 9 times only. Use Fireball, Marilyn said. Don't overdo yourself, it's fine if you miss it at first, Marilyn said as she backed down a little. Have I been slacking too much for her to underestimate me so much? I thought, yep, you've only been eating since coming here. Blaze answered my query, but in his own style, making me feel irritated. Fine, I said as I looked ahead of me that targets were placed about 15 meters away from me. Phew. I took a deep breath and closed my eyes. Mana rushing out of my core at tremendous speed, I brought my right palm in front of me and supported it with my left palm gripping on the wrist. Opening my eyes, I focused on the targets and bombed. Bombed. The same sound reverberated through my ears as I positioned my hands in their original position. I pass right, I asked as I pointed my finger in the direction of the tarnished dummy target. Silence, awkward silence enveloped the atmosphere. Marilyn didn't respond to me as she kept looking at me with a straight expression, but I could see the corner of her lips twitching a bit. After what seemed like a long time, Marilyn said, "Where the hell did you learn that?" Marilyn's voice was not something you'd expect from a proper lady like herself. It was just loud. Was it somehow worth mentioning? It's as easy as killing someone, right, Smokeball? I thought it would have been more easy with a gun, but as long as I can get the head to burst, it's fine. Hey, Master, I take back my words, Blaze said as he squirmed a little. Why is he calling me Master? Where the hell did you learn that? Marilyn was quite surprised by the accuracy of my attacks and the damage they inflicted on those dummy targets. She walked towards me as her eyes still wandered in the direction of the tarnished dummy targets. It's not that impressive, right? I tried not to get too deep into the question about where I learned this since she wouldn't believe me if I were to say that I taught myself. It is. Or else, why would I give you multiple chances to hit the targets if it was that easy? And for a beginner like you, I expected you to miss even with that many chances. Marilyn explained, so she expected me to fail even after giving me all those 9 hits in total. I thought, it's not a pleasant feeling when you know that someone is not taking you seriously. Rub rub. Marilyn rubbed on her spatial ring, and 2 human-sized targets again stood in front of me unlike the previous ones. These dummy targets have a white-colored gemstone embedded onto their foreheads. This time you have only 3 chances. Use other spells than the fireball. Marilyn said that this time she gave me 3 shots for 2 targets, and I think it's fine for her to think that I'd miss one or so, unlike before, where she thought that I'd miss almost very short. Inferno Bolt is the only spell that I can use besides Fireball, I said. The previous owner learned only 2 spells, and I didn't have enough time to explore new spells. Then just use that, you'll learn other spells eventually, Marilyn said, and I nodded along. Fireball explodes when it comes in contact with its target. The radius of damage caused by it is pretty limited, and it does not consume much mana. On the other hand, the Inferno Bolt is a much more complex and effective spell. You have to make a very compact lance of fire in your hand, making sure that the fire does not change its designated shape, and then you launch it towards your target. Then the Inferno Bolt, like an intentionally heated metallic rod, pierces through the target smoothly if the target is not ready or is pretty weak in this case. Dummies are like corpses, so it shouldn't cause much problem. Marilyn once again stepped back a little and observed me carefully. I, on the other hand, closed my eyes to focus. I know in a live battle I won't get leisure and time to prepare myself, but this is not a live battle, this is a test, and I can take as much time as I need to prepare myself. I slowly led my mana from the core to adjacent mana veins, circulating the mana throughout the body. Mana reached for the palm. I've been doing the same when forming the fireball, but this time I have to gather the ambient fire element particles to conjure a desired shape. Bringing the burning sensation to my right palm, the fire collected itself as I kept compressing it into the small space to increase its density. Once the high-density fire orb was hovering on the top of my palm, I created another one on my left palm. I imagined the desired shape and began molding them while trying to keep their high density intact. I shaped them like construction iron bars. I opened my eyes, and then zoop. Zoop. I simultaneously threw both of the Inferno Bolts at their respective targets, and luckily they passed right through their sternum, like cutting butter with a hot knife, and they fell down. How's that? I asked, and I could feel myself smirking. Last time I was able to surprise her, and I once again was confident in my skills, so I waited for her to praise me, but to my bad luck, the words that followed were silence. Slow, your casting speed is slow. Marilyn said with half-opened eyes. Her expressions clearly describe how she feels about my performance, which is boring. How can you take so much time to create such an easy spell? Marilyn said without looking at me as she walked towards the lying dummies, that which I tried to make excuses by saying something. I can feel my face heating a little. I thought that she was going to praise me, but I never thought about her criticizing me. Marilyn squatted down near the fallen targets and began doing something around their heads. Hootin', she let out a weird kind of sound. Marilyn gently pulled the embedded gem from the forehead of the target dummies, and for some reason that gem was no longer white like before. What happened? I ran towards her. Look at this, Marilyn said as she shoved the gem stone nearly into my face. Taking the stone from her hand, I observed it, and with the help of my intelligent brain, I found that the stone was now bright yellow in color. Wow, I am surprised by your vast intellect. Master, you must have been a scholar in your previous life, right? What a load of bullshit. Even a grade schooler can tell that much. Blaze teased me. He was pretty silent through all the training sessions, but it looks like he broke it off just to ridicule me. What a jerk. They changed their color from white to yellow, I said as I returned the stone to her. Even with all that teasing, I was sure that this was the only change that occurred in this gemstone. If not, then it'll be pretty embarrassing. Yep, but do you know what it means? It means that the impact of your attack was on par with a 1-star mage, Marilyn said as she crushed the gemstones in her hands. What are those gemstones? I asked, but I think I've gotten a hint about their function and use, but I still asked to confirm. They measure the impact of an attack that lands near them and turn their color according to it, Marilyn said. She also explained that it's pretty useful for us to measure one's strength without having to go to the Adventurers Guild, and since these gemstones were mid-grade items, it can only measure power up to 4-star mage. At turning yellow means 1 star, while it can also turn orange, red, and blue respectively as the power goes higher with each. Is there anything surprising in that? Isn't it obvious that I am at least a 1-star mage? You don't have to be that shocked. I said, to which Marilyn showed a kind of defeated expression. Well, I'd be pretty shocked when the snotty little brat I used to know, who grew up in front of me all these years, suddenly shows me such extraordinary skills at once, right? Marilyn said as she stood up at her place while dusting off the dirt on her clothes. What star is Mary on? I tried to change the topic by asking Mary's current strength. If I remember correctly, then it's a little over a 3-star. She'll soon become a 4-star though. Why do you ask? Marilyn replied to me in the most generic manner, but I could feel a bragging mom aura around her when she said that Mary will soon cross the line between 3 stars and 4 stars. Nothing, I just thought that I should work hard, I said and returned to my original position. Mary was always ahead in her swordsman skills, so it's not surprising that she is a 3-star fighter, but I know if I have to survive then I'd have to be a lot stronger than required. Then what's next? We are not going to stop here, right? I asked, acting tough, huh? Well, yes, next is physical power. Marilyn said that it seemed like she didn't like when I suddenly changed the topic, but she didn't delve deeper into that. What do you mean by physical power? I was a little confused when she mentioned testing my physical strength. What kind of test is Marilyn expecting me to go through? Nothing much, you just have to show me how long you can strengthen your body with the help of raw mana, Marilyn said as she pulled out a notepad from her spatial ring. It seems like she's going to analyze something. That's it. I asked. There are many others, like having a spar or lifting something heavy to show my physical power, so why only use still place body strengthening without doing anything else? Yep, that's all there is. Now, we start quickly, we don't have all day. Marilyn was not going to explain anything, okay? I took a breath and closed my eyes so I could focus. Strengthening one's body is not that hard if you think about it, but it causes you to lose a huge sum of mana continuously. You just have to absorb the mana from your core and spread it all across your body, slowly letting it be absorbed in your muscles while strengthening your skeletal system and putting a layer of mana on your nerves to protect them. The amount of time you can maintain your body's strength solely depends on the size of your mana pool. I activated the body strengthening, and I could feel a rush of mana through my whole body, like it was binding a shield all over me. My senses were heightened to their fullest, or to say the truth, to the limit that my current body can handle. I'm done. I think this is the limit. I said, it takes a toll on your body when you strengthen it with mana, but that's just a minuscule fatigue, not much to worry about. 10 seconds, even after the first 2 tests, that's quite good and pretty normal, Marilyn said as she scribbled something on the notepad. She seems happy when she says that I am pretty average. What are you doing with that notepad there? I asked because I was curious about it. She's been holding that notepad from the moment this test started. Oh, this is nothing. It just gives me a real instructor vibe, Marilyn said as she twirled the writing pen she was holding in between her fingers. Really? I asked, and my voice came out a little dry. I wasn't even a little convinced. There has to be some reason why she made me go through this simple test. Just kidding. Marilyn sticks out her tongue to emphasize her joke. I wrote down the details of all tests, and they give me a detailed insight into your strengths and weaknesses, so we can work on them, Marilyn said. And what did you find? I was curious, so I just asked. There are a lot of things that we don't understand, so sometimes it's better to ask someone with experience, right, Smokeball? Nah, you're just too lazy to find the answers on your own, you snotty brat. Blaze said that, in one sense, he was right. In the first test, I recorded your spell casting speed, and it was ridiculously fast for someone like you. Then in the second test, I measured the power impact of your spells with the help of that gem, and you even excelled in that. And lastly, in this test, I observed the size of your mana pool, the amount of time you can maintain the flow of mana through your body, and also analyzed the maximum time you can maintain body strengthening in your top condition. Marilyn said, and all that puts you on par with a 1-star mage in terms of mana arts, Marilyn said as she shoved the notepad back into the spatial ring. It looks like there is no further use for it. You said that this is the last test. Why? I was disappointed because it still feels a little half-assed compared to what I expected. Yup, first we worked on theories, then we completely and correctly applied them here, and now we have to get some real-life experience. Marilyn said that according to when we were at her house, she taught me a lot about mana and stuff like spell casting. We applied those things in here outside the town, and now she wants to give me some real-life experience. But what do you mean by real-life experience? I asked. Back then you were quite interested in Balker Forest, right? Marilyn's response was not direct, but her message was successfully transmitted to me, and with this, the location of our next training ground was decided. Okay, time to go back now. Marilyn clasped her hand behind her back and turned around to leave in the direction of the gate. I quietly followed behind her. Inside the town, let's ride this beauty again, Marilyn said. She pulled her beauty, the magic broom stick, out of her spatial ring and invited me to ride with her, but I have other plans for today, so I won't be going home just now. I have something I have to do before heading home. You can go ahead. I said I would have loved to come, but I think Mary must be awake by now, so I have to go home. Marilyn said I didn't even ask her to come. Well, whatever. After that, Marilyn left the place with her so-called beauty, and I was left behind with my so-called ugly friend. How dare you call me ugly? Have you ever taken a look at your face in a mirror? Leave it at that. There's no need to look. Blaze was fuming with anger but couldn't retort for the first time because he found his argument baseless. I know, I am handsome. I said to tease him further. It's fun when it's Uno reverse. Haha, funny, now tell me, where are we going? Blaze tried to change the subject by asking about our next stop, even though he knew where we were going next. We are going to the Adventurers Guild, I said. It's been on my mind for a few days, and today I think it's the right time to get the job done. In front of me was a huge medieval half-timbered structure, located at the heart of Sephra, brimming full of people outside. The building was very old but well maintained. There were some statues of gargoyles and other monsters on the roof, looking at me. People were passing through the large wooden door, in and out. Most of them were obviously adventurers with their parties. Let's go inside, I said to my ugly friend, not letting go of that one. Blaze cringed. I am going to keep this teasing going on a little bit more. Right now, I am standing in front of the only Adventurers Guild in Sephra called Demacia. In my world, from what I studied, I know that there were guilds in medieval society, not like this one but others. Then a guild was an association of individuals in towns, cities, and counties who formed a united front against interlopers and untrained or overly aggressive authorities. Silversmiths, carpenters, textile workers, and other tradespeople also provided service there. Similarly, the Adventurers Guild is no different. Unlike mercenaries and skilled artisans, adventurers cover a gambit of odd and specialized jobs in the 3 categories that an adventurer guild handles: exploration, extermination, and retrieval. They explore unknown places, kill mana beasts or monsters for resources and safety, and retrieve. I entered the main building through the main door, and what I saw was pretty organized. It's the only word I can think of after seeing the Demacia Guild from inside. There were a lot more people than expected, but there was no chaos that I thought would be in here either way. It was pretty quiet, like a library. Everyone was minding their own business. Adventurers were hogging around the bulletin boards on the walls. There were multiple of them, sorted according to their tasks' respective ranks. Jobs generally range from find my cat to kill a behemoth, and are posted by locals who can't do these jobs. It's very likely that jobs will be ranked by difficulty, with precise but vague credentials required for more dangerous jobs. The guild would not only regulate what constituted an acceptable entry-level adventurer, but also what was a reasonably fair request, not kill a dragon nonsense. Right now, most of the requests posted on the bulletin boards were something that would require a 4-star mage or warrior at max. No more manpower was needed, but some of them required a party because of the scale of the job. They could also create, in emergencies, ad hoc hunter-killer teams if some monster of the disaster class showed up, like the raging monster or mana beasts. I walked towards the counter located directly opposite the entrance. and to your surprise, the receptionist is not a teenage loli or a Nico girl, but the place was occupied by a bespectacled old man. There was a visibly calmness on his face, some gray strands in between his nicely combed ashy brown hair, and he was wearing a steward's uniform. But the thing that was different from others and stood out were his slightly pointed ears, indicating that he is an elf. "How can I help you, young man?" The receptionist asked in a very polite manner. His voice was hoarse and heavy. He looked at me from top to bottom like he was doing a full inspection of me. "I want to join the guild as an adventurer," I replied to him, and he spaced out a little for a second but nodded his head immediately, saying, "Yeah, why not? I'll bring out the form, just wait a minute." The receptionist clapped his hands together and started scrambling under the desk. Soon he pulled out a thin white paper, assuming that it was an application form, and I took it from his hands when he offered it to me. "Please fill out and submit this form before taking any further action." The receptionist said the form was just like a school admissions form, with some things added and some discarded. We had to fill out our name, elemental manifestation, addresses, etc. I filled out the form and submitted it to the old receptionist. He took the form from me and checked it before putting it back. He pulled a small wooden slate with a circular rune engraved on the surface from his pocket alongside a pocket knife and placed it on the counter. "You have to shed some blood," he said with a villainous sentence with a straight face. Since I already knew about the procedure, I put my thumb on top of the slate, and then the old man skillfully sliced my thumb with the pocket knife, and blood dripped on the rune engraved on the slate. The rune glowed for a millisecond, and the slate absorbed the blood. "Well, the contract is complete. I ask you to wait for a minute there, and I'll bring you your guild ID in a moment." The old receptionist pointed his fingers in the direction where all the adventurers are sitting and having chat. The guild has a dining room and bar attached to it in its other half, where adventurers enjoy themselves after completing their quests. "I'll wait." I walked to the empty round table at the corner of the dining room. Sitting on the chair, I made myself comfortable until I saw someone looking at me, a scrawny-looking guy with dull blonde hair, a leather jacket, and skin-tight leather pants was intensely boring his eyes into me from the other end of the dining room. He was sitting with a whole bunch of people, maybe their friends or family members. "Isn't he the same guy that you messed up with on the first day when you came here?" Blaze asked. "He has access to my memories, so it's natural for him to know something before his arrival." "Yeah, he is the same guy." I said as I looked away that I didn't want to cause trouble at the place where I came just a moment ago, but that's not something they considered as I saw a bulky guy with tan skin and the same spiky hair as the previously mentioned punk guy getting up from his seat while the punk followed behind him. He crossed the whole dining room at a swift speed and arrived in front of me. "Hey, are you the one who beat my brother Kale?" he asked as he clutched onto my right shoulder with a strength that felt like he could throw me in one go. Sigh. "Why do you guys like to touch my shoulders? It's irritating," I said as I looked him in the eye. I can see a vein bulging on his forehead. "Oh, it's going to be messy in here. Make it fun for me, princess." Blaze was taking his time to enjoy upcoming events. A 7-foot-tall tan giant was now making an expression that told how much he is annoyed by my question, but he still kept hold of his reasoning. "You are the one who beat Kale a few days ago, right?" "Hey Kale, you sure it's the same guy? You can't see his face?" the goon asked me while he simultaneously increased the strength applied to my right shoulder. "They can't see your face because of your such long hair, princess." Blaze was still waiting for the fight to begin. "Yes, so what? Wanna fight too?" I brushed his burly hand from my shoulder and, not to my surprise, his other hand was right on my face, giving me an answer to my last question. Bomb. The world shifted in front of me, or so I'd like to say, but to the great surprise of my opponent, I dogged his fist by slightly but swiftly moving my head out of the direction of the incoming attack, and his fist landed on the wall behind me, leaving a crack on it. Even more surprising is that he wasn't using any mana. It looks like my recent comment and my performance left him in a big stupor as he was looking at his hand and at me back and forth. I've been waiting to use my spells on live targets, and here you are, helping me with my training. I was really happy about it, since there was no way that the training with Marilyn was going to provide me with even one battle experience. So this punk getting into a fight with me is a blessing in disguise. You must be out of your mind for saying that. "Take this aura." He retrieved his hand from the wall and threw a fully mana-clad punch towards me, but this time he is aiming for my ribs, and for some reason he let out a weird sound at the end of the sentence. I leaned backwards a little without moving my feet. His hand grazed a little on my chest, but nothing much. I grabbed his still-in-action wrist with my left palm that was clad in mana, and then I could feel how much power he put into this one particular blow, and if it were to hit me, I'd be the one to be gazing at the stars in daylight. Thawed. I thrust my right knee onto his left thigh. I would have liked to make it to his ribs, but to my bad luck, he was 7 feet tall, a foot taller than me, not to mention I used full body strengthening this time. He let out a painful cry as he backed away while holding his thigh. You must have never imagined that I could do that, huh? I said. I clicked my tongue. I was nowhere near satisfied, and he was already on the verge of giving up, but to make my day, he didn't fully back away as he still kept glaring at me. Take your time. I was not in the mood to attack first, so I let him take a breather for a couple seconds as he somehow regained his composure, and in the meantime, his friends also walked over to us. There were a total of 5 of them. I was not told that you'd be a skilled one, he said as he let go of his thigh. Looking behind him, he said, it looks like we are going to have a long chat after I dispose of this brat, right, Kale? Kale flinched a little at the sudden mention of him. Brother, it's not my fault. Kale tried to escape his way by throwing some excuses, but was silenced because his other friends came to help. So it's a group brawl, right? Interesting. I was amused by how things escalated so far now. I have like 6 potential live dummy targets if we leave that scrawny guy out of the count. Zoop. Whoa, a small, sharp blade made of some sort of stone flew past me, scraping my left shoulder a little. The stout guy in me cast an earth spell. You shouldn't get ahead of yourself, you long-haired rat, the stout guy said with a gruff, masculine voice. Long-haired rat, must write it down before I forget it. Blaze was taking note of insults he could throw at me later. I pushed the mana into both of my calves and sprinted towards him. It gave me much greater momentum. Bomb. My right fist dug directly into his right cheek, with my full body weight backing it up. Some white marbles flew in the air, but I didn't like the fact that he was still standing, so I just drove another mana-clad punch into his abdomen. It must have taken air from his lungs, as I saw his eyes rolling back, giving me a sign that he lost consciousness in a second. Silence. There are a lot of people in the diner, but not a single soul makes a sound. They just keep doing their usual things, like this is a daily occurrence in their lives. Come on, I tried to provoke this stout guy and his bystander friends, but I was cut off in the middle of my sentence. Trink, trink. That's it for today, guys. A serene voice with no emotion was heard behind me. I turned a little bit, not leaving my focus wholly on the goons. The receptionist was ringing the bell on his counter. While looking in my direction, he gestured to me when our eyes met, and I left the scene as it is. Getting a guild ID is more important. I thought I would have loved to fight them, but I don't know the consequences of that or how it'll affect my guild status. This is your ID. I hope you have a great day. The receptionist said as he handed me the guild ID that it was the same wooden slate on which my blood had been absorbed. My name and guild rank were engraved on it. Why is it D rank? Isn't it supposed to be like E or something? I was a little surprised by how they put an adventurer of D rank right below my name. Normally, it doesn't matter how strong you are, you'll have to start from the bottom in these kinds of guilds, and E rank is the bottom tier, and what I got was a rank above it. I saw you fight, kiddo. I think you should start from D rank. It'll be better. The old receptionist leaned forward and whispered so that his voice wouldn't be heard. His next words left me baffled. He said, I'll forgive you since it's your first mistake, but next time you cause a ruckus in this guild, the guild master may kill you. After saying this, he backed off. I didn't say anything, but I am sure that the guild master and this old receptionist have great authority over these fellows, since not a single person got involved in my small talk with goons, like they were just avoiding getting muddled up in between us, maybe because they are scared of this guild master guy. Well, it's just advice from this old man. It's up to you if you want to take it or not. Old man said as he looked in the direction of those goons who were trying to help their 2 injured friends, one of whom was lightly wounded and the other was sleeping soundly. Get both of them to the healer in the room back there. The receptionist pointed to the room at the end of the hall, and they left without any further rebuttal. What's your name? I asked out of curiosity. I don't remember, but I am known as Old Man Clay. Call me if you need anything. Old Man Clay said this and got back to his work. I nodded my head and left the guild after that. Not much happened, and I safely arrived at home. The rising sun cast a rosy hue across the morning sky. Golden fingers of sunlight lit up the scene. The just-risen sun shone softly on the large wall in front of me, bringing with it a flurry of early morning activity. Let's go, Marilyn said. Right now, we are near the border wall. We decided to go to the Balker Forest for some further activities, but Marilyn hasn't mentioned any of them or informed me about our lesson today. We were walking a little near the entry-exit gate when we were stopped by one of the guard members. This fellow was armed with a long sword hanging around his waist and a mithril breastplate and headgear that covered his entire face. ID. He just sent these words and kept looking at us. No more conversation, just his usual work. Here is my guild ID, and this boy is with me. Marilyn flashed her guild ID in front of the guard and was about to tell him that I was going out on her responsibility. Here is my one. I also pulled my new guild ID when Marilyn's face was the clear definition of the word confusion. He took a brief look at both of our IDs and made a way for us to pass through the gate. I'll tell you later. Now let's get outside. I stepped forward and Marilyn followed behind me. Once we were outside the town, I explained to Marilyn how I got my guild ID and became an adventurer yesterday. Of course, we're leaving that whole fight with goons out of the conversation. Oh, so you signed up for the Demasha Guild. Well, it's the only guild in this town, so it's normal, but if you had told me, I'd have recommended you to the guild that I am signed to. Marilyn was not satisfied with my choice of guild, as she suggested to me the guild she is in. Well, it's not like it's a permanent guild. I can breach the contract on my own accord. A person can sign a contract with a guild even if they live thousands of miles away from the place where it is located, but you can't sign a contract with multiple adventure guilds at one time. If it's noticed by the Grav Kingdom's Adventurers Administration, then there is a heavy punishment for that. Which guild are we talking about now? Demasha is the only guild in Sephra. That means your guild must be located in another town, right? I asked. Even before I saw her guild ID, it was different from mine. It's made of some silver-colored metal with many different types of engravings on it. Yes, it's from the guild the Black Wings. It's located in the capital. You must have heard about it. It's pretty famous all across the kingdom. Marilyn stated nonchalantly, "Are you talking about the Black Wing?" I asked. There's no way we are thinking about the same guild, right? Yes, Marilyn replied. The one that ranks at 4th position in the top 5 of all adventure guilds in the kingdom and ranks 12 in the world rankings. This time I was very specific in my request. Yep, that one. I joined their when I was 19 or something. Marilyn kept walking while telling me that she is a member of one of the top guilds in the world that never accepts anyone who is below a 5-star mage or warrior, and that too at a beginner level. Now I don't work on a daily basis, and they don't kick me out because of my previous achievement, Marilyn said. A guild master can discard the agreement if the adventurer is not working or reporting on a regular basis. It's quite surprising that the Black Wing is letting Marilyn stay even if she doesn't work. What kind of achievements has she made to get such special treatment? I thought, how are you going to recommend me? As far as I know, the Black Wing only accepts adventurers above the level of 4 stars, and for your kind information, I am still just a 1-star mage. I spoke these words. Oh yes, I didn't think about it. Well then, I'll recommend your name when you are a 5-star mage. Marilyn said as she kept walking in the direction of Balker Forest. She is pretty insistent on putting my name up there. She seems sure that I'll become a 5-star mage, but the bitter truth is that there are many humans who cannot get across the 4 stars because of their bloodline potential. Only a handful of thousands can reach beyond it. I am sure that Marilyn is one of them. Also, there is that thing where the previous owner of this body died when he was just a 3-star mage. I am pretty sure that he would have progressed a lot if not for his weak brain. We are here. Marilyn was excited when she was met at the entrance. It was a huge arc made of interwoven vines and branches with a sign that states its name, the Balker Forest. We entered the forest by following the trail left by others, and the moment we stepped inside, the whole view shifted completely. Wow. I was the one who broke the silence. Pretty right, Marilyn asked. Yeah, this is different from what I imagined, but much better. I was pretty convinced that this was going to be a place where nothing but fallen trees and dead mana beasts would be lying around, but the Balker Forest beckoned us into its pulsing heart, and the dawn's light had not yet lanced the lush green sward. A sepulchral silence overhung the hallowed ground, and a finger of supernal light poked through the misty mesh. The grass was crispy under our feet. We looked up, and the trees were skyscrapers tall. Hares were scampering away from us up ahead. Wood sorrel flecked the blanket of grass. We walked in and out of shady glades. The peace of the morning was soothing to the soul. The forest smell was fresh and organic. Songbirds sang, bringing the forest to life. Majestic trees stood serenely, awash in a tender glow. The glory of the forest was revealed in the birthstone bright light. Now again, why are we here? I asked, and Marilyn didn't tell me the reason why we entered a place where, for some reason, people are not allowed without permission. Hunting. You are going to hunt a thragtusk. Marilyn responded, who? I mean, I heard the name incorrectly. A thragtusk. You are going to hunt one for me. Marilyn repeated herself. I was not able to process her words. Clearly, she wants me to hunt a C-rank beast. But when I processed, then I was, hell nah, dude. You look over there, and I'll head over here. Marilyn gave me the direction to venture further into the forest, and she will search the woodland's margins. What brings us here to seek Thargtusk? Other mana beasts are quite simple to locate, I grumbled. Despite the fact that Thargtusks have a tiny population due to their poor birth rate, it is permissible to hunt them down. Nope, even if it takes us days to find one, I want you to hunt one. Regarding the whole hunting business, Marilyn was somewhat adamant. Okay, we'll get together in 2 hours at this very spot. If we can't find one, we're going back, and tomorrow we can resume, I said. According to my experience, it's uncommon to discover a Thargtusk readily. It's not as if I'm going to come across one contentedly munching on grass. After replying, okay, Marilyn quickly departed to look. We should also leave, I said. Along with that, I started looking for footpaths and anything else that would indicate if a Thargtusk had gone through or not. Thargtusks are extremely challenging mana creatures to control. The Adventure Guild has rated it as level C on the danger scale, and it is advised that you be at least a B-rank adventurer to hunt a Thargtusk or be in a party with at least 2 C-rank adventurers. For your kind information, if there is only one Thargtusk, they are always in pairs, a male and a female. By appearance, Thargtusk can be compared to a yak that's similar to a woolly rhinoceros, but without horn, it has long, sturdy tusks that grow out of their skull. Thargtusk resembles a yak that is akin to a woolly rhinoceros, but without a horn in appearance, it has long, strong tusks that extend from its skull. 2 hours later. Nothing here, what about you, princess? No luck, the blaze was hovering around the whole forest. He claimed to want to assist, but at the moment, he is merely flying from place to place. I found out today that, because of our connection, he can only move a short distance away from me before being drawn back into my body. Odd, huh? Nope, Smokeball, we won't be able to easily spot a Thargtusk in this woodland, I grumbled. The Balker forest is around 3 times the size of the entire Sephra, including the border walls. Then there is an adventurer's zone, and no non-magic person can enter there. Even with the approval of the Adventurers Guild, only half of it is safe for one to search, but I can go there as long as I show my guild ID. It's been 2 hours already, I think we should go back, I suggested. Aye, Captain. Blaze returned near my core. I walked back to the spot where Marilyn and I decided to meet up and saw that Marilyn was already waiting for me there, like she never left her spot. Looks like you found nothing, Marilyn said as soon as she laid her eyes on me. Let's go back now, we'll come here tomorrow and restart our search, I said. Very well, Marilyn said, turning around and starting to walk in the direction that leads us out of the forest, and I followed behind her. 2 days later. Mrs. Marilyn, how long do we have to do the same thing every day? I asked. This everyday cycle is getting on my nerves. Until I am satisfied, keep pushing. Marilyn then stroked me on the shoulder and gave me a push. Bye-bye, good luck for today. Marilyn waved her hands and saw me leave. Sigh. I sighed and left for my quest that I've been doing for the past few days. For the last 2 days, I have been searching for those Thargtusks, but none have ever been spotted by us, and for some reason, I think Marilyn is not even searching, she's just waiting for me to find one on my own. Hey, look there. Soon, when Marilyn was out of our sight, Blaze came out of his shell. Where? I turned my head in the direction where the blaze pointed and saw a serpular. A serpur is a thin, 3-foot-long, blue-colored serpent that is born from a silver-shelled egg. It's not rare to find one to begin with. The only thing that's special about them is that they are harvested for their unusual eggs. It has a thin layer of silver covering its entire oval, palm-sized egg. Heh, those eggs are precious. Blaze said. Why is his wording always so weird? Their poison is not that venomous, but is also deadly if not cured within 24 hours. I said, sigh. Let's keep going, it's no use for us. I kept going deep into the forest. A serpular is not useful without its eggs, and I don't have time to look for its nest. In these past 2 days, a lot of other magic beasts like Arsenos, Clocklick, Burrows, and many more passed before my eyes, but the only one I am finding was nowhere to be found. Hey, you know what? I am getting bored now, and I think it'll be better for me to practice my spells than search for some non-appearing damn mana beast. I was pretty annoyed by this weird training session this time. I wasted a lot of time in this forest instead, where I could have spent that time improving my casting abilities, and then I would have reached, like, near a 2nd star. Right now I am in the deepest part of the forest that I've ever been in. Balker Forest is divided into 2 parts, and this is the deepest place in the first place with no one present. A lot of mana beasts prefer living in the restricted part, while some live in the non-restricted part, and I am in the middle of 2. Okay then, let's start with accuracy. After saying this, I formed the Inferno Bolt spell in my right hand and looked around for a good target. There, Blaze found a target for me. I saw a small bird pecking in the fallen leaves, maybe it's eating worms or bugs there. The bird is like 10 meters away from me, right in front of a large bush. It's a great target to test accuracy. It's small, agile, and is able to fly when it senses an upcoming attack, making it a challenging target. Fush. I attacked it with Bolt. It swiftly shot through the air and was about to strike the bird when flap flap. The bird flew away right before the spell hit it, and the spell crashed on the bush. I think it's a bad day for me. I clicked my tongue as I turned to look for another target. Master, I think you should take a look here as well. Blaze quickly shot back into my chest, and I turned to see what happened, and the following scene was kinda bittersweet. Grrrrrrrr. Oh, I don't know how to react to this one. Yep, it's definitely the worst day. I don't know if I am happy or sad anymore, but one thing I can say for sure is that the search is over now. One thing that I forgot to mention regarding the Thargtusks is that they are peaceful by nature until someone doesn't mess with them, and I believe I may have stirred the hornet's nest. What will you do next, fight or flight? Through mental transmission, Blaze asked. A Thargtusk has just materialized from a bush after I attempted to attack a small bird a short while ago, but my strike missed and struck the bush behind the bird instead. Perhaps it had been there all along. As I could see that the Thargtusk had a wound on its forehead, my Inferno Bolt struck it, and now he is clearly enraged. Roar! Thargtusk revealed himself and prepared to charge, raking the ground before charging towards his foes. thud. As the beast charged into me, I cast fireballs with mana, but each bounced off of his thick fur and hid. Thargtusk continued to charge at me, leaping aside just before the mana beast struck me. Crash, grrr, it crashed into the large tree behind me, turning with a roar. Ha ha ha, you stupid animal, you think you can defeat me. Suddenly, Blaze came out and mocked the beast. Why is he making it sound like he did something? Charge. It looks like the beast heard Blaze as it balanced itself and started charging again. I leapt over Thargtusk and ran along the beast's back as it juddered to a halt and began to shake his body, which forced me to leap off. Roar, Thargtusk turned and charged as I landed. Whoa, he's fast. I evaded the attack by jumping and hanging on the nearby tree branch, of course. I used mana to do so. The Thargtusk was looking upwards at me with his eyes that are located on opposite sides of the head, finding a way to attack me. They don't have good binocular vision like humans and other mana beasts do, and they also lack color vision, causing their other senses to develop to a high degree. I climbed on the branch and stood there. There was too little time until Thargtusk found a way to pounce on me. Let's try this. I formed a highly concentrated inferno bolt in my hand and lunged it onto the Thargtusk from above, wishing it to hit the target. Thunk. Thargtusk easily dodged my attack. It looks like I have to fight him by going down there. If it's going to dodge my ranged attacks, then there is no other way but to defeat it with brute force. Hup, I jumped to the ground. The Thargtusk charges again when he sees the opportunity, but this time around there is something different about him. There is a thick layer of raw mana covering his almost 2-foot-long tusks. I pushed mana into my calves and lower body muscles, and when the Thargtusk was just on my face with his long mouth saber, I leapt sideways, and the Thargtusk collided with the tree behind me, but unlike before Thad, a large tree fell on the earth. The tusks are certainly doing their job perfectly, and the mana beast turned around and started scratching its hooves on the ground to indicate that it was ready to launch its next attack. At this point, this is just like a bullfight, but without a red cloth to lure the bull. The fireballs are useless against him because of their low power, and the inferno bolts are not cut out for the job because the time I can maintain the spell is too short. At that moment, a great idea passed through my mind. If I could make it work, maybe I'd be able to butcher this fellow easily. Phoo. I relaxed my whole body and stopped all the mana that was running through my body at the moment. Thargtusk also stopped whatever it was doing because of the sudden change in my behavior. Silence, there is tension between the two of us. Step, step. I backed away a little by little with my eyes still focused on my enemy, and soon came the dead end I was expecting. There is a tree just behind me, blocking my path. I placed my right hand behind my back and formed an infernal bolt on my palm. Zzzzzzch. I felt a small current of electricity in the pulse below the base of my thumb just lightly. Wow, princess, if you make it alive from this place, then there's a big surprise for your own body. The blaze was now moving, not outside, but inside my body, like he was inspecting me. What before even I can ask? Roar. Thargtusk roared and lunged forward to attack. I just waited for it to come closer, and when it was on my radar dash, I jumped vertically and twisted my body in the air, upside down, and getting the inferno bolt in front, I stabbed the Thargtusk in the back of his spine, like a 5 or 7 inch deep hole in its back. This is the benefit of learning gymnastics in a previous life. You can kill a mana beast using that experience, maybe. It bellows in agony as I try to balance myself on its back and prepare for the next attack. Roar. It raises its 2 front hoofs off the ground, and I trip down its back. Thud. Ola, I said, falling hard on the ground with a not-so-pleasing sound since I fell on my back and was not strengthening it with mana. Crack. I also heard a small cracking sound. Maybe I broke a vertebra or two. Roar. SHT. Before I could even try to get myself up from the ground, the Thargtusk came onto me with its long tusks, and this time the tusks were aimed at my skull because it was at the same level as the ground. Grrr. Just as its tusk was ready to dig into my skull, I ducked and rolled over, not aside from the Thargtusk's path but into its path, like just under his jaw, and now stab. I immediately formed a bolt with every last ounce of mana that was left in my core and stabbed it through the throat. The inferno bolt passed from its vocal box and came out of the top of its head. It was a weird angle on how I stabbed. The bolt dispersed and my body got limp. I used everything in that one attack. Thargtusk wobbled a little and started coughing blood, getting tired quickly, and soon the eyes lost their shine and it fell on its side. Silence. The Thargtusk is dead now, and I am also alive. I know I had to sacrifice my whole mana pool and a few vertebral columns, but I think it was worth it since I won. I can't move for a while, and I have to refine the ambient mana to fill my core again. It'll take me about a few minutes to get back on my own 2 feet. Ha ha ha, I did it. It was my first hunt, and I was able to kill a C-rank mana beast. There's no bigger joy than this right now. Master. Blaze was called for, and I don't have a good feeling about this. Whenever this parasite addresses me with respect, something unfortunate happens. Don't tell me anything, I said. I just don't want to hear it. Just turn your gaze to your left. I wonder why you are so unlucky. It's like the whole world wants you to die. Blaze said, I am lying on my back. I turned my face to my left, and there I saw. A huge Thargtusk is looking at me and at the corpse of its partner simultaneously, and it doesn't look happy at all. I passed just to fail more miserably. These are going to be my last words. The Thargtusk was eerily calm. It wasn't able to process the situation thoroughly. The corpse of its partner is in front of its eye, and the killer is also lying in front of it. Sigh, a lot happened in this life, maybe not, but anyway, this life was good. My only regret is that it ends here. Bye-bye, my friend Parasite. I bid my farewell. There is no other way to escape. I am depleted of all mana reserves, my back is fractured, and there is an angry mana beast that is going to kill me as revenge for killing its mate. Hey, stop, why are you thinking about such stuff, and even in your last words you're calling me a parasite? Blaze asked, all of those words caked in as a surprise for him. Who's going to tell him that I am now done? This is the end. Roar. The Thargtusk roared and charged at me with tremendous speed. Its tusk pointed to me, reinforced with mana, and backed me with its body weight. I just waited for it to hit me, and then I die. Sigh. The journey seemed to take a lifetime, and I had this fantasy of a choir of kids waving me towards what I imagined would be heaven while humming an angelic hymn. Thud, but soon followed the sound of something falling heavily. Silence. Hun never delivered the finishing blow I was waiting for. I looked up and saw the corpse of the Thargtusk, eyes wide open. There was a big hole in his stomach. The thick, dark red blood spread on the ground. Phew, that was close, huh? Are you all right? A feminine voice came from my right side. I am in the middle of my savior and the corpse of Thargtusk, and I turned my face to see who it was. A young woman, likely in the middle of her 20s, held her hand in front. She was huffing, sweat beads trickling down her forehead. She must have used a lot of mana in that one attack. She had launched an air blade spell. I asked you something. You are fine, right? The young woman repeated herself and made me come out of my stupor. Yeah, I am fine, I replied as I tried to get up with my remaining strength. My voice is breaking because of tiredness. Ouch. But to my bad luck, God wants to show my embarrassment in front of the women that I met just a moment ago, and I can't get up because of back pain. No worries, I'll help you. Saying this, the woman walked towards me. I couldn't say no because I am in dire need of help. She came up to the place where I was lying, bending a little. She slowly wrapped her arms around my back and behind my knees, then lifted me up from the ground. Isn't this what they call a bridal carry? I was embarrassed even beyond the point. Maybe death would be better than this. That's why I call you a princess, haha. Blaze chimed inside my mind. Well, beggars can't be choosers. I looked up to take a glance at her face, and I'd have to concede she's a beauty after taking many more seconds to gaze at her, but my half-cloudy eyes could have had something to do with that. Instead of calling her a glamorous beauty, I would describe her as truly kind and gentle, with distinctive green hair and eloquent eyes. Her big eyelashes and sparkly nose caught my attention. Ren. This time another voice came from behind. It's a familiar voice. Marilyn arrived at the crime scene. She immediately ran towards me. And can you put him down real quick? Marilyn said to the unknown woman who came to my rescue. Why yeah, the young woman was baffled by the sudden appearance of Marilyn. She quickly but carefully placed me under a tree with my back resting on it. Drink this, it's a healing potion. Marilyn placed a vial on my mouth and made me drink the glowing lime-colored liquid in it. Unlike Mana's potion, the healing potion made me feel a bit of warmth in my body. I could feel the sensation spreading all over my body, and just like that, all the tiredness and pain went away. My mana was still depleted, but my body returned to normal. I felt refreshed. I stood up and brushed off my clothes, turning to my lifesaver and saying, "Ah. Don't be, I was just passing from here and saw you lying there, nothing much," the young woman said. "May I ask your name?" I asked. I wanted to repay her somehow. "It's Annabelle, just Anna is also fine. What's your name?" Anna introduced herself. "I am Ren, Miss Anna, and I'd like to repay you for your kindness," I said as I offered a hand and she shook it. "You don't have to." She stopped for a split second and then clutched my palm a little like she remembered something and said, "Well, if you say that, then why don't you give me that corpse of the Thargtusk that you killed? I am running low on finances and I'd be a great help if you could do that." At first, Anna tried to brush aside my offer but changed her mind halfway through. "Why not? It's all yours." I was truly happy that she at least demanded something. The tusks and other body parts of mana beasts can be sold at adventure guilds at market prices, and since Thargtusk is not easily found, it'll easily fetch some silver coins for her. I can place the corpse in my ring since it'll be hassle to drag it back to the town, right? Marilyn said both corpses are close to 500 pounds in weight. Ooh, you have a fancy spatial ring there that would be very helpful. Anna appreciated Marilyn's help. After that, 4 of us walked out of the forest. In the meantime, Anna told me about herself. Things like how she is not from this town, but is a wandering mercenary. Her group is staying in Sephra for a few days. She thought it'd be a good idea to hunt some mana beasts as a side income until they are here, and she came to Balker Forest. But then she somehow found me. and all the afterstory is already known to us. There it is. I'll go and get the transactions done. Saying this, Anna ran into the Demasha Guild while pulling Marilyn along with her, and I am going to wait outside until they come out. Annabelle is pretty energetic, I muttered, or is just too desperate to get the money, who knows? Blaze responded, well, that is also fine. How much did she get for the corpse? I asked, of course, and I am eager to know the price of my first hunt. They paid her like 1 gold coin and 5 silver coins after including the mana crystals. Marilyn told me, and that's a good sum for a C-rank beast. 1 royal platinum coin equal 100 gold coins, 1 gold coin equals 100 silver coins, 1 silver coin equal 10 copper coins. If you ask me, then I'd say that 1 gold coin would suffice for an ordinary family of 4 to live a decent life for over a month or more, and platinum is far from something that commoners or normal adventurers can acquire. Rue, Marilyn looked at her in the eyes and called my name. What? I asked. You passed, congratulations. Marilyn congratulated me, and then it clicked that the quest was now done. I just forgot it due to all the other stuff, like nearly dying and all. Yep, I did, and now what's next? I was impatient. Only 10 days are left until month's end, along with my training with Marilyn. Nothing, you passed. Marilyn said with a half smile on her face. She's kidding, right? At first, I thought that maybe it'd take more than a month to get you into shape, but I was wrong. I don't know what kind of changes have occurred in you in these past few days, but you are not the same kid I used to know. Marilyn sighed as she put a hand on her brows. So the Thargtusk was the last test. Is there nothing that I can learn? There is like a week or more till the month ends, right? I asked, and at first we decided that she'd be my instructor for a month. I've somehow come to like this training and want it to continue a little bit more. I think you don't get the gravity of the task you've completed. Marilyn sighed and said, listen, a Thargtusk is C rank, and it's nearly impossible for a D rank, and that also happens to be a 1-star mage to subjugate it, but you did, and on your journey, I doubt that you will face any mana beasts easily. It's true that mana beasts and monsters are different from normal animals. Both can only be found in specific places like Balker Forest, dungeons, etc. I could teach you more, but it'll take more time, and I think you don't intend to stay here for more than the end of the month, am I right? Marilyn explained the reason why she can't teach me any further. It's true that I must leave for the Ravak Kingdom. Yes, that's also true. This result made me feel a little melancholy, and I regret not taking more time. Oh no, don't make that look, you'll make me weep. I'm always at home, so come visit me there. Marilyn tiptoed and tousled my hair a little. It was gentle but a cute gesture. I don't know why, but the more the time I spend with her, the more she seems cute to me, I thought. Yeah, then I'll inform my parents about this. I said this and thanked her for the effort she put in for me. We parted ways there, and Marilyn left in the direction of her house while I walked to my house. She looked a little sad, though. Ding dong. My father left the house a little early today due to business linked to the store, so when I rang the doorbell, my mother answered it and gave me a warm smile. I went inside and headed to the dining room table. Mom said, wait here, I'll get you breakfast quickly, and she entered the kitchen and came out with my breakfast in hand. The brunch, as usual, appeared delectable and enticing. After finishing my meal, I called out Mom, wanting to tell her what had happened. My mother, who is seated directly across from me at the dining table, asked, what is it, Rue? I told her about today's activities and everything that happened, including how I managed to kill a Thargtusk by myself, which caused my mother to experience an odd mixture of joy and awe. I also told her about Marilyn's statement that she can no longer tutor me because I have finished all the basic training, and that I want to leave after tomorrow, to which my mother gave me an incredibly sad look. Rue, I know I might sound selfish after what I promised, but could you stay until like this weekend since it's a pretty important day? Mom requested that I stay a little while longer. What important day? I asked. If I recall correctly, I said that nothing crucial would require my presence. Oh, you've forgotten, honey. Your birthday is this coming weekend. Mom added, hiding her worries over my choice with a broad smile. Observing her efforts to persuade me to stay, I responded, okay, fine, I'll stay, but I'll leave the next day, deal. I remarked that since it had already been decided at month's end, but I had started my training a little early, it wouldn't make a difference if I left after this weekend. Yay. Mom hugged me enthusiastically while attempting to properly hug me from that side of the table. Staying a day or more won't hurt, I thought. I am also a little happy about this, just a little, maybe too happy, since I can't remember when was the last time when someone properly celebrated my birthday. I plopped on my soft bed and got up immediately as I remembered something. Hey, are you done with it? I asked. Blaze has been quiet for a while now. After the battle with the first Thargtusk, I thought I told him to do a survey of my body internally, and he said he has a surprise for me. When fighting Thargtusk, I noticed something unusual when I was chanting for Inferno Bolt. I felt a small current of electricity in the pulse below the base of my thumb, just lightly but with an alien feeling. Princess, I want you to conjure an Inferno Bolt in your hand right now, Blaze said as soon as he came out of my chest. Right now, we are in my room, dude. What if something catches fire? I am reluctant to do so. It's not wise to use spells in your own home, and more so if they are fire spells. It's important, just do it. Blaze is getting on my nerves. This better be important, or I am getting rid of this parasite. When I know how to do that. I immediately conjured the spell, and for your kind information, I am not sitting on my bed, I am standing in the center of my room to avoid getting the fire on anything like curtains and bedsheets. Increase its density, Blaze said. What he meant by increasing density was to try adding more power while maintaining the current size. I did it. More Blaze was not satisfied with just this, so he told me to add more. Zup. It's not enough, I said, get every fucking ounce of your mana to do it. Blaze clicked his tongue. This dude wanted me to concentrate my whole energy into a single spell, and I did it. And now compress it. Blaze ordered. Nope, this is a lot of concentrated power, and if I compress it even further, then it's going to explode. I'm sure that explosion will send me on the wall just like those shockwaves when I set Blaze free from that dagger, but worse. Don't worry, now your body can channel this now, so just do it. What does he mean by my body can channel what it needs now? Is there any change in my body? Fine, I agreed. I tried to compress the whole spell into a smaller space, and I saw it then, zzzzch. I could feel my arm starting to tingle as the fire began to gradually turn white in color and the temperature rose. Suddenly, boom. But it was merely a current of wind, not a shockwave that shook the entire room. An enigmatic white energy was coiling around my arm as I fixed my attention on my hand. Lightning. What type of odd look am I making at this very moment? I can imagine. So lightning is the advancement of the element fire and is now acquired by me. It happened so suddenly that it's hard for me to process the situation quickly. Just like I said before, mana control is mostly a hereditary trait. A census revealed that about 1 in 100 kids can feel mana, but this ability can only be validated once a person's mana core is fully grown, which can happen anytime between early adolescence and early teen years. A transparent barrier that surrounds the awakened forms when a mana core develops and lasts for a few minutes. A genetically endowed mage child experiences the phenomenon known as manifestation when they are between the ages of 7 and 10. When that happens, they are able to feel the ambient mana in their environment, and a mana core gradually settles inside of them, giving them the ability to command both mana and elements. But here's what makes mana manifestation unique. When someone uses it, their appropriate element fire, water, earth, etc. is instantly connected to or paired with them. And also, the advancements are known at exactly the same time. But in my situation, something strange occurred, and now, after 4 years of elemental manifestation, I am exhibiting my advancement. By observing the white, glittering energy coiling around my dominant hand, it is clear that this is lightning. How does that work? I asked my friend over there, who is observing me with a pretty amusing expression. Listen. And that's how this happened. Blaze completes his lecture and looks at me. So basically, he told me that some of my mana veins or channels had blockages in them, and because of that, I had a pretty late manifestation for a human child. It's all connected. Today, I passed a huge amount of mana through those blocked mana veins and channels, and that resulted in me having a lightning power up my sleeve. System. I immediately uttered these words. I haven't used them at all since my arrival in this world, but I know how that works. Ding. Do you want to turn on the notifications? Yes, no. A window appeared in front of me. What does it mean by notifications? Well, whatever. Yes, I was sure that this was going to be useful. Ding ding. Gained blood points 60. And I was wrong. Nothing much can be done by turning on the notifications. A constant bombardment of messages and bell sounds rang through my mind and gave me a headache. Like there was a huge amount of messages on your phone. It's showing me the goddamn experience points that I have gained since coming here at once. Sigh. Turn off the notifications and open the status window. I wanted to take a look at my stats. A lot more options were there than last time, like store and bloodline potential, etc. There. I saw that lightning was added to my attributes. It's on the low side, but it'll come up eventually. What's spirit? I tapped on the spirits section and it shows. Ding. Spirits 1-2 consciousness of an abomination dragon. No physical form. Want to turn it off? Yes, no. Showing the stats of Blaze, I nearly forgot that I am contracted to this dipshit, and he is a spirit even if only half of it. Hey look, I can turn you off. I teased him a little. Don't you dare, princess. Blaze scoffed. He doesn't like the idea of getting turned off by some kind of switch. I think it's available because Blaze is only consciousness and not a physical being. He can vanish if I stop the supply of mana. And it'll be gone when he acquires the body of his other half, and then he won't be able to live inside me. There's a store in here. I mentally tapped on the last option. Store LV1. Blood points 61 mana potion, 25 points. 1 healing potion, 30 points. 1 deadly poison, 500 points. Full set of gargoyles armor, 150 points. Well, that's common. Just like any other game, this system provides me with the available store. All of the goods are present in the store, some are simple to locate, while others are somewhat difficult to even glance at, and this is true even of the level 1 store. I'm unsure of the materials I'll be able to purchase after the level rises. There is a word at the top of the store's menu that baffles me a little, but what are those blood points? I was a little perplexed by these weird points, and I gained 60 points from God knows where. The system note, you can earn blood points with every kill you make. The more powerful the target, the more points you'll earn. History, you successfully killed a Thargtusk 60 plus. So we have to kill to earn the money in here, not like doing tasks but real slaughter. That's interesting. This whole blood points thing has piqued my interest, and I wonder if I can earn points by killing some humans. Hey, I don't think that's a good plan. Alright, maybe we should try to kill some more mana beasts first. Blaze was definitely not having it. How can he even call himself an abomination dragon? What a disgrace to such great name. Oh, good morning, boy. I didn't expect to see you first thing in the morning. Old Man Clay said as soon as he entered the guild through the door, it's his shift now. Good morning. I am here to take a look at some quests that I can accept, but I think I am late. I return the greetings. I am right now at the Demasha Guild. The guild is open for like 24 hours a day, and their work never stops. Even if there are no staff members in here, we can still accept the requests since it's just reading them and getting the job done, and then we can come back when they are available here to give the rewards. I'm standing in front of the bulletin board that is supposed to have the list of quests suitable for a D-rank adventurer like myself, but every request I am interested in is already stamped with a guild seal indicating that it was completed. Oh, no, you are not late, but too early, son. I have to replace those old posters with new ones. Just give me a second. The old man Clay brushed his hand in the air. He was telling me to follow him, and so I did. Old Man Clay walked to his counter and pulled out at least a 5-inch fat stack of papers, probably the new request posters he was talking about. Here he carefully handed me somewhere like 10 posters from the stack saying, these are some that you can handle, there are more, but I'll have to sort them before sticking them on their respective bulletin boards. You can wait there if you want to. He pointed towards the L-shaped couch to the left of the entrance. It was the waiting area, so I walked there. Now that I think about it, last time I couldn't get a good look at the structure of the building, but now that I look carefully, this building is really big. Although it is located opposite the entrance, the circular reception desk is still in the middle of the hallway. Behind the counter for the receptionist is a cashier. Although there isn't anyone at the counter right now, I'm certain that their shift begins a little bit later. Then there is a diner in the right section with a healer's office adjacent to it, and the waiting area and bulletin boards are in the left section of the building. The guild master's office is located upstairs and has cabinets for some of the staff members who handle the necessary paperwork. There is a staircase leading to the second story. I immediately plopped down on the couch and looked through the posters that Clay had given me. There is a request that says that they want a vial full of circular with a reward of 2 silver coins, followed by massive requests like collecting 100 cobwebs of erectodit for a reward of 1 gold coin. Sigh. These requests are paying decently but are too time-consuming, and I am looking for something that is quick and will include some killing. Last night I thought that I should practice my skills on live targets more and test the lightning on some mana beasts to earn some blood points. Blaze says that it's too early to try earning blood points by killing humans and that I should take it seriously. Creak, hey Gramps, good morning. A cheerful and slightly familiar voice entered the guild through the door, but I didn't lift my gaze and focused on the papers in my hand. You're here again, huh? Give me a second and I'll stick it on the bulletin boards. The old man Clay said he seemed familiar with this woman. Give half of them to me, I'll help. The lady was eager to help, and now that I've listened more carefully, I think I know who this person might be. I lifted my gaze and all my doubts were cleared in one go. A girl with a hair bun tied neatly, wearing lightly padded leather armor was standing before me. Unlike before, she now has a bow hanging on her back, but I don't see any arrows with it. Miss Anna, I called for the green-haired woman. She turned in my direction and her eyes widened in surprise. Ren, we meet again. She walked towards me with posters in her hands behind her old man. Clay was still sticking the posters on the large bulletin boards. It's a pleasant surprise to see you here in the morning. We couldn't meet yesterday because of my friends. Anna came to me and asked me about my reason for coming to the guild today. I vaguely told her that I wanted to hone my skills, and these quests are not helping at all. Hey, then why don't you come with me then? I am going to the restricted part of Balker Forest, and some extra help is always welcomed. Anna suggested, yeah, why not, if I can be of any help. I said accompanying her is no problem if it's going to benefit me, and there is also an abundance of mana beasts in the restricted part of Balker Forest. Just wait a second, then I'll help Gramps, and then we can leave. Anna hurriedly turned around. It's like she wants to leave immediately, but also doesn't want to leave the work to the old man alone. I got from my place and followed behind her and tapped on her shoulder. She looked at me with a question mark hanging above her head. I'll also help, it'll make it quick for your gramps, too. I took about half of the posters from her hand and walked towards the bulletin boards. Annabelle understood the gesture as she smiled a little and nodded in affirmation. So both of you know each other, huh? I thought you were new in this town, Missy, but it looks like you certainly have friends here. Old Man Clay said without looking in our direction. Oh, we met just recently. You remember those Thargtusk corpses I brought yesterday for sale, right? One of them was killed by this young man here. Annabelle said she's calling me young, but she's also quite young herself. Oh, that's interesting. Then why didn't you come? I could have added that to your guild ID, and it would have been helpful for you to rise in rank. Clay said he was a little disappointed that I didn't show up yesterday. Next time then, I was just repaying for the big favor she has done for me. I said, it feels wrong to get benefited from something that you do for others and more, so if it's about repaying for a favor and here, she literally saved my ass from dying in that forest. After a while, all three of us were done sticking up the posters. I also found a quest that suited my taste. It's about bringing back 3 pairs of antlers of Reinservid, a deer like the Mana beast, for a reward of 4 silver coins for each pair. Let's go. Now we are good to go. Bye, Gramps. Annabelle waved her hand while looking back. Be careful out there, kids. Old Man Clay said he sure is quite a worry rat. We departed the guild and headed out of the town. It's just about 7 in the morning, and the town is starting to come alive after a good night's sleep. Hey, Ren, Annabelle called to me. She was walking right beside me. What? I asked, looking down past my right shoulder since she's like head shorter than me. Yesterday, that lady with Yao, was she your elder sister? Annabelle asked Marilyn. No, she's not my sister. She's my parents' close friend. I've known her since I was a child. What about her, though? I am not surprised that she guessed Marilyn's age wrong. That woman looks 15 years younger than her actual age. Nothing, it's just that she bought the Thargtusk corpse that you killed for like double the actual price from the guild right at the moment I sold it. Annabelle said, huh, I made a dumb sound. Wah, hey, we are here. Annabelle brought my attention to the large wall in front of me, meaning that our small walk ended here. Time goes by quickly when you are with someone. I'll ask Marilyn later about the Thargtusk corpse in person. After checking out, we got out of the city gate and entered the Balker forest. Annabelle said that she'd lead us to the restricted part, and I followed behind. Since she's a mercenary by profession, she's actually good with direction and stuff. There, look there. Annabelle jumped up and down with her index finger pointed in the south. She looks like an excited grown-up child. It's cute though. Whoa, the restricted part of Balker Forest is completely the same as I imagined it to be and is worthy of being restricted. Unlike the lush green forest behind me, the restricted region was completely opposite. The trees in this part of the forest were nicotine brown. Gloomy scrubs hid dangerous creatures. The musty air was difficult to breathe. The whole forest was old and otherworldly. Let's go, I said as I looked at the contrast both places gave. It's like a completely different world. The only thing separating them was the poorly built wooden fence. Maybe it's not poorly built, but is pretty old. We entered through the iron gate. There was a table with a few guards. It's likely they are here to check on the person who enters this area. We walked up to them. If you both are here individually, then you can't go to the eastern area, and you'll have to hunt in the western area. But if you both are together, then you can proceed further, one of the guards said. According to him, it's not safe for a single person to be alone in the eastern area, so you'll have to bring an ally with you. This large forest was further divided into 2 stages. The first stage was the outer region, which was not that dangerous, and we've been roaming there until now. There are only a few mana beasts, and the majority are small monsters. On the other hand, the second stage, with the inner region at its center, was extremely dangerous. The outer region was large, but that was based on its width. It would not be very far if one walked in a straight line. The inner region was much larger, as it was in the shape of an oval. We both are together, Annabelle said while placing a hand on my shoulders, like she was emphasizing the point of us being together. Register yourself here and then you can go. The guard said he placed a register in front of us, and we put our names in there. After passing by the guards, we walked deeper into the forest as the scenery changed into a much darker place with a bad smell of blood and a decaying corpse. It's different from the outer side, right? Annabelle was the first to strike up conversation in this silent atmosphere. Yeah, it sure is. I looked around me only to see vultures like mana beasts feeding on the rotten corpse of some beast. Rustle. Huh? I heard a movement in the large bush behind me and turned around. Annabelle immediately held out her bow and pulled the string to its widest. Zoop. She follows that by shooting an air-filled arrow into the shrub. She's utilizing a unique bow that can be strengthened with one's own elemental mana and can use air-type spells as an assault. When the arrow struck the bush, the entire bush immediately scattered, exposing a creature with block-ear muzzles that were larger than coyotes, shorter ears with rounded tips, and bushier tails. It's a Lanny's, Annabelle said as she launched another arrow at the mana beast, but the target was easily evaded. Lanny's is a wolf-like mana beast. It is quite aggressive, and unlike wolves, it hunts alone, so there is no need to worry about their other partner. Moreover, with our larger number, I believe we can easily take him out. Oh well, let's not overlook the fact that in contrast to Thargtusk, it is a C-rank mana beast that is bred to hunt. Bell, fire an arrow on the tree to its left. I immediately conjured an inferno bolt in my hand as I aimed at the empty space on the right side. Okay, she shot an arrow on the tree where the Lannies was headed. It made him turn around and run in the opposite direction, directly to the place where I aimed for. Take this. I threw the spell immediately when Lannies was at the spot where I wanted it to be. Zoop. The spell hit the right foreleg, and the Lannies crashed to the ground. Bell loaded another arrow and then hit the lance before it got a chance to pick itself up. The arrow hit right on his back, and blood dripped from his. Grrrr, it growled at us. I immediately used some fireballs to weaken it further, but it dodged my attack smoothly. I strengthened my body with mana and ran towards the Lannies. I don't have any long-ranged weapons like Bell, so I have to fight it with my hands. The Lannies also didn't back down easily as he pounced forward at me with a jaw full of razor-sharp canines. I condensed my mana and made a fireball in my hand, but also didn't launch it. I waited for it to come to me, and it did. Lannies rushed to me with full speed. The more I fought it, the more adrenaline rushed through their bodies, and they were more likely to make a mistake. Boom. I ducked very low and smashed the spell right into its abdomen. The stomach part is the place where the skin is thin and easy to cut. It wobbled a little and then fell to the ground like a stringless puppet. Ding. System notification. Earned 30 blood points by killing a Lannies. I mentally brushed aside the system notification that popped out of nowhere. Phew, it's dead, I said, taking a deep breath and looking at the dead Lannies. It was easy. I turned around and saw Bell. Bell, I called her. She's standing there with her bow still loaded. It's like she's spacing a bit. You said it was your first time here, right? Bell asked as she unloaded the spell from her bow and came to me. Yeah, it is. Why are you asking? I answered and threw in a question myself. No, nothing. I just thought you were pretty good for someone new, Bell said, walking towards the corpse and squatting beside it. She pulled a small dagger from her side pocket and began stabbing the corpse. I'll take that as a compliment. And what are you doing to the corpse? I asked. Lena's corpses are useless, but the mana crystals are valuable, Bell said as she put her hand exactly where she stabbed with a dagger and pulled a small white marble-sized orb and put it in her bag. We can sell this to the guild for like 1 silver coin, and the corpse can be left for the vultures to feast on, Bell said as she wiped her blood-painted hand with a floral-patterned handkerchief. If that makes sense, then I think we should continue the search since I have to find some reinservids. I said that and walked away, while Bell followed behind. I think I might know the place where we can find them, Bell said. After a few hours, ha ha ha, I said, sitting on the ground to catch my breath. I think it's enough for today, Bell said as she passed a water bottle to me. 1, 2, and 3 all done. I counted the number of reinservids we killed. There are also some other small fry we caught, but they won't give us much. I already dehorned the reinservids and took their mana crystals. It's the first time I was able to get this many hunts in one day, Bell said as she sat beside me. Well, still, I burned most of my mana, while you are still the same as always. I know that she is stronger than me, but how is it possible for her to not even sweat a little when here I am thoroughly exhausted? I am a 3-star mage, so it's natural, but you are also quite strong for a 2-star mage, Bell said. I am not a 2-star mage, but a 1-star mage, I corrected her, and then she gave a judgy look but soon sighed and said, You are giving me surprises back to back, huh? The first is that you've never been here before, but still were able to keep up with me, and now you are saying that you are just a 1-star mage. Bell completed her sentence with a light shake of her head. I think we should leave. I got up from my spot and helped Bell stand. After that, we walked out of the forest while dragging the corpses of the mana beasts we killed using the mana strengthening. Let's go inside. Bell said a lot of town folk were looking at us as we dragged these corpses towards the guild building. After entering the guild, the old man Clay hurriedly walked towards us and said, Oh, it looks like it's a big catch today. Yep, it certainly is. Now give me the right price for them. Bell pushed them at the old man Clay. Just give me a second, I'll calculate the right price for them. Old man Clay turned around. Ah, wait a minute, these are the horns for the quest I took today. I handed the reinservid's horns to him. Kid, you should look out for yourself. Old man Clay walked away after dropping these words. What does he mean by that? I was confused by such an out-of-the-blue statement. Somewhere in the Balker forest. Fush. Thud. The inferno bolt and air spike struck simultaneously, and the snake-like mana beast fell on the spot. Phew, let's rest a bit, I said while lying on the ground. The tiredness was taking over me. Yeah, we can continue later. Bell also sat beside me. I am in the midst of the Balker forest's restricted part. For the last 2 days, we've been grinding in this forest trying to kill as many mana beasts as possible, and because of that, we were able to gather a hefty sum of a few gold coins by selling their core and other useful materials to the guild. Take this. Annabelle passed a water bottle to me. I took the bottle and drank it from it. Are we going to stop here? Annabelle asked, unlike the first day, where only I was the one getting tired. Today, Annabelle seemed like she overworked herself. Nope, I think a little bit more won't hurt. I said that we've been hunting for like 3 continuous hours, but I still think that there are more mana beasts around here. Hup, okay, then break time is over. Annabelle jumped up from her place as she offered a hand for me to get up. I took her hand and stood up while brushing the dust off my clothes. In these few days, a lot of changes have occurred in such a short time, like my chasing skills and control over fire mana being increased. I am learning a new spell called Fire Tornado, and last but not least, the relationship between me and Annabelle. At first we were just co-workers who work for their own benefit, like she works for money while I work for experience, but now the air between us feels more like friends if you ask me, a purely platonic friendship. A man and woman can't be friends with my boy, hee, said the Saint Blaze from the back of my mind. Haha, so funny, I transmitted my sarcastic reply. Regarding Blaze, I've made the decision that if he annoys me, I'll shut him down through the system, to which he agreed, but he still throws in some jokes in between conversations, and I can bear with that much. Hey, Miss Anna. I called her because there was a question I'd been itching to ask for a long time. Just Anna is fine. You using honorifics makes me feel like an old hag. Annabelle complained about the way I addressed her. Okay, Anna, there's been something on my mind you won't mind if I ask, right? I was a little hesitant. What if she gets upset? And what is it? Annabelle asked. It's about your other party members. Why don't you hang out with them? Like right now, since they are more in number, they'd literally be more helpful in this hunt, right? I asked, and whenever she says that she's going to meet her co-workers, she gets a little sad, so I thought that there must be something going on between them. It's not like we're fighting or they are bullying me, it's just that they just don't want to work on their holidays. Annabelle answered cheerfully, but it wasn't the usual cheerful expression she showed me for the last few days. It seemed forced. Is that all? You can hide it if you don't want to tell. I said it's all right if she doesn't want to talk about it. Everyone has a secret or two. I just inquired because she looked like she was in trouble. Sigh. You are quite an observant one, huh? That is the exact opposite of the impression you give. Annabelle sighed. Then you're going to tell me or not? Chuckle. And also pretty impatient. Annabelle chuckled a little when she saw me inquiring further. Well, it's about a dream that I have, and that dream is drawing a line between me and my friends. Annabelle showed an indescribable expression of sadness and acceptance. Why would your dream be their concern? I was perplexed by her statement. If it's her dream, then it's none of their business, right? They are ticked off by the fact that I'll have to quit my mercenary work and leave all the people that I've been friends with for 10 years behind to complete my dream, Annabelle explained. Makes sense, it totally does now, so any advice or guidance for me? Annabelle asked curiously. Nah, not really, it's your problem to deal with. I was not going to get myself into someone else's personal problem, even if that person is a friend. S-T-A-R-E. I don't know what I was expecting from you, Annabelle said, giving me an extremely blank look. We chatted like that for a few more minutes and then decided to continue the hunt. This time, I suggested that we go in 2 different directions to locate more mana beasts. Annabelle was skeptical at first, saying that it was not safe, but eventually gave in to my persuasion. Walking deeper into the forest, I kept my senses heightened to sense any incoming attacks. Rustle. A rustling sound came from the left. I took a fighting stance and waited for the mana beast to come out, not to mention that I'd learned to create a blade with my lightning powers. Jackpot, a lean guy appeared in front of me, followed by another one. Hey Kyle, we found him, said the one who came after. Who's Kyle? Another 7-foot-tall, tan giant came after him, and this one is familiar. It's the same guy that I fought with in the guild on my first day. It looks like his name is Kyle. Ho ho, surprise, Kyle said. Soon 3 more guys followed after him. The whole goon crew is here, huh, foo. Now there are 2 options in front of me. 1, first, fight them all at once. 2, ask for help from Annabelle. The first option is invalid because my mana reserves are about half depleted. The second one is also discarded because it risks Annabelle's safety. Then the third is it. The third option is the best in these kinds of situations, and that is RUNs. I ran away with everything I had, leaving them behind me. Huh, kill that bastard. I heard gruesome noises behind me as they all shot in the direction I ran. This part of the forest is very dark, and the trees are as large as skyscrapers, which gives me the advantage of hiding. I climbed a tree and hid on its high branch. Footsteps. I heard footsteps, so I looked down to see who it was. I saw 2 guys from the same goon crew. Hey, look there, I'll go in this direction. One of the guys walked deeper into the forest while leaving behind the other. Has nobody told them that you should never leave your friends behind in these kinds of chasing scenes? Blaze said after reading my thoughts. I dropped down with a quiet thud behind one of the goons. This man had a very lanky build. While lean muscles were visible, he didn't seem too strong and was only armed with a long knife. Startled by the soft thud, Lanky turned around, probably expecting a curious weasel or rat. His face twisted into a mixture of surprise and amusement when he saw me, but before he had the chance to even speak, I lunged upward towards his neck. I infused lightning mana into the blade of my hand that I'd created, turning it into a sharp edge. He flinched back reflexively, his hands trying to reach where his face was to guard against the boy shooting towards him, but it was too late. SLSH. I take a quick swipe at the jugular, taking his vocal cord out along with his carotid artery. A stream of blood sprayed out of his neck immediately as I landed behind him, supporting his lifeless body and gently placing him down to avoid making noise. "I Crow, where are you? What the?" A voice came from the other side. It was the same guy who had split before. He came and froze when he saw his friend's dead body. JUMP. While the other goon's attention was directed at the corpse of Lanky, currently lying, I jumped out from front and stabbed the side of his neck with the knife immediately. SILENC. There was a deathly silence throughout the area. Two human bodies are laying around like some lost luggage, and the wound I used to stab them was gushing blood. It's addictive. I muttered these words under my breath. I've killed a lot in my previous life, but nothing can compare to the feeling I am feeling right now. It's just addictive, and I want more. System notification. You earned 50 blood points for killing. Total blood points, 305. The notification popped out of nowhere as I hid the dead bodies of both goons in the bush. It's not the most safe place to hide something that's not meant to be found out, but I also can't go around carrying corpses over my shoulders when there are more potential threats out there. Phew, system store. I look for something useful in the store. It's my first time actually using store items. Store LV 1. Blood points 305, 1 mana potion, 25 points, 1 healing potion, 30 points. Full set of gargoyles armor, 150 points, 1 basic spatial ring, 300 points. Woo, it has a spatial ring to it. There's a spatial ring for like 300 points. I clicked on it to take a closer look. Basic spatial ring. It can hold up to 7 types of items that weigh up to 200 pounds. If an item weighs more than required, it'll be counted as more than one thing. Can be bought only once from the store. I think I might know where to use this right now, but not now. For now, I'll just get 2 mana potions and 2 healing potions. I bought them from the store, and the notifications of 110 points being deducted hovered above my eyes. The basic spatial ring is going to be the straw that's going to save my ass from the guards, but now I don't have enough points to buy it leisurely. Gulp. A cool sensation spread down my neck as I downed one of the mana potions that had appeared out of nowhere when I had purchased them, nearly filling my entire body, but it wasn't enough to refill all of my depleted mana stores, so I gulped down the second one instantly. I'll need to be prepared for the next attack. Then what are we going to do now? Blaze asked, and his question is valid. What am I going to do? Am I going to run just like before, or am I going to fight them head on and die? You know what, Blaze? I made my answer clear to myself. What? Blaze didn't catch up to me as quickly as he asked. Let's begin the hunt. I was tired of hunting just a moment ago, but now I am filled with new vigor since now the prey is the one I hate. Hey, where is that rat? I'll kill that damn kid the moment I see him. The stout guy said this while his fellows giggled at him. Heh, Brother Dane, you are just angry because a 15-year-old kid humiliated you in front of the whole guild, right? Said the thin guy. Fouquet off, Nile. I am not the only one. Kale was also on the receiving end. He also got beaten up by that boy. Dane's face contorted in anger as he dragged his other friend in to make the event seem less humiliating for himself. Kale was not saying anything. He just kept looking around like he was just expecting something to ambush him from the shadows, trembling just because some small stone rolled over. Oi, Kale, don't be so tense. Man, there are 3 of us now here. That smelly brat won't be able to touch you. Niall tried to calm his anxious friend with words. I still think that we should bring big brother Kyle with us, Kyle suggested. Kyle is the name of their leader. He is not here since he left in another direction to look for Ren. Don't be a wussy now. There is no need for Kyle here when you have me. Dane was not having it, as he said that there is no need for their most powerful party member to be here when they have him. There are just 3 of them here in the middle of nowhere. It is dark out, even though it is mid-afternoon, and not a single speck of light penetrates the thick forest and hits the ground, making the visibility quite poor. RUSTLE. There was a slight noise in the bush to their left. Niall, did you hear that? Look there, Dane said as he took the fighting stance, and Kale backed off far away because he was scared. Yeah, Niall slowly walked towards the bushes while conjuring a spell. It's a small shard of sharpened ice. Step, step. He peered a little to see if there was anyone there, but saw no one, so he turned back and noticed something unusual. Where is Kale? Niall asked. Kale was there just a moment ago, taking cover behind Dane, but now there was no sign of him being there. Dane flinched when he saw his friend was missing, as he called for him. Hey, Kale. Silence. There was no response from his friend. They both took their fighting stances immediately with their backs to each other. Keep a close eye, that bastard must have got him. Niall just strengthened his body with mana, while Dane conjured a large boulder from the ground. Don't worry that the brat won't kill him, he's doing this to just scare us. Dane was pretty confident that there was no threat to their friend's life. ZOOP. Hey look, Dane tackled Niall out of the range of the incoming attack. It's a fire spell. That direction. Both of them directly ran into the direction from which the attack was launched, but were only met with something that they'll never forget. There lies a headless corpse of someone. They can identify him from the clothes he was wearing, and the identity of that dead person is someone they know. Kale. Niall's face went pale in horror as he saw Kale's body lying around lifelessly. He croaked down near the corpse. Fush. Ah, Niall groaned in pain when another inferno bolt hit him on the right side of his torso. You shouldn't be worrying about him when you are still dealing with me. A voice as calm as ever came from the right side. Dane shifted his focus to the source of the incoming voice and recognized the same youngster he had just deemed harmless. Dane conjured a large boulder and smashed it into the place where Ren was standing. THUD. Ren evaded the attack with a swift movement. He is using lightning to increase his agility. Niall's voice was cut in half when another inferno bolt passed through his vocal cord and he dropped to the ground. And there goes the fourth one. Now it's just me and you. Ren revealed himself in full view of Dane. Why you Fuke, I'll kill you. Dane placed his hands on the ground and initiated another earth-type spell, Earthquake. This spell targets the enemy and unleashes energy in the form of waves that rumble through the crust of the ground. Whoa, Ren fell down because of the cracks that were forming beneath him. RUMBLE. Dane cast an earthen lance, another potent spell, right away. Take it, Dane yelled as he lowered a lance of earth onto Ren. The sharp lance stabbed Ren in the left thigh and pinned him to the ground. Haha. Dane breathed deeply and walked towards Ren. He used a lot of mana for those two spells. I'll kill you, bastard. Dane pulled a small, short sword from the inside pocket of his robe. In spite of having one severely injured thigh and blood gushing from his wound, Ren was not panicked. Instead, he relaxed his body as if accepting his death and giving Dane the impression that he had won the battle. When Dane was ready to strike, he moved forward while holding the short sword in the air. Blaze, do it now. Ren muttered these words, and something like black smoke shot from inside him and materialized directly in front of Dane's face, scaring the snot out of him. Peekaboo. Blaze spoke amusingly as he twirled around in the air. Gee ghost. Dane backed off pretty far, giving Ren enough time to break the earthen lance and set himself free. BOOM. A ball of lightning hit Dane's chest, and he flew a few feet away from the place he was standing before. System notification. You earned 50 blood points by killing. History. You earned 30 points by killing. You earned 25 points by killing. Total blood points 300. And that's the fifth one, only one to go now, Ren said while chugging down the healing potion. I'll just have to gather the corpses before heading towards the last one, Ren said before buying something from the system store. Ren Hilton's POV. I emerged from the shadows in search of the next target. Only their leader is left after I killed like 5 of their members in the last hour. I also need to return before Annabelle realizes I'm missing or before I accidentally run into her. Where do you think he'd be? Blaze inquired. Initially wary of all that killing someone propaganda, he is now eager to hear what I have to say. Maybe because I included him in the last attack, he helped me quite a bit by surprising that stout guy. Don't want you to die here, princess, but rather because if you do, we won't know what will happen to me, and I don't want to vanish into a cloud of smoke or dust because I don't have any energy left to keep my shape. Blaze made an effort to justify himself, but I know that he is simply refusing to acknowledge that he enjoyed helping me kill. Well then listen, I don't know where that musclehead is, but one thing is for certain, he will soon realize that his friends have been missing for a while. And then we just have to attack before he realizes. Blaze understood the assignment quickly this time. They were split up, if my memory serves me correctly, into 3 groups of 2, 3, and 1. After forsaking their original path, they dispersed in all directions. I've only come across 2 of their groupings up until now, the first in the north and the second in the east. As he wasn't in the northeast, it follows that the last person must be in the west or northwest. Because he wouldn't turn around and go back the way he came, I ruled out the possibility that he was in the southeast or southwest. My physical state at the moment is that I am using half of my mana reserves and have no obvious or deadly damage to my body. After being severely pierced in the right thigh by that powerful earthen spell, I used a healing potion right away. As a result, I no longer have any mana potions and only have 1 healing potion left. I also lack the blood points to purchase another one from the store. You know, princess, you sound like an absolute nerd right now. Blaze threw in a ridiculous statement about me. Shut up, Smokeball, I said as I strolled to the west. After hiding and spying for half an hour, I finally spotted that tan giant walking around cautiously. He had a giant sword on his back. His name is Kyle, right? I am currently perched on a giant tree branch. The branch's width aids me while I'm setting up an ambush. Let's get down there. I moved from the branch's top to the tree's trunk carefully. Tap. When I descended there, a faint sound was made, which Kyle noticed, so he turned around and cautiously approached the tree. I took a small step back and summoned a fireball in my left palm. I began attacking him once he was near enough. He retreated in order to avoid the approaching flames. Ho-ho, looks like I found the pest, Kyle said as he pulled the sword from his back. The sword is 6 to 7 inches broad at the hilt with a blunt edge. It's more meant to smash bones than cut something open. What's your guild rank? I asked. It might sound like an out-of-the-blue question to some, but it is an out-of-the-blue question. Blaze intervened by saying, "It's C rank. Are you scared now? If I am correct, then you just joined the guild a few days ago. That means you are E rank at most, right, brat?" Kyle answered, but not without asking something utterly out of context. I said nothing and strengthened my lower body with mana, while simultaneously forming an inferno. "So we are not going to talk, huh? Well, it's better that you won't get to say your last words. I'll kill you before you even blink." Kyle reinforced his sword with mana, and I saw a thin layer of blue energy around the surface of the sword. SWING. Hup, he swung the sword with full force as he marched forward, passing the blade just by me and scratching the fabric of my clothing. As I briefly lost composure, the inferno bolt instantly dispersed. Now I wish I had some body armor. SWING. He reverse swung the sword without beating another moment, and I ducked the incoming attack before it could connect to my torso. BOOM. The sword smashed into the tree behind me. Yes, it didn't cut, it literally crashed and then smashed the trunk tree. THUDH. The tree came crashing down quickly, vibrating the ground beneath my feet. I conjured another inferno bolt and randomly threw it towards him, buying its time for me to get a grip. FUSH. The inferno bolt landed right below his feet, and he jumped to avoid it. I noticed something. Kyle was huffing, and as far as I remember, he did not use any elemental magic in this battle. It's like he is brawler. He is a brawler. Blaze connected the dots for me. A brawler is a combatant who focuses just on brute force or struggles to generate elemental spells. They employ pure raw mana to fortify their bodies so they can reach a particular level of strength. It could appear to be detrimental at first, but with the correct application, it can be rather helpful. In combat, where your opponent is taking too long to form their spells, it gives you the advantage. However, Kyle is misusing his strength in this situation. He is acting like an errant elephant. He is slow, all that body weight and big asses make him slower than me. I might not have the same amount of strength as him, but I sure do have a better strategy to take him down. I've learned a new spell in the past 2 days, with little help from Annabelle. Let's give it a take this. Kyle once again lunged forward with his sword, holding it diagonally to swing it like a hammer. This time I ducked, but unlike the first time, I didn't do it completely. Instead, I quickly picked myself up, tackled him in the abdomen, and gave him a little taste of thunder. Hee-hee-zhzhz. He let out a weird sound when I unleashed a huge amount of lightning on him. This will buy me enough time to prepare for the new spell. I have only one chance. I focused on all the fire I could sense and gathered it from the atmosphere. The flames grew in size and surrounded Kyle, who is still confused because of the Once the flames were in all directions, it made a small circle, enough for 3 people to stand. Let's end this. I made walls of flame that wholly emerged Kyle inside of them. Just a few seconds and I'll barbecue that boa. Kyle said, feeling the heat around him rise extremely as he came out of his shocked phase. He jumped out of the fire vortex and came towards me when I was still in the middle of casting a spell. He swung the sword again. I tried to cut the casting in the middle and get out of the sword's trajectory, but I was late. STAB. SHT. I cursed as the sword hit my serratus anterior and crushed a few of my upper ribs on the left. THRUST. Ugh, he further thrust the sword deeper into my wound, almost getting past the rib. How does that feel, huh? Kyle retracted his weapon and grabbed my neck. He then pushed me to the ground, putting all his weight on me. Blood got to my head as he kept pressing on my windpipe. I started throwing my hands and legs around to get free of his, but he kept it absolute. I won't kill you here, but in front of Kale, since he is so scared of you, I'll tell him that there is no reason for him to be scared of a midget like you, Kyle mocked. He had already coated his entire body in mana this time, so my attack wouldn't make direct touch with his skin when I put my palm on his wrist and gave him another jolt of electricity. I am no fool to fall for a single trick twice, haha. Kyle increased the grip as I felt that my head was going to explode when an old trick in the bag came to mind. BB Blaze go. At the corner of my mouth, I felt a hot stream of new blood flowing down. Aye, princess, suddenly, black smoke rises from inside my mouth. Blaze chose this place to make his entry this time. AWH, what's that? The grip around my neck loosened once and for all. Kyle dropped his butt after seeing Blaze. I think having a half-ghost like spirit card up your sleeve helps quite a bit. I formed an inferno bolt and lunged forward when Kyle's whole attention was on Blaze. I aimed for his head. Fush. My inferno bolt was thrown. When I launched the attack precisely, I witnessed Kyle's head explode as a result of the impact my spell had when it made contact with it, and the bell sound of joy resounded in my ears like an angelic melody. Ding. System notification. You earned 70 blood points by killing. Total blood points, 70. And that's the last one, my friend Smokeball Parasite. I slumped in my spot. I am bleeding from everywhere with no mana left, but hell yeah, I did it. I killed that bastard. Silence. I exhaled heavily and looked about it. There is a bleeding, decapitated corpse in front of me, and the area is simply too calm. I was unable to utilize the flaming tornado spell I had intended to use earlier, but I was still able to escape the situation by rapidly killing Kyle with the Inferno Bolt. However, as a result of that, I am currently in a very bad state. Sigh. My left side of my chest has a large wound, and blood is seeping out of it too quickly, making my brain sluggish and slow to react to anything. To take the healing potion out, I slowly reached for my pants' back pocket. The sparkling, green liquid was spilled into my wound after I drew it out and cracked open the vial with my thumb. Despite the fact that I know it will be more effective if I consume it rather than merely apply it topically, I am currently unable to even consider breathing normally, let alone drinking anything. Strangely, a warm sensation began to spread across the areas where the potion had felt simultaneously relaxing and slightly stingy. After a short while, I witnessed the regeneration and reattachment of my skin as well as the reconnection of my muscles and tissues. Even though it was revolting to witness your insides shift around, everything ended up where it was supposed to. I said, slightly changing my sitting posture. I might be fully healed, but that doesn't mean that it also takes away the tiredness and dizziness. Now what from our thought communication? Blaze questioned. He isn't manifesting himself because I'm running low on mana right now. I used up most of it in the last fight. Well, give me a second, I'll get rid of this dead body, and then we are free to go. I got up on my feet and walked towards Kyle's corpse. Squatting near it, I brought my right hand a little forward. The gem on the ring I was wearing on my index finger shone brightly as I pushed a little amount of leftover mana into it. Swoosh. The entire corpse was instantly drawn into the ring. System notification. Alert. The basic spatial ring capacity is full 7/7. I bought this ring right after the fight with Dane and Nile because I knew that it would be helpful for me to hide the evidence. I have like 6 corpses from all groups of goons in it. This ring identifies any non-living thing as an object that can fit into it, so you can guess that it won't work on a living creature but is useful to carry a corpse. And for your kind information, Kyle weighs more than 200 pounds, so his body was counted as 2 things, and now the ring capacity is full. Now I just have to hide this ring somewhere where no one will be able to find it. I have a place like that in my mind. As long as someone doesn't get in contact with this small ring, there is no way anyone is going to find the material inside. Ho ho, now they're not corpses but material, huh? I wonder if you'd call them cow dung after a few more minutes. Blaze said, why does he have to be that stingy, huh? I just called them material since it feels bad to use words like corpse again and again. Anyways, let's get this over with, I said as I started walking deeper into the woods. A few minutes' walk got me near a small pond. It's a water source that mana beasts use to drink water from. I saw this one while I was hunting with Annabelle. Toss. And there it goes. I tossed the ring with full strength into the pond and saw it sink deeper to the bottom. Now I doubt that anyone will ever find out how those guys died. Let's go back now, before Annabelle arrives at the location we decided. I don't want to be late and give her a chance to go around looking for me. I won't highly recommend that. Blaze interrupted my train of thoughts. You won't recommend what? I asked about you going out like this. Blaze, and I understood the meaning behind it. I looked down at my body and saw how bloody my clothes were. Although it has nothing to do with my trousers, the white shirt I was wearing when I first arrived here has been painted with a fresh, blood-stained pattern and is no longer white. Kyle's sword struck me, and that spot is also torn. Yeah, if I were to get out looking like this, then I'll surely attract a few gazes, right? There's no use of all that ring gimmick if people are going to see me getting out of the forest covered in human blood. Yes, I immediately had a simple but effective idea, and that is jump. I dove right into the water. It will undoubtedly wash all of the blood from my body. As for the shirt, I burned it to ashes so that no one would ever know. In the pond's crystal clear water, I thoroughly cleansed my body, and to my amazement, I observed a sizable amount of grime and blood being washed away. After I finish this, I'll go see Annabelle and tell her that I got into problems with a strong mana beast and ended up in this situation, or at least something similar, in the hopes that she will believe the narrative. Russell. Hey Ren, I finally found you. And just at the moment when I thought nothing could go wrong, I heard a familiar voice. I turned around to take a look while thinking about an excuse for the sudden idea of bathing in the wild like this. Oops, I am so sorry I took you for someone I know. Annabelle apologized the moment I turned to face her. Why is she apologizing though? Annabelle, I was confused. Annabelle flinched a little. Is that you, Ren? She asked cautiously. Yeah, it's me. I answered her while scratching the back of my head. WHATTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTt thought that I was someone else when you saw my face. I held my stomach tight because I couldn't bear the pain this good laugh brought me. Yeah, I know how dumb that sounds. You can laugh all you want, but it's not my fault. It's clearly not my fault. Annabelle said she's still embarrassed to the point where the tips of her ears are burning red. So here's the thing. When Annabelle became agitated that I had not returned after the 3 hours since we parted, she became concerned for my safety and began searching for me. When she eventually found me in the pond, where I was taking a quick bath, she mistakenly thought I was someone else because I had pulled my fringe back and fully exposed my face. Her recognition of me was prompted only by my voice. Okay, fine, then tell me, how is it? I asked her, how is it what? Annabelle tilted her head a little due to confusion. I mean my face, how is it? Is it handsome? I leaned forward a little for her to take a good look at my face. I've seen my own face in the mirror countless times since coming to this world, but it's always good to get other people's opinions. Beauty is in the eyes of beholder, so it's better to ask the beholder, right? Thump, that is too close. Annabelle nudged me backward. I can see steam coming out of both of her ears. Is she embarrassed because of how close my face was to hers? I thought, if so, then it's a cute gesture. Phew. Well, you are a handsome boy. I almost thought you were someone close to my age because of your mature features. Annabelle said. It's like she got her composure back. We then chatted for a while, and after that we decided to leave. Annabelle, for some reason, didn't ask about my whereabouts, so I didn't have to make up a story. And also, she lent me her robe, saying that it's not healthy for ladies if I go out like this. It's supposed to not be good for me, right? Where did other people get into this? I thought you were too clueless, princess. Blaze tried to pick another fight for no reason, but I just ignored him. Then what time do we have to meet tomorrow? Annabelle asked the moment we got out of the Balker forest. Annabelle, there's something I'd like to tell you. I have something important that I must tell her. What is it? Annabelle sensed the seriousness in my words as she focused her attention on me. We don't have to meet here anymore since this is supposed to be my last hunt in this forest. I declared it. One of the many feelings Annabelle was wearing was undoubtedly acceptance. I explained how I am going to leave the town so I can't keep going on hunts and have to prepare for the departure to Annabelle. It's like only a matter of 3 days and then I am out of Sephra. Oh, you meant it like that. I thought you got bored of hanging out with me. Annabelle sighed. She literally thought I was bored of her. How can someone be bored while being with her? She's fun to hang out with. Yeah, I thought I should tell you before leaving. I said, where are you going from here then? Annabelle asked. It's normal to be curious. Not far, just to the western border. I answered, it's not like I don't believe her, but I won't tell her about my trip to the kingdom of Rava. That's quite interesting. Annabelle raised her eyebrows like she remembered something. Interesting? I didn't get the meaning behind it. You're aware that I work for a mercenary organization, right? In a few days, namely the day after you indicated you would leave the Sephra, we are traveling to the capital to finalize our business before moving to a town close to the western border. Annabelle explained that her group is here just for vacation, so it's understandable that they are going back, but it's quite baffling that they are going in the same direction as me. So, I think I know what she is trying to convey, but I still wanted to be sure. So we can give you a lift to the western border if you wait for one more day than your decided date of departure. Annabelle said it enthusiastically. Really, don't you have to get other mercenary members' consent before that? I know that she's in a not-so-great situation with her friends, so me going in there out of nowhere would not be a good idea. Then we just have to get their permission, right? Annabelle said calmly. It's like that's not even a problem for her. We agreed to meet tomorrow morning at the guild, and then speak to her friends about traveling with them after talking for a little while. She's heading to the hotel they are staying in, and I am going to my house. Rise and shine, princess. Blaze woke me up in the morning with such crappy words. Why does he have to call me princess the first thing in the morning? I feel sluggish because of all of the things that happened yesterday. I just don't feel like going outside, but I have an appointment with Annabelle today, so I've got to go. She said she'd introduce me to her friends, ACA group members. I got up from the bed and looked around my room, specifically towards my table, and as always, there was an azure feathered bird sitting on my desk. Oh, you are here again. I walked to the bird. At first, the bird would always fly away even before I got close, but as time went by, it seemed to know that I was harmless to itself, and now it doesn't even hesitate to fly over my head or shoulders. This bird has been coming to my room since the day I arrived in this world. I pulled some sunflower seeds out of the desk drawer and fed them to the bird. I bought them from the market, especially for the bird. Peck, peck. It pecked at the seed and then flew out of the window. Now then, let's get going. I brushed my teeth, took a bath, and changed my clothes. I still don't like the clothes, though. I always have second thoughts whenever I wear something from this closet. Then just buy some clothes, damn it, Blaze said, not so calmly. I'll take his advice. Yeah, I will, but for now, let's get down. I descended downstairs and was met with the smell of heavenly food that my mom had been cooking since the morning. I had breakfast and left the house. I am headed towards the guild. Annabelle said that all of them gather at the diner for breakfast and then just chill there. I don't know what kind of people her friends are, but I hope they are not unfriendly, because if they are, then you will kill them. Blaze finished my sentence, but what I was trying to say was completely different. I meant to say, who am I even explaining myself to? Bump. Hey, someone bumped into my shoulder as I was walking. I am sorry, but I am in a hurry. The man wearing armor apologized as he ran away in the direction I was going. That's weird. I saw a few more guards running in the same direction. It's like they are on some kind of red alert. I hope everything is all right. I prayed that nothing was wrong and headed on my way to the guild. Once I was at the guild, I entered the guild, and what I was met with was an atmosphere that I never imagined that such a busy guild could have. The whole Dalmatia Guild is in a very gloomy atmosphere. It's like everyone is wary of something. Ren here. Soon Annabelle's voice invites me in the direction of the diner. There are a few more people with her. I walked there. Good morning. I greeted her the moment I got to the table. The table was occupied by a group of 5 people, including Annabelle. Good morning. Hey, listen, everyone. This is Ren, the boy I've told you about, my hunting partner. Annabelle introduced me to them, and Ren, these are my friends Barbara, Ali, Zark, and Henry. Hi, we heard a lot about you, kid, said the muscular woman to the left of Annabelle. She has blonde hair braided in 2 long braids. Her name is Barbara. Hello there, nice to meet you, young man. My name is Zark. The bespectacled man next to Barbara offered a hand for the handshake. He has a long staff beside him. He must be the mage of the group. You've got nice hair. By the way, it looks like a bird nest. The bald guy beside Zark threw in a mischievous comment. Ali. Annabelle raised her voice at her friend's disrespectful manner, but I cut her off in the middle when I offered a handshake to Ali and said, not as good as yours, though I hope I'd be able to have hair like you. Then I won't have to be worried about combing them or styling them. I answered with a big smile on my face, and I saw the bald guy's face turn rosy due to shame. I heard a suppressed laugh from Barbara's seat. He tried to say something, but the man to his left shut him up. I am sorry for my friend's behavior. He's a little bird brain. I hope you won't take his joke to heart. The last guy, who must be Henry, apologized on behalf of his friend. No, don't worry, I was also playing. Anyway, my name is Ren. Nice to meet you. I diverted the still in the air hand that I previously offered to Ali towards Henry, and for goodness sake, he shook my hand, saying, nice to meet you too, I am Henry Cloder. He introduced himself. Henry, by appearance, looks like a reliable person. He has brown hair and chestnut eyes, and is like slightly shorter than me in height, maybe like 5'11" or something. Annabelle then told them the reason for my arrival, and they listened. The Ali guy, for some reason, said something rude here and there in between, but was silenced by Henry, as I thought he was a reliable person. Ren, you're going to the western border, but why? Barbara asked this question. I'm applying for the Imperial Academy of the Hestia Empire, so I was going for some real-life experience. I thought a lot about it and came up with this reasoning, simple but reasonable. Okay, then I guess you are applying next year since admission for this year is done already. Zark said as he adjusted his glasses. Yeah, I am trying, I answered, to which he just nodded to himself. Well, in this group, nothing happens without asking anyone, so we are going to have a poll. Henry brought everyone's attention to himself. Listen, whoever is the opposite of bringing this kid with us, raise your hand. Raise. Ali was the only person who raised his hand. Hey, you've all gone crazy, or why are we even bringing a kid along with us? He'll just be baggage to carry around. Ali was not happy when no one other than himself raised the hand. That's rude. Annabelle tried to argue but was stopped in the middle of the sentence when a man wearing a full knight's armor came to our table. Sorry to interrupt, but are Miss Annabelle Lochner and Mr. Ren Hilton here? He asked politely, but I can sense his piercing gaze even through his helmet. It's like he is evaluating us. Yes, I am Annabelle Lochner, and Ren Hilton is the name of my friend over there. Annabelle took the lead in the conversation. How can we help you? She asked. The knight then pulled a poster out of the sack he was carrying and showed it to us. Have you seen these guys anywhere? He asked, and I felt my heart stop for a second at the moment when he asked that question. There was a poster of Kyle, Kale, Dane, Niall, and the other 2 members of the Goon Gang with capital letters spelling the word missing. The knight was going around asking if anyone saw Kale's group yesterday since they've been missing since yesterday. At last, he came towards the table where I was seated with Annabelle's friends and asked, this group of adventurers has been missing since yesterday, and we are looking for them. It'll be helpful if you know anything about them. The knight asked, nope, I've never seen them. What about you, Ren? Annabelle asked me if I had seen those goons. Who's going to tell her that I am the reason they are missing? And no, I stuttered, they're not a good move when dealing with a cop or an armored knight. See, officer, we haven't. Annabelle answered, and she didn't waver even a little when she said those words. Most people tend to be soft-spoken in front of a government official. We recently discovered that Mr. Wren and these individuals were not getting along, so I figured you could have some insight into their sudden absence. The knight continued by bringing up the fact that I had a shuffle with those men. He sure is well informed. I take it you're not saying I might be involved in this, right? I decided to control the conversation on my own. From the minute this knight appeared, I had a sneaking suspicion that he was focused on me. And I'm sure that other guild members were the ones who informed the night guards about my fight with Kale and his friends, since they've been giving me an odd look from the moment I entered the guild. Not that I hold them accountable for that. No, I am not saying that you were involved or anything I am asking, because there has been a register of your names when you entered the forest alongside the names of their groups, and we also found a few places where we think that some fight must have occurred. The knight pulled up a chair and made himself comfortable. It's like he is here for a full-blown interrogation. What does any of it have to do with me, exactly? I inquired gently. I initially lost my cool because it had been a while since I had been cross-examined, but I believe I can manage this much. You are a fire elemental, and we found someone using fire mana there. Wow, what a coincidence, right? The knight was being sarcastic. It's true that I used a number of fire spells to battle Dane and Kyle, and they did cause damage to the nearby tree and other objects, making it clear that someone had used fire magic. I am not the only fire mage in the Sephra, and I think it's quite absurd for you to think that I'd be able to fight some senior adventurers. I am quite weak compared to them. Everyone here should know that. They don't have any concrete evidence and are just looking for any kind of reaction they can get from me. It's an old trick in the book. I know. Ha, that's true. I think I might be mistaken. Sorry for the inconvenience. The knight got up from his chair and decided to leave, but not without asking another question. But are you sure you didn't see them anywhere in the forest yesterday? I think they might have been eaten by some kind of powerful mana beast in the restricted region. I said, but I never told them about them being in the restricted part. How'd you know that they were there if you didn't see them? He asked commandingly while leaning slightly against the table. He would not relinquish control so lightly. The only area of Balker Forest where you must register yourself before entering is the restricted area. Correct. You mentioned name registration there, so I made the assumption that they might have vanished from there. I quickly made up an explanation for my tongue slip. If that makes sense, then I'll take my leave today, and I advise you two not to go out of town for the next 2 days so we can contact you if we need any other information. The knight then turned around and left without asking any further questions. Phew, that was quite tense, huh? The way that knight looked at you. Annabelle sighed out of relief. She was silent through the whole conversation. See what I told you? This kid is up to no good. It'll be a hassle to bring him with us, Ali complained. I don't know why, but this guy hates me a little too much. Don't worry, Ali, I assure you that this has nothing to do with Ren. He is a good kid. Annabelle said, I don't need assurance from someone who's going to quit in a few days. I don't care, do whatever you want. Ali clicked his tongue. This time Annabelle didn't argue back, but went silent on her own. No one came to her side, like everyone in the group agreed with Ali's statement. I think I now get what Annabelle was saying when she said her relationship with her friend is not that good. They are pushing her away because she decided to leave. They don't actually detest her, they are just resentful of her decision. I hoped I was mistaken, but based on what I have seen up to this point, they are unable to understand that one of them is quieting down on their own, and that they are merely verbally expressing their displeasure with her rather than engaging in bullying. That is also a form of bullying, right? Blaze was also right, but until we learn what's going through their minds, we won't fully understand the circumstances. So anyway, what about the thing we were talking about me coming with you guys? I decided to change the topic. Besides Ali, no one has any objections, so I think you can come with us, but before that, there are a few conditions. Henry said, why does everyone have to have conditions whenever it's about me going on this journey? And what are those? I asked, and I swear if he says something unreasonable, I'll make him the next one after Kyle. Henry outlined the requirement. You have to work as a mercenary for the entire time you are with us. You can't resign just because you think the job is hard or whatever. Yes, that's all right with me. I had anticipated him saying something along the lines of I must train harder or bring him the head of some mana beast, but the requirement he presented was reasonable. And if you pass away, we won't be held responsible. When Henry said the word death, his demeanor darkened. Okay, I said, I know that mercenary work can be dangerous, but I doubt I'll pass away so quickly. That's also make sure you're prepared since we're leaving in 4 days. Henry concluded the conversation. Anna, you okay? I turned to Annabelle. She's been really quiet since Ali's previous comments. Me? What about me? Don't worry about me, I'm all right. When she realized I had called for her, she jerked back. Nothing, I just thought you seemed troubled. Is there something bothering you? She seemed to be contemplating a complex issue. Nope, I'm fine. In a less than convincing voice, Annabelle said. Then that's okay, I believe this topic is finished. Therefore, I was considering leaving. I remarked that it was pointless to remain seated because the mood had darkened after Ali had responded to Annabelle. I'll also come, I have some I want to buy at the market district. Annabelle said hastily. She also sensed that being here for more than a couple minutes is not good. We both said a few words to her friends and walked out of the Demasha Guild. A lot of eyes were on us, but most importantly, I saw the old man Clay smiling at me from the receptionist counter, and the words he said a day before yesterday came to mind. Kid, you should look out for yourself. I didn't get what he meant when he dropped those words, but I think I get them now. He was trying to warn me about the incoming danger. Doesn't that suggest he's keeping quiet to protect your ass even though he knows you are responsible for this entire missing group thing? Blaze remarked, I'm not sure, but if it is true that the old man Clay is trying to save me by not telling the whole thing to the knights and city guards, that means he's either doing me a favor or wants something in return, and if so, it's frightening to think about. Ren, I was startled out of my reverie by Annabelle's voice, which appeared to be speaking. I apologize, I didn't hear. Could you please repeat what you just said? I said, please don't take what Ali said to heart, he's just occasionally stingy, he's not a nasty person. Annabelle claimed as she was making excuses for her friend's actions, but she still seemed sad. Hey Annabelle, are you free tomorrow? It might sound out of context, but I think this might work to lighten up her mood. Yeah, I am, Annabelle said. Then why don't we go on a date? I am sure this will help. Gleaming through the cotton-like clouds were intense golden rays, striking through a faint blue sky like the gleam of a citrine or topaz jewel. The unbearable warmth was intensifying, making it arduous for the stallkeepers yet blissful for the locals. Why does it feel like everyone's been glancing at me? I asked. It's unusual for me to grab the attention of public eyes, but today, for some reason, people have turned and taken glances at me as they walk. Yeah, tell that to your pretty face, dumbass, Blaze sent. Is it really true that my face looks weird today? Blaze was sighing more than usual. Yesterday I asked Annabelle if she was free today, and to my good luck she said she was, so I invited her on a date. At first she thought I was kidding, but when I said I wasn't, she took a few minutes and agreed to go on a date with me. This is not a romantic date that two lovers would go on, it's just the kind of date that two friends could have just to enjoy ourselves. I am also not going to be in Sephra for a long period of time, so I thought maybe I should have fun while I am here. Tap. Someone tapped on my shoulders. I turned around and saw a beautiful woman with a charming smile that was directed towards me. Anna, I gasped as I saw Annabelle. She looked totally different from what I am used to seeing her look like. Normally she wears a long robe and the same type of clothes with light armor on them, mostly because we always hunt. Annabelle is wearing a white long skirt, a matching blouse, and a cute handbag. She's also wearing heels, so it makes her look taller than usual, while her blouse is quite revealing around the chest part, making her look more sexy. You look beautiful. I complimented her. She's totally different. How can I say this? She looks more feminine. Annabelle, I called out for her, but she's gone silent. You also look handsome today. It was hard for me to even recognize you. Annabelle said, well, I did make quite an effort. I was wearing a white shirt and gray pants with long leather boots, with my hair neatly in a bun. Besides my underwear, I borrowed every single piece of cloth from my father for today's date. I also plan on buying a few clothes with the money I gather from hunting. I have like 9 gold coins, 12 silver coins, and a few copper coins from my share of the money that we got from selling mana beasts to the Demasha Guild. Tuck. Annabelle pointed in the direction of the merchant area and gave me a warm smile. Shall we head off as well? I smiled back. Sure. We then entered the market district. It's like the biggest part of the whole town. There are food stalls everywhere, clothing shops, armor shops, and much more. Annabelle and I walked side by side and looked around. I watched as her head turned left and right, and her expression changed from curiosity to amazement to delight as she took in the sight of the various booths and stands that merchants had set up along the street. She did say that she never actually had free time to go around for sightseeing in Sephra, I thought. Their group is here for the vacation, but she's focused on saving money even after coming here. There are a lot of people here, right? Annabelle said, yep, mostly because no one is allowed to go out of the town and the wall, so most of the adventurers are taking a day off. Yesterday, a notice was passed in the city saying that town folks are not to leave the town or go to Balker Forest because it's dangerous. Well, it's only for 2 more days. They can't stop people from earning just because they can't find the corpses of some missing people. I surveyed the crowd around us, finding mostly adventurers garbed in chainmail or hard leather armor and the occasional off-duty soldier. I know some of them because I see them at the wall regularly. Anna, is there anywhere you want to go? I asked. I do have a few places that I've decided on, but I thought maybe she also has a few spots in mind. It's better to ask than assume. There's a place that I've always wanted to try since coming here. Annabelle pulled me by my arm, and we weaved through the tide of pedestrians until we arrived near the end of a line that wrapped around a large store. I wanted to pick some outfits. I had only this outfit to wear today, and when you asked me for a date, I was nervous about what I was going to wear, but then I remembered this dress and agreed. But I still think that I need more womanly outfits, and I was hoping that you could give me your opinion. I hope you don't mind, Annabelle. She entered this whole syntax like she remembered it by staying up all night. That's fine. I replied. We then entered the store from inside. It's one of those exotic high-end clothes stores that sells stylish clothes for a high price. It's not crowded at all. How can I help you, madam? If you are looking for our special collection, I think you should go that way. A female employee walked up to us as soon as we entered and pointed in the direction where every other customer was. It's like she was waiting for us. We'd like to look at something that suit this young lady. I said I was not going to look around and waste my time looking for something that would suit Annabelle, and I think it's fine to ask for help from her since she knows more about this stuff than me. The female employee's gaze turned to mine, and she stiffened for a second. I saw the nameplate on her coat. It says her name is Elda. Let me show you around the second floor. We have the latest collection there. Elda said hastily. We followed behind her as she made us climb the stairs and brought us to the second floor. This floor is slightly different from the ground floor. While the ground floor is not crowded, this floor is like deserted. I only saw like 2 or 3 customers on this floor. Sir, please come here. Here we have the best collection in the whole of Sephra because we export these clothes from the capital. The fabric is made of very high-quality materials, and very skilled artisans worked on these clothes. Elda brought us to a section full of stylish clothes, but the only problem was that they are all men's clothing, right? Annabelle questioned me even before I said something. I asked Elda to show us clothes that'll look good on Annabelle, and as far as I know, since I haven't seen underneath, I think Annabelle is a girl and I don't think she'd wear men's clothes. Ah, I am sorry, it's my mistake. Elda apologized as she dragged us to a different section, and this time it was one that's meant for girls. Whoa, I exclaimed as I looked around. There are a lot of pretty dresses, from wedding gowns to casual outfits, embroidered scarves and other accessories. Why don't you try some of them? I'll wait here until you are done. I said, are you fine with it? Annabelle asked, but I can see how impatient she is just by looking at her feet. She's already walking towards the dresses. Yep, totally fine. Now go. Just the moment I said this, Annabelle swiftly walked in there, grabbed a bunch of clothes and dashed into the changing room. She sure is excited. I was happy to see that she was enjoying herself. Sir, Elda is just behind me. What, Miss Elda, right? I pretended to notice her name tag before calling her name. Yep, it's Elda. I was just curious if you'd be interested in modeling. Elda was stuttering a lot today. Is she a lisp, and why is her face red? Because she has a high fever, Blaze said, and I thought so too. I am sorry, but I am not interested in modeling. I kept my words simple but polite, and Elda respected my choice and didn't persuade me any further. After that, we bought some pretty dresses for Annabelle, and I assure you that she looked absolutely stunning and gorgeous. And on a side note, I also bought a few outfits for myself, and the store employees were too nice. A little too nice, don't you think? Blaze grumbled. She also gave me her address, saying that I could contact her if I needed to exchange or return anything. We walked out of the store and immediately the smell of smoke creeped up my nose. There's a food cart across the street, and there's a long queue in front of it before I could even inquire what could possibly be the reason for standing in such a long queue. The thick mixture of herbs and spices blending with the delectable aroma of grilled meat continued to assault my senses, making my stomach almost as impatient as my parched lips. Doesn't it smell fantastic? Annabelle asked excitedly as she craned her neck to try and get a better view of the cart. I nodded. If it tastes as good as it smells, maybe I should take the recipe. Annabelle giggled a little. We waited for like half an hour in line, took some meat skewers, and made our way to the outdoor tables in front of the cart. It's a small circular table with 2 wooden chairs. We ate the skewers and then walked around here and there in the marketing district. We also looked for some armor pieces and weapons. The whole day ended in the blink of an eye. It was simply fun for me. Did you have fun? I asked, and it's not right. If it's only me who's having fun, right? Yeah, it was the best day since I came to Sephra, you know. I think I needed this to blow off some steam. Annabelle said this while smiling brightly. Phew. I took a deep breath and dropped the words that have been going through my mind since yesterday. Enjoyment is not the only purpose of today's date. I have something that I wanted to ask her. Annabelle, I have something that's been bugging me for a while, I said. What is it? Annabelle asked. What's the dream that's forcing you away from your friends? I asked, and Annabelle flinched at the question and looked at me with a sad expression. Gleaming through the cotton-like clouds were intense golden rays, striking through a faint blue sky like the gleam of a citrine or topaz jewel. The unbearable warmth was intensifying, making it arduous for the stallkeepers yet blissful for the locals. Why does it feel like everyone's been glancing at me? I asked. It's unusual for me to grab the attention of public eyes, but today, for some reason, people have turned and taken glances at me as they walk. Yeah, tell that to your pretty face, dumbass, Blaze sent. Is it really true that my face looks weird today? Blaze was sighing more than usual. Yesterday I asked Annabelle if she was free today, and to my good luck she said she was, so I invited her on a date. At first she thought I was kidding, but when I said I wasn't, she took a few minutes and agreed to go on a date with me. This is not a romantic date that 2 lovers would go on. It's just the kind of date that 2 friends could have just to enjoy ourselves. I am also not going to be in Sephra for a long period of time, so I thought maybe I should have fun while I am here. Tap. Someone tapped on my shoulders. I turned around and saw a beautiful woman with a charming smile that was directed towards me. Anna, I gasped as I saw Annabelle. She looked totally different from what I am used to seeing her look like. Normally she wears a long robe and the same type of clothes with light armor on them, mostly because we always hunt. Annabelle is wearing a white long skirt, a matching blouse, and a cute handbag. She's also wearing heels, so it makes her look taller than usual, while her blouse is quite revealing around the chest part, making her look more sexy. You look beautiful. I complimented her. She's totally different. How can I say this? She looks more feminine. Annabelle, I called out for her, but she's gone silent. You also look handsome today. It was hard for me to even recognize you. Annabelle said, well, I did make quite an effort. I was wearing a white shirt and gray pants with long leather boots, with my hair neatly in a bun. Besides my underwear, I borrowed every single piece of cloth from my father for today's date. I also plan on buying a few clothes with the money I gather from hunting. I have like 9 gold coins, 12 silver coins, and a few copper coins from my share of the money that we got from selling mana beasts to the Dalmatia Guild. Tuck. Annabelle pointed in the direction of the merchant area and gave me a warm smile. Shall we head off as well? I smiled back. Sure. We then entered the market district. It's like the biggest part of the whole town. There are food stalls everywhere, clothing shops, armor shops, and much more. Annabelle and I walked side by side and looked around. I watched as her head turned left and right, and her expression changed from curiosity to amazement to delight as she took in the sight of the various booths and stands that merchants had set up along the street. She did say that she never actually had free time to go around for sightseeing in Sephra, I thought. Their group is here for the vacation, but she's focused on saving money even after coming here. There are a lot of people here, right? Annabelle said, yep, mostly because no one is allowed to go out of the town and the wall, so most of the adventurers are taking a day off. Yesterday, a notice was passed in the city saying that town folks are not to leave the town or go to Balker Forest because it's dangerous. Well, it's only for 2 more days. They can't stop people from earning just because they can't find the corpses of some missing people. I surveyed the crowd around us, finding mostly adventurers garbed in chainmail or hard leather armor and the occasional off-duty soldier. I know some of them because I see them at the wall regularly. Anna, is there anywhere you want to go? I asked. I do have a few places that I've decided on, but I thought maybe she also has a few spots in mind. It's better to ask than assume. There's a place that I've always wanted to try since coming here. Annabelle pulled me by my arm, and we weaved through the tide of pedestrians until we arrived near the end of a line that wrapped around a large store. I wanted to pick some outfits. I had only this outfit to wear today, and when you asked me for a date, I was nervous about what I was going to wear, but then I remembered this dress and agreed. But I still think that I need more womanly outfits, and I was hoping that you could give me your opinion. I hope you don't mind, Annabelle. She entered this whole syntax like she remembered it by staying up all night. That's fine, I replied. We then entered the store from inside. It's one of those exotic high-end clothes stores that sells stylish clothes for a high price. It's not crowded at all. How can I help you, madam? A female employee walked up to us as soon as we entered. It's like she was waiting for us. After that, we bought some pretty dresses for Annabelle, and I assure you that she looked absolutely stunning and gorgeous. And on a side note, I also bought a few outfits for myself, and the store employees were too nice. A little too nice, don't you think? Blaze grumbled. She also gave me her address, saying that I could contact her if I needed to exchange or return anything. We walked out of the store and immediately. The smell of smoke creeped up my nose. There's a food cart across the street, and there's a long queue in front of it before I could even inquire what could possibly be the reason for standing in such a long queue. The thick mixture of herbs and spices blending with the delectable aroma of grilled meat continued to assault my senses, making my stomach almost as impatient as my parched lips. Doesn't it smell fantastic? Annabelle asked excitedly as she craned her neck to try and get a better view of the cart. I nodded. If it tastes as good as it smells, maybe I should take the recipe. Annabelle giggled a little. We waited for like half an hour in line, took some meat skewers, and made our way to the outdoor tables in front of the cart. It's a small circular table with 2 wooden chairs. We ate the skewers and then walked around here and there in the marketing district. We also looked for some armor pieces and weapons. The whole day ended in the blink of an eye. It was simply fun for me. Did you have fun? I asked, and it's not right. If it's only me who's having fun, right? Yeah, it was the best day since I came to Sephra, you know. I think I needed this to blow off some steam. Annabelle said this while smiling brightly. Phew. What's the dream that's forcing you away from your friends? I asked, and Annabelle flinched at the question and looked at me with a sad expression. Silence. There was an awkward and long pause, like she really didn't want to answer. You don't have to tell me if it makes you uncomfortable. I said, it's no use if she doesn't want to be open about her problem. No, it's not like I am uncomfortable, but it's quite embarrassing to tell you about my dream. Annabelle's expression immediately changed from a sad one to a shy one. Well, I promise I won't laugh, even if you tell me that your dream is to be something like a housewife or something. I think being a housewife is a tough job in itself. Promise you won't laugh or make fun of me. Annabelle brought her pinky forwardies at something like a pinky promise. I won't, I promise. I nodded my pinky with her to show my agreement. I want to be a teacher. Annabelle said. A smile made its way to my face and I felt the corner of my lips curl up. Look, you are laughing now, I knew it. I am not befitting of being a teacher. Annabelle teared up a little. This side of hers is cute. Nope, I am not laughing. I just thought that it was a wholesome dream. I expressed my honest thoughts. I can't imagine Annabelle being a teacher, but I do admire the fact that she has a dream and is working to achieve it. Really? Annabelle asked. She doesn't believe me. I think someone literally and brutally made fun of her goal, causing her to lose so much self-confidence. A certain guy named Ali came to mind when I tried to think of who that someone might be. I think it's a good thing that you want to become a teacher, but I still don't get why it is bothering your friends. I still don't know. It's a long story. Do you want to listen? Annabelle asked. Yeah, but before that, I think we should change the location to somewhere else. I suggested Annabelle, and she nodded along. I looked around and saw a cafe across the street. I gestured to Annabelle if she wanted to head there, to which she agreed. From the outside, the cafe is not that big, and there are a few flower plants in front of the cafe, making the entrance look good. We walked into the cafe. The smell of roasted coffee beans saturates the air. The cafe had a very cozy and warm atmosphere. The clock on the wall reads 400 p.m. It's been 4 hours since we started our date. Sir, there's a table free there. The waiter got us a table in the corner. It's a good spot for some private talk. We'd like to have black coffee and some berry-filled cookies. I placed an order for both of us. After a short while, the waiter brought us the food. I reached out and grabbed the warm beverage, bringing it to my lips. Now I think you can start, I said. Annabelle took a sip from her coffee and placed the mig back. It was about a year ago now. I never really had an issue with being a mercenary. If I had to say then, I quite liked my job, exploring new places, traveling with my friends, a lot of adventure, but until one day I had an accident. Annabelle paused a little, and her next word baffled me a little because she said, I killed someone. I could imagine what kind of stupid expression I was making. Annabelle POV. It all started a year ago. Hey Anna, make sure you don't sleep while you're on your night shift. Ali jokes as he prepares his own tent. Shut up, who do you take me for? I can go without sleeping for like 3 days. I said, well, of course it's a lie. Well, I can switch with you if you want since I know you are a big sleepyhead. Ali teased that he seems to be a jerk most of the time, but he also cares for the person close to him. Don't worry about me, just go inside. I was not going to give him my share of work this time. Ha, fine, just make sure you don't doze off, or otherwise some bandit might come and kill us all in our sleep. Ali enters his tent. He worries a lot. We've been traveling for like years now, and the times we've actually encountered bandits can be counted with fingers on my single hand. The insects that were screeching from the tall grass that covered the earth all around us soon vanished, and silence descended upon my surroundings. We've been trekking through this forest for the past 2 days, and now we're headed to the following town. Despite being a sizable forest, it is home to few notable mana animals, and those that do exist are of the D rank or lower. It's peaceful here. Today it's my duty to be awake at night and keep an eye on any incoming danger. I sat near the campfire as I gazed at the starry night. I've always desired the freedom to tour the entire nation, and this mercenary job gives me that opportunity. Me, Barbara, Ali, Zark, and Henry have been close friends since we were young children. We created this mercenary team because we had always fantasized about embarking on an extraordinary journey together. We've already made the entire journey to the kingdom of Grav, and whistle. I heard a whistling sound. I rose up from my position and used mana to refine my senses. Rustle. I looked back as I saw a shadow pass by from behind the tree, its outline resembling a human body. Guys, I cried out loudly, what just happened? Annabelle, is everything okay? Ali was the first to jump out of the tent. He was half naked and wearing only shorts. This area has bandits. Wake everyone awake, please. As I saw Ali sprint into everyone's tent, an air spike developed over my right palm. To join me, everyone emerged from the tent. Where are they? Henry asked as he pulled his sword out of the scabbard. There's one over there, I said. As I said this, I turned to scan my surroundings for any further bandits. All of you stand in a circle with your backs to one another. Keep an eye on the area in front of you, and if you notice any movement, strike quickly. Henry takes charge since he is an effective leader in this kind of scenario. Look that way over there. Zark gestures in one particular direction. I looked over there and gulped for oxygen. Men with worn brown cloaks and scarves that only partially exposed their eyes could be seen. There are 20 of them. They don't appear to be strong, so it'll be easy. The only problem is that they are more in numbers. Ali said, attack. The bandits shouted as they sped up towards us as a husky voice resounded in our ears. I'll destroy them. As the group's brawler and an expert in hand-to-hand combat, Barbara charged into the bandit horde like a charging bull. She had no trouble dealing with the few bandits that were present. I'll catch those ones. I ran towards the bandits who tried to enter our tents to loot them. When I said catch, I literally meant that. Until now, whenever we had an encounter with these kinds of bandits, we caught them and handed them to the authorities. Once you've defeated them, it's usually simple to restrain them because they aren't usually that strong or determined to do anything. No one needs to be killed. Steps. When I got close to the tent, the bandit trying to get in was hit by an air spike that I fired. Due to the impact, the robber flew off. Even while my spells aren't particularly lethal, they can be helpful in the battle at a distance. Taking this, when I raised him into the air and flung him to the ground, I generated a tornado of wind. He winced in pain. I think this should be sufficient. I walked up to him and said, "Hey, surrender," and I halted my words as I sensed something behind me. Bell. Ali's voice made me turn around, and I saw a tip of the blade imbued with mana passing right from the front of my nose. It was close. Zoop. I jumped back and the bandit sneaked behind me as he tried to ambush me. SHT, the bandit cursed as he missed the chance. Are they really trying to kill? The bandit attempted to flee from me, but I was already holding a wind blade. Henry rushes in the direction of the bandit before I can cast my spell. I'll aim for the leg to stop him from running. He will be caught by Henry, I thought, but in the exact opposite way. I say. The bandit's corpse dropped to the ground as Henry slit his throat. I saw that and the world halted in front of me. He committed a murder. I stood where I was frozen in place. A lifeless figure lay sprawled on the ground, its limbs intact to the torso, but the head was a few feet away from where it was supposed to be. I looked at the head of a dead bandit, the scarf still covered his face, and the eyes stared blankly ahead, void of all emotion. A pool of dark crimson surrounded the body, evidence of the fatal wound that had claimed its life. The scene was eerily silent, or maybe it was just me whose world had stopped, save for the distant sound of fighting, as someone arrived and began tapping on my shoulders. "Hey, don't space out in the middle of battle," Henry said. He rushed to my side immediately after he killed the bandit. "You killed him." "Why?" I asked. "It's not like us, we don't kill people." "Look over there, what do you see?" Henry points his finger over my shoulder to make me look back, and I turn my vision. Barbara. I saw Barbara previously. She clashed with bandits with full power, but now she wasn't full of vigor but on the dwindling line between life and death. She lay on the ground, curled up, as two long swords were stabbed through her abdomen. The crimson blood made a pool around her while she tried hard to remain conscious. "Get it together. Anna, these are not the bandits we're used to. They are here to loot, and they'd kill us if it were to complete their goal." Henry clutched both of my shoulders as she shook me. "Then what should I do?" I stammer as I ask. I can't get the image of an injured Barbara out of my mind. You have to kill them." Henry's expression turned cold as he said that. His hand left my shoulders as he engaged in the battle with bandits. I looked around myself. There were multiple corpses of the bandits lying limply. Some of them had their heads crushed, and some of them had holes punched in the middle of their stomachs. The numbers have gone from 20 to 8, meaning we've killed more than half of them. We killed humans. GULP. It's horrifying to look at all that blood. They all let out cries of agony as my companion brought them to death. I saw Zark using his magic on the enemy in front of him from the corner of my eye. He imbued mana into his staff, and the next moment I saw the bandit's body explode on the spot. All his limbs scrambled in the air and blood painted the ground. Henry was holding his front, facing multiple opponents at the same time, while Ali also jumped in to help him. They are both protecting Barbara. I jumped forward and twisted my body in the air to avoid the attack that came from behind. The spell brushed past me. It's a wind spell. I thought until now that this bandit was the only one who used elemental magic. All others were just brawlers or rogue fighters. "I'll kill you." The bandit formed another wind spell. This time it was a wind blade. He dashed towards me at full speed with a wind blade. He's using the wind to increase his mobility. I made a compact sphere of wind and waited for him to come at me. "I'll kill you." The bandit kept repeating the same words desperately as he advanced towards me. He swung the wind blade as I leaned backwards to avoid it, but he changed the trajectory of his attack in the middle, and the spell hit my left arm. I felt excruciating pain, but I still managed to step forward and smash the wind sphere on his chest. He flung himself away as far as possible and slammed into the tree trunk, losing consciousness. I looked around. "Anna, help me." Ali's voice brought my attention to my left. He was cornered by 3 bandits at once, and Henry was nowhere in sight as he was busy fending off the bandits that were attacking Barbara. I made a pattern with my palm and felt a sudden shift in the air as I manipulated the air particles to change their position, creating strong wind and making them stronger. I pushed the wave of strong wind on those guys. They covered themselves to be safe from incoming strong winds. That gave Ali enough time to stab one of the bandits in the back. The spell dissipated itself as I lost my concentration and saw another death in front of my eyes. "Focus, Anna." Ali said that as he struck down another one, the remaining one ran towards me, holding the sword horizontally with the tip aimed at me. My eyes briefly went blank, and I suddenly felt pain in my back. The robber in front of me stopped running, and Ali's eyes grew incredibly big as he turned to face me. They aren't focusing on me, but rather on my. They gazed at me and I looked down. My back thrust out a long metal blade, revealing the top of the blade in front of me. Without even glancing back to see who was behind it, I generated a wind slash and swung it with all of my might. I witnessed a person being sliced in half when the wind slash struck its target. Isn't he the same guy who went unconscious? I dropped to my knees as I looked at the remaining lower half of his body. Bell. Ali came to my side. Did he kill that other guy? I suppose he did, because it's not possible to come at me without killing me, right? I know I won't die just because I've experienced much worse while handling mana beasts, so this wound is nothing, but I still felt incredibly cold. It's like there is no soul left inside me. It's like I've done something I shouldn't have. My eyes could not leave what was in front of me, like it was forcing me to look at the person that I'd killed. Ali stood by my side to keep me safe as Zark and Henry eliminated the last of the bandits. A few more agonizing minutes of scenery later, the conflict came to a conclusion. We killed all the bandits, we killed all the humans. I thought I was given a healing potion after Zark carefully pulled the sword from me. I didn't experience any pain. Instead, it appeared as though everything that had transpired had been replayed in front of my eyes, how I killed them, how my friends killed them, etc. The knights who arrived later took Barbara to a qualified healer. We gave them the bodies of every bandit, and you know what they gave us. Yes, they gave us a prize for murder. Why did we have to do that? I asked once everything had calmed down. Zark and Henry followed the knights and Barbara, while Ali remained at the site to look after me. Are you talking about killing bandits? Ali asked, and I nodded in affirmation. It's because it's our job. Now rest here, I'll keep watching outside. Ali got up from his seat and left the tent, leaving me there to think about the words he just said. Because it's our job. This sentence kept spinning in my mind like a mantra. Silence. I hate this job. I muttered these words. Tears started falling from the corners of my eyes, and soon muffled crying turned into sobs. I never knew how much of a burden comes with someone's death. Ren Hilton's POV. I made a declaration that I would be leaving the group 6 months after that incident, said Bell. I took a taste of the long-gone cold liquid from the coffee mug. Well, that's heavy. I reclined in my seat. I had no idea that she would mention a particularly unpleasant event when I questioned why she had left the mercenary organization. You must not have anticipated me to be a killer, therefore. I understand how difficult it must be for you to process. Bell gave a feeble smile. Bell killing someone is not something that's hard to digest, but her emotions of self-hatred and guilt are things that I can relate to. There was a time when I was same as her. Listen, Bell, have you talked about all this with your friends? I asked. If not, then current condition can be explained. I haven't. If I do that, then it'll only make them feel bad about themselves. Bell answered. That's true. I never imagined that Bell, whom I am accustomed to knowing, was concealing such emotions behind that smile. Ren, I might sound selfish, but would you help me mend things with my friends? Bell asked, her eyes expectant. Sigh. Nope, I know I sound like a jerk, but I have a reason, and a good one at that. Ren, I might sound selfish, but would you help me mend things with my friends? Bell asked. Nope. I know I sound like a jerk, but I have a reason. An abrupt surprise was written all over Bell's face. She did not anticipate this brazen of a response from me, nor did I want to give one, but in this kind of circumstance, I am powerless to intervene. I see. Bell suddenly fell silent as she turned her attention to the coffee mug in front of her. I believe I should leave it this time. After digging around in her handbag for a moment, Bell pulled out a silver coin and set it down on the desk. I appreciate the coffee. After saying this, she stood up, turned around, and started to walk away. Sit down. I noted this while grabbing her wrist. Finally, Bell turned to face me. I instructed you to sit down and stay for the entire speech. This time I was considerably more polite in my delivery. You don't have to push yourself. I am aware that my request was egotistical, said Bell. Please sit down and listen to what I have to say. I'm not forcing myself, and I don't think your request is self-serving. On the contrary, I think it's completely sincere. I described. After giving a hesitant nod, Bell sat back down. Listen then, from what I understand, I'll make a few things clear. First, you're not feeling guilty about killing that bandit, right? I asked. If it was someone else, then they would have felt guilt over killing someone. But as far as I know, even if it is little, Bell is a radical person. Yeah, killing bandits doesn't make me feel bad, but I don't want to do anything that will make me have to repeat the same kind of behavior. It's never fun to kill someone, but if I stay a mercenary, it won't be long before I'd have to do it once more. According to Bell, feeling guilty and not wishing to repeat an experience are two distinct emotions. When you do something wrong, you feel guilty, but Bell is arguing that she is not guilty. Rather, she simply doesn't want to repeat that action, even if it was the right one. I can't interfere in your personal matters, but I do have an excellent idea. It's up to you if you want to follow my advice because, at the end of the day, all of the results depend on the effort you've put in. I said. I then informed Bell what I was thinking about her case at the time. I'm really not involved at all, and it relies on how she carries out the strategy. Fufu. Annabelle giggled as I ended up telling her all the plans. Why are you laughing? Did you find anything funny? I asked. I was actually laughing at the fact that Ren makes it look like he doesn't care, but he actually does. Annabelle wiped the tears from the corners of her eyes. I don't know if they were tears of happiness or something else. Anyways, what do you think? I asked. It's all a waste if she is not on it with me. Then it's decided you'll mend things with your friends yourself, I declared. We then left the cafe while laughing and chatting. Annabelle was in a good mood, and to make things clear, I paid for the coffee. I ain't letting a girl pay on a date. Wow, look at the sky. Annabelle said it's like 6 in the evening, and the sun is setting, painting the sky in its colors. The slanting rays of the setting sun gave a warm orange tinge to the sky. The sky was ablaze with the fire of the setting sun. I think this is truly where our date ends. I said it's a little sad, but it was going to end sometime, right? Well, you can at least walk with me until the roads separate. Annabelle's place where she lives is opposite my house. Yeah, that'll do. I agreed it's fine if we walk for a little more. We were talking as we walked about unimportant topics like our favorite foods and God knows what else when all of a sudden we both stopped talking. Although the contents were adequate, I felt that the tranquility was more satisfying. I have no idea what Annabelle is thinking, but from the look on her face right now, it doesn't appear like she has much on her mind. Bump. I am sorry I didn't see. I apologized as my elbow bumped into someone. I know it's a lady who felt something soft touch my elbow. Rue, the person exclaimed. Mrs. Marilyn, I was shocked to see Marilyn here. Oh, it's a pleasant surprise to see you here. What are you doing? Marilyn asked, and she has that genuinely happy expression. I was on a date, I said. It's not like there was anything to hide, certainly not something that I'd be hiding from Marilyn. Ho, with this young lady. She's the same girl who saved you back then, right? Marilyn asked. Why is she grinning like that? Yes, she is. Her name is Annabelle. I introduced her. Hello there, it's good to see you again. Annabelle came forward. I'm also happy to see you again. Then how good is our Rue as a boyfriend? Marilyn asked. Boyfriend. We are not in that kind of relationship. Annabelle's face turned as red as a tomato due to embarrassment. Fufu, you don't have to hide anything from me. I ain't going to snitch on his mother. Tell me. Marilyn began nudging her with her elbow, and I saw Annabelle fidgeting more and more. Sigh. That's enough teasing, Mrs. Marilyn. She's not my girlfriend. We are just on a friendly date. I explained. Boo, that's too bad, Marilyn says, retreating a little. Then again, what are you doing here? You should be at your shop, right? I asked. It's not like her to keep the shop closed. I'm also on a date today, but unlike you, who is here with a cute girl, I am with my beautiful daughter. Marilyn replied. Mary. I felt a clutching feeling in my chest when I heard her name. Yeah, she'll be going to the academy in a few days, so I thought I should spend more time with her. Marilyn explained. Yeah, the academy is starting soon, so that means she'll be going to the Hestia Empire in a few days. And where is she now? I asked immediately. If anything, I'd like to avoid meeting her. I don't why, but that's the first thought that comes to my mind when I hear her name. Oh, she's gone to the washroom in that cafe over there. She'll be back in a few minutes. Marilyn was as chill as ever. Same cafe we were at just a moment ago, which means we barely missed her. Then we'll be going. I grabbed Annabelle's hand. She got startled by the sudden touch. That's fine, bye. Marilyn's expression shifted to one that cannot be qualified as happy from any angle, but she didn't stop me because she knew that it would bring nothing good. I took a step ahead but stopped and turned around. There's something I wanted to ask Marilyn. I was told that you bought the Thargtusk corpse from the guild. I asked. Ah, who told you? Hey, look, Mary is coming. Do you want to meet her? Marilyn looked shocked at first but changed her sentence in the middle. Why does it feel like she changed the topic? Let's get going. I said to Annabelle and dragged her out of there without turning to look at Mary. All that time, Annabelle kept her gaze on the hand I was holding. What is she thinking? I thought. After a 15-minute stroll, we arrive at the location where we go various directions. I let go of Annabelle's hand quite a while ago, but she still hasn't spoken a thing. Well, then this is where we go different ways. I said, looks like it, Annabelle said while tucking a strand of hair behind the ear. Bye then. I turned to leave when I suddenly felt a tug on the hem of my sleeve. Gulp. When we meet tomorrow? Annabelle asked, her eyes glued to the ground. Tomorrow, it's my birthday tomorrow, so I am planning on spending the whole day with my family. I answered normally. FWIP. It's your birthday? Annabelle looked at me immediately. It was fast. I am worried that she might crack her neck someday. Yeah, I confirmed. Don't just say yeah. You should tell me about these things beforehand. Annabelle nearly screamed these words in my face. Wake up, princess, it's morning. The piercing voice of the blaze clock brought me back from the dead of sleep. I started to wriggle and stretch within the cozy, warm haven that is my bed. As parts of my body were gradually turning on, I realized today was a big day. As with any other day, I got out of bed, took a shower, and then changed into some new clothes. These are the ones that I bought yesterday along with Annabelle. It was a nice date. I thought Annabelle did get upset at me for not telling her about my birthday on prior notice and then leaving in haste. I haven't heard from her since then. That looks good. Blaze threw in a compliment while I was getting ready in front of the mirror. After getting ready, I descended downstairs and immediately waltzed into the kitchen, where I could smell the aroma of coffee being freshly brewed. Good morning, Rue, you are up early today. My mother was up bright and early fixing breakfast for my father, who leaves for work promptly at 900 a.m. Good morning, Mom. I said I am not a morning person, but today I feel lighter than usual. If this were any other day, I wouldn't have woken up so easily. Just wait a second for your father, he's in the toilet. We can have breakfast together when he comes. Is it all right? Mom asked. It's fine, I replied as I sat in the chair by the dining table. Look, there he is, Mom exclaimed as my father came from behind. I turned around and greeted him. We all sat together and then breakfast was served. Breakfast was soft pancakes and berries, as warm as they would be in the sun, with maple syrup threaded across the top. It remains my favorite breakfast. It's delicious. I said that the moment I took the first bite. Is there something on my face? I asked, and I noticed that during the whole breakfast, not a single one of them touched their food. They both just kept looking at my face with a content smile. No, it's nothing, I just realized how much you've grown. Father said. What does he mean by that? It feels like yesterday when you were just a child that was just too shy to talk to a stranger, but now that you've grown into a fine young man, it just makes no sense how you grew up in such a short time. Mom said, is she getting emotional because I'll be leaving tomorrow? I don't know. I ate breakfast, and not to forget, I did get like 2 or 3 more servings due to how tasty it was. Rue, come here. Mom called me to the living room while my father followed behind me. Are you planning to give it to him now? My father asked my mother. Do you want to go first? I'll wait if that's what you want. Mother said, what are they talking about? She sat on the sofa and gestured for me to also do so. Happy birthday, Ren, take this. Mother gave me a small box, enough to fit on my palm. Something that your mother holds close to her heart. Open it and see yourself. Father answered my question while Mom nodded and gestured for me to open it. Clag. I opened the box and was baffled. Inside was a 2-inch long canine tied to a black thread. It's a locket. It's your birthday gift. It's a locket made from winged pardus's mana canine. Do you like it? Mom asked. Winged pardus. Do you mean that winged pardus? I asked. It can't be true that we have a winged pardus's mana canine in our house. A winged pardus is a S-rank mana beast that's almost too powerful for a single SS-rank adventurer to handle. It's a mana beast that can be compared to a griffin in terms of strength and intellect, but is different in nature. Well, as far as my knowledge goes, there's only one kind of winged pardus, and this belongs to one of them. Father said, so he means that they killed a winged pardus. But aren't they super rare these days? I still can't believe it. I'll ask more questions. Don't think we killed it. It's something that was passed down from my grandmother to my father and from my father to me, and now I am giving this to you. Do you like it? Mom explained how I cannot like something like this. This is a high-class collectible item that can be sold for thousands of gold coins in today's market. I love it. I'll keep it treasured. But yes, I won't sell it, as my father said. It's something my mom treasures, and it'll be bad if I just go there and sell something that she treasured for such a long time and was passed down to her from my grandfather. That's great to know, but Rue, I don't want you to keep it in a safe like I did all these years. I want you to use it for your own good. Mom said, it's true that we can use winged pardus's mana tooth to refine pure mana in large amounts. But Mom, I tried to argue, this thing is more like a family heirloom. Not, but it's an accessory and is meant to be used. I'll be fine if my son used it and grew stronger than keeping it on display. But Mom gave me no chance to argue. Keep it. Boy, you're the only person she's ever handed this thing to otherwise. She won't even let me touch it, saying that I'll damage it. Father grumbled, well, they say every man is weak against powerful objects. Well, it's now my turn. Father said, don't tell me he also has something for me. After all, birthdays are the best, I thought. Get up, we are going to the shop. The father kept his words short. Okay. I got up and followed after him. We left the house and headed towards the shop. I don't know if I've already mentioned it, but my father owns an antique store in the market district. It's not a big shop, but a small one. The guild does not have everything we need, so these kinds of shops are where we can find something that's suitable for our taste, be it books, weapons, potions, or even aphrodisiacs. The whole walk that we had from our house to the store, both of us didn't exchange a single word. Normally, it's father who initiates the conversation, but today he is oddly silent. We came in front of our store. It was simply called Antique Shop, clearly owned by my father. It was situated in the center of the market street, where all the flower shops and art stores were. Give me a second. Father pulled a key out of his back pocket. It's a multiple set lock that requires a key, then a mana signature of the owner and whatnot to open, but it's better that it's complicated since it's a lock. We entered after he unlocked the door. The shop's interior was pleasantly warm, with well-oiled and clean wooden floors. There were numerous different types of shelves, racks, pedestals, and hanging nets dispersed throughout the moderately sized store. I observed a wide variety of items on display. I took notice of everything when she stopped to look at one rack, from what appeared to be a worn-out flying broom to a peculiar-looking bronze chamber pot. There were numerous quills, caps, gloves, bottles of what appeared to be potions, and a variety of other goods related to magic. Wait here, I'll bring it, father said. As he returned to the storage area, my father told me to wait. Be a dump, it's thrilling. I'm not sure why, but I have the impression that my father's gift will be quite wonderful. After some time, my father returned with a long sword in his hand that resembles a Roman gladius sword in appearance, with the exception of that. It is rusted. If I swung it too hard, it appears that it will break. In the antique shop. After some time, my father returned with a long sword in his hand that resembled a Roman gladius sword in appearance. With the exception of that, it is rusted. If I swing it too hard, it appears that it will break. It looked brittle. There were a lot of cracks on the surface of its nearly 18-inch blade. The width is like 3 inches, but interesting is the handle bar with snake carving. How is it? My father asked as he held the sword towards me. Oh yes, it's great. It's totally great. I said that it's not only the thing that I received, but the emotion behind it is also important, and I think my father gave this to me with some good intentions. Haha, you don't have to lie. I can tell you were expecting something grand by looking at your face, but don't look down on this piece of art. It's a companion that saved my life in countless battles, and if you reforged it, it'll be quite helpful for you. My father said, yeah, I can reforge this thing and it'll be as good as new, but I'll also require some sword skills since I am only skilled in martial arts. I will when I have a chance. I replied, yeah, it's not like you can find good artisans to work on something, so I'll think about reforging this piece of art when I have time. Until then, I'll keep it in my room as a decoration. What happened? I asked. Since my father didn't respond to me, he just looked at me silently, like he was observing me. It's nothing important. He ruffled my hair and said, it's just that this is your last day with us and you'll be leaving tomorrow, but I don't feel worried at all. It's like you've become more responsible in these few days. The father sighed as he said this. Have I? I asked teasingly. Yeah, you become more responsible after you broke your engagement. Well, they say that a boy tends to turn into a man after a heartbreak. My father said something that doesn't make sense to me. That's some deep knowledge. Only an experienced man can understand such meaningful words. But for some reason Blaze got it. Tink, is anyone here? I wanted to look for some potions and a bronze-plated cauldron. The door swung open, and a female voice entered the store. It was a customer. Yes, we do have those on the shelf there. Please come this way, and I'll show you. Father attended the customer, but before going he turned around and said, you can go home now, and once again, happy birthday. I think I'll stay and help you today. I said I can help him for today at least. The father's eyes widened slightly, but he shook his head while chuckling and went on with the customer. I think that means I am allowed to help. Tink. The bell rang as the door swung open again. Do you have a magic broom? Another customer entered the store. It's going to be a busy day, I think. Yeah, we do. I replied and began attending to the customer. I showed her some brooms of her liking while she gave me sideways glances multiple times. I think it's because I have a new face here. After that, the store got quite lively as the customers kept bombarding me. I got so busy handling them that I forgot that the sun had set and that it was almost time to close the shop. It's nothing. I can at least help this much. I threw it back at him, but still father's sentence was cut in the middle due to a sudden sound. Tink. Sorry, we're closed for today. I said this as I looked at the man who had made an entry. I am sorry for that, but please, I am in a hurry. Where is Mr. Chris? Hey, you're the man. Paused when he looked at me. He has a broad build, golden brown hair, and a broad jawline, and I don't know why his eyes look familiar to me. Here I am, Sir William. How can I help you? My father intervened in between. It looks like he is familiar with this man. No need to be formal. I am off duty right now. It's just that, did you get the item I was looking for? I am in a bit of a hurry since I have to leave tonight for my hometown. William said it hastily, and now that I think about it, his voice also seems familiar. Oh, a single person's identity flashed before my eyes, but I hope I am wrong. Yeah, I did. It was quite hard work to find what you were looking for, but at last I got it from a wandering merchant from Empire's capital. Father said as he went to the back room, do you work here, Mr. Wren Hilton? William asked as soon as his father was out. Nope, my father is the owner and I am just helping today, I explained and asked. And you are? You might not have recognized me because I am not wearing my armor. Then let me introduce myself. I am William, the knight you met a few days ago at the guild. William said, what a pleasant coincidence to meet you here at our shop, Sir Knight. I tried to keep a straight face. A pleasant coincidence. My ass, here it is. Father returned at the right moment to save the day because I don't know what kind of question this guy will ask next. He brought a high-quality wooden box with beautiful carvings. It's a sword box with a lot of sword protection and a double key. Thank God. I've been searching for this thing, but I was not able to get my hands on it. You are a god to me. William's way of talking changes when he talks to my father compared to the way he talks to me. It's more polite. No need for praise. It's my work to excel in these things while yours is to protect us. It's just on two opposite poles. My father brushed off the praise, but he sure was happy about it. Nevertheless, who is that sword for? Is it a gift? Father asked. Why is he asking this man useless questions when I want this man to leave the shop as soon as possible? Yep, it's a gift for someone important. That guy loves swords. William answered. He looked happy when he said that guy. Is it for a family member? Well, who cares? Anyways, who's going to take charge of the case you were working on since you've been gone for a few days? My father asked. Is he talking about Kale's group's missing case? SIGH. We decided to close the file, saying that those guys were attacked by some mana beasts and lost their lives since we didn't find a single clue about them, like no corpse or items that belonged to them. William sighed. If not for higher-ups pressuring us to give back the access to Balker Forest to the town folks, I would have solved the case. He said this as he glanced at me sideways. It's not your fault. Your higher-ups are the ones to blame for forcing you to shut the case. The father tried to console the sad knight. Yeah, that's true anyway. I'll be going, or I'd be late for my carriage. William bid his farewell, but not without giving one last dirty glance before stepping out. Phew, it's a good thing he didn't talk about you being a potential suspect in his investigation in front of your father. Blaze transmitted to me that William won't say something that he isn't sure about in front of other people, not when he has no proof against me. Well, let's close before someone else comes in, Father said, and I nodded along. I want to go home as soon as possible now. Then we closed the store and walked back home while chatting. It's already like 7 in the evening and 2 moon adored the sky with their light. We also bought some sweets for Mom since she has a sweet tooth. DINGDONG. I pressed the doorbell, and Mom opened the door for both of us. She opened the door for us, and I could immediately smell something delectable. I'm ready for some nice cuisine at any time, and there's something tasty cooking right now. I avoided looking at them while Mom gave Dad a welcome back kiss. As soon as we got inside the house, I went to the living room and saw something odd. I can see a couple more people I recognize. Anna. I saw Annabelle sitting on the couch while Marilyn sat beside her with a notepad and glasses on. Is she doing some kind of interview? I thought. Hi, Annabelle said awkwardly. Now that's concerning. Hi, Annabelle said awkwardly. Now that's concerning. What are you doing here? I asked. I didn't remember her telling me that she was going to visit me today. I came to give you your birthday present and wish you well, but you weren't home. Your mom said that I could wait, Annabelle explained nervously. And what might you be doing, Mrs. Marilyn? Don't tell me you're analyzing Anna just like you did for me, I asked Marilyn, who sat beside Annabelle with a notepad and quill in her hand. Oh, it's nothing, just a little cross-questioning with your friend. I hope you don't mind, Marilyn said as she pushed the notepad into her spatial ring. Well, Rue, ain't you a little secret keeper? Why didn't you tell us that you made such a lovely friend and that you also had a date with her? Mom asked as she sat on the other side of Annabelle. Now she was in the middle of Marilyn and my mom, while Dad watched from the door. It looks like Marilyn ratted on me. I gave a look of contempt to Marilyn while she kept an innocent smile on her face. Why, she promised me that she wouldn't tell my parents. Sighing, I said, I didn't keep any secrets. It's just that I forgot to tell you. I looked at Annabelle and said, I have something to talk about with Annabelle, so I'll be taking her to my room. You sound like you're taking her to your room for some different stuff, man, Blaze said. Annabelle stood up quickly. Her cheeks glowed a deep shade of red. Well, you can have your little chat in Rue's room. Until then, I'll prepare dinner. Help me, Marilyn. Mom started walking towards the kitchen but stopped and said, just don't do naughty stuff in there, and if you do, make sure you use protection. Mom, let's go, Anna. I grabbed Annabelle's hand and dragged her with me to the second floor, since she didn't look like she was thinking straight. Her eyes had that spiraling look in them, and her face was burning with embarrassment. Before going upstairs, I passed by my father, who gave me a thumbs up and a proud look. What is he proud of? I thought. I entered my room and closed the door behind me while Annabelle stood in front of me stiff. Don't worry about Mom, she likes teasing me. Annabelle, hey, I am talking to you. I waved my hand in front of her face, but she didn't waver even a bit. She kept mumbling the words naughty stuff and protection over and over. I grabbed her by both shoulders and gave her a little shake. Ah, Ren, at last, Annabelle came out of her fantasy land and looked at me. Phew. Finally, now tell me what my mother and Marilyn asked you. Were they rude or something? I asked, and from the moment I entered the living room, Annabelle seemed a little awkward. Anne, nothing. They asked nothing, absolutely nothing. Annabelle's face was turning more pink with each passing second as she said every word. No need to hide from me, you can tell me if they were rude in any manner. I was sure that something was wrong with her. Rude? No, they weren't rude, it's just that. Annabelle stopped halfway through. It's just that, why is she building the tension? It's just that they asked if you and I had that kind of relationship and what we did yesterday or how we met, just stuff like that. Annabelle answered. What kind of relationship? I asked. The one that you have with the person you love. Annabelle went silent. She's acting like a damn teenage girl, it's cute though. Sigh. My mom, you know, well, she's just excited since you were the first girl I've ever brought to my house. Just don't take that stuff to heart. I sighed. Other than Mary, she might be the only girl I've ever brought home with me. Am I? Annabelle started fidgeting. Yes, you are. Now, why don't you have a seat over here? I pulled a chair from near the desk as I sat down on my bed. There's no way I am making her uncomfortable by saying that she should sit beside me on the bed. After I saw her reaction to what my mom said about us being in a relationship, it'll be an overkill for her. Then once again, what brings you here after you ran yesterday at the end of the date? I asked when Annabelle settled into the chair. Yesterday, when our date ended, Annabelle left in a hurry after I told her that today was my birthday. Not to forget, she looked quite upset. Well, it's your fault for not informing me in advance. I could have prepared in advance. Annabelle pouts. Where is the shy girl from before? Prepare what? I asked. Annabelle had a slouchy casual bag with a wide opening and a drawstring closure with her. She opened the bag and pulled out something like a slim rectangular box made from a sturdy cloth material, maybe cotton. The box has a lid that can be lifted off to access the contents inside. What is that? Looks fancy for sure. I said, I think this is my gift. See for yourself. I could have prepared something better if not for someone not telling me prior. Annabelle was still pouting. I opened the lid and saw the contents inside. Wow, inside the box was something that was needed at the moment. The robe is made from a high-quality black fabric, possibly silk or velvet, that has a rich and lustrous sheen. The fabric is adorned with intricate embroidery, perhaps in a contrasting color such as gold or silver, that adds texture and visual interest to the garment. Why don't you wear it? As Annabelle suggests, I extracted the robe from the box. Flipping it all over me, I wore the robe as I heard an audible gasp from Annabelle. The collar of the robe is made from a thick plush fur, possibly mink or fox, that adds a touch of warmth and luxury to the garment. The fur is dark in color, possibly black or dark brown, and contrasts beautifully with the black fabric of the robe. How does it look? I asked. You look so good and handsome. What do you think? Do you like it? Annabelle started panicking again. I swear this lass was going to call you sexy. I can bet my whole fortune on it. Blaze started barking from the back of my mind. What fortune is this guy talking about? It's great. I complimented. The robe is long, reaching down to the ankles or possibly even the floor, and is designed to be worn open, allowing the wearer to walk freely without feeling constrained. The sleeves of the robe are long and wide, with billowing cuffs that widen towards the end. Overall, this robe would be a striking and dramatic piece of clothing that exudes sophistication and luxury. The combination of the dark fur collar, black embroidered fabric, and flowing silhouette would make it an unforgettable garment that commands attention. How much did it cost? I asked. It's just too good to be cheap. It's like something that one of those nobles from the Hestia Empire would use, and that means I can't use it on a daily basis. I thought, yep, it's just like those clothes that you keep treasured and saved for parties and events just because they look good or are expensive. It has nothing to do with you. Annabelle turned her face in another direction. Well, it's rude to ask the price of something that has been given to you as a gift. Sigh. Nog. Well, I was interrupted by a knock on my door. I opened the door and saw Mom and Marilyn. Is dinner ready? I asked. Yeah, it is. We were here to call you downstairs. Mom said this while not looking at me but while gazing past me where Annabelle was sitting. Well, the room is not messy, their breathing is normal, and their clothes are also fine. I am sure they didn't do it. What a waste. Marilyn sighed in disappointment. What did you want us to do? Anyways, let's go down. I said to Annabelle after that. We both walked downstairs and then towards the dining table. Annabelle tried to leave, but my mom successfully persuaded her to stay for dinner, and I too wanted her to stay. It'll be a waste if Annabelle doesn't get to taste the food my mom cooks. On the dinner table were so many delectable dishes like stuffed poultry, pies, roast meat, pottage, and many more. Mom surely has outdone herself. I thought, it's a feast tonight. Well, it's the last day anyway, so I should enjoy as much as I can. Faint light of the two moons illuminates the surroundings. The moons appeared to be larger than normal, casting an eerie glow across the walls. The air was cool and crisp, with a slight breeze rustling through the trees. The silence would be almost deafening, with only the sound of your own breathing and the occasional rustling of leaves to break the stillness. A carriage waits patiently in front of the towering walls of a city, the horses snorting and pawing at the ground as their driver looks up at the massive stone fortifications. The walls are high and thick, made of rough-hewn stone and lined with guard towers. The carriage driver checks his pocket watch. I am sorry for being late. William ran towards the carriage driver and said while huffing intensely, startling the latter. Oh, you must be Sir William Stales, right? The carriage driver asked. Yes, I am. William responds as he organizes his luggage. He has a large trunk with him. I believe we should leave right away because Birkwood is quite a distance away, said the driver. William places his luggage in the carriage, and the driver opens the door for the night. The driver sat down and took control of the horse's reins as the carriage began to move. He turned around after a little while and inquired, if you don't mind, sir, where might you be going in such haste? To my loved ones. William replied while gazing out the window and sporting a tiny smile as he entertained nice thoughts. Ren Hilton's POV. Phew. It's time to say bye. I stood before my childhood home in Sephra, my heart heavy with mixed emotions. The time had come for me to embark on a new chapter of my life, but bidding farewell to these loved ones was no easy task. My mother, Rose, and father, Chris, stood beside me, their eyes brimming with pride and sadness. Ren, let's go. Annabelle said from behind. The carriage that would carry me and Annabelle's companions to the capital awaited us. The sturdy and practical exterior of the carriage, which can hold up to 5 passengers, is supported by a strong structure and 4 wheels. A bench with 3 chairs is located on the opposite side of the single row of seats inside. Small windows, a functional but not particularly roomy cabin with necessary amenities like seat belts, storage spaces, and climate control. It effectively moves people from one place to another, serving its intended goal. I turned to face my family in Maryland, taking a deep breath to steady his racing heart. I knew I had to find the strength to bid them farewell and assure them that I would return one day, victorious and accomplished. Rue, my dear child, go forth with our blessings and know that we will be here, eagerly awaiting your return. May the gods protect you on your journey and grant you success. Mother embraced me tightly, her tears mingling. My father clasped my shoulder firmly. You have our utmost faith, Ren. Remember to stay true to your principles and wield your talents wisely. The world can be both beautiful and treacherous, but I know you have the strength to navigate its challenges. Ren, my dear boy, you have grown into a remarkable young man. I have no doubt that you will be successful in whatever you do. Remember to stay true to your values, and may the winds of fortune guide you towards greatness. Marilyn's voice wavered with emotion as she replied. She patted my shoulders. As the carriage carried me away from Sephra, I couldn't help but feel a surge of gratitude and love for the people who had shaped my life. Blaze asked in a casual tone, "Are these emotions you're experiencing your own, or do you think they belong to the previous owner?" A swirl of emotions overwhelmed me. Was it the lingering presence of the previous owner's emotions, or perhaps my own deep attachment to the memories we had shared within these few days? I couldn't say for certain, nor did I want to delve too deeply into the why. Who knows and who cares? I sent it back in response. This feeling, this sense of bittersweet nostalgia, was not something I despised. It fueled me, reminding me of my purpose to grow stronger, not only to safeguard my own well-being, but also to shield those I held dear. Inside the carriage, third-person view. It'll take 2 days to reach Eldoria, so be at ease since this road is safe. Henry sat confidently in the driver's seat, his hands tightly gripping the reins as he guided the horses along the bumpy road. The sun cast warm rays through the windows, creating a cozy atmosphere inside. However, tension simmered beneath the surface. Isn't it too quiet here? Ren thought as he looked around himself. Zzzzzzz. Barbara sat nearby, her massive frame occupying most of the space. Despite the commotion around her, she was soundly asleep, snoring lightly, oblivious to the dynamics at play. Her immense strength and sturdy stature made her an imposing figure, even in slumber. Zark, sitting across from Barbara, immersed himself in his reading. The magic scripture he held in his hands absorbed his attention completely. Ancient symbols and mystical incantations danced before his eyes as he delved deep into the lore and secrets of magic. His concentration shielded him from the unfolding tensions within the carriage. "So is it always this quiet here?" Ren asked Annabelle in a low voice. "Well, it used to be more lively, but lately nobody wants to talk much, or it's more like they don't want to talk to me." Annabelle responded. She showcased a sad expression. Sigh. "Well, fret not," Ren whispered in a low voice, his words brushing against Annabelle's ear. "Just do what I told you and you'll be fine." The intimacy of his hushed tone sent a shiver down her spine, and she couldn't help but feel a mix of surprise and intrigue. Hi, startled by his words, she turned to face him, her eyes searching for reassurance and guidance. "What happened? Is everything fine behind you?" Henry, momentarily distracted from his role as the driver, glanced back with a curious expression, his grip on the reins loosening slightly. "Hey kid, don't creep her out." Ali, ever watchful and quick to seize any opportunity to taunt Ren. "Creep her out? What do you mean?" Ren tilts his head in confusion. "Why did she react like that? What was this guy doing, Anna? Is he touching you in any weird place?" Ali asked as he shot up from his seat. Barbara, roused from her slumber by the commotion, blinked her eyes sleepily and straightened herself in her seat. Her muscular form made her an imposing presence, and her gaze shifted from Ren and Annabelle to the others in the carriage, observing their reactions with a mix of curiosity and amusement. What happened to Annabelle? Zark, torn away from his engrossing reading by the sudden stir, looked up from his magic scripture with a raised eyebrow. His eyes flitted between Ren and Annabelle, and his mind was already formulating theories and speculations about their relationship. The unexpected twist in the atmosphere had caught his attention, diverting his focus from the ancient magic text for the moment. Silence. The silence that followed the startling moment lingered in the air, each person in the carriage holding their breath, waiting for an explanation or an awkward attempt to diffuse the tension. Annabelle, her cheeks still flushed, glanced at Ren with a mix of surprise and embarrassment, searching for the right words to address the sudden spotlight that had engulfed them. "Why don't you say something, Anna? If you don't explain, then that bald guy is going to think that I am a creep. Are you fine with that?" Ren asked teasingly. It's as if he knows why she reacted this way. "No, it's just that." Anna went silent. "It's just that." But Ren kept going. "I felt it. I felt your breath touch my ear and I got startled. Nothing much." Anna said her cheeks took on a more dark crimson shade. Oh my Annabelle, Barbara taunted, her tone lighthearted yet pointed. Seems like you've caught the attention of this little fellow here. Care to share any lovey-dovey secrets with us? Barbara, unable to resist a playful jest, couldn't help but tease Annabelle due to the earlier incident. A mischievous grin spread across her face as she leaned closer to Annabelle, her voice filled with playful sarcasm. Lovey-dovey. Annabelle's embarrassment reached its peak as Barbara's teasing words echoed in her ears. Her cheeks burned with a deep crimson hue, and she shifted uncomfortably in her seat, desperately wishing for an escape from the attention directed her way. So Mr. Baldy. You heard Anna right, now apologize. Ren turned to Ali, who had a dumbfounded expression on his face. Apologize for what? Ali asked as he returned to his seat, his voice laced with defiance. You called me a creep, right? So apologize now. Ren's eyes lost their light as he commanded, his tone firm and resolute. The atmosphere in the carriage grew tense as the two locked eyes, a battle of wills unfolding before them. The weight of Ren's words hung heavily in the air, demanding resolution and an acknowledgement of wrongdoing. Ali's expression shifted, a mixture of surprise and, "What if I don't?" Ali tried to brush away the warning, but before he could complete the sentence, Henry said, "He's right, Ali, I heard you call him a creep without proof. Now apologize." Henry said this without looking back, but Ali tried to argue. "I said apologize now." Henry repeated himself. His tone is absolute. "SHT, fine, I'll do it." Ali looked at Ren and said, "I am sorry for what I said earlier. Make sure you won't make the mistake again, or there might be some heavy consequences." Ren said that as light returned to them, he gave a small, eerie smile to Ali. That for some reason only looked quite scary to Ali. Ren focused his attention back on Annabelle, and they began talking normally, and soon Barbara joined them. Tusk. Ali was rolling his eyes when he saw Ren and Annabelle talk with Barbara. That fellow definitely hates me for some reason, Ren thought. As the carriage continued its journey, the delicate balance between hate, sleep, and magic created an intricate tapestry of emotions, each thread weaving through the air. The atmosphere remained charged, waiting for the next turn of events to unfold within the confines of the carriage. All right, folks, it's time to call it a day. We've been on this road nonstop, so we're going to set up camp right here, nestled among these towering trees, Henry said as he stopped the carriage. He glanced around, his tired eyes meeting the gazes of his companions, emphasizing his concern for their well-being. The weary lines etched on his face revealed the strain of their journey. Let's gather up the tents and set them up in pairs. I can't ensure that we've got a cozy corner for each of you. Henry jumped off his seat and we all stepped out of the carriage. The breeze feels nice, I thought. As the sun dipped below the horizon, casting long shadows across the campsite, I felt the chill of the evening settle in. Annabelle and Barbara took charge of one, securing the poles and fastening the canvas, while Zark and Ali tackled another. Henry and I efficiently assembled the third tent nearby. Once the tents were pitched and our temporary shelter stood tall, we set up our tents in a small clearing near the main route to Eldoria, surrounded by towering trees that whispered secrets in the wind. It was time to gather around the campfire, which I had conjured with a flick of my fire elemental magic. The crackling flames danced and illuminated our faces as we sat in a loose circle. I glanced around at Annabelle's companions. It's quiet here. Annabelle sat beside me, a faint blush on her cheeks as she stole glances in my direction. Ali, on the other hand, seemed to find every opportunity to mock me. He did it the whole ride, but I clearly said something back that made him get on his edge. Now he has made it like a competition where he finds a chance to mock me, to one-up on me. He clearly had a bone to pick, but I couldn't quite figure out why. Flip. Zark, ever the bookish mage, sat next to him, absorbed in a worn tome, while Barbara leaned against a fallen log, her muscular frame imposing even in the flickering firelight. Henry, the quiet swordsman, kept to himself, watching the flames with a distant look in his eyes while making the dinner. It smells awful. I cannot say that out loud because it would be rude. From when have you been considerate about other people's feelings, princess? Blaze never lets go of any opportunity given to him to make fun of me. What's on the menu tonight, Henry? It smells interesting, Barbara asked while wrinkling her nose. Well, folks, tonight we've got a humble feast. We've got some overcooked sausages and a pot of plain boiled vegetables. It's not exactly gourmet cuisine, but it'll fill our bellies, Henry said sheepishly. Ah, a culinary masterpiece indeed. I can practically taste the gourmet flavors bursting in my mouth. I said it with a slight tint of mischief, and it earned a giggle from Barbara as well as Henry. It's ready. Henry handed out the plates, each filled with a meager portion of overcooked sausages and boiled vegetables. Well, here goes nothing, I said as I took a bite. The taste was far from satisfying. The flavors lacked the magic that my taste buds longed for, reminding me how great the food my mother makes for me is. I noticed something peculiar. No one complained or expressed disappointment. It dawned on me that they had grown accustomed to these humble rations, having faced hardships on their journey. I ate the whole dinner in this quiet atmosphere. It's like I am sitting alone in the darkness, where no one is able to find me. It's just me in darkness and silence. It feels nice, like, hey Ren, your fire magic is really impressive. Can you do anything else besides make campfires? Maybe something useful? Ali's voice cut through the quiet evening air, laced with sarcasm. Sigh. Oh Ali, I'm glad you're so interested in my magic. But you see, fire is a tricky element. It takes great skill to wield it properly. I wouldn't want to burn those perfectly styled eyebrows of yours since they are the only facial hair you have left. I turned my gaze towards Ali, a smile tugging at the corners of my lips. Ooh, that must have stung. Blaze passed along a comment. Oh, don't worry about my eyebrows. They're a work of art, unlike your magic tricks. He tried to save face by retorting. A muffled laugh escaped from the others, causing Ali's face to flush with embarrassment. Come on, guys, let's not turn this into a roast battle. We're all in this together, remember. Zark, trying to lighten the mood, chimed in. Barbara nodded in agreement, her muscular frame casting a shadow over the fire. Yeah, we've got a long journey ahead of us. Let's focus on keeping our spirits high and our blades sharp. I leaned back and said, you know, Ali, I've been thinking. Maybe I should buy you a wig. You'll get a lot of ladies hanging around you. Just imagine the possibilities. The laughter that erupted this time was no longer muffled but wholehearted. Ali's embarrassment was evident, and he quickly changed the subject, attempting to regain his composure. From that moment on, the mocking tone in his voice seemed to soften, and he refrained from targeting me directly. Ren, we're running low on water, and we need to replenish it. Come with me, we'll go fetch some from that pond over there, Henry said suddenly, and I nodded in understanding. It was his first condition that he'd have to act like one of them and not be a burden on them. The silence hung in the air, broken only by the soft rustle of leaves beneath our feet. We walked side by side, the silence between us palpable. As we reached the pond's edge, Henry casually broke the ice. Hey, Ren, I've been meaning to ask. Yesterday you mentioned that Ali would face consequences if he didn't apologize. What did you mean by that? He asked. I paused for a moment, a flicker of uncertainty crossing my face before I regained my composure. Henry, words have power and actions have consequences. Let's just say that Ali would have learned the price of his choices. I continued. Well, it's a matter best left in the past now since he apologized, even if it was when you intervened. That's good then, Henry said. I noticed a hint of surprise and curiosity in Henry's eyes, but he swiftly masked it, maintaining his calm demeanor. With the waterkins filled, we began the journey back to camp. After that, we continued our conversations by the campfire, and I observed the subtle shifts in dynamics among the group. Annabelle seemed more at ease but was still silent, and Barbara and Henry engaged in occasional banter. Zark even joined in, putting aside his book for a moment to contribute to the laughter. It felt good to see them connecting and reconciling their differences. While I considered Annabelle my friend, I realized that these are strangers to me. It's just that I want them to get along with Annabelle. Perhaps this journey had more in store for us than I initially thought, and as long as the fire burned bright and laughter filled the air, I would do my best to bring all of them together, even if it meant enduring Ali's jabs with a sarcastic smile. Little did I know the complexities that existed within this group, the unspoken feelings and hidden tensions. But for now, under the starry night sky, we were all just travelers, seeking companionship and a shared moment of respite before we continued on our path to Eldoria. As the night wore on, we retreated to our respective tents, seeking rest for the journey that lay ahead. The crackling fire dwindled, its warmth replaced by the embrace of slumber. Next day, as the sun began its descent, casting a warm golden glow over the horizon, our weary group approached the towering gates of Eldoria. We traveled all day long and finally arrived at Eldoria. It took us like half a day to reach here. The city guards, clad in their polished armor, approached us with an air of authority. Halt, state your business in Eldoria. One of the guards asked calmly. It's his everyday business. It's not like he is imposing on us. We're a mercenary group. We've come a long way and require shelter and provisions. Henry stepped forward, his voice calm but firm. The guards exchanged a quick glance, their eyes lingering on our worn-out attire and tired expressions. After a cursory inspection, they nodded, seemingly satisfied. Very well, proceed to the city. Remember to abide by the laws and regulations of Eldoria, said the guard. With their permission granted, we entered the city, greeted by a modest yet bustling scene. Eldoria, a city that could be described as boring, these are the only words I can think of after seeing the city myself. Eldoria City, a rather lackluster urban center in the Grav Kingdom, fails to impress with its uninspiring architecture and mundane atmosphere. The cityscape is a mix of ordinary structures, devoid of any remarkable features. The streets, paved with worn-out cobblestones, lack vibrancy and character. In summary, Eldoria City epitomizes boredom with its unremarkable architecture, lackluster market, and mundane atmosphere. It fails to captivate or leave a lasting impression on visitors. Ren's point of view as we entered the city of Eldoria, our tired group dispersed to find the supplies we needed for the journey ahead. Henry, our leader, instructed everyone to gather their necessary items. It was an opportunity for us to stock up and prepare ourselves for what lay beyond. We also booked the hotel ahead of time. I think it's the perfect time for the thing I told you. I said this to Annabelle, who's standing beside me. Who? Annabelle asked nervously. Henry, he's not too tough to talk to, you'll be fine. I reassured her that, as far as I've observed these guys, Henry does seem to be the most mature one in this group. Anna, do you want to come with me? I am going to buy some food since I don't think I'd be able to eat the mush Henry makes anymore. Barbara walked up to us. I am sorry, but I have something that I want to do. Annabelle apologized. Oh, is that so? Well, we can get something to eat after you are done. Barbara said it cheerfully and left with Zark and Ali. Wow, now that's some progress there. I didn't expect that you'd already sorted things out with Barbara. I was genuinely impressed by that exchange. Last night, I talked to her in the tent. She said she wasn't angry about my decision, but just didn't know how to strike up a conversation after my declaration, and she also thought that I hated all of them, but I denied all of them. Annabelle explained while omitting a lot of details, because I know it must have been more awkward than what she is saying. I think you should get going, or you'll miss that guy. I pointed in the direction where Henry left. He is alone, perfect timing. Then wish me luck. Annabelle began to follow Henry. I decided to accompany them from a distance, hoping that this encounter would lead to some resolution. That's stalking, princess. Blaze addressed it that way, but from what I understand, it's a measure taken for my friend's happiness. I watched as Annabelle caught up to Henry, tapping him on the shoulder. I heightened my senses so I could hear them. Henry, do you mind if I come along? Annabelle asked with an awkward smile. Oh, Henry got startled when he saw Annabelle walking beside him. Can I come with you? Annabelle repeated herself. Ah, sure. Why not? I was going to get some potions real quick. Henry came out of his stupor. That's great, Annabelle smiled brightly. I think that's all I have to do. I turned and left them both alone. There is no need to burn more energy on useless things. Useless. What about the thing you said before, like friend's happiness? Blaze asked. Well, her happiness is in her hands now. All I can do is give her a little push. If she can't grab it by herself, then it's her fault. Well, let's pass time somewhere. I left the spot, hoping that everything would be all right. As you explore the city, you'll find a lackluster marketplace with vendors selling mundane wares. The aroma of mediocrity fills the air as the unremarkable food options fail to excite the taste buds. The city's inhabitants, lacking in diversity and passion, go about their daily routines without much enthusiasm. I am at Eldoria's centerpiece, the Citadel, which is a rather unimpressive fortress with plain walls and a mundane interior. The lack of grandeur extends to the surrounding parks and gardens, which offer little respite from the city's overall dullness. Sigh. Well, it's only for today, I sighed, contemplating the fleeting nature of our stay in the city. According to Henry's instructions, we would depart at the break of dawn tomorrow. That meant our time here was limited to a single night. Once morning arrives, we embark on a journey that will take approximately 7 days, leading us straight to the capital. Our purpose: there was an assignment to guard a merchant who carried valuable cargo. It was said that the merchant possessed precious goods and sought our protection during his travels. Just some typical merchant work. My eyes were drawn to the enticing display of bottles in the corner store, a beacon of temptation. It's been a while since I've had a drink. I thought that back in my world, I loved to drink because it gave me a way to drown my sorrows and numb my troubled thoughts. But aren't you a minor, princess? It's not good for you, Blaze grumbled. Doesn't he know that you have to be just 16 years old to be able to buy alcohol in this world? Well, fuck it, what's going to happen at worst? I couldn't resist the urge any longer. Stepping inside, I made my way to the counter and purchased a bottle of alcohol for a few silver coins. It's not the best one, but it'll do just fine. The person on the counter asked me for my ID proof, and I just showed them my guild ID. I turned 16 a few days ago. I walked back to the hotel we were staying at. My room is on the second floor. I entered the room. I let out an exaggerated sigh when the one room appeared worn and neglected, with peeling wallpaper revealing faded floral patterns. The single bed was lumpy and covered in threadbare sheets. A dimly lit bulb hung from the ceiling, casting a dull glow on the tired furniture and cracked mirror. I forgot to ask, can you handle alcohol? Blaze asked. Well, she used to say that I should not drink when she's not around, but I think now I can since she's no longer with me. I responded as I remembered the words that person said to me, giving me more reason to drink. Crackle. I opened the bottle and began chugging the contents down my throat. As the wine trickled down my throat, a warm sensation enveloped me. The world around me blurred and my worries faded away. Each sip brought a sense of liberation, numbing the pain within. In that moment, I felt a fleeting escape, a temporary solace from the chaos of reality. At the market, Annabelle managed to talk things out with Barbara last night. Both girls cried in each other's embrace for hours after they reconciled, but it's different with other members. Ali straight up insults and berates Annabelle. Zark treats her like she is air, non-existent, and Henry never mentioned anything, like nothing happened. Annabelle, Henry called out for her. What do you think about this Ren Hilton boy? He asked as he kept walking ahead. Ren. If you ask me, then I'd say that he is kind and honest. He is also caring, Annabelle said, and a smile made its own way onto the corner of her lips. Is he? That's different from what I speculated. Henry remembered the small talk he had with Ren last night at the camp. What do you mean? Annabelle was confused but kept the conversation going. Ren told her that to be able to understand what Henry is thinking, you just have to keep talking to him. He'll eventually drop a hint. Annabelle doesn't get it but still decides to believe Ren. It's nothing. Henry shrugged it off and changed the topic. Anyways, it's quite surprising for you to approach me. He expressed his thoughts. Is it? Well, I remember us being best friends. Annabelle said. Yeah, that's true, but it was all in the past. Henry's eyes cast a bit of sadness and Annabelle went silent. Henry. Annabelle stepped in front of him, making the sturdy guy halt and tilt his head in confusion. I wanted to apologize for everything that happened between us. The feud, the decision to leave the group. I know it caused a rift among all of us, and I'm truly sorry for the pain and confusion I caused. Annabelle's voice trembled slightly as she spoke. It's not the way Ren told her to deal with the situation, but Annabelle cannot wait anymore, not after hearing Henry say that their friendship was in the past. There was a long, disturbing pause before Henry grasped the situation. Don't you hate us? Henry uttered these surprising words, and Annabelle looked at him with a shocked expression. For what? She asked. I thought that you hated us for what happened in the forest that night and always saw us as some sort of murderer. Isn't that right? Henry said casually that he knew all along that the cause of Annabelle's decision was the things that happened that night. What are you saying? It's not like that. Annabelle then explained why she decided to leave the group on her own accord, like the fact that she didn't want to kill again and that she blames herself and does not find others guilty at all. Huh, Henry was baffled. He always thought that Annabelle saw all of them as criminals in her eyes. So you don't hate us? Nope, why would I hate my only friends? Annabelle stated the obvious. It took a few moments, but Henry let the words sink in and collected his composure. Annabelle, I should apologize too. Henry deeply bows. As the leader, I should have taken more initiative to mend things with you. I let my pride get in the way, and it hurt our group dynamic. Henry's expression softened, and he sighed, running a hand through his hair. Don't sweat it, it's a matter best left in the past now. Annabelle said, and Henry looked her in the face for a second and chuckled a little. Why are you laughing? Annabelle narrowed her eyes. No, it's nothing, just tell me one thing. Henry held for a bit and said, it was that Ren, right? Who told you to talk to me? How do you know? Annabelle got flustered. What if Henry thinks that what she said was not honest just because it was Ren who forced her to talk things out and clear up the misunderstanding? Guessed it well. Let's go, we have to get back before dinner. Henry changed the subject and started walking ahead while Annabelle followed, nagging him about how he knew that it was Ren. It certainly felt like the atmosphere between them was no longer awkward, it was more friendly. An hour later, they returned to the hotel they were staying at. Everyone was waiting for them at the dinner except Ren. Where is he? Annabelle was impatient, her heart felt like it was about to blow. Why don't you call him downstairs and also express my gratitude for his help? Henry nudged Annabelle a little. Okay, I'll go. Why don't you start? It's not good for you to wait for us. Annabelle agreed. There are a lot of things she wants to tell Ren and she can't wait anymore. Annabelle climbed the creaky stairs, anticipating the bubbling within her. As the door swung open, she eagerly stepped inside, only to be taken aback by Ren's disheveled appearance and the faint scent of alcohol that filled the room. His disheveled hair added a touch of rugged charm, while his golden eyes, though glazed, still held a mesmerizing glimmer. There was a magnetic quality to his presence, a blend of confidence and vulnerability that drew others in. It looks like you did it, Ren said as he stepped back and rested his back against the wall. Yeah, I did it. Unaware of his intoxication, she couldn't contain her excitement any longer and lunged into his arms, enveloping him in a tight hug. Wah. Ren let out a surprised squeal and looked down at Annabelle, who was hugging him, her soft body pressed against him. Ren hugged her back, startling Annabelle when she understood what she had done on impulse. She tried to back away, but Ren's grip increased around her slender waist. Ren, Annabelle called for him while looking at him, and Ren looked down at her, his cheeks flushed a rosy color. Thud. Annabelle's eyes widened as Ren switched their positions. Now she has her back to the wall while he stands tall in front of her, towering over her with his intoxicated gaze. Badump. Annabelle's heart thumped loudly, enough to make her doubt if Ren heard it. She gulped the saliva down her throat when she saw Ren looking at her passionately. Through the cracked window of the rundown hotel room, a faint moonlight filtered in, casting a feeble glow. It danced with dust particles, revealing the passage of time on worn furnishings. Shadows mingled with the moon's meager embrace, painting an atmosphere of haunting nostalgia. In this quiet corner, the moonlight became a delicate companion, offering solace amidst decay. It whispered forgotten tales, evoking reflection within the worn walls. Ren's right hand embarked on a tantalizing journey, gliding down from Annabelle's waist with a tender touch, reverently tracing the contours of her alluring form. In perfect synchronization, his left hand skillfully sought the hidden fastening of the robe, delicately undoing the pin that held the garment securely to the shoulder part of Annabelle's shirt. Click. Ah, Annabelle's cry of surprise escaped in a breathy gasp as her wide eyes captured Ren's daring actions. Swift and deliberate, he maneuvered the robe pin, releasing its grasp and causing the fabric to surrender. With a sudden looseness, the robe exposed Annabelle's left side, revealing glimpses of the white shirt and tight pants that she still wore beneath, an unexpected contrast against her exposed vulnerability. The other pin, forgotten in Ren's audacious exploration, guarded the sanctity of her right half, a tantalizing mystery left untouched, for now in the shadows of desire. Ren, we shouldn't hang. Annabelle's attempt to stop him was abruptly cut off, her words devolving into a throaty moan as Ren pressed his lips against her nape, his face becoming buried in her warmth. Simultaneously, his right hand ventured downward, caressing her plump thighs with an unyielding desire. Due to their significant height difference, the embrace felt as though Ren engulfed her entirely, a collision of passion and longing that consumed his being. Scoop, Annabelle squealed when, with a surge of strength driven by his fervent longing, Ren swept Annabelle into his arms, carrying her weightlessly to the single, cramped bed. Creak. The weathered mattress groaned and protested, its tired springs straining beneath their shared presence. As Ren positioned himself on top of her, the weight of their desires pressed against the bed, causing it to creak in a discordant symphony of pleasure and vulnerability. Annabelle's eyes, their depths filled with a mix of anticipation and concern, darted to the small table nearby. A forlorn whiskey bottle stood as a silent witness, its emptiness a testament to Ren's intoxication. Are you drunk? In that moment, realization washed over her. As Annabelle mustered the courage to voice her concern, her gaze locked with Ren's, seeking the truth. Have you been drinking? She questioned again, her voice laced with a mixture of worry and desire. Ren's admission hung in the air, a vulnerable confession that momentarily held their connection in suspense. Russell, Annabelle held her breath because in response, Ren leaned closer, his breath mingling with hers, their lips hovering tantalizingly close. Bat. The charged atmosphere intensified as Annabelle's moist eyes met his, mirroring the rapid rhythm of her heart. In that electrifying moment, an unspoken understanding passed between them. The surge of anticipation enveloped them both, their desires were intertwined, yet Ren's words reverberated with genuine concern. You can stop me if you want, he whispered, his voice trembling with sincerity. He respected her boundaries and relinquished control to her, placing the power of choice firmly in her hands. Gulp. Annabelle remained silent, her breathing growing heavier and the air thickening with unrestrained longing. Her unspoken consent filled the space between them, her desire echoing through every fiber of her being. As Ren inched closer, their lips poised to unite in a fiery embrace, they savored the warmth of each other's breath, their eyes locked in a hypnotic gaze. Knock, knock. Oh, but just as the crescendo of their passion reached its peak, a sudden knock shattered the spell, abruptly halting Ren. Ren's resolve held firm, his actions arrested by the unexpected interruption, their genuine connection suspended in a state of tantalizing anticipation. Ren immediately left Annabelle and got up from the bed. Clack. Ren opens the door, revealing Henry's presence. Hey, we're all gathering downstairs for the discussion. Thought I'd come up and let you two know, Henry said cheerfully as he wandered all around the room, searching for Annabelle. I'll go first. Ren nods, his expression distant and somewhat detached as he makes his way down the stairs. His movements were perfectly fine, not something you'd expect from a drunk person. Annabelle watches Ren descend. Everything that happened in that moment felt alien to her. It's like Ren was a totally different person at that particular moment. Henry, you can also go, I'll join you all in a moment, Annabelle said, to which Henry nodded while a big question mark appeared above his head. He went downstairs. She takes a moment to steady her breathing, straightening her posture, and walks towards the mirror, adjusting her appearance one last time before heading downstairs to join the gathering. Ren Hilton's POV. I descended the stairs, there's a big dinner down here, and I saw mercenary group members occupying a table in the center of the room. It looks like they already had dinner since I saw a waiter clearing the plates from their table. That reminds me that I haven't eaten anything yet. I thought, since I was busy drinking and thinking about the past, I forgot to eat, and now the alcohol is hitting deep. Well, it's not like I can't handle alcohol. That's some big bullshit, don't you remember what you did back in the room? You can't handle alcohol. Blaze was shouting from inside. It's not that I can't handle it, it's just that it makes me too honest with my desires. I explained I know what I did, and I am not a person who tends to forget things just because I am drunk. I remember everything that I do. Desire. Then what desire was it? Lust, Blaze asked. Yeah, it was 100% lust. It's been a while since I did the deed, so I lost some composure back there when she pounced at me. I replied, Princess, I think we should talk later. You are just being too honest right now, Blaze said through our mind connection while walking towards the table. I also hear someone's footsteps right behind me, and since Henry is in front, that means Annabelle is behind me. I'll apologize if she blames me. Hi Ren, are you drunk? Barbara asked the moment she saw me. Is it that obvious? Yeah, I pulled up a chair and made myself comfortable. Henry sat at the center of the table and Annabelle sat beside him. Why are we here? I asked abruptly. There's a big map on the table. It's most likely to mark the routes around here to the capital. Well, there's a slight change in the plans. Henry sighed as he drew everyone's attention towards him. The merchant we were going to guard has now informed us that he can no longer accompany us and we'd have to transport the items by ourselves. He also said that we have to be in the capital 2 days before the decided appointment. That's not good. Even if we drive our carriage at top speed, it'll take up to 7 days to reach the capital. Zark expressed his thoughts. So what are we gonna do? It's not like we can just cancel the assignment. We'd lose all the money we put in the carriage, and we also don't have any backup. Ali asked. That's why I called everyone here. I'd like to hear what you have to say, or we'd have to let go of this assignment and return the money we got in advance back to the merchant. Henry said calmly. It's not like they are panicking about the situation, but they still seem like they are shaken a little. How much money is the merchant willing to give us now? I asked. It's not like he's going to give the same amount after burdening us, right? No, he increased the reward of 100 gold coins by more than 50 gold coins, and we can get another increase of like 40 coins if we deliver it before the deadline. But it's not about the money, it's about the fact that we won't be able to make it in time to the capital, and the merchant strictly said that we have to be there in 4 days. Henry is certainly distressed, so that's why he isn't getting what I am trying to say. Hey Barb, pass me the map. I have something quick on my mind. Barbara and Annabelle gave me a surprised look for a split second, but either way she passed the big-ass map to me. What are you trying, you drunk-ass kid? Go back to your room. We adults can figure something out by ourselves. Ali mocked. This guy doesn't care about the time, huh? Look here. I placed my index in one specific place on the whole map. It's Virendale, what about it? Henry asked as he leaned over a bit to get a good look. Virendale is a large town to the east of Eldoria. It takes about 2.5 days to get there if we travel on a horse while taking a few breaks. Sigh. Why is Virendale different from most of the cities in the Grav Kingdom? I asked while sighing. Don't tell me, kid. You are saying that we should use the transportation portal. Ali looked at me like he was ridiculing me. Yeah, that's absurd. It'll cost us a lot of money to make a single trip to the capital, let alone, and it'll take like 4 days to get there in a carriage. Henry supported Ali's statement. Listen, I tried to explain, but was cut off by someone. That's a great idea. Zark shot up from his seat like a maniac. Didn't you hear what Henry just said? He said that it's costly for all of us to use. Ali repeated while pressing on the word costly. But who says that we all have to go? 1 or 2 guys from the group can go and fetch up the items for us because, from what the merchant said, he meant that we have to pick them up 3 days before, but he didn't mention that we must deliver them before the fixed date, right? Zark continues. And as per what Henry said, we'd be given an increase in our reward, which means we don't have to worry about the transportation portal fee if only 2 people are going. Bingo, you've won a copper coin for the correct answer. I gave a drum roll on the table. This guy Zark is fast to take up on the quiz. You are smart, Ren. I wouldn't have come up with such a plan in such a short time. Zark complimented me, while others on the table looked at me with interesting faces, mostly Annabelle and Ali. Annabelle looks genuinely surprised while Ali is dumbfounded. It's funny. Can you explain for me in easy words? Barbara asked Zark while he looked at me. With pleasure, I should clarify that what I meant to say was that any 2 members of this group could travel to Virendale, teleport to the capital, and then pick up the object. If the shipment is substantial, we will rent a carriage to convey it back to Eldoria. However, if the shipment is little, we will bring it back via the transportation portal and then ride back to Eldoria to save time. I continued my justification. With the first approach, it might take up to 7 days to return, but it won't slow us down, and we'd still be able to deliver the cargo on schedule. If the shipment is small, we can return with it in 5 days, which implies we may complete it ahead of schedule and make a profit. Ooh, I get it now, Barbara said, but her face clearly says that she didn't get a single sentence into her head. That's great, we'd go by this plan. Henry clasped his hands. That means the meeting is over, right? I asked. Certainly. Henry said, well then, waiter. I raised my hand and a person came to me. Bring me roasted chicken and rice. I ordered and the waiter notes it on a pad and turns to leave. Also bring me a bottle of mead. Actually make it 2 bottles. I completed my order. Right away, sir. The waiter dashed away quickly. Silence. When I turned my face back to the table, everyone on the table was looking at me like I had done something absurd. I woke up to the dull throb of a headache, a telltale sign of the mild hangover I was experiencing. Looks like you are awake, pervert princess. Blaze hovered before my eyes. This dude has nothing better to do than annoy me first thing in the morning. What time is it? I asked as I pushed myself up. My muscles protested against the stiffness acquired from sleeping in such an unconventional position. I rubbed my eyes, trying to shake off the remnants of grogginess, and surveyed the room. There are 2 empty bottles beside my cushion. It's like 6 in the morning. You just slept for 8 hours. Blaze answered, which means there is still an hour before the call time. I remember Henry telling us that we had to be down by 7 in the morning. So how does it feel? Blaze continues to be someone who sexually harasses girls while being drunk. Shut the FCK up, man. I spat as I made my way to the bathroom and splashed some cold water on my face. The events of last night played like a hazy film in my mind, leaving me with a sense of regret and unease. I sat up, rubbing my temples as I tried to shake off the lingering effects of the alcohol. Sigh. I don't know what I am going to say to Annabelle. What if she's disgusted by my behavior? I'll accept whatever words and curses she hurls at me. Well, anyone would be pissed if someone threw themselves and did those kinds of things, right? Blaze followed me to the bathroom. Knock. I heard a light knock on the door. I left the bathroom immediately and slowly made my way to the door. Blaze got back into my body. Creak. I opened the door only to be more surprised. Good morning. I said it awkwardly, to which Annabelle's face grew bright red. She immediately turned her face sideways and said, "Please put on some clothes." Annabelle's voice stuttered a little. I looked down at myself and saw that I was half naked. I still have my pants on, but I am not wearing anything on my upper half. Oh, sorry, just give me a second. Why don't you come inside? I invited her inside while I quickly put on my shirt, which lay on the floor, and turned around. Annabelle enters the room while fidgeting, and I offer her a chair while I sit on the bed. Annabelle's cheeks flushed with embarrassment as she cautiously approached the wooden chair. Nervously, she adjusted her posture, attempting to find a comfortable position. Every movement seemed amplified, with the creaking of the chair echoing her unease. She longed for a sense of ease, but her nervousness persisted, making even sitting a challenge. So why are you here the first thing in the morning?" I asked. As I faced Annabelle, the awkwardness between us was palpable. The aftermath of last night's encounter left me grappling with a whirlwind of emotions. I had to find the courage to address the situation and make amends. Annabelle's guarded expression made it clear that she was wary of me. "Henry asked me to call you downstairs." Annabelle responded with a short sentence. "Is that all?" I questioned whether she could have sent someone else if that's the only message she wants to convey. Approaching her, I could see the hurt in her eyes and my heart sank. I needed to apologize and acknowledge the mistake I had made. Sigh. "Annabelle, we need to talk. I'm truly sorry for what happened last night. It was a result of my drunken state, and I never intended for things to progress that way. Please know that I value our friendship above all else, and I hope you can find it in your heart to forgive me." I apologized. Annabelle's silence was deafening, and it stirred a mix of anxiety and regret within me. I wished I could take back my thoughtless words, but all I could do now was hope for her understanding. As we sat there, the weight of our strained friendship hung in the air, leaving me uncertain about the future. I wanted nothing more than to repair the damage and find a way back to the closeness we once shared. "It's fine you were drunk and you didn't do something unreversible, so it's all good, but just don't do it out of nowhere." Annabelle clutched her robe. "It's the same robe she wore last night." "That's not so reassuring, princess," Blaze interrupted, "but I never knew you drank alcohol." Annabelle spoke in a small, mumbling voice, but I was able to catch onto what she was saying. "It was my first time drinking, that's why I lost control." I lied. It's true that I was lusting after her at that time, but it wasn't my first time drinking alcohol. Well, technically, it was my first time drinking in this world. First, Annabelle looked at me with a stunned expression. "Is that surprising?" "Yeah, I wouldn't have done those things if I wasn't drunk." "Well, this is true. I don't make these kinds of mistakes when I am sober." Silence. Annabelle fell into a momentary silence, her lips parting as she struggled to find the right words. After a brief pause, she finally spoke. "So you're saying that you wouldn't have done all that stuff to me if you weren't drunk?" For some odd reason, Annabelle's face had no single speck of emotion. She was serious. "Yeah," I confirmed. Annabelle went dead silent there for a moment, making me more nervous. "Well, okay then, I'll go first. You can come when you are ready." Annabelle switched the subject as she got up from her seat and began to leave the room. "Anna," I called her out. "What?" Annabelle sounds stingy. Is she angry? Why is she behaving like that? Once again, I apologized for what I did. I apologized again, and Annabelle narrowed her eyes for a second and turned around to leave. "Get down quickly, everyone's waiting for you." Annabelle left while leaving this sentence behind, even though her voice sounds like she is irritated. With a sigh of relief, I let myself fall backward onto the bed. It's going to be a tough day. Blaze described my inner thoughts. After I went down, another unexpected bomb was thrown at me. What did you just say?" I asked, my voice tinged with disbelief, as the leader of our group delivered his unexpected directive. "Well, I think you and Ali should go to the capital to get the package," Henry stated matter-of-factly, unaware of the strained dynamics between me and Ali. My heart sank at the thought of having to team up with Ali, knowing our past clashes and contrasting personalities from Sephra to here, and my lack of experience in Ali's seasoned skills only compounded the challenge. I hesitated, searching for the right words to express my concerns. "Are you sure about that?" "Ren is still quite inexperienced, and he and Ali, well, they don't exactly see eye to eye." Zark voiced my reservations, hoping for an alternative solution. Henry paused for a moment, his gaze flickering between Ren and me. "I understand your concerns, but we're running out of options. We need someone who knows the capital, and Ali's expertise is crucial." As for Ren, it's an opportunity for growth, and it's also been his plan all along, so it's better if he does it himself, he responded, his voice betraying a touch of uncertainty. Reluctantly, I nodded, realizing that arguing further would be futile. All right, if it's necessary for the mission, we'll do it, I conceded, my tone laced with reluctance. We exchanged wary glances, our unspoken tensions palpable. We may not have gotten along in the past, but for the sake of the mission, we had to put aside our differences and work together. I said this as I extended my hand towards Ali, going through the motions of a formal gesture. Deep down, I knew that our strained relationship didn't require a false display of camaraderie. I didn't feel any nerves or genuine desire to bridge the gap between us. Ali's cold indifference towards my extended hand didn't surprise me. I had expected as much from him. Without a word, he turned away, dismissing my attempt at civility. It was clear that he shared my sentiments that getting along was an unnecessary burden in our line of work. Thud. With a shrug, I let go of any lingering thoughts about Ali. It was clear that it would be a day of challenges, but I was prepared to face them on my own terms. The mission mattered more than any petty conflicts or forced camaraderie. With a deep breath, I muttered to myself, it's going to be a tough day. Mary's POV. I hurriedly moved about my room, meticulously double-checking that I had packed every essential item for my upcoming journey to the prestigious Imperial Academy in the Hestia Empire. My mother was a flurry of concern, incessantly reminding me not to forget anything crucial. Despite my reassurances that I had everything covered, she reappeared with a forgotten robe in her hand and a playful scolding on her lips. I couldn't help but playfully bite my tongue, a mixture of amusement and exasperation in my eyes. All done, I said. The next leg of my journey would take me to the capital, where I would access the transportation portal to reach the port. Although I was confident in my abilities to navigate the bustling city on my own, my mother insisted on accompanying me, her protective nature shining through. Let's get outside, everyone's waiting for you. Mom called me together. We embarked on our path, with the carriage awaiting us with an unexpected sight. Instead of the usual horses, my mother had arranged for majestic unicorns to pull our carriage, their presence adding a touch of whimsy to our journey. It's too costly, but my mother won't listen when I say it's fine if I use a normal carriage. She said it's more comfortable, and we can reach the capital in just 3 days. Just a second, and I'll be back. I hurriedly turned and ran into the house before crossing the threshold, and my mom followed me. Returning to my mother's collection room, a place filled with cherished memories and treasures, I found myself drawn to a black locker tucked away in the corner. With a flick of my hand, I unlocked it using a simple yet powerful magic spell. As the door swung open, I was greeted by the sight of my father's prized possession, a sword, Tizona. I softly called its name. There is a note beside it, but I didn't pick it up. I've read it like 1,000 times already, and it always makes my mind clear and muddled at the same time. I gingerly picked Tizona, feeling the weight of its significance and the bittersweet memories it held. Zoop. I carefully stored the sword in my spatial ring, a gift from my mother that held immense value, both sentimental and material. Do you have to bring it along? You still cannot use it. When my mother questioned the necessity of taking the sword, I couldn't find the words to respond. Some things are better left unspoken, their meaning understood in the depths of our hearts. Emerging from the confines of our home, I was greeted by the presence of my mother's close friends, a gathering of familiar faces that had become a part of my life. Among them were Ren's parents, individuals I hadn't seen since the dissolution of my engagement with their son. A mix of emotions swirled within me as we exchanged polite pleasantries. I do not hate them, they are good people, it's just that their son is the annoying one. When I remembered, I looked around. I did not find him here. Why is he not here? Did he not come to see me off? Why, Mary, are you looking for someone? Mom asked me as she placed her hand on my shoulder, making me come out of my thoughts. Mom, yes, Mom should know where that guy is. She's been meeting him to teach him something. I don't get it. Why would she waste her time on someone who doesn't have a speck of talent? He also manifested his element like 2 years later than normal, and it's also an inferno element, not a water element like me. Disappointing. Nope. I replied, I cannot think of anything or anyone else other than my goal right now. He'll come around either way. As we bid farewell and embraced one another, I felt a renewed sense of determination and resilience surging through my veins. The Imperial Academy beckoned, promising a world of knowledge, growth, and countless opportunities waiting to be seized. With my mother on my side, the carriage set into motion, the regal unicorns gracefully pulling us forward on our path through the sky. Through the carriage window, I stole a tender glance at my mother, our eyes meeting in a silent exchange of understanding and unconditional love. It was a glance filled with unspoken words. Are you thinking about why Ren didn't come? Mom asked tenderly without looking at me while reading a book. No, I am not, I answered, but deep inside I wanted to know, why didn't he show his stupid face when I was leaving the town? Well, it's his fault now, he won't be able to see me for like a whole year. Okay, I thought maybe you were. Mom flipped another page of her book. Gulp. Curiosity was winning over me, so I asked, why didn't he come? Still looking outside the window so that she wouldn't look at my face, I waited for the response. He left the Sephora a few days ago, Mom said calmly. What? I wasn't informed about Thisho, dare he. On the other hand, in the heart of a dense, ancient forest, where sunlight struggled to penetrate the thick canopy, a young warrior honed his skills with a sword. His slender figure moved with grace and purpose, his bright blonde hair reflecting the dappled light that managed to filter through the dense foliage above. With each swing of his blade, he displayed a mastery of technique that belied his tender age of 16. Another day of training is complete, Adam said while exhaling deeply. Leaving behind a trail of fallen trees and shattered rocks, testaments to the intensity of his training, Adam paused to catch his breath. Beads of sweat trickled down his forehead, evidence of the physical and mental exertion he had poured into his practice. With a sense of satisfaction, he surveyed the forest, appreciating the tranquility that enveloped the sacred grove. This place has always been my refuge, a sanctuary amidst the chaos of the world, Adam said while admiring the surroundings. As he made his way back through the woods, the sound of rustling leaves accompanied his footsteps. He soon arrived at a familiar place, Aurora Haven, the name of the place, an orphanage nestled amidst the ancient trees. Warm smiles greeted him as fellow orphans and caretakers acknowledged his return. However, it was a small girl, barely reaching his waist, who caught his attention. She approached him with a mischievous gleam in her eyes and whispered something into his ear. Adam, guess what? William is here. He's waiting for you in the office, the girl whispered excitedly. William, he's back. That's amazing. Let's not keep him waiting. Adam's eyes widened extremely. Without a moment's hesitation, Adam's expression shifted, his eyes alight with excitement and anticipation. He swiftly made his way to the orphanage's office, where a man in his late 20s awaited him. It was William Stales, someone he regarded as a brother, despite their lack of blood ties. Adam, my boy, it's been too long. I'm thrilled to be joining you on this trip. William, having taken a break from his nightly duties, greeted Adam with a wide smile and open arms, ready to accompany him on their upcoming journey to the port. William, it's good to see you. I couldn't have asked for a better companion. The port won't know what hit it, Adam said while embracing William. As Adam emerged from the office, he retreated to his room, seeking solace in the cascading water of the shower. In the midst of his cleansing ritual, a familiar presence invaded his sanctum. It was his dear friend, Emily, who had wandered into the room unannounced. Curiosity sparked in Emily's eyes as she caught sight of a letter that Adam had received. Intrigued, she picked it up, holding the fragile parchment delicately in her hands. Adam, who is this letter from? It seems quite important to you. With a mix of intrigue and concern, she questioned Adam about the sender. It's from Mary, a girl I met a few years back. She's been sending these letters, asking for a rematch. Adam's gaze shifted to the floor as he confessed that the letters were from Mary, a girl he had crossed paths with years ago. In these letters, Mary pleaded for a rematch, an opportunity to reconnect. I see. And who is this Ren she mentions in the letters? Is he someone significant? Emily's inquisitive mind couldn't resist probing further, her eyes fixated on a name mentioned in the letters, Ren. She questioned Adam about Ren's identity. Ren is a boy from Mary's neighborhood. He's been following her around, annoying her. She mentioned him as a sort of obstacle. Adam explained. However, Emily's intuition painted a different picture. An obstacle, are you sure? It feels like she's trying to convey something else, like she's proud of his unwavering affection for her. Really, I hadn't considered that. But no, Ren is just a persistent nuisance. I don't think Mary sees it the way you do. Adam denied Emily's statement. Emily perceived it as Mary's veiled attempt to boast about Ren's unyielding love, a declaration that he would forever follow her footsteps. In that moment, a tangled web of emotions and secrets unfurled, leaving Adam and Emily to ponder the true nature of Mary's letters and the underlying dynamics at play in this intricate tale of love and pursuit. After an hour, Adam steps out of the orphanage, his heart heavy with a mix of excitement and uncertainty. William awaits his mentor and guide. They board the carriage, and as the wheels begin to turn, unaware of time's relentless advance, the world hurtles forward, chaos in its wake. People hold unknowing roles, bound by prophecy, as the clock's ominous ticking draws them nearer to destiny's precipice. I mounted the horse with a mixture of apprehension and determination. Riding was not a skill I possessed, but the urgency of our mission left me no choice but to learn quickly. As time passed, I grew more comfortable in the saddle, finding my balance and adapting to the rhythmic movements of the horse. Our journey to Virendale began with picturesque landscapes unfolding before us. Fields, forests, and winding trails painted the countryside. The sound of hooves hitting the ground echoed through the serene surroundings, accompanied by the occasional chirping of birds and rustling of leaves. Ali, an experienced rider, took the lead, setting a steady pace. I followed closely behind, my focus split between the road ahead and the not-so-pleasant conversations that emerged between us. You've got a knack for horse riding, I mean. Ali spoke, breaking the silence as we rode side by side. I glanced over with a hint of curiosity in my eyes. Is it? I asked. Yeah, it's unlikely for anyone to learn it in like a few hours, he said. True, I agreed. Now that I think about it, he only messes with me when we are around Annabelle. Maybe he likes her, I don't know, but it'll clear up a lot of things if that's the case. Hey, can I ask you something? I called out to him. If you're going to ask about something that's related to Annabelle, then I advise you not to do that because I don't want to argue when we are on an important mission. Ali increased his speed. Don't go around sticking your nose in other people's issues. Or so he said, but he gave me a hint that'll help Annabelle mend things with him, because he is the only one who still holds a grudge against her otherwise. Barbara, Henry, and even Zark have consulted with each other. Our conversations came to a complete halt as we journeyed onward. For the next 2 days, we kept traveling with the minimum amount of rest, and then. It's here, Ali remarks that as the sun began its descent on the second day, the town of Virendale finally came into view. Fatigue weighed heavily on our bodies, but a sense of accomplishment washed over us. The journey had been long and demanding, but we had persevered together. We made it, I said, a mix of relief and satisfaction evident in my voice. Ali nodded, a gleam of respect in his eyes. Indeed, with a shared understanding, we rode into the heart of Virendale. Virendale revealed itself as a bustling town nestled in the countryside. Quaint houses lined the streets, their facades painted in vibrant hues, adding a cheerful atmosphere to the surroundings. The main square buzzed with market stalls where merchants showcased their wares, filling the air with a medley of scents and sounds. The townsfolk hurried about their daily lives, their faces etched with the stories of a close-knit community. Ali and I dismounted our horses, tethering them near the town's entrance, blending into the vibrant tapestry of Virendale. We strolled through the streets, taking in the sights and sounds that surrounded us. The aroma of freshly baked bread wafted from a nearby bakery, intermingling with the lively chatter of locals and the clattering of horse-drawn carriages passing by. I marveled at the architecture, admiring the intricately designed buildings that showcased the town's rich history. The cobblestone streets beneath our feet added a nostalgic charm, echoing with the footsteps of those who had walked them for generations. As we navigated the winding alleys, we couldn't help but notice the welcoming smiles of the townsfolk. Shopkeepers beckoned us into their stores, offering a glimpse of Virendale's local craftsmanship, from delicate tapestries to ornate wooden carvings. Virendale proved to be a place of respite and refuge, where the worries and dangers of our journey momentarily faded into the background. Yet our task loomed on the horizon, a reminder of the importance of our presence in this vibrant town. Virendale had welcomed us with open arms, and now it was our duty to repay the town's hospitality with unwavering dedication. As we continued our exploration of Virendale, a renewed sense of purpose filled me. The sights, sounds, and interactions with the townsfolk infused me with a renewed determination to fulfill our mission and protect what was at stake. We now have to get to the city center. I said, we are not going to rest in Virendale because it'll be a waste of time. Ali did say that we should get something to eat first, but I refused we'll be able to eat when we are in the capital. There it is. At the center of Virendale stood the colossal transportation portal, a testament to the convergence of magic and engineering. The portal's immense power consumed a significant amount of mana, limiting its usage to only twice a day. This scarcity of mana made the portal a hub of frenetic activity as wealthy merchants who could afford the travel costs hurriedly made their way through. The creation of transportation portals was a complex process that required skilled enchanters and mages. Intricate patterns and symbols were inscribed on circular platforms, channeling mana to infuse them with intent. These enchanters unleashed a surge of mana, causing shimmering gateways to emerge, bridging realms for swift transportation. The portals facilitated trade and communication, connecting distant markets and fostering economic growth. They were a testament to the mastery of enchanters and the bending of space and time through the forces of magic. The portal's guardian, a nerdy figure with glasses perched on his nose, approached Ren, exuding an aura of quirky wisdom. How many people are there with you? 2, no luggage. I just answered what was needed. It'll be 20 gold coins each, meaning 40 gold coins for both. He extended his hand forward, and I handed him the hefty sum of money. It's super expensive. As Ali and I approached the transportation portal, the sense of urgency in the air was palpable. Travelers and merchants rushed past, their footsteps echoing against the stone pavement. The enchanting glow of the portal's symbols and the crackling energy surrounding it further emphasized its mystical nature. I couldn't help but feel a surge of anticipation mingled with a tinge of apprehension. It's my first time traveling through the transportation portal. Taking a deep breath, Ali and I exchanged a determined glance. It's going to be a tough day, I murmured, acknowledging the obstacles that awaited us beyond the portal. Ali nodded in agreement, his eyes reflecting a steely resolve. Whoosh! With renewed determination, I tentatively stepped into the portal. A rush of exhilaration surged through my veins, blending with a tinge of nervousness. The world around me blurred and shifted, a kaleidoscope of vibrant hues enveloping my senses. The portal seemed to come alive, pulsating with a mysterious energy as if welcoming me into its enigmatic embrace. A sense of awe washed over me, for I knew that this was going to take me to the capital. After a few seconds, as I stood there, my senses were overwhelmed by the grandeur of the scene before me. The vast open ground stretched out in all directions, dotted with multiple portals similar to the one we had arrived from. People streamed in and out of the portals, creating a constant flow of activity and energy. Wow, it's really Arcanum. It was a mesmerizing sight to witness the diverse array of individuals entering this bustling hub. Arcanum is the name of the capital. With a mischievous twinkle in my eye, I turned to Ali and couldn't resist cracking a joke. Well, Ali, I think maybe we should get a coffee first, to which Ali deeply sighed. After grabbing something to eat quickly, Ali and I approached the address Henry had given. I stood in before the magnificent house. The grandeur of the wealthy merchant's abode overwhelmed me. Towering stone walls, weathered with time, displayed intricate carvings. The colossal wooden door, adorned with ornate metalwork, guarded the secrets within. Lush gardens surrounded the mansion, a testament to its owner's affluence. We entered the mansion as some guards came to escort us. A few minutes after going into the mansion, there's a visible tension on Ali's face as he looked ahead of him, and I also have some issues with this. So you are saying that we have to take that girl along with us? I asked cautiously. Yep, the stout guy nodded to my question like a total idiot. The girl stands before us, her entire form draped in long, flowing garments. A veil conceals her face, rendering her features a mystery. It's as if she is wrapped in a cloak of secrets, her presence captivating and enigmatic. Though her face remains hidden, I can sense determination emanating from her posture, a silent strength beneath the layers of fabric. Her eyes, veiled but piercing, hold a glimmer of intensity and purpose. How much? I asked, leaning back on the sofa. The merchant's face showed extreme innocence, as if he didn't understand what I was saying. Don't make me say it again. I asked how much you're willing to offer for this sudden change. I let out an exaggerated sigh. Oh, don't worry, I'll increase it by 50 gold coins. You just have to make sure both of them reach the destination. The merchant rubbed his hands together, but I could see him gritting his teeth beneath that tight-lipped smile of his. 100. I'll need 100 gold coins, or I can't guarantee this lady's safety, I stated firmly. I wasn't going to do this without a substantial raise in the price. What? That's absurd. He became extremely flustered. It would mean he has to spend 290 gold coins on a single package, a huge sum even for a wealthy merchant like himself. So do we consider it a breach from your side? We won't have to repay the money you gave us in advance if you're the one breaching the contract, right, Ali? I turned to Ali, who nodded. He surely keeps his mouth shut at important times, but it's you who increased the price out of nowhere. I'm not at fault, the merchant blabbered, as if thinking I would fall for his excuse. Well, it's you who changed the terms of the assignment, not once but twice. And as for the price, I don't think the court would look kindly upon our mercenary group if we value a human life at a mere 100 gold coins, am I right, sir? I explained, confident that even if this guy complained to higher-ups, it would come back to bite him. Suddenly, the veiled girl leaned forward and whispered something to the merchant. He pondered for a while before the girl returned to her position. Okay, deal, the merchant finally agreed. Annabelle's POV, step. As I paced back and forth in the hotel room, my heart was consumed by a mix of anticipation and worry. It had been exactly 4 days since Ali and Ren embarked on their journey to Virendale. Each passing moment felt like an eternity, and the weight of uncertainty pressed heavily upon me. My thoughts raced as I considered the dangers they might face on their expedition. While I had complete trust in Ali's skills and Ren's resourcefulness, I couldn't help but fear for their safety. The tension between Ali and Ren added an extra layer of concern, making me question if they would be able to put their differences aside and work together. Sitting down on the edge of the bed, I took a deep breath in an attempt to calm my racing mind. The room felt suffocating, as if it mirrored the turmoil within me. The truth was, something had changed within me since Ren entered my life. I had always been independent, shouldering my problems on my own. But when Ren came into the picture, I found myself opening up, sharing my worries and fears with him. He had become a confidant, a source of comfort in times of distress. A soft sigh escaped my lips as I allowed myself to reflect on our recent date. It had been a simple outing, nothing extravagant, yet it left an indelible mark on my heart. The way Ren looked at me, listened intently to my every word, and made me feel like the center of his universe was unlike anything I had experienced before. But the conflicting emotions within me couldn't be ignored. Amidst the warmth that swelled in my chest whenever I thought of him, there was also a tinge of frustration and confusion. Why is it so complicated? I whispered to myself, my voice barely audible in the quiet room. Ren's presence had awakened a whirlwind of emotions within me, leaving me with a maelstrom of feelings that I struggled to understand. He infuriates me, and yet I can't help but adore him. I admitted, my voice barely above a whisper. It was true. Despite his stubbornness and the hurtful words he had uttered before leaving, I couldn't deny the deep affection that had taken root in my heart. A surge of frustration coursed through me as I recalled his dismissive remark about our shared moments being mere consequences of a drunken encounter. The pain it caused was undeniable, casting a shadow over the budding connection between us. But even in that moment, I couldn't deny the spark of something more profound that had passed between us, a connection that went beyond physical attraction. It's like I want that moment to happen again, but without the influence of alcohol, I muttered, my voice barely audible in the quiet room. The words hung in the air, an admission I struggled to comprehend. Stunned, a sudden jolt shot through me and I sprang up from the bed, my heart pounding in my chest. The thoughts that had entered my mind were jarring, even alarming. How could I dare to entertain such a notion? I recoiled at the mere suggestion that I would desire a repeat of that fateful night, when the influence of alcohol blurred the boundaries of our connection. No, no, I whispered, attempting to dismiss the unsettling thoughts that threatened to consume me. I was adamant about the fact that I had not been assaulted, that Ren's actions had not crossed that line. Yet the conflict within me grew stronger with each passing second. Frustration and confusion mingled in my mind, weaving a tangled web of emotions. I tried to make sense of it all, to unravel the conflicting desires that pulsed through my veins. Ren's admission that his actions were a result of being intoxicated had cast a shadow over the genuine moments we had shared. But now I found myself questioning the validity of his claim. My mind raced back to that night, replaying the scene with vivid clarity. Ren, consumed by the effects of the alcohol, had bared his soul, revealing a vulnerable side of himself. Yet he had also exhibited a clarity of thought, effortlessly resolving the problems that had perplexed everyone else. It was a dichotomy that defied comprehension. Phew. I stood up and walked over to the window, gazing out at the city below. The twinkling lights of Eldoria illuminated the night, mirroring the conflicting emotions within me. It was true that Ren's actions that night had been influenced by alcohol, but there was more to it than a simple mistake. He had shown kindness, compassion, and a genuine interest in me that went beyond his inebriated state. A gentle knock reverberated through the room, pulling me out of my swirling thoughts. I approached the door and swung it open, revealing the towering figure of my friend Barbara. She was known as Muscle Mommy among the guild members, a nickname that always intrigued me but remained shrouded in mystery. What happened? I inquired, my voice laced with a mix of curiosity and concern. Barbara's lips curled into a wide grin, a mischievous twinkle in her eyes. Kid is back, she declared, her words hitting me like a rush of cool breeze on a sweltering day. Relief washed over me, easing the knot of worry that had tied itself tightly within my chest. Without a moment's hesitation, I dashed down the stairs, my heart pounding with anticipation. And there he was, standing amidst the other members, Ren. A wave of elation surged through me as I locked eyes with him. His presence, as always, exuded a calmness that seemed to transcend any chaos or turmoil that life could throw our way. Good evening, Anna. Ren greeted me with a casual wave, his easygoing demeanor unfazed by the inner turmoil he had unknowingly stirred within me. How could someone be so effortlessly cool, even after wreaking havoc on my emotions without physically being present? A mix of emotions swirled within Merrilief, joy, and an undercurrent of frustration. I couldn't deny the relief that washed over me at his return, a testament to the connection that had formed between us. But at the same time, a part of me couldn't help but feel a pang of annoyance at his nonchalant attitude. Nevertheless, I couldn't suppress the smile that tugged at the corners of my lips. It was good to see him, to have him back by my side. I mean our side. I approached Ren, my steps faltering for a moment as my gaze landed on an unfamiliar figure standing just behind him. Clad in a veil that concealed her features, she seemed to find solace in the protective shadow of Ren's presence. Questions flooded my mind as curiosity mingled with a hint of unease. Who is this woman, and why is she standing so close to him? Ren, good evening, I greeted him, my voice carrying a mix of warmth and curiosity. I couldn't help but feel a slight twitch at the corners of my lips, a flicker of unease that I struggled to suppress. How was your journey, and who is this new friend of yours? Ren turned his head slightly, his eyes meeting mine. A soft smile played on his lips, but his expression held a trace of mystery. Anna, this is the helper Layla that the merchant sent, he introduced, his voice holding a hint of affection as he glanced briefly at the veiled woman beside him. She's going to accompany us till we deliver the package. The veiled girl's eyes met mine from behind the veil, a gentle gaze filled with a mix of curiosity and gratitude. Despite the absence of words, there was a silent understanding between us, a recognition that our paths had intertwined in a way that we couldn't yet comprehend. As I studied the veiled figure, a mix of emotions stirred within me. It was a cocktail of curiosity, uncertainty, and a flicker of possessiveness that I couldn't quite understand why I felt. Suppressing my inner turmoil, I offered her a warm smile, trying to put my unease aside. It's a pleasure to meet you, I greeted her, my voice laced with genuine warmth, waiting for her to introduce herself. Layla's eyes sparkled with a touch of gratitude as she nodded softly. The enigmatic aura surrounding her only added to the intrigue, and I couldn't help but wonder what stories and secrets lay beneath that veil. She doesn't talk, Ren explained, his voice tinged with sympathy. The merchant informed me that she is mute. A pang of guilt washed over me as his words sank in. I hadn't considered the possibility that Layla might be unable to speak, and my insensitivity left a bitter taste in my mouth. Oh. I am so sorry, I quickly apologized, my voice filled with genuine remorse. I felt a rush of empathy for Layla, imagining the challenges she must face in a world where communication through words is a fundamental part of human connection. Ren proceeded to share the details of their journey, recounting the trials and adventures they had encountered. However, as he finished speaking, he abruptly excused himself, stating that he was tired and needed rest. Without another word, he ascended the stairs, leaving me standing there, a mix of confusion and frustration bubbling within me. Was I invisible to him? Did he not care about my presence? The annoyance resurfaced, fueled by a sense of being dismissed and unnoticed. It wasn't that he hadn't spoken to me, but rather that his interaction felt no different from how he conversed with everyone else. Anna. Come upstairs for a second, Ren's voice called out, and without hesitation, I found myself rushing up the stairs, my steps quick and eager. It was as if I had been waiting for that call, yearning for his attention. Entering his room, I noticed that it was different from the one I had glimpsed during my visit on his birthday. Ren had never once complained about his living arrangements, always maintaining his easygoing demeanor. What? I asked, my voice tinged with a sulky undertone that I couldn't quite explain. Why was I sulking? Was it because of his earlier words? Huh, don't be so stiff, Ren chuckled lightly, his eyes meeting mine. Did he think I was being distant now? Why did you call me? I inquired, trying to mask my inner turmoil behind a facade of indifference. I wanted to hear what he had to say, and then I would express my own thoughts. Perhaps if we could have a genuine conversation, we could talk for hours and bridge the gap between us. It would be fun, right? Right, I think I might know how you can mend things with Ali, Ren said, his face adorned with a smug expression. His words piqued my interest and my heart skipped a beat. Really, I couldn't help but exclaim, a surge of hope welling up within me. After following Ren's advice and working hard to mend my relationships with Henry, Zark, and even Barbara, I had been hesitant to confront Ali. If Ren had a solution, it was worth considering. Yep, Ren exclaimed, his eyes alight with confidence. He proceeded to share his thoughts, explaining his strategy to mend the rift between Ali and me. It became evident that even during our journey, Ren had been pondering our team dynamic, specifically our unresolved conflicts. I don't think it'll work. In fact, it might only frustrate him further. I voiced my concerns, hesitant about the plan Ren proposed. It seemed risky, and I feared it could deepen the divide between Ali and me. Sighing, I pondered the situation, my mind racing with conflicting thoughts. Ren stepped forward, his gaze locked with mine, and he spoke with a gentle determination. Anna, he uttered my name, his voice carrying a hint of sincerity, believe me. My throat tightened and I could feel my heartbeat quicken. Was it anticipation, uncertainty? The tension between us was palpable, but to my relief and disappointment, Ren calmly stepped back, breaking the intensity of the moment. When do I have to do this? I finally asked, surrendering to the plan that Ren had devised. It was a matter of timing, and if we could resolve the conflict before leaving Eldoria, it would be for the best. Ren provided the necessary instructions, and I nodded, committing myself to the task ahead. As I left Ren's room, my heart was filled with a mix of emotion, nervousness, and a burgeoning sense of connection. I took a deep breath before entering the deserted hall, my footsteps echoing in the silence. The flickering candlelight created a mysterious ambience, casting enchanting shadows on the walls. The air was heavy with anticipation, knowing that Ali was somewhere in this room, lost in his own thoughts. As I approached, I could see Ali sitting alone at a table, his face partially obscured by the dim glow while looking at the bottle in front of him. The sight of him in that moment stirred a mix of emotions within Minjer, frustration, but also a flicker of hope that we could mend what was broken between us. Summoning all my courage, I made my way towards him. The clacking of my heels on the polished floor seemed amplified in the stillness of the hall. With each step, my heart pounded in my chest, unsure of what awaited me. Ali's eyes met mine as I took a seat across from him. His expression was unreadable, guarded. Felt as if an invisible wall had been erected between us, and I was determined to break through it. Hey, I called out, my voice filled with a mix of determination and trepidation. Do you mind talking for a bit? I can't sleep at all. There was a brief moment of hesitation before Ali responded, his tone curt and distant. I have nothing to say to you, Annabelle. My frustration surged, and I refused to back down. I leaned forward, resting my elbows on the table, meeting his gaze unwaveringly. Well, how can a coward who used to pee his pants till he manifested his core be brave enough to face me? Don't talk, just pour me a drink. Ali's jaw tightened, his eyes flashing with a mix of anger and disgust. I knew it was a damn bad idea, Ren. Save me. Fuck off, I don't care if you're here to mock me. He cursed, his voice laced with bitterness. My heart sank at his words, realizing the depth of his hurt, but I couldn't let that deter me. Taking a deep breath, I steadied myself, ready to confront him head-on. Taking a deep breath, I looked into Ali's eyes with sincerity. Ali, I want to apologize. I never meant to hurt you. Ali's eyes narrowed, his anger intensifying. Sorry, that's all you have to say. You think an apology erases the damage you've done. Now I felt a surge of frustration, my own anger rising to match his. It's the same as Ren said, well, what do you want me to say, Ali? Should I grovel at your feet? Beg for forgiveness like a child. Maybe that's what you're looking for. His voice dripped with sarcasm. Oh, how generous of you, Annabelle, offering me a chance to witness your impeccable acting skills. Bravo, I scoffed, unable to hold back. Impeccable acting, coming from the master of bottling up emotions and pretending everything is fine. I feel angry and light at the same time. Ali's nostrils flared, his fists clenched on the table. You don't know a thing about me, Annabelle. You think you have me all figured out, but you're so blinded by your own selfishness. A smirk played at the corner of my lips. Selfishness. Oh, please. Coming from the person who used to be terrified of spiders and couldn't handle his own shadow. It's funny that I still remember the moment like it was something that happened yesterday. Ali's eyes widened in disbelief. You're really going to bring up my fear of big spiders? Well, let's not forget your irrational fear of clowns. I raised an eyebrow, ready to retaliate. Oh, so now we're exchanging childhood fears. How about the time you cried like a baby when a butterfly landed on your nose? Ali's face flushed with embarrassment. That was one time. And let's not forget your spectacular display of clumsiness when you tripped over your own feet in front of the entire guild. Laughter escaped my lips, despite the tension in the air. Ah, yes, the legendary stumble that still gets mentioned at guild gatherings. At least I can admit to my clumsiness, unlike someone who's too proud to admit their faults. Ali's gaze hardened, his voice dripping with venom. I may have faults, but I don't betray my friends. Shook. I winced at his words, realizing the weight of his accusation. It hit me like a blow to the gut, shattering the lingering fragments of my defensive facade. I had betrayed his trust, and there was no denying it. The playful banter now felt like a sharp dagger between us. I know, Ali, I stammered, my voice trembling with remorse. It was never my intention to betray you or our friendship. Who cares now? You can have fun with your new friend, right? We are not needed anymore. You'd be fine even without us. Ali spat these words. Each word felt like a stab in the heart. I furrowed my brows in confusion, trying to make sense of Ali's words. New friend, I repeated, don't try to play innocent. It seems like you've been enjoying yourself ever since that kid came around. We all became invisible to you the moment you met him. Ali's words cut through me like a knife, leaving me breathless and filled with regret. His disappointment was evident, his voice heavy with a mix of anger and sorrow. I could see the hurt etched on his face, the longing for a genuine connection that seemed to have been shattered. I felt a sharp pang of disappointment as his words pierced through me. He believed that I had cast aside our friendship without a second thought, that I had chosen someone new over the bonds we had built together. The truth was far from that, but it was clear that I had failed to communicate my intentions and feelings to him. Taking a deep breath to steady myself, I locked eyes with Ali. Ali, I never meant to make you feel that way. I never intended to replace our friendship with anyone else. Ren is. Ali's gaze softened, a flicker of vulnerability crossing his features. Then why did you never come to me? Why did you make decisions without even talking to me first? His question hit me like a ton of bricks. In my pursuit of finding my own path and seeking solace in Ren's presence, I had unintentionally neglected Ali. The realization weighed heavily on me, and I felt a deep sense of remorse. I thought you were pushing me away, I admitted, my voice filled with a mix of regret and sadness. You seemed distant, and I thought I was becoming a burden to you. I didn't want to intrude or make things worse. As the weight of his disappointment settled upon me, a wave of realization crashed over me that he was right. I had acted without considering his feelings, without seeking his input, or even giving him a chance to be a part of the decision-making process. I had let my own insecurities and desires guide my actions, neglecting the bond we had forged through years of friendship. Tears welled up in my eyes as I grasped the magnitude of my mistake. No, Ali, you're wrong, I managed to choke out, my voice quivering with sincerity. I never wanted you to feel like you're not needed. I never wanted to hurt you. Ali's expression softened slightly, but the pain lingered in his eyes. Annabelle, actions speak louder than words, he said, his voice filled with a mixture of disappointment and longing. You didn't even give me a chance to be there for you, to help you through your struggles. You made the decision on your own without considering how it would affect our friendship. His words pierced my heart, and I felt a deep pang of remorse. He was right. I had shut him out, believing that I could handle everything on my own. In doing so, I had inadvertently pushed away the one person who had always stood by my side. Tears streamed down my face as I reached out to him, my voice filled with desperation. Ali, I'm so sorry. Ali's gaze softened, and a flicker of hope appeared in his eyes. He took a step closer, his voice laced with a mix of vulnerability and longing. Annabelle, I want to believe you. I want to believe that our friendship can be repaired, but it will take time and effort from both of us. I need to see that you're willing to let me back in, that you trust me enough to share your burdens. With renewed determination, I nodded, my voice filled with sincerity. I promise, Ali. From this moment forward, I will never make such a decision without consulting you, without considering our friendship. I will do everything in my power to earn back your trust. Tears streamed down my face as I stood there, overwhelmed by my emotions. After a few minutes, Ali's expression softened, fatigue etched on his face. He reached for a nearby bottle and sighed, his voice weary. "Sit down," he said gently, surprising me. "You wanted me to pour you a drink, right?" I nodded, still trying to stifle my sobs, and took a seat. Ali poured me a drink, his movements deliberate and careful. He broke the silence, his voice filled with remorse. "I'm sorry for what I said earlier about Ren." "Ren?" I asked, puzzled by his apology. "Yeah, I realized that my frustration wasn't really about him. It was about the fact that you approached him first instead of coming to me." I listened intently, finally understanding the root of Ali's hostility towards Ren. "Hey, Ali," I called out, my voice trembling slightly. He responded, looking at me with a mix of curiosity and weariness. "What do you really think about Ren?" I blurted out, unable to contain my curiosity any longer. Ali paused for a moment, contemplating his answer. Honestly, I didn't know what to make of him at first. He seemed like a mysterious and suspicious kid, but as we spent these few days together, I've come to realize that he's incredibly intelligent for his age. When that merchant sent that girl to us, I was at a loss, but Ren handled the situation with remarkable skill. As Ali praised Ren, a sense of pride swelled within me, accompanied by a newfound appreciation for Ren's capabilities. "Yeah, it's incredible," I agreed, my voice filled with awe. "Ren possesses a level of maturity that surpasses his age." Ali chuckled, a hint of amusement in his voice. "Exactly. It's hard to believe that there's a 10-year age gap between us when we interact with him." His casual mention of Ren's age difference with me stirred a complex mix of emotions within me. It annoyed me. Everything fell into a hushed silence, and I took a leap of faith to break the ice. "So how are things going between you and Barbara?" I asked, a mischievous glint in my eyes. Ali flinched, and a deep blush crept up his cheeks, betraying his embarrassment. He had always been like a brother to me since childhood, so I knew all too well his feelings towards Barbara that had developed over the years. "That's not something you should be concerned about," he blurted out, his words accompanied by a swift gulp of the drink in his glass. Steam seemed to emanate from his reddened face. I couldn't help but giggle at his adorable reaction. "Some things never change." "Is everything all right?" Henry asked, glancing back at us. Annabelle gave him a thumbs up, indicating that things were going smoothly. I was glad to see that Henry and Annabelle seemed to be getting along well. Their camaraderie brought a sense of unity to our group, enhancing our overall morale. "Anna, make sure to pack the food, or else we'll be stuck eating whatever culinary creation Henry comes up with." Ali chimed in, joining us near the carriage, his hands full with supplies. Annabelle's face lit up with a cheerful expression. "Don't worry, Ali. I'll make sure we have some delicious meals while we're on the road." Her merry demeanor was infectious, spreading a sense of anticipation among us. "Ho ho, it seems like your advice worked," Blaze's voice echoed in my mind, referring to the strategy I had suggested to Annabelle. Indeed, my advice to Annabelle had been fruitful. I had encouraged her to challenge Ali to the point where he would either speak up or let loose with his characteristic fiery language. Either way, it was bound to lead to a resolution, as Ali tended to be unfiltered in expressing his thoughts when pushed to his limits. With our preparations complete, we were ready to depart. I still hadn't quite grown accustomed to Layla's presence. There was an eerie aura surrounding her, and she maintained her veil, keeping her face hidden from view. Given the absence of any discernible magic emanating from her, I assumed she was a commoner. "Let's go," Ali declared, bringing his horse alongside mine. Our task was to guard the carriage from the outside, while Zark, Annabelle, and Barbara rode within the confines of the carriage alongside Layla. It was clear that Layla held the wooden box containing something of great value. As Henry initiated the carriage, the horses began their steady march, propelling us forward. Our next destination was Ivorigate, a border town nestled between the Ravak Kingdom and the Grav Kingdom. This time, we planned to travel continuously without any extended stops. It would take around 14 to 15 days to reach Ivorigate, where our journey would conclude and we would part ways. "Hey Ren, how are you holding up?" Annabelle leaned out of the carriage window, her green hair swaying in the wind. Annabelle had been in high spirits since reconciling with all of our friends. Her genuine happiness was contagious. "I'm fine," I replied with brevity, mustering a small smile. My mind was occupied with numerous thoughts. Annabelle pouted and retreated back into the carriage, seemingly disappointed with my short response. "Haha, you better not make her angry, man. That girl has a soft spot for you," Ali chuckled, drawing his horse closer to mine and patting me on the back, consciously avoiding my shoulders. I wasn't trying to upset her. Just lost in my thoughts, I sighed, looking at him. "But it's quite surprising to see you talking to me so casually and laughing." Ali, who had always been abrasive towards me, was now unexpectedly friendly. "Well, you know," Ali glanced around, then met my gaze. "I wanted to apologize for whatever I said to you. I wasn't in the right frame of mind, and my words were never intended to hurt you." Oh, that, I feigned surprise, though I had long suspected that Ali's animosity towards me wasn't genuine. Don't worry about it. It takes someone truly important to hurt me, and you didn't even come close. You just managed to annoy me a little, I replied nonchalantly. Ali's expression shifted, a hint of vulnerability surfacing. I don't know why that actually hurts my feelings, he admitted, his tone genuine. I couldn't help but feel a sense of empathy towards him. We all had our struggles and moments of vulnerability. Perhaps there was more to Ali than met the eye, a complexity beneath his gruff exterior. Well, let's leave it in the past, I offered, reaching out to pat him on the back in a gesture of goodwill. We're all in this journey together, and it's better to build bridges than walls. Ali nodded, a small smile playing at the corners of his lips. You're right, Ren. It's about time we move forward and focus on the task at hand, Ali said while I pondered what I would do once I parted ways with the group. Obtaining a reliable horse would be essential, as I planned to head towards the border crossing, then make my way to the Ravak Kingdom, and from there, follow Blaze's suggestion to venture to the enigmatic Crooked Islands. While I still didn't fully grasp Blaze's intentions, I decided to trust his guidance for the time being. As I delved deeper into conversations with Blaze, the discrepancies between the game world I had known and the information he shared became increasingly perplexing. Our discussions unfolded like an unraveling tapestry, weaving a tale that challenged the very foundations of my understanding. The map, once a reliable guide to the lands and kingdoms I thought I knew, was now called into question. Blaze's words painted a new reality, one where the boundaries of realms shifted, and unexpected realms, such as the enigmatic Demon Kingdom, rose to prominence. Mermaids, once confined to the realm of myth and folklore, now claimed their existence in this magical world. The implications of Blaze's revelation extended far beyond mere geography. He claimed the power to alter bloodlines, a feat I had believed impossible within the confines of the game mechanics. It shattered the preconceived limitations I had come to accept, leaving me to ponder the true depths of this world's potential. Furthermore, Blaze spoke of an untamed and treacherous island, Crooked Island, housing a fabled dungeon of unparalleled strength. My knowledge had always pointed to the Hestia Empire as the seat of such power, a beacon yet to be discovered. The incongruity between reality and perception danced before my eyes, beckoning me to question everything I thought I knew. Perhaps the most staggering revelation of all lies in the existence of multiple gods. In the realm of the game, only Elora, the goddess of light, held sway. But according to Blaze, a pantheon of deities presided over this magical realm, each with their own dominion and influence. The implications of such divine presence ignited a sense of awe and uncertainty within me. The world that once appeared familiar is now unfurled before me as a tapestry of mystery and contradiction. The game's boundaries had expanded beyond imagination, challenging the very essence of what it means to inhabit this magical realm. With every revelation, my sense of wonder and anticipation grew, for within the intermingling of truth and fiction lay the potential for extraordinary adventures and uncharted territories yet to be explored. Well, let's not jump on the conclusions, it's all just assumptions. We rode side by side, guarding the carriage as it continued its steady progression towards Ivorigate. The passing scenery unfolded like a breathtaking tapestry-lush fields, shimmering rivers, and ancient forests, all bathed in the warm hues of the setting sun. The rhythmic clip-clop of hooves on the road accompanied our journey, creating a soothing symphony that reverberated through the surrounding landscape. As dusk casts its gentle veil upon the world, we set up camp for the night. The crackling fire illuminated our tired faces, forging a bond that went beyond the boundaries of our initial agreement. We shared tales, laughter, and even moments of vulnerability, strengthening the foundation of our newfound camaraderie. As the days blended into nights and nights transformed into days, the landscape transformed around us, painting a breathtaking panorama with each passing mile. Throughout our week-long journey, Layla's enigmatic presence remained a constant source of intrigue. Draped in her veiled attire, she exuded an air of mystery and quiet strength. Though her inability to speak restricted her communication, her actions spoke volumes, as she remained ever vigilant, never straying far from the precious wooden box she safeguarded. Occasionally, I caught fleeting glimpses of Layla's eyes beneath her veil-deep, contemplative orbs that held untold stories within. Her silence only seemed to enhance her aura of trustworthiness, as if she had taken on the role of a steadfast guardian, dedicated to ensuring the safe delivery of the invaluable cargo. Yet despite her presence, questions lingered in the back of my mind, taunting me with their elusive nature. What secrets did Layla hold? Why had the merchant in Arcanum chosen to entrust a mute non-mage with such vital responsibility? The incongruity of it all gnawed at my curiosity, fueling a mixture of fascination and caution. But for now, I respected Layla's silence, realizing that the answers would reveal themselves in due time. In the midst of our journey, Blaze's voice echoed in my mind, expressing the same doubts that plagued me. "It just doesn't add up," he murmured, his thoughts mirroring my own. Yet, despite the unanswered questions, I found myself drawn to Layla's enigmatic presence. It added a captivating layer to our adventure, a touch of intrigue that made each day on the road all the more exhilarating. With every step forward, I silently hoped that the mysteries surrounding Layla would eventually unravel, illuminating the path before us and revealing the greater purpose that lay ahead. "Ha, ain't we in a bind now?" I muttered under my breath, gazing ahead at the obstacle that lay before us. We had already completed half of our arduous journey, and now it seemed that we were faced with a daunting challenge. As we faced the dense expanse of the sprawling forest ahead, a knot of unease twisted in my stomach. It wasn't the forest itself that gave me cause for concern after all. We had traversed through various landscapes and encountered their own set of challenges. No, what truly troubled me is that the whole forest is It's an illusory forest path. Hold on a minute, Henry interrupted, his brow furrowing in confusion. Are you saying that this entire forest has transformed into an illusory forest path? But that's not how it used to be. Ali chimed in, his voice laced with skepticism. Yeah, I've been through this forest before, and it was just a regular forest. How did it suddenly turn into an illusion? It's as if the very fabric of reality has shifted, I muttered, my eyes scanning the mysterious forest before us. Blaze, do you have any idea why this could have happened? Silence hung in the air for a moment, as if even Blaze was contemplating the inexplicable nature of this phenomenon. Then his voice resonated in my mind, tinged with a hint of uncertainty. I can't say for certain, but it's possible that powerful magic is at play here. The illusory forest path is a rare occurrence, typically associated with ancient enchantments or the influence of magical artifacts. My eyes gleaming with curiosity, I asked, "So, you're saying that someone intentionally turned this forest into an illusion, but why?" Blaze's response was laced with intrigue. There could be various reasons, my friend. Perhaps there's a hidden treasure or a valuable artifact concealed within the forest, or maybe it's a defense mechanism to keep trespassers at bay. Trespassers, I thought it was interesting. Zark, usually the reserved one, couldn't contain his excitement. Well, whatever the reason, it sounds like we're in for quite the adventure. I've always wanted to test my skills against illusion magic. Annabelle playfully nudged Zark. Careful what you wish for, Zark. Illusions can be quite deceiving. They can twist your perception and lead you astray. Ali crossed his arms, his eyes scanning the forest with caution. I don't know about you all, but I've had my fair share of encounters with illusions. They're never as harmless as they seem. Okay, then let's go. It'll take like a day to cross the forest. Henry said, there's nothing to worry about illusions if it's only illusion. Hey, Ali, I called, give me a sword, I requested here. He passed me an extra sword from the carriage. I think it's going to be fun inside. And now, Barbara, Annabelle, and Zark get inside the carriage and guard Layla. Ali, keep your horse a little behind me, you too, Harry. I'll lead ahead. I explained the instructions. Silence. What? I looked at them and saw they were looking at me with a curious gaze. Do they not get my words at all? Nothing. It's like you are used to giving out orders. Henry scratched the back of his head. And I think you should go inside, and I'll guard instead of you since you are inexperienced. Zark stepped forward. It'll take days if I leave this task to these guys. Nope, I said get inside, and believe me, I'll make us get out of it by the sunset. I was not in the mood to argue with anyone. Ha, fine, just make sure you don't get scared of the illusions. Zark rubbed his temples and went inside along with others. I'll be at the front. I brought the horse in front of the carriage, and with a shared resolve, we entered forward, venturing into the illusory forest path. Every footfall stirred a kaleidoscope of illusions, distorting our surroundings and playing tricks on our senses. The forest transformed before our eyes. Trees morphed into strange shapes, the path twisted and turned, and whispers of ethereal voices filled the air. This place is playing with our minds, Henry muttered, his voice tinged with unease. Stay alert. Zark gripped his staff tightly, scanning the surroundings with vigilant eyes. Don't worry, Henry. We've faced tough challenges before and we'll get through this. I couldn't help but think someone tell this guy to shut his mouth. As we pressed on, the forest seemed determined to test our resolve at every turn. Illusory monsters lurked in the shadows, their forms flickering and shifting. The sound of footsteps echoed from all directions, but their origin remained elusive. It was as if the forest itself reveled in toying with our sanity. The sudden appearance of the illusory forest path had caught us off guard. The entire forest hadn't become an illusion, but rather specific parts had been altered with illusions. It was a partial illusion, affecting only certain areas. The intricacy of this illusion indicated the involvement of a powerful mage or a formidable mana beast. Yet, considering the remote location, both possibilities seemed unlikely. Creating such a sophisticated illusion would require a mage of at least 7 stars or an SSS-class mana beast. Taking a moment to assess the situation, I realized that the forest had transformed into a perplexing puzzle. The distorted trees and flickering glow hinted at a manipulation of reality beyond my comprehension. I couldn't help but wonder who or what possessed the ability to weave such illusions in this secluded place. Whenever we encountered an object or a barrier, we would reach out and physically touch it to confirm its reality. This way we could distinguish between real obstacles and illusory ones. After a few hours had passed, I couldn't help but feel a sense of unease as I looked ahead. Huh, I muttered, my thoughts echoing the strange circumstances we found ourselves in. Zark, seemingly unfazed, chimed in, "See, I told you it would be easy." We cleared that illusory forest path in one go, and now we're outside the forest on a well-paved road. But something about it all felt off, as if it were too easy. We had ventured into the depths of an intricate illusion, yet we emerged unscathed without facing any significant challenges. It left me with a lingering sense of restlessness and an unsettling feeling in my gut. Turning to Blaze, who could sense my emotions from within, I sought his perspective. "What do you think, Smokeball? Does this situation feel right to you?" In response, Blaze conveyed his uncertainty. "I don't know, it's difficult to gauge. It all seems too convenient, doesn't it? It's as if the path was laid out for us, almost unnaturally so." His words resonated with my own doubts, deepening the mystery surrounding our journey. Could this apparent ease be a deliberate ruse or a clever manipulation? Questions swirled in my mind, intensifying my curiosity and urging me to uncover the truth that lay beneath the surface. "Let's keep going," Henry said, his eyes fixed on me, silently questioning if I was still going to lead the way. Thud, feeling a sudden wave of exhaustion and a pounding headache, I dismounted from the horse. "Zark, take over for a moment. I need to rest," I instructed, my voice strained. Zark stepped out of the carriage, confusion evident on his face as he tried to make sense of my sudden decision. Entering the carriage, I noticed Barbara's curious gaze upon me. I approached her and spoke softly, "Barbara, may I borrow your lap for a moment? I just need to rest." I leaned without waiting for her affirmation. "What?" Barbara squealed in surprise, taken aback by my unexpected request. Before she could react further, I felt two small hands grip the back of my head tightly, pulling me backwards. Startled, I found myself once again resting my head on someone's lap, but this time it wasn't Barbara's. "Anna," I looked up at Annabelle with a puzzled expression, trying to make sense of the situation. "You should have told me if you weren't feeling well. There was no need to bother Barbara, HMPH. Annabelle scoffed, expressing her annoyance. I hadn't thought much about it, I simply wanted to lie down quickly, and since the space beside Barbara was unoccupied, I assumed it would be more comfortable to rest there. "Well, this isn't too bad either," I mused, feeling a mix of surprise and curiosity. I glanced at Annabelle's face, which had turned red from embarrassment. As the carriage began to move, my mind continued to churn with the same questions, replaying them over and over again. What was that? Once the carriage was out of sight, something peculiar occurred. A humanoid figure emerged from the forest, gazing in the direction the carriage had departed. His presence exuded an aura of darkness and power, leaving others with an unsettling feeling. He stood tall and imposing, adorned in obsidian armor that reflected a sinister light. With crimson eyes and flowing ebony hair, he emitted a calm yet menacing aura. His demeanor commanded respect and instilled fear, symbolizing formidable power and cunning intellect. "Step, step, General Zephyrian." Footsteps resonated, and another demon with horns sprouting from his head knelt before Zephyrian. "What's the progress?" Zephyrian asked, his voice low and gruff. "We are halfway through. It will take 2 more days to complete the inscription of the magic circles," the demon reported, his gaze fixed on the ground. "Stand guard here." "I will investigate myself," Zephyrian declared as he walked past the kneeling demon. As Zephyrian entered the forest, the demon exhaled with relief, knowing his life depended on his behavior. "Zephyrian, who were they?" A woman approached him, emanating an alluring yet unnerving presence. Her lithe figure was draped in flowing garments of deep obsidian, accentuating her serpentine grace. Her eyes, still possessing their venomous intensity, held a captivating gaze. Dark, coiling tattoos snaked across her alabaster skin, adding an aura of mystery to her already enigmatic persona. She didn't bow before him, nor did he, as if they were equals. "Vexus, just some wandering mercenaries, nothing significant," Zephyrian replied, although his thoughts dwelled on something else. "Are you certain?" I sensed someone powerful inside that carriage, someone with at least a 6-star human power level. I wouldn't have detected it if not for this artifact. Vexus displayed a radar-like artifact in her hand. "You're concerned about that?" Zephyrian questioned, seemingly unconvinced by her doubt. "Was there anything else to be concerned about?" Vexus raised an eyebrow. Zephyrian regarded her for a moment, then said, "No, don't worry and continue your work. The Liege will not show us mercy if we fail to complete our task." He dismissed the topic. "Yes, it'll take like a year or so to cover up this continent, but we'll make sure that the Liege is content with our work." Vexus nodded and moved ahead. Once the demoness was out of sight, Zephyrian muttered to himself, "That dark-haired boy, he nearly saw through me." "We have arrived at the designated location," Henry declared, breaking the silence. "Retrieve the provisions. Ah, it's time for lunch." Barbara exclaimed, her excitement evident as she quickly exited the carriage, displaying unexpected agility despite her small stature. Observing Barbara's energetic departure, I decided it was time for me to rise as well. I adjusted my posture gradually, sitting upright and reluctantly leaving behind the comfortable pillow that had served as my solace over the past few days. Annabelle, I called out to her, noticing the faint blush on her cheeks as she kept her gaze fixed on her own lap. I gently tapped her shoulder to get her attention. Annabelle looked up, her eyes seemingly lost in a whirl of spirals. It's time for lunch. We should go, I repeated, hoping to bring her back to the present moment. Why, yeah, let's go, Annabelle responded, slightly startled by my sudden reminder. Stepping outside of the carriage, we proceeded to organize the food and prepare plates for everyone to enjoy. As we distributed the meals, I noticed Layla silently taking her plate and retreating back into the carriage, remaining hidden from our view as she always did. Over these past few days, I have observed and confirmed a few things about her. First, she possesses the ability to use magic and fight, but she is utilizing some kind of concealer artifact to suppress her mana. I have observed her eyes attentively following the flow of mana, which is only visible to individuals who possess the ability to sense mana, such as a mage. Non-mages can only perceive manifested spells, but whenever one of us employs any form of magic, she seems to discern the flow of mana as her eyes track its particles along the same trajectory. Secondly, I strongly doubt that she is mute. Sometimes, she appears to mutter to herself in the middle of the night. Although the sound is faint, my heightened sensitivity allows me to pick up on it. Lastly, she exhibits an unnaturally strong attachment to that box. I'm impressed, Princess. You don't seem like the type to notice such details, Blaze remarked, leaving me uncertain whether he was complimenting or insulting me. I haven't mentioned anything about it because it does not concern us. She could be a trained guard assigned to protect the box but has some reason to conceal her identity. Who knows? As long as we receive our payment and I am able to reach Ivoragate, all is well. It's a good thing that you left Sephra with these guys, or else it would have taken 2 months to reach our destination, right? Blaze stated the obvious. If I were alone, I don't believe it would have been as easy or fast to arrive here. As we gathered around to enjoy our lunch, the atmosphere remained tinged with a sense of mystery. Layla's withdrawal into the carriage intrigued me, but I respected her need for privacy and decided not to pry. Instead, I focused on the task at hand, satisfying our hunger. The provisions we had brought were carefully selected to ensure a variety of flavors and sustenance. The aroma of freshly cooked food permeated the air, awakening our senses and tantalizing our taste buds. We sat together, savoring each bite and engaging in casual conversations. Henry, always the jolly one, shared anecdotes from our previous adventures, eliciting laughter and smiles from the group. Ali, with his quick wit, added humorous remarks that kept the lively banter going. Annabelle, though still slightly flustered from earlier, gradually relaxed and joined in the cheerful chatter. Hey, that's a cool bracelet you have there, Barbara remarked, glancing at my wrist. Oh, it's a gift, I replied, referring to the silver bracelet adorning my left wrist. I had kept it safely tucked away in my luggage, but today I felt like wearing it. The bracelet featured a marble-sized amethyst-like rock in the center, a Thargtusk's mana core. It's the same core from that day, right? Annabelle asked, recognizing the unique piece. Yep, it is, I confirmed. Marilyn had gifted me this on my birthday, intending it to serve as a memento of my first hunt. She purchased the entire corpse of a Thargtusk from Annabelle before it could be sold to the guild. Then she took its core to a skilled artisan who crafted the bracelet over a span of 3 days. The bracelet had a few runes that allowed it to emit a soft glow in the dark, but its purpose was primarily ornamental. It made for a stylish accessory. As we indulged in the meal, I couldn't help but marvel at the bonds that had been rekindled during our journey. Just 2 more days remained until we reached our destination. After the satisfying meal, we tidied up the empty plates and remnants, leaving no trace behind. Annabelle approached me, avoiding direct eye contact. She's about to say something embarrassing, I instinctively realized. Whenever she fidgeted and avoided making eye contact, it often led to her saying something and then getting flustered. It was rather endearing. What is it? I inquired, my curiosity piqued. Can I call you Rue? Annabelle dropped an unexpected bomb. I was momentarily stunned, trying to comprehend this new turn of events. No, don't get it wrong. I just thought that since we're great friends, maybe we should use nicknames for each other. When I visited your house, I noticed your mom and aunt calling you Rue, and I thought it would be nice if I could call you. I mean, it would deepen our friendship, and Annabelle stumbled over her words, becoming increasingly flustered. Hey, relax. I interrupted her rambling and said, you can. Since I always call you Anna instead of Annabelle, you can call me Ren or any name you'd like. Get it? Annabelle nodded, resembling a 3-year-old child. I chuckled at her reaction and headed back inside the carriage, but to my surprise, something tapped the hem of my sleeve, and I turned to see Annabelle. Hey, you'll leave after we arrive at Ivoragate, right? Annabelle's voice held a note of uncertainty. Did she want to confirm it? Yep, I'll be going my own way and exploring the kingdom as a true adventurer, I replied, spouting the old cliché. In truth, I wouldn't be in this kingdom for much longer. Can I ask you something? Annabelle hesitated, prompting me to wait for her to continue. I want you to keep traveling with these guys even after I leave the group. I think you all should stick together. It will provide you with valuable real-life experience." And Annabelle paused mid-sentence, and I prodded. "And it will be safer for you too," she finally revealed, her words weighed with concern. I understood her feelings. From her perspective, I was just a teenager not yet mature enough to take care of myself. Moreover, Annabelle herself wouldn't be around for long as she was pursuing her dream job. She wanted me to stay with her friends so they could keep an eye on me. "I don't think that's the only reason," Blaze chimed in, his voice lingering with suspicion. "Listen, Annabelle, let me assure you that embarking on this journey alone is something I must do for my personal growth. Don't worry, it'll be fine. You've only recently returned to your previous life, and you have your friends here. Cherish your time with them and don't dwell on anything else," I reassured her before stepping back into the carriage. It's better for her to be concerned about people who will be with her for a long time, rather than worrying about someone she only just met who is parting ways soon, right? "Are you not going to meet her again, Princess?" Blaze asked, seeming oblivious to my words. "Once I leave Ivoragate alone, I doubt there will be any chance for Anna and me to cross paths again. She will live her life, and I will live mine." That night, the carriage continued its steady pace through the dark night. No moon illuminated the sky above. Inside the carriage, it was me, Zark, Barbara, and Annabelle who had settled beside me with her head gently resting on my shoulder as she drifted off to sleep. Rue, don't do that, it hurts," Annabelle mumbled in her sleep. I wondered what kind of dream she was having, hoping it wasn't something too mischievous. "I highly doubt it's not a mischievous one," Blaze interjected. Suddenly, a thunderous thud reverberated from outside, followed by Ali's voice shouting, "It's Dreadclaw." Dreadclaw is a notorious bandit group that has been plaguing the region for years. Composed of ruthless and cunning individuals, they are known for their brazen acts of robbery, pillaging, and violence. As the menacing proclamation of Dreadclaw echoed through the night, adrenaline surged through my veins, dispelling any remnants of drowsiness. I swiftly pushed Annabelle away, gently rousing her from her slumber. "Annabelle, wake up. We're under attack," I urgently whispered, shaking her shoulder. Her eyes fluttered open, still groggy from sleep, but soon widened with alarm as she registered the urgency in my voice. "What, Dreadclaw, here?" Annabelle exclaimed, her voice trembling with a mix of fear and determination. She quickly sat up, rubbing her eyes to clear away any remnants of sleep. I turned my attention to the others in the carriage, alerting them of the impending danger. "Zark, prepare your magic. Annabelle, get ready to use your wind spells. Henry, Ali, be on guard. Barbara, strengthen your body with mana and be ready for a brawl." Each member of the group sprang out of the carriage and took the positions. I stood at the forefront, my heart pounding with a mixture of anticipation and interest. The bandits before us, known as the Dreadclaw, were a motley crew of rogues and misfits. They bore the marks of a life steeped in lawlessness, their tattered and mismatched attire blending seamlessly with the shadows of the dense forest. The leader of the Dreadclaw stood at the helm, his wiry frame exuding an air of confidence and malevolence. His eyes glinted with a twisted hunger for power, and his grin revealed a mouthful of yellowed teeth, adding to his menacing aura. Behind him, the bandits fanned out, each one displaying varying degrees of skill and ruthlessness. Fush. Flames danced in my hands, the heat of my magic warming my palms and fueling my determination. I took a deep breath, centering myself amidst the chaos unfolding around me. "Stay close and watch each other's backs," Henry called out to his companions, his voice steady despite the adrenaline coursing through the veins. We formed a tight-knit circle, our weapons at the ready and our spells prepared to unleash devastation upon our foes. With a flash of movement, the battle commenced. I launched a fiery barrage, sending firebolts streaking through the air, each one finding its mark with deadly precision. The crackling flames engulfed the bandits, causing them to cry out in pain as their clothes caught fire. "ZRHRH." The enigmatic sorcerer of this group, Zark, chanted incantations that resonated with arcane power. Henry and Ali, two steadfast swordsmen, engaged the bandits in close combat, their blades flashing with deadly precision. Their years of training and battle-hardened skills were evident as they parried and countered the bandits' attacks, their strikes swift and lethal. Barbara the Brawler channeled her mana, enhancing her strength and endurance. With a roar, she charged into the midst of the bandits, her fists glowing with raw power. Each blow she delivered was like a thunderous earthquake, sending shockwaves through the air and shattering bones. And Annabelle, unlike others, Annabelle stood close to the carriage, visibly shaking. "It's not easy to let go of past trauma. Anna, keep Layla safe and don't come here, we'd cover for you," I said. "There's no point in getting her involved here if she is scared." Amidst this chaos, I focused on my fire magic, weaving spells. I could see that we were outnumbered. The bandits swarmed around us, their numbers seemingly endless. They were a motley crew clad in tattered garments and adorned with crude weapons. Some wielded swords and daggers, while others brandished bows and arrows. Among them, I could spot at least 20 bandits, each exuding a menacing aura. Despite their ragtag appearance, these bandits were amateurs. Many of them displayed proficiency in different schools of magic, adding an extra layer of danger to their attacks. The wind mages darted with incredible speed and launched razor-sharp gusts, attempting to slice through our defenses. The fire mages conjured blazing infernos, engulfing the battlefield in searing flames. The earth mages summoned massive boulders and jagged rocks, hurling them at us with tremendous force. And the water mages manipulated the nearby streams and created powerful waterspouts to drown us in their elemental fury. Henry and Ali engaged multiple opponents, their blades weaving a deadly dance as they swiftly dispatched their foes. Barbara unleashed devastating punches and kicks, her mana-infused strikes shattering bones and sending bandits flying. I concentrate on my fire spells. I unleashed torrents of fireballs, engulfing groups of bandits in explosive infernos. The crackling flames illuminated the battlefield, casting an eerie glow on the chaos that unfolded around us. I have to use the spells wisely, or I'll be out of mana. In this group, I am the only one who is a 2-star mage. Otherwise, everyone is above 3 stars, and Zark is the only one at 5 stars. But these bandits have a 3-star mage age at max. The only thing that is the issue is that they are in a mob. Tap. As the chaos unfolded around me, my attention honed in on a figure that leaped in front of me with a menacing glint in his eyes. It was one of the bandits, armed with a sharp sword and a malicious intent. Without hesitation, he propelled himself forward with a burst of speed, closing the distance between us in an instant. Instinctively, I reacted, my body moving on pure reflex. I swiftly shifted my weight, leaping backward to create distance between us. The bandit's sword swished through the air, narrowly missing me as I evaded his vicious strike. The metallic clash of our weapons echoed through the air, a testament to the intensity of our confrontation. I still have the sword that Ali gave me as a spare. Knowing that I had to retaliate, I focused my concentration and channeled my magical energy. With a swift motion of my hand, I conjured a firebolt, its fiery essence crackling with power. I launched the projectile towards my adversary, fully expecting it to connect. However, to my surprise, the bandit's agility proved formidable as he deftly dodged the searing flames, narrowly evading their destructive path. Undeterred, I recalibrated my strategy. Sensing an opportunity, I channeled mana into my lower body, empowering my legs with a surge of energy. With a burst of speed, I lunged forward, delivering a powerful kick towards the bandit's midsection. But he was no novice in combat. Reacting swiftly, he brought his mana-clad sword in the path of my attack, parrying my blow with a resounding clash. The force of the impact reverberated through my body, threatening to throw me off balance. I quickly recalibrated, shifting my weight to maintain my stability. The bandit's sword, infused with his own magical prowess, stood as an impenetrable barrier, preventing my strike from finding its mark. It was a critical moment that demanded split-second decision-making. Instinctively, I halted my attack, realizing that to continue would have put my own limb in jeopardy. Adrenaline surged through my veins as the intensity of the battle reached its zenith. The dance of steel and fire continued, each move calculated and precise. Amidst the chaos of battle, the urgency in Henry's voice broke through the clamor. "Make sure we don't kill them," he shouted, his words echoing in our ears. Confusion flickered across my face as I turned to look at him, searching for an explanation. His gaze was fixed on something, a particular direction that piqued his concern. I strained to follow his line of sight, attempting to decipher the reason for his unusual request, but before I could comprehend his intentions, a sudden impact reverberated through my body. The force of a bandit's punch connected with brutal precision, striking my jaw with a jolt of pain. Helplessly, I was sent hurtling through the air, akin to a lifeless puppet flung aside with disdain. As I tumbled, my mind raced to process the abrupt turn of events. Henry's plea for restraint now seemed incongruous, lost in the pandemonium of the skirmish. It was becoming evident that our desperate struggle had devolved into an unrestrained clash, where the preservation of life took a backseat to survival. Casting off the daze that threatened to cloud my senses, I regained my footing with a surge of determination. Blood trickled from my split lip, gritting my teeth. I wiped away the blood staining my chin, a symbol of the price I had paid for underestimating the stakes and looking aside of this encounter. In this moment, the notion of holding back, as Henry had suggested, felt increasingly distant and impractical. With a renewed sense of purpose, I locked eyes with my assailant. "I'm afraid I can't make that promise, Henry," I muttered under my breath. I adjusted my jaw, wincing at the pain. "That guy put everything he had into that one punch. Are you going to kill him?" Blaze asked, picking up on my thoughts. "Yep, I am going to kill him," I replied. I didn't care what anyone else thought. No one dares to lay hands on me and expect to get away unscathed. You're with the group, remember. What happened to keeping a low profile and not letting them know you're a psychotic killer? Blaze's nagging didn't even make sense to me anymore. Who's the real psychotic killer here? I never intended to hide the fact that I can kill. My goal was to conceal the fact that I slaughtered a group of goons and disposed of their bodies. Getting back on my feet, I relaxed my body and retrieved the fallen sword. I had infused it with my mana, though I couldn't reinforce it with fire due to the lack of magical prevention inscriptions. However, I could still envelop it in a layer of raw mana and coat it with fire. It would damage the sword, but it was a sacrifice worth making. Swing. I took the position, lowering myself a little and pointing the horizontally towards the bandit. Fu. Taking a deep breath, I relaxed my raging heart and ceased all anger from my soul. Every minute desire, and only one thing was now the goal of this fight. I'll kill every single one of them. I swung the sword and dashed forwards. I've never actually learned a shit about swordsmanship, but I am quite proficient in martial arts, so it's all on my instincts on how I fight. As far as seen Ali and Henry fight, they fight very systematically, and to me it seems quite not exciting. Clang. With a resounding clang, the fiery blade collided with my opponent's sword. I exerted force, pressing forward, but he attempted to evade by leaping backward. In that instant, I swiftly withdrew my strength, moving away from his attack trajectory. Startled, he unconsciously stepped forward, and seizing the opportunity, I unleashed a powerful punch to his cheek. A thud echoed through the air as he was sent flying, landing motionless on the ground. A vein throbbed on my forehead, my agitation overriding the pain in my knuckles, which may have suffered a fracture or two. Why are these troublemakers so lacking in motivation when they're the ones who initiate the fights? I pondered. Princess, perhaps it's best to leave it be. He's already unconscious, so there's no need to let it bother you. Focus on the remaining adversaries, Blaze advised, attempting to calm me down, but I am already calm. Step. Approaching the unconscious body, I observed him peacefully lying there, his ear and half of his face disfigured and bleeding with crimson-hued blood. Crouching down, I positioned my face near his wounded ear and whispered, "Don't pretend to be asleep, my friend. I desire a fair and square fight. Rise and face me, I shall give you a chance," I said earnestly. Suddenly, his eyes shot open, revealing that this adversary wouldn't be dispatched with a single punch. Desperately, he tried crawling backward, but to my surprise, my hand moved even faster while I remained crouched. Stab. With a swift and precise motion, I swung the sword. A sharp stab pierced horizontally, and the bandit's eyes widened, displaying his sense of betrayal. "Don't tell me you actually believed me," I chuckled, amused by his naivete. How could he trust the words of someone he had just tried to kill? Pain began to consume him, and he screamed like a madman. Igniting the sword once more, flames engulfed the blade, searing its insides. It must have felt like a scorching hot iron bar being thrust into his chest. I smiled at him, realizing it's better to face a smile than curses in the final moments of one's life, for I too am capable of showing a semblance of humanity and compassion. Ren, a name echoed from my left, and as I turned, the entire battle scene came to a halt. Bandits lay scattered around, and among them, Ali was the one who had fallen. He wasn't dead, though, as there were no fatal or visible wounds on his body, and he still breathed. "What?" I responded nonchalantly. It seemed quite risky to engage in conversation amidst a chaotic battle, but I admired Henry's audacity. It meant he had confidence and didn't care about the circumstances. "Didn't I tell you not to kill?" Henry shouted, his voice carrying an emotion I disliked. Anger. Oh, that. I twisted the sword, causing the bandit to cry out in pain once again. "You see, I couldn't hear you because this fellow wouldn't stop screaming," I jested, but my attempt at humor seemed to fall flat as no one laughed. "And you wonder why I call you a psychotic killer," Blaze remarked. "How does defending myself make me a psychotic killer? Attack that bastard," commanded the leader of Dreadclaw, as a few remaining bandits closed in on me, giving the bastard in front of me hope that he would be saved. I didn't like that at all. With a swift movement, I silently drove the remaining sword into his chest, piercing so deeply that only the hilt prevented it from going further. The light in his eyes dimmed as he cast one final glance at his companions. It was a melancholic sight. "Don't worry, most of them will join you up there. I promise," I whispered softly. A dull thud marked the corpse's awkward position, one leg splayed in a V-shape, a sword protruding from its back, and blood trickling like a thin streak along the blade. It resembled a peculiar piece of art, albeit one that adhered to the subjective nature of artistic interpretation. Sighing, I rose to my feet, cracking my neck sideways as I surveyed the remaining adversaries. Only 3 remained, it seemed. Perhaps the others were occupied with the ground forces. 1 done and now 3 to go. I do love to keep a count. As I stood up, feeling a satisfying pop in my neck, I focused on the trio of adversaries who remained. System notification. You earned 70 blood points for killing. Total blood points, 120. I brushed aside the system notification and focused on bandits. Their expressions were concealed by their covered faces, but their apprehension and determination were evident in their body language. They understood the dire situation they were in. Sling. I withdrew my sword from the fallen bandit's body, giving it a quick shake to remove the excess blood. The scent of burnt blood lingered in the air, invoking a strange sense of nostalgia. The battlefield grew tense, and a momentary silence settled over the area. Time seemed to slow down, granting me a precious opportunity to assess my opponents. Each of them wielded a different weapon: a dagger, a mace, and a short sword. They were ready to make their final stand against me. Without uttering a word, the bandit with the dagger lunged forward, displaying swift and agile movements. I swiftly sidestepped his attack, narrowly evading the sharp blade. Swing. In response, I swung my sword in a wide arc, aiming for his exposed flank. The blade whooshed through the air, but he managed to dodge at the last moment, narrowly escaping the fatal blow. I followed up with a kick aimed at his shin, but he quickly raised his hands, deflecting the attack. A distinct cracking sound echoed, indicating that he might have broken a bone in the process. Meanwhile, the bandit wielding the mace launched a frontal assault, swinging the heavy weapon with brutal force. Reacting swiftly, I parried the attack with my sword, resulting in a resounding clash of metal. The impact sent vibrations up my arm, causing a momentary ache. As the third bandit, armed with a short sword, assessed the situation, he saw an opening and lunged at me, aiming for my vulnerable flank. I swiftly spun around, evading the attack with a hair's breadth and countering with a quick kick to his abdomen. The force of the impact doubled him over, granting me a split second to strike with the pommel of my sword, temporarily incapacitating him. Taking advantage of the moment, I swiftly clatted my index and middle fingers of my left hand and "Poke, you crazy-ass sadistic motherfucker." Blaze's voice broke the silence, questioning my intentions with a mixture of disbelief and judgment. I couldn't deny the sadistic nature of my actions, even though I knew it wasn't morally right, because with a poke I targeted his eyes, my fingers poking into his skull, causing blood to spill from his sockets. It took him a moment to comprehend what had happened, but before he could scream, I channeled a powerful surge of lightning through my fingers. Blast. The intense discharge of mana caused his head to explode, painting my face with blood, while the remaining half of his body collapsed lifelessly. Silence. In the aftermath, a heavy silence enveloped the scene. I took a moment to reflect on the lives lost during this violent encounter, acknowledging the harsh realities of the world I inhabited. Perhaps this counts as a second now, I mused aloud. Observing the two remaining bandits, I noticed their trembling legs and loss of confidence. Fear had replaced their once assured postures. As the battle raged on, a wave of intensity washed over me, and everything around me seemed to fade into a hazy blur. The world transformed into shades of blue, a surreal backdrop for the relentless fight that unfolded. Despite the searing pain of the stab wound, I refused to succumb to the agony. Every movement was infused with a fierce determination, a refusal to let my adversaries claim victory. With every ounce of strength and skill I possessed, I unleashed a torrent of strikes, dodges, and counters. Their attempts to hurt me became fuel for my relentless pursuit of vengeance. Each blow I landed carried the weight of my hate and enjoyment, delivering a resounding message of defiance. I fought with a ferocity that bordered on madness, channeling my every emotion and dancing into a symphony of violence. In the midst of the chaos, I ensured that their deaths would be as humiliating as possible. I exploited their vulnerabilities, striking with precision and exacting my revenge with a ruthless efficiency. The battlefield became a stage for their ultimate downfall, as I orchestrated their demise with calculated brutality. Their cries of pain echoed in the air, mingling with the clash of steel and the thudding of bodies hitting the ground. It was a symphony of suffering, a testament to the depths of my entertainment. Time seemed to stretch, each passing second filled with a raw and unrelenting determination. The taste of blood and the sting of my wounds served only to further ignite the fire within me. There was no room for mercy or restraint, only a relentless pursuit of death, no matter how brutal it may be. As the last of my opponents fell, the weight of the battle settled upon me. I stood amidst the wreckage, my body battered and broken, but my hunger was not dissipated. I controlled my breathing. The blue haze that had consumed my vision slowly dissipated, revealing the aftermath of my wrath. Silence. Silence engulfed the battlefield, broken only by the sound of my ragged breaths. I surveyed the scene, a tableau of triumph and tragedy. The humiliation etched upon their lifeless faces served as a testament to the price they paid for crossing me. In that moment, I realized how much I've missed all this. I took a step back, my heart pounding, my body trembling with a mixture of adrenaline and exhaustion. The battlefield may have been drenched in blue, but it was the red stains of blood that would forever mark the legacy of my wrath. Brandishing the system notification about points being credited, I refocused. "Hey Henry, are all of you fine?" I asked as I turned around, but what I saw was something I hadn't expected. Stop, Henry shouted, his expression a pure example of horror and shock. I looked around and saw the same expression on everyone's faces. Whether it was the now restrained remaining bandits, Annabelle's group, or even Annabelle herself, they all looked at me with the familiar expression I had grown accustomed to in my previous life. It was a mix of fear, shock, betrayal, and disgust. "It feels like home," I muttered under my breath. As I took a step back, my heart pounded in my chest and my body trembled with a mixture of adrenaline and exhaustion. I couldn't help but notice the horrified expressions on their faces. Henry's voice broke through the heavy silence, pleading for me to stop. Stop, he shouted, his voice filled with a combination of fear and disbelief. I turned around, carefully surveying the scene and becoming aware of the looks on everyone's face, whether they were the restrained bandits, Annabelle's group, or even Annabelle herself. Their expressions revealed a mix of fear, shock, betrayal, and disgust. It was a familiar sight, reminiscent of the reactions I had grown accustomed to in my previous life. A profound feeling of emptiness washed over me as I took in the turmoil my actions had caused. The realization that I had allowed my sadistic nature to take control, surrendering to the violent tendencies I had desperately hoped to leave behind, weighed heavily on my conscience. It feels like home, I muttered quietly, my words barely audible against the backdrop of silence. Memories of a life stained with violence and cruelty resurfaced, forcefully reminding me of the person I once was, and perhaps still am. In that moment, I understood the depths to which I had fallen. Despite the thrill of battle and the momentary satisfaction of victory, I couldn't deny the moral conflict that raged within me. It would take time for those around me to become accustomed to my extreme actions, as I had not even unleashed my full potential. It simply wasn't worth it. As the silence persisted, broken only by the sound of my ragged breaths, I grappled with the profound consequences of my actions. The blue haze that had clouded my vision earlier seemed to dissipate, allowing me to witness the aftermath of my wrath with stark clarity. The sight of the blood-soaked battlefield and the mangled bodies of my enemies evoked a twisted sense of beauty within me. With measured steps, I moved forward, approaching Annabelle, who sat on the ground, her legs seemingly drained of strength. Her flickering eyes held a mixture of fear and shock as she looked up at me. Crouching in front of her, I reached out my hand, hoping to offer her comfort, to help her overcome her fear and move forward. But before my hand could make contact, Annabelle brushed it off, her voice quivering as she spoke. It was evident that she was on the verge of tears, and yet she held them back until now. Don't, Annabelle exclaimed, her voice filled with trembling emotions, her expression betraying her inner turmoil. It was clear that my blood-stained hands repulsed her, evoking a profound sense of remorse and disgust. The crimson stains served as a haunting reminder of her own past traumas, and the weight of their lives must have created a deep crack within our relationship, but it wasn't that strong to begin with. I understood why she pulled away, why she rejected my touch. Annabelle's eyes, filled with a mixture of fear and disappointment, finally found her voice. Why you are not my Rue. She whispered, her words laced with sorrow. Her question reverberated through my mind, piercing my conscience and leaving me grappling with answers. I had sought a fresh start, a chance to leave behind the darkness that had consumed me before. Yet in this moment, I realized that my past had caught up with me, and I had willingly allowed it to consume me once again. I hadn't truly changed, nor did I believe I needed to change now. I couldn't alter the choices I had made, the lives I had taken. I could have chosen a different path moving forward, but I knew deep down that it wouldn't have been as satisfying or enjoyable as the path I had embraced. Taking a deep breath, I turned away from the haunting scene before me. The battle had come to an end, and my presence was no longer required. It was time to confront the darkness that resided within my soul and wholeheartedly embrace it, just as I always had. Walking back, I entered the carriage that had been waiting in the midst of the battle scene all along. Inside, I found her, the mysterious woman. She clutched a small box in her hands, holding it as if it were the most precious jewel, a possession she would give up her life to protect. Closing the small distance between us, I positioned myself beside her, careful not to stain her delicate veil with my bloodied hands. She observed me with curious eyes, unperturbed by the gruesome scene I embodied. Leaning closer, my face near her ear, I whispered, "I know the box is empty, my lady." She flinched, displaying a flicker of surprise at the first visible reaction she had shown. I continued, my voice low and commanding, "Don't worry. I don't care what kind of artifact you are using to conceal your mana or who you truly are. All I ask is for your silence, as you have been silent throughout this journey. And when you reach your destination, refrain from attempting anything deceitful with them. Understood?" I posed it as a question, though I expected no response. She remained silent, confirming my expectations. "Good," I affirmed. Reaching into the luggage, I pulled out a towel, perhaps belonging to Ali, and used it to wipe the blood from my hands. I then gathered my belongings and noticed a small red boxed money the merchant had given me as advance payment. I retrieved a few coins from it, feeling that I deserved at least that much. Stepping out of the carriage, I found the scene unchanged from before, everyone still frozen in the aftermath. "Is it that shocking?" I mused to myself. "Have you taken a good look at yourself?" Blaze answered, reminding me of the unrecognizable figure I had become. "Hey Henry," I took a few gold coins from inside, probably like 20 or so. "I'll be taking that horse with me, hope you don't mind." I tossed 5 coins at him, but he failed to catch them and they fell to the ground. Does he not realize the value of 5 gold coins? It's enough to sustain me for a few months if I spend it wisely. Well, I don't care either way. I proceeded towards the front of the carriage, where the horses were tethered. Since both the horses that Ali and I rode are now lifeless somewhere, I'll have to use the horse that's been tied to pull the carriage. Ren, what are you? Zark's voice cut through the silence as he approached cautiously, maintaining a few steps of distance. Don't worry, I'll be parting ways now, I replied without glancing at him. I had planned to do so when we reached Ivorygate, but it seems better to leave now. Make sure to take care of Anna, this must have been quite a shock for her. I fully untied the rope and loaded the luggage onto the horse's back. But why didn't Henry say not to kill? And what about Annabelle? Look at what you did, Zark exclaimed, gesturing towards Annabelle. Her expression was vacant, devoid of any emotion. Her gaze felt hollow, but she doesn't get what's happening in front of her. Make sure she gets some rest before you leave, I responded nonchalantly. I would have liked to stay and explain what kind of person I am, but I don't have the luxury of time. Ever since the incident in the illusory forest path, I've been feeling a sense of unease. Mounting the horse, I turned away from the scene, bidding a final farewell to everyone. In truth, I had already made up my mind to leave a few days ago, so it didn't make much difference now. As I rode a little further, Blaze broke the silence with a question. You were in love with that girl, right? I pondered his words for a moment, reflecting on the complexity of my feelings. Love, I repeated, a hint of contemplation in my voice. For me, love is not a simple emotion. It takes a lot for me to truly love someone, and when I do, I don't easily let go, even if they try to push me away. As I continued on my solitary journey, I couldn't help but reflect on the nature of love itself. Love was a force that had the power to both heal and destroy, to bring joy and pain in equal measure. It was a delicate balance that required trust, understanding, and a willingness to weather the storms that life inevitably brought. But for now, I had chosen to walk away. I had chosen to distance myself from the turmoil and the chaos, knowing that my presence would only bring more confusion and uncertainty. Love, in its complexity, demanded sacrifice. The road ahead was uncertain, and my heart carried the weight of the choices I had made. But as I disappeared into the distance, I held on to the hope that someday love would find its way back to me, and I would be ready to embrace it with open arms, unburdened by the shadows of my past. She fucked up my love life, haha. I chuckled as I thought about that person.